The majestic Rodlin Academy rose among the greenery, striking the eye with blue roofs and golden domes and wide marble steps leading to the main entrance. The prestigious educational institution attracted talented people from all over the world, like a magnet gathering future geniuses and outstanding masters under its roof. However, among the brilliant minds there were also dubious individuals whose dark intentions were hidden behind the mask of diligent students, and one of them called out to Andreas. A blond young man with a slicked hair turned to a shaggy green-haired guy, reminding him of something important that he seemed to have forgotten in the bustle. Andreas, looking around, noticed that real chaos reigned around them. Traces of blood and lifeless bodies could be seen everywhere, creating an eerie picture of secret experiments. The blond interlocutor, with undisguised surprise, reproached Andreas for forgetfulness, reminding him of the body he had been working on for a whole week. Their secret society of researchers of forbidden dark magic and necromancy was teetering on the brink of exposure, because the slightest mistake could lead to inevitable death. Wasting no time, Andreas grabbed a large bottle of red liquid that was undoubtedly blood and decisively poured out its contents, in preparation for the ritual. The blond guy, pushing aside Andreas, began to create a complex magical pattern reminiscent of a pentagram, in the center of which rested a lifeless body, awaiting awakening. The slicked-back blonde, holding a skull in his hands, began to cast a spell, enveloping himself and the surrounding space with blue energy, which seemed to pulsate in time with his spells. The shaggy Andreas, fascinated by what was happening, watched the ritual while the same mysterious energy enveloped him, connecting him with the secret action with invisible threads of magic. Suddenly, the corpse lying in the center of the pentagram began to rise, completely saturated with radiant energy, marking the success of their forbidden experiment and opening the door to the world of the dark secrets of necromancy. And then the resurrected corpse let out a heartbreaking cry, forcing the blond guy to exclaim in his heart about the failure of the experiment, clearly disappointed by another failure in his ominous research. Writing down the results in a notebook, he watched the transformation of the corpse into a skeleton and sent the shaggy Andreas away, to which he noted with annoyance that again he had not learned anything new. While cleaning, Andreas thought about the dangers of their work, doubting whether it was worth the risks they were exposing themselves to for dubious results. However, he found solace in the fact that the academy remained the only place where he could study forbidden books on black magic, quenching his thirst for knowledge in the field of the dark arts. Returning to the office, filled with books, Andreas apologized for the delay, but the blond mentor impatiently reproached him for his slowness, doubting his student's abilities. Andreas tried to justify himself by the lack of proper training, but the mentor only coldly noted that the student could not cope with even the simplest task properly. The blond mage sternly warned that he would not tolerate any more mistakes, his voice sounding like a sentence, leaving no room for objections or excuses. Andreas, feeling the growing tension, assured his mentor that he would make every effort to meet his expectations and not let him down in the future. Rising from his chair, the blond magician announced the last chance for Andreas to go to the Binales National Cemetery and obtain the body necessary for the experiments. The mentor reminded Andreas of his patronage, despite the student's orphanhood, and warned of dire consequences in case of failure. His words sounded like an ominous prophecy. Gloomy thoughts filled Andreas's mind. He understood that failure could turn him into another object for the terrible experiments of his ruthless teacher. The blond magician, concluding the conversation, once again emphasized the importance of the task and dismissed the student, to which Andreas obediently agreed, hiding fear and doubts behind external respect. Leaving the mentor's office, Andreas found himself in a stream of students, bitterly realizing that he was not even given money for a ticket to carry out a dangerous task. His tired gaze wandered along the corridor, betraying the exhaustion and anxiety that he tried in vain to hide from the prying eyes of the academy students around him. Students passing by the office looked at Andreas with surprise and some contempt, clearly distinguishing him from the other students with his shabby appearance. Irritated by their attention, Andreas roughly pushed through the crowd, snapping at the curious and trying to leave this place as soon as possible, where every glance seemed accusing to him. Internally seething with anger and confusion, Andreas Cromwell, a third-year magic student known for his mediocrity, could not figure out how to get out of the situation. An orphan from a fallen family, Andreas Cromwell was the embodiment of everything that the Academy tried to eradicate. A loser who clings to any chance of survival. A typical outcast, ingratiating himself with the strong and offending the weak, Andreas was considered the worst student in the entire Academy. His name became a byword for losers. He was the kind of character no one would ever want to play as, the embodiment of every worst quality imaginable in a world of magic and intrigue. The man's name is Makoto Kaneshiro, and he is inside the great world of the Great Sin, which does nothing but control the fate of the unfortunate magician. A former member of the Special Forces, unable to adapt to civilian life, Makoto found his refuge in the virtual world, where he could forget about reality and his problems. A bearded man sat in front of the computer, completely immersed in the game, forgetting about time and the real world, until an unexpected call pulled him out of the virtual space. The caller seemed to know everything about Makoto and his character's stats, which caused the player to instantly wake up and turn off the TV, returning to reality with an uneasy feeling. The computer monitor suddenly began to blur, the image split into two, distorting and flickering, as if reality and the virtual world were mixed in a bizarre dance of pixels and hertz. Not having time to realize his transformation into a game character 6 months before the start of the main events of the game, the shaggy guy let out a desperate cry that echoed throughout the virtual space. Andreas, a character who was haunted by death, found himself trapped in time, with all the characters going through the same fateful event, as if stuck in an endless loop. The revelation of Karen's true identity invariably led to the death of both the main antagonist and Andreas himself, turning their fates into a tragic knot. The only chance of salvation for Andreas was to find a way to avoid meeting with Karen before the start of the main plot, because delay meant inevitable death. The realization that the main characters of the story would turn into ruthless hunters hot on his heels made Andreas feverishly look for a way out of this deadly game. Sitting on a bench, lost in dark thoughts, Andreas pondered his chances of survival, realizing that he needed to become stronger before the main plot of the game began. The only hope for him was 2 special traits given out in the 13th week of the game, which could radically change his fate and give him a chance for salvation. Having accidentally received the double core trait, Andreas rose from the bench, feeling how a new power began to pulsate in his veins, opening up unknown possibilities. This unique ability allowed him to master both magic and swordsmanship, greatly increasing his chances of surviving in the world. The second trait, which had yet to be chosen, held the potential to further enhance his abilities, and Andreas understood the importance of this decision for his destiny. As he mulled over his choice, Andreas was inclined to choose the trait that was most synergistic with necromancy, hoping that the combination would give him an advantage. Having shouted the command to select a characteristic, Andreas saw a red menu appear in front of him, containing a huge list of various abilities and character traits. The guy began to carefully study the proposed options, realizing that he had a long and careful choice to make, on which his fate in this dangerous world could depend. After skimming over options such as the Chinese Tao and the weapon path, Andreas quickly dismissed them, realizing that they did not suit his goals and would not help in the fight against Karen. Deciding to focus on abilities that he did not yet possess, Andreas hoped to find among them the key to his salvation. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to one intriguing ability, evolution, which seemed to harbor enormous potential for development and adaptation. This trait was a phenomenon of adaptation of living beings to achieve a more complex form of life, which could be a decisive factor. Not remembering such a trait in the original game, Andreas realized that this could help him go beyond his own limits and gain the strength necessary to resist fate. Without hesitating any longer, the guy chose the evolution ability, feeling that further reflection would only take away precious time, which he already had little of. With the determination of a doomed man, Andreas activated his chosen trait, feeling the new power begin to pulse through his veins, changing his essence. Suddenly his gaze darted somewhere into the distance, as if piercing the veil of time, and he began to see images of the future that this unusual ability promised him. Pictures of future trials flashed before his mind's eye, revealing the potential of the chosen trait and its influence on his fate in this cruel world. Visions of evil creatures, dead people, and the undead flashed before him, showing a bleak but possible future in which he could survive. Andreas realized that in this changed world, he had a chance not only to complete the game, but also to rewrite his destiny, avoiding the role of a victim in the predetermined scenario. The Glue Sheet Dormitory, a free shelter for disadvantaged students, greeted Andreas with dull gray walls, reflecting his own bleak situation. Finding himself in the body of a third-rate villain from the game, Andreas bitterly realized the depth of his weakness, feeling like a pawn in someone else's game. Necromancy remained the only trump card in his hands, and that is why he decided to choose the evolution trait, hoping to develop his only talent to unprecedented heights. Before going to the cemetery, Andreas decided to look into the laboratory, realizing that every minute counts in his desperate fight for survival. The realization of the need to become stronger as quickly as possible pierced his consciousness, because the threat came not only from the mysterious Karen. Many other characters who inhabited this world posed a mortal danger to him, and Andreas felt like a hunted animal among predators. Entering the laboratory, Andreas began to look through the books, the contents of which made him shudder, since just reading this knowledge threatened him with execution. Suddenly, his gaze fell on something that could kill him right here and now, and Andreas's heart froze in horror at the unknown threat. A red-haired woman sat in a cage in the corner of the room, and Andreas, looking at her, realized that she was a vampire, realizing the danger of her situation. The vampires in this game were not afraid of sunlight and had powerful magic, which made them one of the most dangerous creatures in this world. Continuing to study the books, Andreas assessed their contents as knowledge capable of defeating the bosses of the mid-game, when he suddenly heard the vampire speak to him. He turned sharply, meeting the gaze of a creature whose strength and danger made his heart beat faster with fear and excitement. Approaching the bars, the vampire girl with a sly smile asked Andreas if he would like to help her escape, her voice sounding both seductive and threatening. The night train rushed at full speed across the bridge, its wheels echoing in the darkness, carrying Andreas towards the unknown. Sitting in the carriage, Andreas thought about the tempting offer of the vampire, not knowing whether to trust this unexpected gift of fate. The vampire promised to kill Karen in exchange for freedom, and these words sounded in Andreas's head like a sweet melody of temptation. She asked mysteriously if this is not what the guy wants, as if reading his deepest thoughts and desires. Andreas understood that his behavior had long been different from the original character, and this could be the reason for such an unexpected turn of events. The vampire honestly admitted that there was no guarantee that she would not kill him, but she immediately swore not to harm him. With a malicious smile, she assured him of her sincerity, but these words only strengthened Andreas's suspicions. Puzzled, he tried to decide whether he could trust her. Weighing the pros and cons of this risky alliance, the teacher's betrayal threatened many problems. He decided that he needed to learn more about vampires, hoping to find a book that would teach him how to control these dangerous creatures. The train stopped, and Andreas stepped onto the platform, struggling to carry a heavy suitcase that seemed to be filled with his fears and doubts. Money would have solved a lot, but the guy never gained any strength, he muttered, feeling tired from physical and emotional stress. Approaching the National Cemetery, Andreas realized that this was where the magicians collected corpses for their dark experiments. At the cemetery gates, he introduced himself as Jenny's third grandson, hoping that this lie would open the way for him to complete the task, and perhaps change his destiny. The man behind the gate asked if Andreas had brought flowers, to which he confidently replied that he had 13 irises in his hands, and he was allowed into the cemetery without any hindrance. Walking through the cemetery, Andreas noted that his memories of this place were cloudy and was relieved that his lie had worked. He soon noticed a man digging up corpses and complaining of severe back pain, which made Andreas wince in disgust. The red-haired, pale man, noticing Andreas, said with relief that he had arrived on time, while he clearly did not expect his appearance. Pointing to the newly dug-up body, the man briefly said that this is where the knight's corpse lies, clearly wanting to finish this grim business as quickly as possible. Andreas, feeling awkward and anxious, hesitantly thanked the man, trying not to betray his excitement and disgust. With difficulty pulling out the heavy corpse, Andreas quietly grumbled that it was very heavy, feeling all the muscles of his body tense. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he thought that he needed to hurry before it got dark. But then one of the graves caught his attention. The guy realized that he had seen a name written on this grave somewhere, trying to remember where he could have heard this name. A sudden realization hit him. He realized that this was the grave of Aura Master Nickel Lifehill, being greatly surprised by his discovery. Andreas remembered that this man had devoted 10 years to studying the way of the sword, and his grave here seemed like a strange mystery. At that moment, his attention was attracted by a second man in a gray robe, with a long gray beard whose appearance added a new mystery to the already mysterious situation. Andreas's lean body, hardened by endless training, is the epitome of strength and endurance, reflecting his relentless pursuit of perfection. Devoting his life to the art of the sword and mastering the secrets of the aura, Andreas reached incredible heights of skill, becoming a legend among warriors. Despite his incredible strength, the hero still met his end from old age, which became one of the most unexpected Easter eggs in the game. In the depths of Andreas's soul, curiosity about the true reason for his appearance in this world still lurked, like a riddle waiting to be solved. The secret that Nickel had become an unrivaled aura master remained hidden from everyone in this world, like a precious stone in the depths of the earth. The thought of creating a Death Knight from his body seemed to Andreas a tempting idea, promising incredible power and new possibilities. However, even the powerful Karen could not carry out such a transformation, which only emphasized the complexity and danger of this plan. With Andreas undergoing evolution, everything could change, opening a new chapter in his incredible story and expanding the boundaries of what is possible. Therefore, choosing a body with outstanding skills became a paramount task for Andreas, on which his future and strength depended. Addressing the pale red-haired man, Andreas said Sir Payman's name respectfully, awaiting an answer to his question. Payman, clearly unhappy with Andreas's request, categorically refused him, making it clear that his patience was running out. The lack of the Caron's permission became a major obstacle for Andreas, forcing Paimon to reject his request and explain his predicament. Lost in deep thought, Andreas searched for a suitable answer that could change the situation in his favor. The unexpected offer of the ring caused Paimon to look horrified, his gaze fixed on Andreas full of distrust and fear. A treasure with the Count's seal, capable of bringing untold riches, was hidden in this ring, opening up new opportunities for Andreas. The old ring, the magician's only treasure, became the key to achieving the desired result, and Andreas readily offered it in exchange. The promise to keep the secret from the teacher was Andreas's last argument, convincing his interlocutor to accept the precious gift. Andreas, pleased with the deal, reflected on the value of the fallen family's ring, which despite its history still had considerable value. Success accompanied Andreas, and now the body of the Aura Master was at his disposal, opening up new horizons for experiments. Andreas's vision of the future began to take shape, like a prophecy ready to come true. Returning home promised the beginning of intensive training in the art of necromancy, promising Andreas new strength and knowledge. The teacher instructed Andreas to clean up the experiment room, and he has already begun the task. Irritation grew in Andreas's soul, realizing that his cleaning skills were improving faster than his magical abilities. The desire to quickly complete the cleaning and begin training took possession of Andreas, urging him to carry out routine work. The bloody traces left after experiments with corpses disappeared under Andreas's hands, returning the room to purity. Thinking about the possibility of using the body of a master with current skills occupied Andreas, who understood that for now, his limit was only the creation of a skeleton. A sudden shout, full of anger and impatience, broke the silence of the laboratory, causing Andreas to flinch in surprise. Slowly, as if in a trance, the young man turned his head, preparing to meet his gaze with the source of that frightening voice. Surprise flashed across Andreas's face when he asked the captive if she had really been awake all this time. The vampire, imprisoned in a cage, recalled her promise to save Andreas's life, begging to be released from captivity. Approaching the vampire's cage, Andreas felt his heart beat faster from a mixture of fear and curiosity. Andreas's words that he was waiting for her to speak to him sounded mysterious, as if part of some secret plan. A smile lit up the vampire's exhausted face, as she asked hopefully if he had finally decided to take this risky step. Andreas's curiosity about the way Karen managed to capture the vampire was reflected in his question, full of genuine interest. The mention of the book she had read, which clarified all the questions, sounded intriguing, leaving the vampire in ignorance and confusion. The vampire's bewilderment grew with every second of Andreas's silence, his gaze only intensifying her anxiety and impatience. The emaciated figure of the vampire rising in the cage emphasized her desperate situation and readiness for decisive action. The death threat uttered by the vampire sounded like a last-ditch attempt to influence Andreas's decision, rushing him to make a final choice. Andreas's sudden decision to free the vampire brought a look of deep shock and disbelief on her face, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Desperation and determination mixed in Andreas's voice as he admitted that he could no longer obey the Charon. A mad gleam appeared in the vampire's eyes as she demanded the restraints be removed, her voice trembling with impatience. Andreas's words about the need to swear by family caused an expression of deep shock and confusion on the vampire's face. Continuing his thought, the guy insisted on the promise not to kill him, his voice sounding firm and confident. The vampire's reaction confirmed the truth of the information from the book Andreas read, strengthening his confidence. The knowledge of the inviolability of a vampire's oath gave Andreas courage in his risky plan. The girl's unexpected consent shocked the guy, making him momentarily doubt the reality of what was happening. The solemnly pronounced oath of the vampire, sealed in the name of Lucifer, sounded in the silence of the laboratory. The thought of the ease of achieving the goal flashed through Andreas's head, causing a mixture of surprise and disbelief. A game window that suddenly appeared informed the guy that a special condition had been met and a specimen capable of evolution had been found. Andreas's confusion did not escape the attentive gaze of the vampire, who impatiently inquired about the reason for the delay. The choice arose before the guy's eyes to use evolution or not, making his heart beat faster with excitement. The realization of the opportunity to test the skill before using it on Nickel filled Andreas with a mixture of delight and anxiety. The thought that the consequences of his actions would not be his problem flashed through Andreas's mind, giving him determination. The desperate cry of the girl accusing him of cheating echoed throughout the room. The decision to use the evolution skill was made by Andreas, and he activated it. Strange, unfamiliar sensations gripped the vampire's body, causing her to writhe in incomprehensible pain. A heartbreaking scream burst from the girl's chest. Her hands convulsively grabbed her head, as if trying to stop the unbearable torment. Horror was reflected on the face of Andreas, who watched the painful transformations of the vampire, unable to look away. Through the foam covering her lips, the vampire furiously accused the guy, calling him a freak and demanding an explanation for his action. A new attack of pain made the girl scream, her hands instinctively reaching for her throat, as if trying to pull something out of there. Andreas's thoughts were confused, trying to understand what had happened, when he saw the lifeless body of the vampire lying on the floor. Andreas's desperate plea for the vampire to pull herself together went unanswered, leaving him in the dark about the success of the experiment. Having gone down to the subway to experiment, Andreas, inspired by his new knowledge, decided that he could now safely begin calling for Nickel. Laying Nickel's body in a bloody circle, Andreas spoke the ritual words, feeling the tension build around him. Having begun the process of summoning the skeleton, Andreas felt the air around him filled with mystical energy. Using basic necromancy, the boy concentrated an eerie blue aura in his hands, preparing for the culmination of the ritual. Maximum concentration gripped Andreas. Every cell of his body tensed in the process of a complex ritual. The huge amount of mana required to summon even one skeleton forced the guy to strain all his magical powers. The skin of the corpse began to evaporate before Andreas's eyes, leaving only whitening bones folding into a skeleton. Successfully activating the skeleton summon marked the leveling of the skill, filling Andreas with a sense of pride and satisfaction. A satisfied smile lit up the guy's face as he contemplated the result of his labors, admiring the created creature. Delight filled Andreas, who realized that his creation surpassed the class of an ordinary skeleton, demonstrating a huge success. The state of mastery, symbolizing the peak of mastery, was a clear achievement that made Andreas's heart beat faster. Reflecting on the one trait that could only be achieved through hard work, Andreas marveled at the skill of the sword that the skeleton possessed in life. The gesture of the skeleton, pointing his finger as if wanting to say something, intrigued Andreas, making him wary. Curiosity gripped the guy as he thought about the possibility of taking the skeleton under his wing, anticipating new possibilities. The skeleton's slender fingers formed an okay gesture, giving a silent answer to Andreas's unspoken question. Andreas's words about the similarity of thoughts sounded in the silence of the laboratory, cementing the unusual union between the magician and his creation. The skeleton, holding a stick, demonstrated some kind of technique to Andreas, and the young man, watching carefully, asked about the correctness of his movements. Andreas's complaint about his body creaking from intense training expressed his physical stress and fatigue. The guy's gratitude for learning how to use his body was accompanied by a comparison between the skeleton and a mad aura master. Andreas discussed the possibility of comprehending aura and switching between it and mana, thanks to the special trait of the double core. Dreams of the path of a magical swordsman collecting mana in the heart and aura in the dantian filled Andreas with inspiration. Awareness of the complexity of the chosen path did not frighten Andreas, inspired by the example of the great Emperor Edmund. An unexpected bite from the skeleton on the arm caused the guy to cry out in pain and bewilderment, disrupting the course of the training. Andreas, stunned by the actions of the skeleton, asked again about the reason for the bite, while he gestured for him to concentrate. Surprise at the strength of the grip of the skeleton, seemingly consisting only of bones, was reflected in Andreas's question. The skeleton's explanation of his past and special powers emphasized the ease of his current training for his body. The promise to teach Andreas how to become a man came from the lips of a skeleton immersed in memories of the past. Andreas's loud cry, which echoed throughout the school, expressed his indignation and warned the skeleton of the consequences of new blows. As he sipped tea in his room, Andreas reflected on his missed class on necromancy and liberating nickel, wondering about his growth in the field. Having opened the game menu in front of him, the guy began to carefully study the data that appeared, running his fingers through the air. Andreas was surprised by the fact that he received 2 points in 5 hours, which turned out to be faster than he expected. The realization of a slowdown in progress after reaching the initial stage saddened the guy a little, but did not diminish his determination. The thought that Karen had not called him for a long time flashed through Andreas's head, causing a mixture of relief and wariness. A glance at the vampire sleeping in the cage, who had not changed in appearance, convinced Andreas that she had not noticed anything. Reflections on the slowness of the evolutionary process strengthened the guy's confidence in the success of the experiment. Sudden surprise crossed Andreas's face as he exclaimed, noticing something unexpected. The discovery of a skeleton sitting next to him all this time, brandishing a sword, made the guy flinch in surprise. Rubbing his eyes, Andreas addressed the skeleton, acknowledging its tirelessness as an undead, but still expressing his surprise. The boy's loud cry about potions expressed his desire to devote all his free time to training, using their help. Complaints about poverty and the inaccessibility of potions were accompanied by descriptions of healing red and regenerating purple potions. Thoughts about making potions yourself to save money were replaced by the realization of the complexity of the process and the lack of knowledge about the proportions of ingredients. The decision to attend some classes to fill gaps in knowledge seemed to Andreas the most reasonable way out of the current situation. Andreas walked into the classroom, holding the door open with his robe and his bag slung over his shoulder, catching everyone's attention. Exclamations from students about the appearance of Green in the classroom and speculation about his intentions to flirt with girls filled the room. Rising, Andreas heard discussions of his fallen family and questions about the reasons for his presence, to which he loudly declared his hearing. Andreas's hacked gaze slid over the faces of the students, reflecting his internal tension and alienation. Mentally calling himself to patience and invisibility, the guy once again looked around the class with an attentive gaze. Slowly rising through the audience, Andreas headed to one of the farthest desks, trying to avoid unnecessary attention. Silence fell over the audience as they waited for the third lecture to begin, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. Professor Vauban's intermediate herbalism lessons seemed identical to his in-game experience to Andreas, which gave him mixed feelings. The guy's impatience grew every minute as he mentally begged the professor to move on to discussing the proportions of the ingredients. The professor's announcement of the transition to a method of creating a potion to strengthen the body caused Andreas a surge of interest and attention. Surprise gripped the guy when he realized the discrepancy between the content of the lecture and his gaming experience, especially regarding the main ingredients of the potion. Andreas's thoughts about the complexity of the intermediate potion and the large number of side effects were reflected on his face, betraying his deep interest. Raising his hand, Andreas politely asked permission to ask a question, receiving the professor's approval. The guy's question about adding hongpishi extract and matarat root came as a surprise to everyone present. The girl with pink hair showed obvious interest in Andreas's words, looking carefully in his direction. The attention of the entire class turned to the guy. Many were perplexed about the need for the ingredients he mentioned. The professor, adjusting his glasses, curiously asked Andreas about the reasons for adding these components. The professor's ironic remark about making soup instead of a potion caused chuckles in the audience, but did not bother Andreas. The thought that the recipe had not yet been discovered in this world flashed through the guy's head, explaining the discrepancy in knowledge. Leaving the lecture, Andreas reflected that his knowledge exceeded the level of teaching, despite his best efforts to attend the class. The idea of self-study seemed increasingly attractive to Andreas after his disappointment in the lecture. Someone's presence behind him made the guy wary, feeling increased interest in himself. Recognizing the girl with pink hair from the lecture in the pursuer, Andreas noticed her embarrassed look. In the laboratory of the Earth Academy, Andreas intently studied the test tubes, preparing for the next experiment. The attempt to create a potion ended in failure, causing the guy disappointment and annoyance. Watching the boiling black smoke, Andreas noted with annoyance another failure, without losing, however, his determination to continue. Despite knowing the recipe, Andreas was aware of the need for a reliable method of creating the potion and the high cost of materials, which threatened to ruin him. The thought of help flashed through the guy's head, but he immediately rejected it, considering it impossible that anyone would want to help someone like him. An unexpected knock on the door and someone's curious peeking interrupted Andreas's thoughts. A girl with pink hair timidly looked into the room, opening the door slightly and meeting the guy's gaze. Entering the room, she announced her guess about Andreas's whereabouts, causing him great surprise. Nervousness gripped the guy, realizing the presence of the game character in reality. Andreas recognized the girl as Lucia Everlast, a talented potion creator and one of the key characters in the game. Bewilderment about the reasons for her appearance here was mixed with the realization of the impossibility of intimacy between them. Lucia noted the smell of smoke, evidence of Andreas's many failed attempts at creating potions. The guy answered the girl's question about his activities evasively, calling it a secret. Internally, Andreas complained about the wasted time in class and the new problem in the person of Lucia. Continuing his business, the guy ignored the girl's presence, which caused her slight irritation. Lucia's comment about Andreas's rudeness met the guy's hope for her quick departure. The girl's words about her reluctance to take initiative nevertheless interested Andreas, forcing him to listen. Leaning towards the table, Lucia unexpectedly invited Andreas to study together, taking him by surprise with this proposal. The pink-haired girl, gracefully bending down with a sly smile, asked Andreas if this idea seemed very intriguing and promising to him. In the depths of his soul, Andreas Cromwell understood that refusing such a tempting offer would be extremely unwise and even disastrous for his future plans. The mediocre and long-haired guy, having collected his thoughts, decided to clarify the true motives of his interlocutor, trying to unravel her mysterious intentions. Lucia Everlast, raising an eyebrow in surprise, asked if her desire to find a research partner seemed so strange and unusual to him. The pink-haired sorceress, smiling, admitted that the only reward she longs to receive is sincere gratitude and recognition of her merits. With undisguised enthusiasm, Lucia shared her impatience in anticipation of creating a unique potion hitherto unknown to this mysterious world. Andreas, immersed in memories, remembered his unsuccessful attempts to independently brew this mysterious and complex potion that Lucia was talking about. The true reason for Lucia's outstanding abilities in potions lay not in her innate talent, but in a fatal illness that pushed her onto the path of knowledge. Even the most eminent doctors and experienced pharmacists were powerless against her illness, forcing the girl to immerse herself in the independent study of alchemy and potions. This mysterious disease, seemingly out of nowhere, was the product of the mysterious system that controls this fantasy world. Andreas realized that only those who completed this game to the end could find a cure for this mysterious illness tormenting Lucia. The mediocre magician could not help but admit his luck in meeting such an intelligent and talented girl, because the last thing he wanted was for his true essence as a black magician to be revealed. Lucia seemed to have caught snippets of conversation during the lesson, and, driven by curiosity and interest, decided to immediately meet with Andreas to discuss what she had heard. Lost in thought, Andreas realized that a connection with Lucia could result in the collapse of all his plans, so he decided to reject her proposal, citing lack of interest. Suddenly, Lucia uttered a mysterious phrase about peony mushrooms, which incredibly surprised and puzzled Andreas, making him wary and listen. The pink-haired potion maker explained that although Andreas did not mention this ingredient in class, it should definitely be added to the potion to achieve the desired effect. With enthusiasm in her voice, Lucia suggested that adding this ingredient now could be the key to successfully creating the mystery potion. Andreas, without hiding his irritation, accused the girl of selfish intentions, suggesting that she, being a rich woman, would only use him and leave him as soon as she achieved her goal. Lucia, without losing her composure, decided to give Andreas time to think, confident that he would soon change his mind and agree to cooperate. Watching Lucia's retreating figure, Andreas mentally protested that his decision would remain unchanged, despite her belief to the contrary. The mediocre magician understood that even without being distracted by extraneous factors, the risks of cooperation with Lucia would still be too great and unpredictable. Andreas was confident that he could independently find the required proportions for the potion, realizing that the main problem remained only the lack of financial resources. Lost in thought, the guy came to the conclusion that the primary task was to find a way to earn the necessary amount for experiments. Andreas Cromwell thought hard, trying to find something that could be used to achieve his goal and replenish his wallet. The mediocre and lame magician continued to train diligently, improving his skills in controlling the skeleton he had summoned earlier, hoping to gain some benefit from this skill. Andreas, turning to the summoned skeleton, noted with surprise his ability to notice any distractions and loss of concentration of his master. After a grueling training, the mediocre magician decided to carefully consider his situation, racking his brains over ways to earn much-needed money. The only thought that came to Andreas's mind was to beg his sister for financial help, because she had recently written about how much she missed him. The guy wondered if the old Andreas would really act in a similar way, using family feelings for selfish purposes. Having rejected this idea, Cromwell realized that no matter how desperate his situation was, it was unacceptable to raise money in such a low way. Suddenly, someone noticed Andreas as he walked near the academic building, lost in his thoughts. A certain graceful girl with long black hair, noticing him, wondered with surprise whether this was really the same Andreas Cromwell. She noted with disbelief that Andreas was walking with a book in his hand, as if he had decided to radically change and take the path of correction. However, the girl was sure that even if outwardly he had changed, his rotten essence remained the same, incapable of true rebirth. At that moment, Andreas suddenly realized that he had overlooked something extremely important that could seriously affect his position. It turned out that this dark-haired girl is none other than Diane Alvin, a brilliant sorceress and another dangerous character in the academy who could easily take his life. Andreas remembered that they were close in childhood, and now if he decides to talk to her, she will probably want to kill him for all the terrible things he has done. Andreas mused grimly that at least his sudden death at the hands of Diane would not arouse much suspicion, given his past misdeeds. After weighing all the options, the mediocre magician came to the conclusion that turning to his sister for financial help was indeed the best solution in the current situation. Wasting no time, Andreas went to the capital of Rodlin, known for its beauty and luxury, hoping to meet his sister. Wandering through the elegant premises, the guy muttered to himself that the right place must be somewhere nearby. Suddenly there was a cry of joy, glad that he had come. Andreas's sister exclaimed that she had sent him many letters, but had not received a single answer. Andreas, turning to his sister, justified himself by the need for part-time work, surprised that Ami, being a lady from a count's family, was doing such a thing. The younger sister, smiling, replied that this was not like him at all, but in any case, Andreas was not to blame for the current situation. The guy sat, huddled and nervous, drinking something his sister offered and trying to collect his thoughts. Ami, noticing the tense expression on her brother's face, asked if he needed money again, shrewdly guessing the reason for his visit. Handing Andreas the envelope, the sister explained that she had foreseen a similar situation and had prepared the necessary amount in advance. Ami carefully asked her brother not to waste the money, hoping that he would use it wisely. Andreas, sincerely thanking his sister, promised to repay the debt, which incredibly surprised the girl, who was not accustomed to such responsibility on his part. Suddenly, Ami asked about Andreas's ring, which put the guy into a state of genuine shock and confusion. Trying to get out, Andreas lied that he took off the ring so as not to lose it, to which his sister doubtfully asked whether he really cares so much about the family heirloom. Realizing the impossibility of admitting the truth, the guy only aggravated the suspicions of his alarmed sister, who persistently inquired whether he had committed something irreparable. Ami, sensing that there was something left unsaid, demanded a direct answer from her brother, not allowing him to evade or leave things out. Andreas, stuttering and making long pauses, hardly squeezed out words of sincere regret, realizing the pain he had caused his sister. Amy, without holding back her emotions, abruptly stood up from the table and demanded that her brother leave her house immediately, not wanting to see him again. Turning around, she angrily told him not to come again and not even think about returning the money, to which Andreas anxiously tried to stop her. Shouting out after his departing sister, the guy swore that he would definitely return the ring, desperately trying to rectify the situation. Ami, not wanting to listen to her brother's excuses, left the room, leaving Andreas alone with his thoughts about how precious this relic was to his sister. The first time he saw his sister so angry, the guy felt the full weight of his offense, feeling incredibly lousy. Andreas firmly decided that he must return the ring as soon as possible, understanding the importance of this for restoring relations with his sister. Immersed in philosophical reflection, the guy thought about the meaning of life if he simply existed without trying to correct his mistakes. Remembering the tragedy in which he was the only survivor, Andreas realized the value of family ties and the importance of atonement. Having made his final decision, Andreas realized that he must return the ring at any cost, and is ready to accept Lucia's offer, despite all the risks. Lucia's sonorous voice broke the silence of the room, calling Andreas to get up and stretch, reproaching him for a week of inactivity and comparing him to a recluse, adding that only people lead such a lifestyle. Andreas, irritably, noticed that while he was working hard, Lucia herself also did not show much activity, preferring rest to work. The mediocre magician admitted that devoting all his free time to research and training greatly exhausts him, depriving him of strength and energy. Andreas's gaze fell on Lucia, who was carelessly sleeping on the sofa, which only increased his irritation and sense of injustice. Unable to restrain himself, the guy asked with annoyance why it seemed to him that he was the only one who really worked, to which Lucia lazily replied, attributing everything to his rich imagination. Mentally noting that the girl constantly pisses him off, Andreas suggested that she get busy instead of lying idle on the bed. Unexpectedly, Lucia gave good advice to reduce the amount of grass and add some tree essence, to which Andreas, to his surprise, agreed, recognizing the wisdom of the proposal. Lucia's amazing intuition often became the key to solving difficult problems, causing Andreas to indeed a good idea. Concentratedly pouring the red liquid into the main flask, the guy watched as the surface of the potion began to become covered with small bubbles, foreshadowing the success of the experiment. Carefully taking the dropper, Andreas collected a small amount of the resulting potion, preparing for the next stage of the alchemical process. With utmost care, he began to pour the contents of the pipette drop by drop into another flask, carefully monitoring the reaction and the change in color of the liquid. Suddenly, drops of the potion caused a violent reaction. The entire mixture in the flask began to swirl, emitting a mysterious purple smoke. A game window appeared before Andreas's eyes, informing him of the successful production of a potion that strengthened the body, which caused him a surge of joy and inspiration. Hearing Andreas's exclamation, Lucia anxiously asked if she had failed again, preparing to console her upset partner. The guy, without hiding his delight, hastened to please Lucia, informing her of the long-awaited success of their joint efforts. Andreas noticed with surprise that he had received a new talent, immersed in thoughts about the significance of this unexpected acquisition. Realizing that it was possible to develop talents if certain conditions were met opened up new perspectives for Andreas, forcing him to think about the potential of his abilities. The guy noted that the success rate was only 32%, which was even less than with the evolution of the mysterious vampire he remembered. Admired by the lack of side effects, Andreas decided that it was time to decide on further actions and the use of the resulting potion. Lucia suggested submitting an application to the Potions Evaluation Committee, noting the possibility of daily use of their creation. Andreas, feeling tired, asked Lucia to do it herself, arguing that he had already done all the dirty work. The girl reluctantly agreed, promising to take care of it despite her own busy schedule. The guy couldn't resist exclaiming, reminding Lucia that all this time she was just lying there and messing around, not taking an active part in the work. Andreas's thoughts returned to the evolving vampire, noting that there were still 14 days left before the process was completed, which added intrigue to his already busy life. The vampire, lying in agony, tried to understand what was happening to her, why her whole body was languishing in unbearable pain caused by the mysterious process of evolution. A voice from the train's loudspeaker asked students to gather in one place upon arrival at the midterm exam station for an explanation of the rules. Andreas, lost in thought, assumed that the first part of the exam would not be particularly difficult for Lucia, given her outstanding abilities. The guy remembered that the final part of the test would take place in a mysterious magic tower, which added excitement and intrigue. Recalling his diligent training, Andreas noted a significant improvement in his fencing and necromancy skills, which gave him confidence. He identified his main goal as successfully passing this intermediate exam, understanding its importance for further training. Andreas's thoughts returned to the vampire whose evolution was about to end, reminding himself to check on her condition. The guy was pondering the possibility of finding a suitable excuse to sneak away and personally verify the results of the mysterious transformation. Nearby, Andreas noticed a conversation between Diana and some blonde, discussing possible topics for the upcoming midterm exams. The blonde suggested that the tasks and composition of the teams would be formed randomly, noting that if everything went well, the exam could turn out to be quite simple. Diana, without losing confidence, said that it does not matter to her who is on her team, since she will cope with any situation. The blonde, lowering her voice to a whisper, began to explain that in fact everything is not as simple as it might seem at first glance. The blonde, pointing her finger at Andreas, asked Diana what she would do if she ended up in the same group with him, hinting at possible difficulties. Andreas, keeping a serious look, without giving any indication that he had heard the conversation, carefully placed the book in his briefcase, preparing for his arrival. Diana, taken by surprise by this question, hesitated, not knowing what to answer, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. The teacher's voice announced his arrival at the Orkland training station a minute later, breaking the tense atmosphere among the students. The teacher ordered all students to leave the train in preparation for the start of the examination tests. Students dressed in matching robes began to exit the train, creating an impressive picture of unity and readiness for challenges. The teacher recalled the rules of the midterm exam, emphasizing the random assignment of students and the variety of tasks for each group. It was announced that each group would consist of 3 students, 2 from the Warriors department, 1 from the Magic department, and an observer. The students were informed that they would have until Monday to complete the assignment, after which the teacher wished good luck to all participants. As the announcement of the groups began, Andreas felt a growing excitement, realizing the importance of the upcoming test. The guy mentally noted that there were many villains at the academy besides him and Karen, and as luck would have it, 2 of them ended up in his group. Andreas realized with alarm that his team included the player's first enemy, the bodybuilder Khazar Gapri, and the crazy woman Vivian, foreshadowing difficult trials. Andreas, depressed by the current situation, gloomily reflected on his unenviable luck, which seemed to be even worse than the character of his game character. Suddenly, someone turned to the guy, forcing him to turn around, distracting him from his dark thoughts. In front of him stood a blue-haired young man who introduced himself as Christopher, saying that they were in the same group. Christopher, not hiding his hostility, warned Andreas to stay away, despite the fact that he was clearly training hard. The other members of the group tried to greet the blue-haired guy, but he only gave them a contemptuous look, not hiding his disgust. One of the group members, observing what was happening, noticed that they did not seem to have the most sociable people. The green-haired girl, who introduced herself as Vivian, greeted the others, confirming her reputation as a crazy lady. The blue-haired guy, unable to restrain himself, began to be indignant, asking who they were to communicate with him at all. Andreas, listening to these squabbles, mentally cursed, considering them idiots and wanting to stop the pointless arguments. Suddenly, the guy realized that these people were far from the only problems in his group. Anticipating difficulties, The observer on their team was Ivy Clare, a buff Yankee woman who stood off to the side, casually smoking a cigarette. Andreas realized with horror that they had received perhaps the worst composition of all possible, which did not bode well. The teacher announced that as soon as all members of the group gathered together, they could go to receive the task, thereby starting the tests. The teacher admonished the group, urging them to try, and Andreas realized with a heavy heart how difficult it would be to work with such a group. The train started moving again, and someone from the group suggested starting acquaintances, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere. The Yankee observer introduced herself as Ivy Clare, assigned to the 9th group, her tone not expressing much enthusiasm. Ivy took out the assignment sheet, showing it to the students and urging them to read the contents carefully. Showing complete indifference, the observer asked if the group had any further questions. Andreas mentally noted that in reality, Ivy turned out to be much more aggressive than her image in the game, which did not bode well. The guy remembered that besides the information that she would become the youngest Aura Master, practically nothing was known about her. Andreas thought about Ivy's extraordinary abilities, but her personality raised many questions and concerns in him. The observer, grinning, asked if it was true that Andreas was trying to imitate the knights, which she allegedly heard about. With clear contempt, Ivy asked if a pathetic wizard like him could even do push-ups, hinting at his physical weakness. Andreas couldn't help but retort that he didn't want to hear that from someone who had to chew beef jerky to look cool, showing his willingness to fight back. The observer responded sharply, reminding her of the smoking ban, and threateningly asked if Andreas wanted her to chew him, to which the guy mentally prayed for his speedy arrival. Finally, the group arrived at Castle Defense, gradually approaching the imposing structure. A blonde baron named Bolerick greeted the arrivals, noting that they had come a long way. The baron, sitting at the table opposite the observer, announced his intention to bring them up to date, mentioning some stain on his reputation. He began the story of the landlord of the village of Trim, his nephew who was a baronet without a surname, gradually revealing the details of the situation. Having completed his story, the baron noted that this is all the information known to him at the moment. Observer Ivy Clare briefly thanked the baron for the information he provided, maintaining her usual equanimity. Suddenly a servant approached the baron, bowed respectfully and addressed him, calling him his lord. The servant began to say something about the young master, attracting the attention of everyone present. Andreas carefully watched what was happening, trying to grasp the essence of the conversation between the baron and the servant. The guy's gaze was focused as much as possible on these two, trying not to miss a single detail of their interaction. After the butler's words, the baron fell into deep thought, absent-mindedly tugging at his beard. Rising suddenly, the baron excused himself, citing urgent matters, and left the room, wishing everyone good luck in completing the task. The butler, apologizing for his rudeness, said that the young master was not feeling well, explaining the baron's sudden departure. Ivy Clare calmly replied that they had received all the necessary information and would soon leave the castle. Andreas noticed that the butler was not taking his gaze off him, which caused the guy vague concern. Leaving Castle Defense, the observer turned to the blue-haired guy, praising him for looking after the equipment. Ivy thoughtfully noted that the baron was too calm for a man whose nephew had disappeared, adding that the whole situation stinks. Turning to Andreas, she asked if that was why he insisted on leaving immediately, to which the guy confirmed that the whole situation looked extremely suspicious. Andreas noted that the part of the story about the disappearance of the people sent to investigate the case, suggesting that the whole story could be fabricated. The guy also drew attention to the fact that sending only one group a whole month after the incident looks unusual. However, the strangest thing, according to Andreas, was the behavior of the butler. The butler persistently suggested that they spend the night in the castle and leave the next day, which aroused additional suspicions. The group politely declined the offer, citing the urgency of the task and thanking them for their concern. The butler, clearly irritated by the refusal, dryly noted that work apparently came first. Andreas noticed how, after their refusal to stay the night, the butler's gaze changed, as if some of his plans had failed. The guy noted obvious signs of anxiety in the butler, tremors, rapid breathing, and strange behavior, which only strengthened his suspicions. Andreas summed up his observations, confidently concluding that the inhabitants of the castle were clearly hiding something. The group decided to head immediately to the village of Trim, boarding a carriage in preparation for the upcoming investigation. The horses harnessed to the carriage rushed at incredible speed, taking them away from the mysterious castle. Along the way, they discussed the possibility of finding accommodations for the night upon arrival, but observer Ivy insisted on the priority of the investigation. Ivy suggested starting with the landlord's castle, considering it the most logical first step. Suddenly, Andreas felt something wrong, instinctively grabbing the pin on his robe. The guy noticed with alarm that his mana suddenly began to tremble, which was an extremely unusual phenomenon. As he approached the village, the mana tremor became stronger and more intense, causing Andreas to wonder what was happening. Suddenly, the entire team was startled by a sudden and frightening sight, causing them to scream in surprise and horror. They shouted to the coachman, demanding to stop immediately, realizing the growing danger. The blue-haired guy, with undisguised fear on his face, tried to attract the coachman's attention, sensing the approach of something terrible. To their horror, they saw that the coachman seemed to have gone mad, foaming at the mouth, and the horses were behaving just as wildly and uncontrollably. The carriage was rushing at an abnormal, frightening speed, threatening the lives of all passengers and leaving them no chance of salvation. The whole group screamed in panic, not understanding what was happening to the coachman and how they could escape from this situation. Ivy, realizing the seriousness of the situation, decisively broke out the carriage window, trying to find a way out of the deadly trap. Due to the incredible speed, the carriage began to fall apart, threatening the lives of passengers. The observer realized with horror that the curse had already taken effect, and there was no time left to prevent it. She shouted to everyone to prepare for the inevitable impact, realizing that disaster could not be avoided. Ivy warned that they were about to crash into the main gate, preparing the group for the worst. The horses, having lost control, turned over, dragging the carriage along with them in a terrible rotation. Finally, the carriage, having lost speed, crashed into the gate with a deafening roar, frozen in an unnatural position. The coachman lay unconscious on the ground, a victim of strange circumstances. Villagers crowded around him, moving in a strange, unnatural dance, as if obeying someone's evil will. 3 full moons illuminated this eerie scene, and all the inhabitants seemed to dance under their ominous influence. The group, amazed by what they saw, warily watched what was happening, trying to comprehend the situation. Rising after the fall, they looked around carefully, trying to understand the scale of what was happening. Their eyes were attracted by these strangely dancing people, whose movements seemed to cause them pain, but they could not stop. The blue-haired guy turned to Andreas, demanding an explanation of what was happening, relying on his knowledge as a wizard. Andreas, deep in thought, suddenly realized the true nature of what was happening, realizing that this was not just a tremor of mana. With horror, he realized that such a reaction of mana could only mean one thing. Black magic was involved, which explained all the strangeness of what was happening. The villagers, gripped by a strange illness, foamed at the mouth as they continued their grueling dance in defiance of all logic and common sense. Suddenly, one of the unfortunate people was grabbed and pressed to the cold asphalt, interrupting his endless movement in this crazy round dance of curse. Vivian, a girl with green hair, held the captured one tightly while the rest of the team watched closely. Surprise showed on Vivian's face when she realized that the strength with which the captive resisted was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary child. The dancer's feet, covered with bloody calluses, showed continuous movement, confirming Andreas's guess about the nature of this terrible curse. The realization of the connection between their mission and this mysterious curse began to clear in the minds of the team members, opening up new horizons for investigation. Andreas, analyzing the situation, noted that the disappearance of the landlord a month ago and the survival of the residents indicate someone's secret patronage. Christophus, a young man with blue hair, looked at Andreas in amazement, amazed at the depth of his conclusions and insight. The observation center, having assessed the current situation, admitted that the team was drawn into an extremely confusing and unpredictable case. Deep down, Makoto Kaneshiro, hiding behind the image of Andreas, thought that his character should not have died at this stage of the game. The thought that accepting the butler's offer and staying in the castle would allow the Baron to hide the evidence flashed through the heads of the team members. However, their immediate departure to the village changed the course of events, opening up new unexplored paths for the plot and complicating their mission. Andreas, assessing the scale of the danger, mentally compared the enemy's strength with the level of Karen, realizing the seriousness of the situation in which they found themselves. The ability to cast such a large-scale spell seemed extremely unusual, causing the team to question the nature of the forces they were about to face. A sudden insight came to Andreas. The thought of the possible possession of the artifact by their enemy gave rise to new questions and fears. Noticing the change in Andreas's expression, the rest of the team turned to him with curiosity and concern, trying to understand the reason for his surprise. Andreas, holding back his guesses, suggested that they first inspect the Fief Lord's house in order to gather more information before drawing conclusions. Approaching the house, the team was horrified to discover 3 burning corpses on both sides of the fence, which only increased the oppressive atmosphere of what was happening. Wasting no time in the ceremony, they decisively knocked down the castle doors, preparing for any surprises that might await them inside. Entering inside, they found themselves in a dusty room where it seemed that time had stopped, preserving traces of the tragic events. Carefully looking around, the team members tried not to miss a single detail that could shed light on what happened here. The castle hall was a horrific sight. Lifeless bodies lay everywhere, creating a picture of a mass tragedy. All the dead had the same facial expression, mouths slightly open, white eyes reminiscent of signs of rabies, which suggested a single source of their death. Christophe, a guy with blue hair, suddenly noticed something that caught his attention and caused him obvious surprise. Voicing his guess, Christophe asked the team if the clothes of the dead belonged to Imperial investigators, which could explain their presence here. Andreas, having assessed the condition of the bodies, came to the conclusion that considerable time had passed since their deaths, complicating the investigation. Realizing the scale of the problem, Andreas suggested that they might not be able to cope with this matter on their own. Outside help was required. Analyzing what he saw, Andreas was inclined to think that behind all this was the work of a black magician with incredible power. He theorized that someone had amplified the emotions of the restrained people, converting their magical power into a powerful source of energy for their dark purposes. Ivy Claire, an observer, reminded the team that the power of black magicians comes from light emotions, which confirmed Andreas's theory. It was suggested that the landlord was probably killed because he was interfering with the plans of the attackers, which explained his disappearance. Christophe noticed the burning bodies at the entrance, suggesting that this could be part of some kind of black magic ritual. Ivy Claire stressed the importance of catching the criminals to uncover the full truth, calling on the team to take further action. Deciding to thoroughly explore the estate, the team split up and went searching for clues, hoping to find a clue to this dark mystery. Having gathered again, the team members were disappointed to note that they had not found anything significant, not even the body of the landlord, which only deepened the mystery. Vivian, a girl with green hair, suddenly called out to Hazar, asking him to come and look at something outside the castle. What they saw deeply shocked Andreas, making his heart beat faster with surprise and anxiety. A terrifying picture appeared before their eyes. Countless people were approaching the castle, clearly under the influence of dark magic. Andreas instantly realized that the black magician had made his move, and now they would have to face the consequences of his sinister plans. Wild-eyed people approached the castle, and the team, overcome with anxiety, feverishly thought about their further actions. Andreas suggested that they had been spotted, as if someone had been waiting for them to appear on the estate, which added to the feeling of being trapped. In desperation, the students turned to Supervisor Ivy Claire, seeking advice and guidance in this critical situation. Ivy, assessing the danger, ordered the search to cease and retreat, instructing Khazar to find a safe route for the team to evacuate. Khazar immediately began searching for a way to escape, realizing that the lives of all members of the group depended on his actions. Suddenly, during his search, Khazar encountered something so shocking that it made him freeze in place. To the horror of the team, a crowd of animated corpses began to enter the building through the windows, turning the castle into a real nightmare. Having reached the second floor, these terrible creatures began to attack Khazar, surrounding him on all sides and cutting off his path to retreat. Christophus, without hesitation for a second, rushed to the aid of Khazar, realizing that every second could cost the life of his comrade. Upon reaching Khazar, Christophus attempted to drag him to safety while simultaneously creating a barrier between them and the advancing monsters. Christophus, aware of the importance of each member of the team, loudly called for the others to protect their wizard, realizing his key role in their survival. He declared his intention to stand in the vanguard, willing to sacrifice himself for the safety of his comrades and the success of the mission. Suddenly, Christopher's pupils constricted and his face contorted in shock as he saw something that completely changed his understanding of what was happening. At the moment when Christopher was speaking, strange people got too close, and suddenly there was a powerful explosion, the source of which remained unknown. Christopher was thrown back by the force of the explosion, his body flying limply through the air before collapsing to the floor. Andreas, amazed by what was happening, froze in complete shock, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Christopher's face was covered in blood, which caused Andreas even greater horror and concern for the life of his comrade. The team screamed in panic, trying to help Christopher. Their voices echoed throughout the castle. The blue-haired guy's name, picking it up. The team heard Ivy's warning about the new wave. Ivy, carrying Andreas, commanded the retreat, ordering Vivian to jump out the window, realizing that this was the only way to salvation. Strange people, as if possessed, continued to advance, trying to get to the team at any cost. Ivy, with Andreas on her back, decisively jumped out of the window, realizing that every second counted. Landing on the ground, Ivy tried to soften the blow for Andreas, risking her own safety. She loudly ordered the others to run as quickly as possible, aware that their lives depended on the speed of their retreat. Having come to his senses, Andreas remembered his recent operation, realizing how ill-timed his weakened state had been. Gathering all the remaining aura, Andreas began to cast spells, using sliding magic to speed up the team's retreat. Following the slide, Andreas used an earthen shield, creating additional protection for the team from their pursuers. Ivy warned Andreas against the reckless use of magic, reminding him of the possibility of tracking the black magician. Andreas, having assessed the situation, confidently stated that he could complete this task right now, despite his condition. He explained that thanks to good rest, he had accumulated enough mana to easily detect the source of dark magic. Concentrating, Andreas cast a mana detection spell, hoping to find the trace of the black mage. The magical scan covered a wide area, analyzing every echo of magical energy in the area. Suddenly, Andreas felt a rush of adrenaline. He discovered the location of the black magician, opening up new opportunities for counteraction. Andreas quickly got his bearings and informed the group that the source of the problem was in the house at 9 o'clock, about 100 meters away, adding that everything was done well. Without wasting a second, the entire group rushed in the direction indicated by Andreas, hoping to catch the culprit by surprise. As they rushed towards their goal, a strange figure of a man in the window watched them, clearly worried about their approach. The man in the white, creepy mask looked unhappy, realizing that he had failed to remain unnoticed. In the tense silence, Ivy Claire decisively broke down the door of the house, preparing for a confrontation. The observer confidently stated that they seemed to be on the right track, and that this was where the black magician was probably hiding. The rest of the group didn't have time to follow Ivy in when suddenly a strange pink glow appeared in the doorway, shocking them. With horror, they realized that they had fallen into a skillfully laid trap. Ivy, trying to investigate the strange red glow, admitted with annoyance that they had been cleverly deceived. Suddenly, a zombie appeared behind the observer, addressing her and causing the girl to be in a state of deep shock. The zombie moaned piteously about the unbearable pain, adding to the horror of the situation. Turning around and seeing this impossible sight, Ivy was shocked to the core, unable to believe her eyes. Andreas, trying to use his magical power to remove the trap, realized with despair that his abilities were absolutely powerless here. Suddenly, Andreas heard the phrase "what a pity," which caused him great surprise and made him think. These words echoed in his head, repeating like a mantra, "What a pity, what a pity," like a moth flying to a flame. Turning around, the guy saw with horror how a strange purple dome began to form over the city. This mysterious dome grew rapidly, completely covering the entire city from above. Andreas froze in complete shock, witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time in his life. The words reached his ears that there was no need to rush, bow to the full will of God in the name of Lena, making him wonder if it was really about that same Lena. The guy stood deep in thought, trying to understand why this name came up right now. He remembered the name of the game, The Great Sin, where, starting with Lena, 7 mortal players separated from the main body of the Apocalypse Codex. Andreas realized that by collecting them all, he could summon the final boss of the game. Realizing the importance of these items for the plot, the guy fell into deep thought, not noticing the zombies approaching him. Fortunately, other members of the group noticed the danger in time and quickly eliminated the zombies who intended to attack the thoughtful Andreas. The guy was thinking about how strange it was that a name associated with Lena appeared in this small village, which was not even mentioned in the main storyline. Andreas realized that he could not solve this mystery alone, and decided that it was necessary to join forces with the rest of the group. An ominous crowd of strange people, reminiscent of zombies, was inexorably approaching. Their lifeless eyes burned with an eerie fire, and their hands reached out to the living, thirsting for fresh flesh. Vivian, a girl with emerald hair, rushed towards her former comrades as if possessed, brandishing a sharp blade and cutting through the air with frightening precision. Vivian's face was splattered with blood, and madness danced in her eyes as she furiously shouted curses, calling death upon the heads of those around her. Andreas, confused and worried, approached Khazar, his teammate, to find out the reason for Vivian's strange behavior. Khazar, not hiding his surprise at the sudden appearance of Andreas, exhaled with relief, admitting that he had never seen Vivian in such a state before. Andreas, nodding gloomily, shared his suspicions regarding the mysterious music library, which he did not trust from the very beginning. Despite his reluctance to leave his comrades in trouble, Andreas decided to play along with the situation, hoping to unravel the mystery of what was happening and save his friends. Khazar told of the sorry state of affairs. The observer was trapped inside the barrier, and now the team found itself in an extremely difficult situation. Suddenly, Andreas again heard Lena's mysterious voice, repeating words of regret, which made the guy tremble, and disturbing thoughts began to swirl in his head. The mysterious voice continued to broadcast, accusing Andreas of killing defenseless residents. The young man mentally objected, suspecting the machinations of a black magician. Andreas, analyzing the situation, suggested that the sinister magician was most likely located next to Ivy's observer, weaving his dark spell. Khazar, realizing the danger facing Ivy, decisively declared his intention to go in search of her, instructing Andreas to take care of the rest of the team. Andreas, watching Khazar, mentally noted the obviousness of his intentions, but admitted that this was still better than getting a knife in the back from a traitor. Vivian, overcome with uncontrollable rage, continued her merciless battle with the strange creatures, her blade relentlessly cutting through the air, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Andreas, watching what was happening, darkly reflected on the treachery of the black magician who had driven Vivian crazy, realizing that any mistake could cost him his life. The girl, as if possessed by demons, waved her arms in different directions. Her movements were chaotic and unpredictable, like a puppet in the hands of a mad puppeteer. Andreas's face contorted in shock as he realized that Vivian would not be able to escape the impending danger, his heart stopping in anticipation of the inevitable. However, contrary to all expectations, Vivian showed incredible dexterity, cutting through the crowd of monsters with lightning speed with one powerful blow of her sword. Andreas froze in complete amazement, unable to believe his eyes. Vivian not only dodged the attack, but also carried out a brilliant counterattack, demonstrating incredible skill. The bitter realization came to Andreas that the senseless bloodshed was nothing more than a shameful waste of valuable resources, and this thought filled his heart with heaviness. Suddenly Andreas felt a gaze on him, and turning around, noticed a man in a white mask on the roof, who seemed to be watching them all this time. Noticing the mysterious figure, Andreas mentally grinned, thinking that now was just the right time for the main boss to appear, as if in some kind of science fiction novel. The masked man, as if reading Andreas's thoughts, spoke. His voice was calm and confident. He noted the young man's extraordinary composure in such a tense situation. The stranger, in an act of unexpected generosity, offered Andreas the chance to take some kind of test, extending his hand in recognition of his growing potential and strength. The ground beneath Andreas's feet seemed to tremble as he realized the seriousness of the proposal, his mind feverishly contemplating the possible consequences of this unexpected turn of events. Internally irritated, Andreas mentally cursed, realizing that his initial calculations turned out to be incorrect, and the situation took a completely unpredictable turn. An unknown force suddenly lifted Andreas off the ground, making him aware of his carelessness and vulnerability in the face of an unknown threat. The young man's face froze in mute amazement, his words stuck in his throat, unable to express the shock that was gripping him at what was happening. Horror gripped Andreas as he noticed that his skin and body began to dissolve, as if being consumed by an invisible flame, disintegrating into tiny particles. Andreas's body, undergoing a strange transformation, began to emit a mysterious purple aura, giving him an almost otherworldly appearance. Anxious thoughts swirled in Andreas's head. He desperately tried to understand the nature of the changes happening to him. Looking at his hands, Andreas was surprised to find military gloves on them, and a gloomy guess about the curse pierced his mind. Suddenly aware of himself in military uniform, Andreas thought with alarm that all previous events could only be a bizarre dream. The young soldier, who turned out to be Andreas, sat in cover behind some objects while a chaos of explosions and flying debris raged around him. Cautiously looking out from his shelter, Andreas desperately tried to find at least someone in this hell, hoping for salvation or help. Holding his wounded head from which blood was oozing, Andreas painfully tried to remember where his comrades were and what happened. Gathering his last strength, the young man decided to leave his hiding place and go in search of survivors, hoping to find answers to the questions tormenting him. Suddenly, Andreas's gaze fell on something terrifying. His pupils constricted in shock, and his body froze in a daze. Among the raging flames, Andreas saw a strange human figure, whose presence seemed to violate all the laws of reality and common sense. The stranger, engulfed in flames, desperately screamed at Makoto, begging him to run for his life, his voice filled with horror and worry. At that moment, Makoto realized with horror that the screaming man was most likely his comrade Shuhei, who was in mortal danger. Ignoring Shuhei's warning, Makoto, driven by a sense of duty and friendship, rushed to his aid without thinking about his own safety. Having reached his friend, Makoto was horrified to discover that Shuhei had no arms and his head was badly damaged. He desperately called him by name, hoping for an answer. Overwhelmed by panic and despair, Makoto screamed, cursing fate and not wanting to believe in the death of his friend. His heart was breaking from pain and grief. Suddenly, while Makoto was trying to bring Shuhei to his senses, the surrounding picture began to change, and half of his friend's face transformed, acquiring the features of some kind of magician. Makoto, still holding his changed body, tried to understand in confusion who really was in front of him, his mind refusing to accept what was happening. The mysterious figure handed the ring to Andreas, solemnly declaring that the possession of this artifact would make him the true lord of their family, giving him great responsibility. From now on, Andreas will no longer have to waste time taking care of his father, freeing him up for more important matters and responsibilities. The unknown person sincerely wished Andreas happiness with his new family. His voice was full of hope and warmth. The vision of Shuhei dissolved completely, leaving Andreas desperately trying to reach the disappearing picture, his hand powerlessly cutting through the air. The masked man watched enigmatically, his mind frantically trying to make sense of the incredible events unfolding before him. Suddenly his attention was attracted by a huge accumulation of blue necromagic, concentrating at one point in space, emitting an ominous glow. From the mysterious mirror where Andreas was apparently imprisoned, his hand suddenly burst through, breaking the barrier between the worlds. The mirror began to become covered with cracks under the influence of the colossal pressure of magical energy, threatening to collapse. A powerful explosion shook the space, and Andreas, having overcome all obstacles, broke free, alive and full of determination. The masked man, amazed by what he saw, mentally wondered how Andreas managed to weaken Sloth's curse, which was considered insurmountable. Andreas stood in tense anticipation, ready for any turn of events, his body radiating determination and strength. The guy activated the game window in front of him, declaring his disgust for the curse, calling it only an illusion that hides human injuries. Andreas continued his speech, claiming that the curse's failure lay in the weak abilities of the one who cast it, causing the masked man to laugh. The stranger pulled out a black dagger, shrouded in ominous dark energy. His intentions were clearly hostile. The masked man wasted no time in trying to strike Andreas with this mystical weapon full of destructive power. Andreas, confident in his abilities, stated that such attacks would not work against him, citing his special training and unique abilities. Ignoring Andreas's words, the masked man ordered him to be silent and continued his furious attack, aiming to hit the guy with his deadly dagger. Andreas dodged all the blows aimed at him with amazing calm. His movements were smooth and precise. The guy deftly moved from place to place, avoiding the deadly attacks of the dagger. His reaction and speed seemed almost inhuman. Andreas understood that his own strength might not be enough to win, and was mentally preparing to resort to the forbidden art of necromancy. Turning around, the guy tried to reassure himself with the thought that everything should go smoothly, despite the risk. He hoped that no one would notice his use of the dark magic that he had hidden from prying eyes for so long. The masked man jumped from the roof, finding himself face to face with Andreas, who was closely watching his every move. The stranger, amazed by the guy's abilities, demanded an explanation, asking about the nature of his extraordinary strength. Andreas, deciding to reveal his secret, began to cast a spell of initial necromancy, calling skeletons from oblivion. The masked man stood frozen in shock, not knowing what to expect from this unexpected turn of events. Of the many surrounding corpses, only 9 succumbed to Andreas's will due to his limited skills in the dark arts. The spell to summon skeletons was successful, and bone warriors lined up behind the guy, ready to carry out his every order. The masked man's thoughts were racing feverishly. He could not believe that a real necromancer was standing in front of him, considering it impossible. Andreas, taking advantage of the misunderstanding, confirmed the existence of a meeting of black magicians, mentally noting that he could use this misconception to his advantage. Summoning 7 regular and 2 skeleton soldiers, the guy declared his mission to restore Sloth's page on behalf of a certain council. The masked man, activating black magic, spoke disdainfully of the summoned skeletons, considering them weak opponents. At Andreas's command, the skeletal warriors rushed to attack the masked man, their skeletal limbs eager to slay the enemy. The stranger, confident of his superiority, mockingly declared that these pathetic skeletons could not compare with his power. With one swift movement, the masked man destroyed all the summoned skeletons, demonstrating his incredible strength. Andreas, amazed by what he saw, froze in shock, not expecting such a quick defeat of his warriors, while the enemy launched a counterattack. The guy quickly created an earthen shield, trying to protect himself from the oncoming blow and buy time for a new strategy. The masked man, clutching his sword, took aim at Andreas again, urging him to stop pretending and show his true strength. Andreas, wasting no time, opened a portal and began to summon his strongest skeleton, Nickel, who was once a sword master. The masked man, confident in his superiority, arrogantly declared the insignificance of his opponents before his majestic strength. The stranger, taking advantage of the moment, walked behind Andreas, preparing to deliver the decisive blow and end the battle. Suddenly, the summoned skeleton Nickel materialized out of thin air, instantly launching a counterattack and protecting its owner from the impending danger. The masked man froze in complete shock, not believing his eyes. His confidence in his own superiority was shaken. Looking at the approaching skeleton, he could not believe the reality of what was happening. His mind refused to accept what he saw. The thought that an ordinary skeleton could cut his spear of darkness seemed incredible and frightening to him. Clutching a mysterious cube shrouded in red energy, the masked man prepared for a decisive attack, intending to use all his power. Andreas, shocked by the unexpected turn of events, did not expect the enemy to resort to such extreme measures. The mighty skeleton Nickel continued to furiously attack the masked man, selflessly protecting his master from mortal danger. The cube in the enemy's hands began to stratify into identical layers. The red aura around it became brighter and more intense. Andreas realized with horror that in front of him was a page of Sloth, and the masked man, surprised by the resistance, admitted that he was forced to use his precious power. The stranger furiously promised that Andreas would pay with his life for interfering with his plans, his voice trembling with anger and disappointment. The masked man attacked the guy with his huge fist, while the faithful Nickel continued to fight on Andreas's side. Despite the danger, Andreas did not break. His gaze remained full of determination, and his mind was feverishly pondering a plan for further action. The guy was confident that he would be able to evade enemy attacks, relying on his agility and quick reaction. Andreas believed in the strength of his skeletal protector, hoping that Nickel would be able to block even the most powerful attacks of the masked man. The masked man summoned a huge number of ghostly hands that tried to grab Andreas, surrounding him on all sides. With a menacing look, the stranger shouted at the guy to finally die, his voice full of rage and impatience. Andreas continued to dodge the attacks, but noticed that they became much faster, making his task more difficult. The guy realized that the enemy had problems controlling the force, which indicated his incomplete mastery of this power. Andreas decided that he needed to penetrate the enemy's dead zone and deliver a decisive blow before he had time to come to his senses. The guy ran up to his skeleton Nickel, who was preparing to attack, shouting his name in hopes of support. Suddenly, a huge hand dealt a crushing blow to the skeleton, completely breaking it, and a flash of white light illuminated everything around. The hand summoned by the masked man continued to deliver devastating blows, leaving deep marks in the asphalt. Suddenly, the masked man's gaze changed, expressing extreme surprise, as if he had seen something incredible. Under a pile of asphalt debris, he noticed Andreas standing, amazed at his incredible stamina and endurance. Andreas, having lost his shoulder, turned to his enemy with bitterness, calling him a freak for destroying the newly created skeleton. The masked man froze in surprise and confusion, not expecting such a turn of events and the stamina of his opponent. The masked man said with feigned sympathy that Andreas shouldn't worry, although he felt sorry for the guy. Menacingly declaring that he would send Andreas after his skeleton, the enemy again activated the magic of the mysterious cube. Attacking with huge, ghostly hands, the masked man gloatingly said goodbye to the guy, confident of his imminent victory. However, Andreas remained unperturbed, his gaze full of determination indicating that his plan was about to come true. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Nickel's skeleton was not destroyed and managed to go behind the back of the man in the white mask. The enemy's face was distorted with horror when he realized that these were the last moments of his life. The skeleton, in one lightning-fast movement, cut the masked man into 2 even pieces, ending the battle. Andreas said thoughtfully that all this time he had been wondering who was hiding behind this mysterious mask. Approaching the defeated enemy, the guy began to carefully examine his face, removing the mask from the corpse. To his amazement, Andreas discovered that under the mask was none other than the Baron's butler. The guy suggested that the Baron himself was also somehow connected with this conspiracy. Raising the hands of his deceased enemy again, Andreas said thoughtfully that in any case, this discovery changes a lot. Andreas, holding the Code of the Apocalypse, Chapter 7, in his hands, wondered what he should do with this dangerous artifact, realizing that he could not simply carry it with him. Turning to his faithful skeleton, the guy realized that he had a reliable assistant. He handed the artifact to the skeleton, instructing him to take care of this valuable and dangerous item. The skeleton said that he would move through the portal and leave the artifact in the summoning storage until better times, ensuring its safety. Andreas wondered, puzzled, why the barrier still did not disappear despite the death of the caster. Vivian, a girl with green hair, continued to desperately fight the monsters, unaware of the changes that had occurred. The guy reasoned that although he was not particularly concerned about the fate of the others, he would have to explain his soul return without revealing the use of black magic. Carefully touching the barrier with his hand, Andreas noted that its structure had changed compared to before. Suddenly, something sharply surprised the guy. He could not understand what was happening around him. Suddenly, the barrier began to pull Andreas inside with great force, like a living creature. In the blink of an eye, the guy was completely absorbed by the black barrier, disappearing from the visible world. Vivian, once inside the barrier, retreated back in fear, her childish features distorted with horror. A mysterious red chair appeared in front of her, which she stared at with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Andreas, invisible and transparent, sitting on a red chair, turned to little Vivian, which caused a frightened cry and bewilderment from the girl. The guy, trying to calm the child, said that he was not a ghost or a demon, but this only increased the girl's fear. Unexpectedly for himself, Andreas said that he was a fairy who had come to save Vivian, which aroused her interest. Although the girl was still scared, her curiosity got the better of her, and she began to listen carefully to the guy's words. Andreas, embarrassed by his invention, mentally reproached himself but decided to continue playing the role of the fairy, trying to remain calm. The first thing he saw when he arrived in this place was a scene where a certain noble lady was brutally beating little Vivian. Thanks to his invisibility, Andreas was able to easily observe what was happening and gather the necessary information. He found out that the cruel woman is the second wife of Count Belkin, and the scene is the family estate of the family. The family was famous for its magical abilities, and the Lord passionately desired a son who would become his heir. However, Vivian's mother's inability to give birth to a boy led to a tragedy that destroyed the family idyll. The mother, sitting on the bed, addressed the girl with undisguised anger, Her words were full of bitterness and disappointment. She cruelly asked why Vivian was born in the first place, which deeply hurt and stunned the child. Even her own mother turned away from the girl, leaving her not a single protector in this hostile world. Loneliness and abuse condemned Vivian to constant suffering, depriving her of childhood and joy. These sufferings sowed the seeds of madness in the girl's soul, as if shackling her mind with heavy chains of pain and despair. Time flowed inexorably, plunging the unfortunate woman into the abyss of madness, enveloping her mind in a dark veil of despair and loneliness. In her 5th year, overcome by uncontrollable rage, she mercilessly dealt with all the teachers and their assistants who caught her eye. The frightened girl, turning to the mysterious Mr. Fairy in a trembling voice, expressed doubts about his ability to help her forget her painful past. Mr. Fairy, radiating calm and confidence, assured her that he could help her overcome difficult memories and find the strength to move on. The girl's eyes filled with tears, and her voice trembled with emotion as she asked if he had really come to help her. The guy, showing sincere interest and care, gently inquired about the reason for her tears, trying to understand the depth of her experiences. The girl, barely holding back her sobs, admitted that no one had ever tried to help her, and the guy realized his inexperience in communicating with children. In an effort to support the young interlocutor, he confidently declared that she had a special talent that no one had been able to discern until now. Surprised and intrigued, the girl asked about her uniqueness, to which the guy responded, emphasizing her outstanding talent in fencing. When the girl admitted that she had never held a sword in her hands, the guy, without losing confidence, declared the fairy's omniscience and asked her to simply trust him. The girl shared her fears of constant criticism, but the guy reassured her, assuring her of his unconditional support and understanding. Finally, he asked her to promise to keep their meeting a secret, emphasizing the importance of confidentiality of their conversation. The girl, filled with gratitude and determination, swore to keep their secret, promising to be faithful to her mysterious mentor. From that day on, the girl began fencing training, and the guy, invisible to others, quietly guided and supported her on this difficult path. After a month of diligent study, the girl, full of impatience, loudly called Mr. Fairy, reaching the meeting place indicated by him. Excited about the upcoming fencing lesson, she eagerly awaited the appearance of her mentor, unaware that he was already hiding behind a tree. Coming out of his hiding place, the guy gently reproached the girl for being too loud, reminding her of the need to keep their meeting secret. Reiterating the importance of confidentiality, he confirmed his presence, and the girl was relieved that he was already there. Having started training, the guy spent a whole month of intensive training, passing on his knowledge and skills in the art of fencing to the girl. Using his combat talent, he tried to train her as effectively as possible, revealing all the subtleties and secrets of the skill. The girl showed an amazing ability to learn, picking up new tricks and techniques on the fly. Her progress was truly phenomenal, confirming her status as a true prodigy in the art of swordsmanship. The movements of the girl, who a month ago had not held a sword in her hands, now amazed with their accuracy and grace, demonstrating incredible talent. The successes of the young student fully justified the choice of her mysterious fencing teacher, confirming his intuition and skill. Suddenly the girl was confused by something. She froze in thought, lowering her head and immersed in her thoughts. Suddenly the girl began to feel embarrassed. Her voice became uncertain and vulnerable. She tried to say something, but hesitated. The guy, puzzled by the sudden change, thought about the reasons for her uncertainty, because just recently she seemed quite confident in herself. Trying to support the student, he praised her perfect movements, but Vivian replied that the teacher's praise was not so important. The girl sadly noted that Mr. Fairy would never show himself to her, despite all her efforts and successes. The puzzled guy froze for a moment in indecision, trying to find the right words, his mouth slightly open in surprise. Recalling his essence as a fairy, he tried to explain the situation, but the girl interrupted him, suggesting that her unworthy behavior was preventing him from showing up. Vivian admitted that she hoped to see him if she made every effort and achieved recognition of her talents. With bitterness in her voice, she noted that even after all her efforts, he still did not want to show himself, remaining invisible. In desperation, she asked if he would remain invisible no matter what she did, seeking confirmation of her sad thoughts. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a man's voice coming from behind, expressing surprise at Vivian's success. It turned out that this was Count Belkin, the girl's father, who noted with amazement that she was hiding such an outstanding talent. Impressed by what he saw, her father asked Vivian to once again demonstrate her fencing skills. Vivian, in a state of complete shock and amazement, barely squeezed out her agreement to fulfill her father's request. Having gathered her courage, the girl began to demonstrate her skills, confidently and gracefully demonstrating her acquired fencing skills. The father, watching his daughter's performance, noted with pride that this was exactly the kind of skill that should have been expected from their family. Vivian's gaze, fixed on her father, betrayed deep thoughtfulness and inner experiences that had accumulated over many years. Turning around to leave, the father finally uttered words of admiration, calling his daughter's performance amazing, leaving her in complete amazement. The girl froze in a state of shock, her face expressing a mixture of embarrassment and boundless surprise at her father's unexpected praise. Standing motionless, she turned to her invisible mentor, calling him Mr. Fairy, seeking support in this exciting moment. Vivian's voice trembled with emotion as she admitted that this was the first time her father had praised her in years. Being in a state of euphoria, she compared what happened to a magical dream, not believing in the reality of what happened. Andreas, hiding under the guise of a fairy, froze in amazement, carefully listening to the girl's excited speech, sharing her emotions. Continuing her monologue, Vivian expressed her desire to stay with Mr. Fairy, but admitted that something elusive was preventing her from doing so. Suddenly, not a little girl, but an adult girl appeared in front of the guy, announcing the need to awaken from this magical dream. Realization covered Andreas with a wave of understanding. The girl finally woke up from her long oblivion. The girl, with gratitude in her voice, admitted that thanks to his support, she gained the strength to move forward, overcoming past difficulties. Expressing hope, she noted that this experience will help her in the future, not to dwell on the past, but to boldly look forward. In a touching gesture, the guy took her hand and they sealed their vow with intertwined little fingers, symbolizing the inviolability of their promises. The girl froze in complete shock from this unexpected and sincere gesture, not believing her eyes. The guy, looking into her eyes, insistently asked her to keep their common promise, emphasizing its importance. Standing under the breaking dome, the girl, overwhelmed with emotions, solemnly vowed to fulfill her promise. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, she thanked Mr. Fairy for the beautiful dream he showed her that changed her life. The dome completely disappeared, and Vivian found herself lying unconscious, and the guy sat next to her, carefully observing her condition. The girl's face remained serene without a single emotion, only a slight blush on her cheeks showed signs of life in her motionless body. The guy was still holding her hand. Their little fingers were intertwined, symbolizing the inviolability of this oath and the deep connection between them. In the eerie silence, Ivy revealed the shocking truth about the Baron's involvement in the terrible events in the village of Thrym, her words echoing in the air, saturated with anxiety and tension. The observer, with a cold glint in her eyes, gave the cruel order to behead the wretch, while insisting on keeping his face intact, as if it were the key to something greater. Her evil voice cut through the air, announcing an immediate departure to the ominous castle of the Baron, where new trials and revelations awaited them. Without delay, the group set out, each step bringing them closer to the unknown and possible danger lurking behind the castle walls. The grim reality of what was happening was reflected in the statement of the death of Christopher and the disappearance of Khazar, as if the shadows of the past had dissolved in the inexorable stream of events. Suddenly, one of the guards fell, his defenses crumbling and his mask falling off, revealing his vulnerability in the face of an unknown threat. With horror, he realized that the tip of the dagger had frozen a few millimeters from his head, balancing on the brink of life and death. The remaining guards at the Baron's palace, tensely clutching their weapons, demanded that the uninvited guests identify themselves and lay down their weapons, preparing for the worst. Ivy, introducing herself as an assistant to the academy professor, coldly warned of the imminent death of anyone who dared to defend the Baron. The guy, burdened with Christopher's dead body, realized with horror the cruelty of Ivy's intentions, ready to destroy everyone in her path. In eerie silence, they presented the Baron's severed head to the guards, causing a wave of horror and disbelief among the castle's defenders. Holding the gloomy trophy, They defiantly asked the numb guards if they recognized their former master, whose reign ended so tragically. Ivy, with a voice full of determination, announced the Baron's involvement in the tragedy in the village, demanding an immediate audience with him, leaving no room for objection. The guards were frozen in a daze, paralyzed by fear and unable to make a decision, their faces reflecting internal conflict and confusion. Decisively and fearlessly, the team burst into the estate, sweeping away all obstacles in their path and knocking down the door, behind which new revelations awaited them. Suddenly, everyone was gripped by indescribable horror. Their faces were distorted in shock, as if they were faced with something beyond understanding and reality. The Baron, with a face contorted with grief, uttered words that seemed to cost him incredible effort, announcing Evan's death. Behind the Baron stood a monstrous creature resembling a hybrid of a man and a pig, weighing about a ton, which, as the Baron explained, was his son Edel. With bitterness in his voice, the Baron said that Edel should have died of illness several months ago, but fate decreed otherwise. A thought flashed through the guy's head, explaining the Baron's motives for turning to black magic, and an understanding of the situation began to take shape into a complete picture. The Baron continued his story, describing the appearance of a mysterious man in a robe who offered a way to save his son, a promise of hope in a time of despair. With pain in his voice, he admitted that he had begged the stranger to save his child, ready to pay any price for his son's life. Even knowing that this decision would lead to a horrifying transformation for Edel, the Baron could not refuse the opportunity to save his son's life. The observer looked at the unfolding scene with undisguised irritation, her gaze expressing a mixture of contempt and impatience. The Baron, addressing the monster, tenderly pronounced his son's name, and Edel, despite his terrifying appearance, turned to his father, recognition flashing in his eyes. The Baron, overcome with grief and remorse, fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness, while Ivy walked towards him resolutely, her footsteps echoing in the tense silence. Grabbing the Baron by the collar, Ivy, with cold fury in her voice, demanded that he repeat his words, her icy tone cutting the air. She ordered him to address those who had fallen victim to him and the butler, after which she roughly threw the Baron aside, showing her contempt. The guards, alarmed by what was happening, began to shout loudly, worried about their master's condition, their voices reflecting a mixture of fear and loyalty. Ivy, irritated by the inaction of those around her, sharply ordered an investigation team to be called and get rid of the monster. Her words sounded like a sentence. Andreas, concentrating, began to create magic. A mysterious stone emitting strange energy materialized in his hands. Shouting out a spell, he created a stone spear. His voice echoed throughout the hall, filling the air with magical power. With relentless precision, Andreas threw his spear straight into the monstrous monster's eye, his action decisive and merciless. The Baron, shocked by what was happening, looked at the scene with indescribable horror and pain, unable to bear the suffering of his son. Those around him were frozen in shock, their faces reflecting a mixture of horror and compassion for the tragedy unfolding before them. Overcome with despair, the Baron rushed to hug his son, whispering comfort and promises that everything would be fine, his voice trembling with emotion. The observer, clearly unhappy with the unauthorized actions, sharply asked the guy why he acted without her permission. Her tone was full of reproach. The guy did not hesitate to answer that creatures created by black magic require immediate elimination before they have time to cause harm, his voice sounding confident and decisive. The guy continued his thought, emphasizing the importance of keeping key information in the hands of the Baron, his words sounding convincing and logical. The Imperial investigation team acted with lightning speed, arresting and taking away the Baron. Their actions were clear and decisive. The huge body of the monster was securely secured on a special cart and taken away, leaving behind a trail of secrets and unspoken questions. Upon returning to the academy, Vivian and the boy were immediately called to testify. The atmosphere was tense and serious. The guy confidently stated the Baron's obvious involvement in black magic, his voice leaving no room for doubt. He insisted on re-interrogating the Baron, feeling that there were still unrevealed details of this complicated case. The chief investigator, satisfied with their assistance, released them, expressing gratitude for their assistance in the investigation. The Baron was sternly informed of the serious consequences of his connection with black magic. The words sounded like a sentence. The guy thought to himself that the Baron should be grateful for the murder of his son, realizing the terrible alternative to this decision. He imagined the horrific experiments that a group of mad wizards would subject the unfortunate creature to. Suddenly, the guy was approached, asking if his action was intentional, with curiosity and suspicion in his voice. Vivian suddenly turned to the guy, her face expressing understanding and sympathy for his action. She suggested that the murder was an act of mercy to end the suffering, and at that moment the guy saw not a girl, but a little girl. The little girl, with childish spontaneity, asked about the fairy's words, making the guy realize that he had unwittingly repeated the manner of speech of the magical creature. The girl noticed the similarity in the manner of expression of the guy and the fairy. Her words sounded with a note of surprise and curiosity. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of Lucia, who, loudly shouting the guy's name, was rapidly approaching them. Lucia, with obvious admiration in her eyes, asked about the end of their affairs, to which the guy answered in the affirmative, confirming the completion of the hearing. She enthusiastically showed the guy some kind of tablet, persistently drawing his attention to the screen. Lucia enthusiastically reported on the guy's growing popularity, showing news headlines full of his name. The guy, having learned about the widespread news about the potion, expressed slight disappointment, dreaming of peace and tranquility. The girl happily offered to celebrate his award with delicious food, her eyes shining with anticipation. The guy, showing nobility, offered to divide the reward between all participants, which somewhat upset the enthusiastic Lucia. Noticing Vivian, Lucia inquired about her presence in the news, learning that she was a third-year night student. The guy mentally noted some of Lucia's naivety, while the girls exchanged familiar glances, establishing a silent understanding. Lucia, still enthusiastic, insisted on celebrating, mentioning the money received and the success of the potion, her voice ringing with anticipation. The guy gently reminded her of the lack of a final decision, offering to postpone the celebration, which clearly disappointed the girl. Turning around, Lucia reminded her of tomorrow's meeting in the Magic Tower, to which the guy playfully threatened not to forgive being late. At the entrance to the Magic Tower, the guy carried the sleeping pink-haired Lucia on himself, mentally noting the predictability of the situation. Looking at the sleeping girl, he reproached himself with slight irritation for being too gullible. Despite his fatigue, the guy obediently carried the girl up the mountain, following her sleepy instructions to go slower. Although he was irritated by the situation, he still tried to fulfill Lucia's requests with patience and care. As they approached the tower, the guards confirmed their identities, asking if they were Andreas and Lucia. The guy confirmed their identities, after which the guard offered to follow him, his tone official and reserved. The guardian warned about the ever-changing space inside the magic tower, insisting on strictly following it. The girl began to talk about her meeting with Vivian yesterday, attracting the guy's attention to her story. The girl asked about the guy's relationship with Vivian, to which he answered in the negative, his voice sounding a little uncertain. She looked at him incredulously, making the guy think about the reasons for her curiosity. The atmosphere between them became slightly tense. The girl persistently reminded her of her plans for dinner, to which the guy remarked with slight irony about her wealth, surprised at her request for a treat. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone's loud voice, making both of them very surprised. To their amazement, someone quickly approached, grabbing them by the shoulders and an eagle soaring above them. This scene left them in complete shock. A strange green and orange aura began to spread around, creating a surreal atmosphere. It turned out that it was the owner of the Magic Tower himself, Bart Alvin, a man with an eagle and a blindfold. His appearance was unexpected and impressive. The worker accompanying the guys asked with surprise in his voice about the presence of the Tower Master, his tone betraying a mixture of respect and confusion. The Tower Master struck a pose with his hands on his hips, his figure radiating confidence and authority. He sharply noticed the similarity of the guy's face with his father. His words sounded mocking and a little rude. Bart Alvin introduced himself as the head of the family and the current master of the Magic Tower, his voice filled with pride and authority. The boy was mentally surprised that the Tower Master had decided to appear in person, pondering the possible consequences of this unexpected visit. The master, turning to the girl, inquired about her origin, to which she introduced herself as Lucia, the daughter of a viscount. Her voice sounded with a note of pride. Bart made a caustic remark about the mediocrity of their appearance, to which the guy responded irritably, emphasizing that they could hear everything, his tone betraying his growing dissatisfaction. The foreman, having dismissed the worker, offered his help. His voice sounded confident and a little mysterious. Lucia, surprised by what was happening, thought about the reality of the situation, her gaze expressing a mixture of admiration and disbelief. The girl, approaching the guy, noted with admiration the incredible abilities of the tower master in spatial magic. Her whisper was full of awe. The master noted with a slight grin that he could hear them whispering, demonstrating his extraordinary abilities. Suddenly they were teleported to a new place, where 3 men in robes were sitting at a long table. The atmosphere changed dramatically. The men, startled by the unexpected appearance, exclaimed in unison as they recognized the tower master, their voices revealing surprise and respect. The master inquired about the progress of the potion evaluation, to which he received an answer that the effectiveness test had been completed. The dialogue was filled with businesslike notes. One of the men clarified that there were only questions about the production method. His tone was serious and focused. The master, without saying a word, took and drank some kind of red potion. His actions were mysterious and unpredictable. Vauban's discerning eye instantly recognized the ingredients of the potion, which mysteriously combined the essence of a tree, leaves, an exotic fruit, and, oddly enough, the flu. Turning to the young alchemists, the professor asked with genuine interest whether there was any other secret component hidden in this mysterious elixir. Lucia Everlast, a pink-haired girl known for her talent in potions, answered her mentor with respect, mentioning the presence of an extract and root in the composition. Vauban's reaction was unexpected. His sincere admiration for such an unusual composition led the young potion maker into complete amazement. The professor shared that he had heard rumors, but creating such a potion at such a young age seemed to him an almost incredible achievement. Having completed the assessment, Vauban decisively demanded immediate approval of this amazing elixir, without hiding his delight. Master Karen, who suddenly appeared thanks to his magical eagle, suspiciously asked what the scion of the Cromwell family was doing here. Andreas Cromwell, the main character of this story, looked in bewilderment at the suddenly appearing master, trying to understand the reason for such a strange question. Sharon, without waiting for an answer, continued his indictment, pointing out the discrepancy between the stated joint efforts and the apparent inaction of the young man. A sudden awkward silence enveloped everyone present. Neither Lucia nor Andreas knew how to react to such a straightforward accusation. Unexpectedly for everyone, Lucia broke the silence, confidently declaring that without Andreas's participation, the creation of this unique potion would have been impossible. Surprised, Karen asked Lucia about her words, to which the girl did not hesitate to confirm Andreas's significant contribution, modestly mentioning her insignificant help. The master, clearly dissatisfied with this turn of events, only snorted and resolutely declared his intention to sort out the situation immediately. Suddenly, Karen snapped his fingers, creating a mysterious echo that seemed to permeate the very space around them. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a new place. Lucia mentally noted the master's inability to use the tower's magic, which did not escape the attentive Andreas. Finding himself in an experimental laboratory filled with round tables and people busy with work, Karen announced his intention to recreate the potion right here and now. Andreas, without hesitation, agreed, and under the gaze of the master began to repeat the elixir he had previously created. Mentally, the young man decided to use the same flasks as before, fearing possible problems when choosing unfamiliar instruments. After 5 tense minutes, the master found an identical red potion in his hands, an exact copy of the previous sample. Karen finally admitted the correctness of the potion Andreas created, albeit with some reluctance in his voice. However, the test did not end there. The master decided to move on to theoretical issues, starting with the reason for adding the extract to the composition. Andreas, gathering his thoughts, began to explain the reason for using this mysterious ingredient. Suddenly, deathly silence reigned. Everyone present impatiently awaited the young man's answer, wondering whether he would be able to correctly justify his choice. Andreas confidently explained that the extract was added to eliminate side effects and enhance the effects of the potion, which caused genuine surprise among Lucia and the workers present. Karen, clearly impressed by the answer, interrupted the young man, saying that further explanations were unnecessary, but Andreas insisted on continuing his reasoning. Suddenly, the master began to remove the yellow bandage covering his eyes, which attracted everyone's attention. Karen said thoughtfully that although he had not seen Andreas for quite a long time, His words seemed incredible. The master continued, claiming that the guy he knew could never have come up with such a complex and effective potion. Leaning as close as possible to Andreas and looking intently into his eyes, Karen suspiciously asked who he really was. Lucia, watching this scene, tried to understand when and under what circumstances Andreas and the master could have known each other before. Karen continued to glare at the guy with his crazy gaze, as if trying to penetrate into the very depths of his soul. Surprisingly, Andreas remained completely calm, not showing the slightest signs of excitement or fear of such close attention. A barely noticeable malicious smile appeared on the young man's face, foreshadowing an unexpected answer to the master's accusations. Andreas, with slight irony in his voice, asked if the master was really joking because he was just Andreas Cromwell, whom everyone knew. The young man added that he was the one whom they constantly made fun of and whom they treated like a non-entity, without hiding the bitterness in their words. Karen, still leaning towards Andreas, looked at him silently, clearly amazed by this unexpected answer and unable to find words to react. Karen, stepping back a little, noted with interest that Andreas had become a very unusual and intriguing young man. With a crazy smile, the master suggested continuing the test, which caused surprise on Andreas's face. Karen made an unexpected offer. If Andreas creates another potion this year and it passes the test, all his family's debts. Blindfolding him back, Karen added that he would fulfill one more wish of the young man if he succeeded. However, the master warned that failure would mean Andreas's immediate expulsion from the academy. Karen asked the young man's opinion about this risky proposal, waiting for his reaction. Andreas thought for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, trying to make the right decision. Closing his eyes, the young man allowed a slight smile to appear on his face, as if he had made an internal decision. With his hand on his heart, Andreas agreed to the terms, acknowledging their difficulty, but emphasizing that he could not refuse such an opportunity for the sake of his family. Karen expressed the hope that Andreas's confidence would be justified, and he would truly be able to achieve success. Suddenly, the master, despite the bandage, noticed something that surprised him extremely. Karen realized that Andreas reminded him a lot of his father, which brought back unexpected memories. The master reflected on the past, remembering the good times they had together, and admitted that he was looking forward to the results of this test. The evening capital greeted Andreas Cromwell with a blaze of lights and mesmerizing beauty, as if welcoming his return. The young man, with his hand in his pocket, thought about the need to compensate for the spent materials, realizing that his reserves had decreased significantly. Andreas decided that while he was working on the potion, he would be able to fully concentrate on his training, without being distracted by anything else. The only snag in his plans was the mysterious page of Lenny, which haunted him with its mystery. Despite all his attempts, Andreas could not find the right way to use this artifact, thinking about exchanging it for more necessary things. Deep in his soul, the young man understood that perhaps nothing could be done about this mysterious object, which caused him slight disappointment. Andreas concluded that he would probably have to turn to Karen for help, despite his reluctance to do so. The train stopped and the students began to get off, immersing themselves in the evening atmosphere of the capital. Andreas moved forward purposefully, looking ahead with concentration and thinking about the tasks ahead. Suddenly something caught his attention, causing him to glance quickly to the side, as if trying to catch a fleeting vision. The young man approached a majestic building, reminiscent of an ancient castle. Its architecture evoked involuntary admiration. Stopping, Andreas carefully looked around, as if trying to find something familiar or unusual in the surrounding landscape. Andreas decided that he probably imagined, without suspecting, that a mysterious girl was lurking in the tree, carefully watching his every move. The mysterious vampire watched the young man with a crazy smile, remaining unnoticed in the shadow of the dense foliage. Upon entering Karen's estate, Andreas found himself at a table with a teacher, who ironically remarked that the hot topic of discussion at the academy had finally come to him. Holding in his hands the potion created by Andreas, Karen clarified its authenticity, to which the young man confirmed, reporting immediately after the end of the exam. The teacher accused Andreas of secret research and trying to pretend to be an exemplary student, which the young man tried to refute. Karen abruptly interrupted the explanation, ordering them to follow him, and activated a hidden portal by clicking on one of the books. The teacher promised to teach him a lesson about what it meant to be his good student, and Andreas mentally noted the pettiness of such an insult. Going down to the experimental room, the young man realized that today he would not be able to discuss the topic that interested him because of Karen's bad mood. Andreas decided to be content with the opportunity to check the vampire's condition, realizing that talking with the teacher in such a mood was useless. As they descended, mysterious red energy began to swirl around them, creating an ominous atmosphere. This unusual phenomenon greatly surprised even Karen himself, making him wary. Entering the experimental room, they found complete destruction, broken doors, destroyed equipment, and traces of something heavy on the floor. Andreas, surveying the destruction, mentally noted that evolution seemed to have been successful, albeit with unforeseen consequences. Charon began to carefully study the scene, trying to understand what had happened to his carefully equipped room. The young man, watching what was happening, thought with regret that he would no longer be able to see the vampire, who was an interesting specimen to study. The teacher, clutching the remains of the equipment in his hand, said in bewilderment that he could not believe what had happened. Charon's face was distorted with anger, veins bulged at his temples, betraying his extreme irritation with the situation. He called Andreas over, who obediently approached, preparing for an unpleasant conversation. Charon directly asked the young man whether he had interfered with the restraints holding back the vampire. Andreas strongly denied the accusation, saying that he valued his life too much for such experiments. The young man thought to himself how short-sighted his teacher was in this situation. Charon noted with bitterness that even being just a hybrid, the vampire was capable of this. Standing behind the teacher, Andreas could hardly contain his laughter, thinking that Charon got what he deserved for his experiments. The teacher, completely losing his temper, began to furiously break the remaining equipment, aggravating the already deplorable state of the laboratory. Night had already shrouded the city when Andreas returned back, lost in his thoughts. The young man decided that he would bring the wonderful artifact of Charon another time, when the situation was more favorable. Suddenly, the vampire's long female hair began to hang from the tree above Andreas's head, breaking the silence of the night. The guy noticed with horror how these hairs enveloped his head, frozen in complete shock at what was happening. The vampire, having descended slightly, practically hovered over Andreas, making it clear that she had been waiting for him in ambush all this time. She began to wrap her arms around him, playfully saying that she had been wanting to ask a question since the moment she woke up, and he would definitely answer. With a malicious smile, the vampire demanded that Andreas look only at her, trying to capture his attention. The young man's gaze involuntarily looked straight into the girl's eyes, as if obeying her will. She praised him for his obedience and asked him to talk about the power she received, clearly enjoying the situation. Andreas, trying to maintain his composure, asked why she was doing this because he kept his promise. The young man reminded her of the price for violating the family oath, hoping to bring the vampire to reason. She admitted that she knew about the consequences, but could not stop herself from asking him, as if driven by uncontrollable curiosity. The vampire explained that with her previous strength she would not have been able to free herself from the restraints, so she took a different, more cunning route. Knowing what an amazing way you can use, she begins to move closer and closer to him, wondering why he gives off a smell reminiscent of a great sin. With red eyes and a malicious smile, she declares that the information in her head has finally come together. She understands everything. Leaving the guy in complete shock, tormented by thoughts of what she might say next. She continues to caress him with her fingers, mocking him, but the guy, surprised and embarrassed, does not understand what she is trying to convey. Suddenly, she grabbed him by the throat, plunging him into a state of complete shock and helplessness. Pressing him against the tree so that the leaves began to fall off, she held him with her thin vampire arms. She hurt the guy so much pain that he couldn't do anything about it, being completely helpless. Saying that she still had many questions, but this was not the right place for this, she decided to leave it at that, leaving the guy perplexed. With a hint of a quick meeting, she leaves, confident that they will meet again and he will help her again. Using her new power and feeling grateful for her help, she expresses her desire to repay him, leaving him confused. The guy, confused about her intentions, hears assurances that he will not be hurt, although this does not reassure him. With a mysterious smile, she asks to stick out her tongue, hinting at the fate that may have brought them together, leaving him perplexed. The elite hostel appeared in all its splendor, the luxurious facade complemented by an exquisite fountain, creating an atmosphere of wealth and prestige. Diana and her blonde friend sat on the porch, their presence giving the place a lively look. Diana, holding a book in her hands, enthusiastically demonstrated the illustrations, her eyes sparkling with interest in the content. She spoke with enthusiasm about the exploits of Lord Phillips, her voice full of admiration and awe. Julia, slightly annoyed, asked Diana to stop preaching, to which she responded by emphasizing the importance of studying in order to find a worthy knight. By mentioning the successful evaluation of Lucia's potion in the magic tower, Julia surprised Diana, who admired her achievements at such a young age. Diana mentally noted the discrepancy between the rumors of Lucia's laziness and her actual achievements, reconsidering her opinion. She expressed admiration for Lucia's successes, regretting that she herself did not show similar zeal during admission. Julia mysteriously hinted at an even more surprising detail in this news, intriguing Diana. Showing the tablet with the news, where Andrea stood next to Lucia, Julia expressed disbelief at what she saw. Diana was clearly shocked to see Andreas next to Lucia, her surprise obvious and deep. The photograph depicting Lucia, Andreas, and the main tower master together became a real sensation, causing a storm of emotions among the girls. Diana was critical of Andreas's involvement in the creation of the potion, calling him a mediocrity and expressing initial disbelief at the news. She reflected on how, after the fall of the family, Andreas could only rely on his weapons and talent, her tone a mixture of sympathy and skepticism. Diana thought about her own possibilities of achieving success on her own. Her voice sounded thoughtful and a little uncertain. She spoke with doubt about the possibility of changing Andreas, calling him a piece of garbage. Her words were full of skepticism. Julia, on the contrary, expressed admiration for Andreas's progress from garbage to his current position, her voice sounding surprised and joyful. Diana resolutely stated the need to personally verify everything that was happening. Her tone was full of determination and curiosity. Classes began again. Students settled into the lecture room. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation. Andreas, sitting next to Lucia, attributed his excessive clothing to poor health, his voice sounding a little tense. When asked by Lucia about his reasons for attending classes, he responded with the need to maintain attendance for graduation, his tone serious. Their professor entered the room, attracting the students' attention with his appearance. Andreas watched the professor walk towards the lectern, remembering the events of the previous night, his thoughts filled with anxiety. He noted to himself the need to hide the huge scars on his neck, his inner voice sounding worried. Andreas pondered Louise's words about fate and the strange smell, not understanding their meaning. His thoughts were full of confusion. He remembered how she bit him on the neck and disappeared, feeling discomfort from excess clothing in a stuffy room. The professor clarified the presence of all students, to which the class unanimously responded in the affirmative, creating the atmosphere for the beginning of the lesson. The professor announced the start of class. He looked at all the students. His voice sounded confident and businesslike. The professor's attention was drawn to a guy completely wrapped in clothes, his gaze expressing curiosity and slight concern. Remembering the recent headlines about the outstanding potion the guy had created, the professor took a special interest in the student. Turning to the guy, the professor inquired about the reason for such an unusual outfit, suggesting illness. His tone was a mixture of concern and curiosity. The guy confirmed the assumption of a cold. His voice sounded a little tense, hiding the true reason. The professor, showing understanding, noted the guy's fatigue from research and allowed him to leave, to which he expressed sincere gratitude. The teacher's sudden phrase about sadness surprised the guy. His gaze expressed misunderstanding and wariness. Professor Travnev recalled his contribution to the research with slight reproach, hinting at a lack of recognition, his tone a mixture of insult and disappointment. The guy was mentally surprised by the professor's claims, considering them unfounded. His internal monologue was full of bewilderment. Out loud, he expressed deep gratitude for the teacher's advice. His voice sounded diplomatic and respectful. Emphasizing the importance of advice regarding the extract and roots, the guy tried to smooth the situation over, his tone sincere and appreciative. Lucia, watching the dialogue, became wary, not understanding why the guy was provoking the teacher. Her gaze expressed concern and curiosity. The guy, with slight irony in his voice, recalled the teacher's warning about soup instead of a potion, noting the success of the final result. His words sounded like a subtle challenge. The guy's words caused shock among the students. Tense silence hung in the audience. The teacher, clearly hurt, noticed that the guy was going too far. His voice sounded warning. The guy, citing poor health, asked permission to leave. His tone was polite but decisive. The teacher, without holding back his emotions, began shouting the guy's name. Veins appeared on his face from tension. The guy was already standing at the door, holding the handle, ready to leave the audience, his pose expressing his intention to leave. In his mind, he reflected on the teacher's hypocrisy. Remembering past humiliations and his current desire to make friends, his inner voice was full of bitterness. He decided that he could attend other classes to gain points, mentally urging the envious people to remain silent. His internal monologue was full of determination. The teacher, without giving up, continued to reproach the guy for ignoring him, his voice sounding more and more irritated. Suddenly, there was a shout calling the name of the professor. It was Lucia. Her voice attracted everyone's attention. She volunteered to explain on behalf of the creators of the potion, which surprised the guy, making him think about her intentions. The professor, having calmed down a little, gave Lucia permission to speak, his tone becoming more restrained. Lucia began her explanation, emphasizing the importance of the professor's lessons in learning the basics of potion making, her voice sounding confident and respectful. All the students in the class listened attentively to Lucia. Her words captured everyone's attention, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. Continuing her speech, Lucia mentioned the practical application of knowledge, causing wariness among both the students and the professor. She emphasized the importance of independent research, her voice sounding confident and convincing. Lucia reminded him of the duty of wizards, to which the professor agreed, stuttering a little, his tone expressing a mixture of surprise and approval. The guy, watching the girl's speech, noted with surprise her ability to convince the professor. His gaze expressed admiration and slight distrust. The girl diplomatically offered to seek advice from the professor in the future, to which he readily agreed, his voice sounding more friendly. The professor, turning to the guy, wished him recovery. His tone became caring and conciliatory. The guy mentally admired the girl's ability to get out of difficult situations. His internal monologue was full of respect. Lucia playfully winked at the guy, letting him know that everything was settled. Her gesture was full of optimism and lightness. Smiling, the guy reflected on the reasons for her action, his face expressing a mixture of gratitude and slight confusion. He continued to smile as he left the classroom, mentally thanking Lucius for his help, his mood noticeably improving. A man's voice, clear and businesslike, began a report on potential candidates, creating the atmosphere of an important meeting. He specified that he would start with the newly enrolled students of the academy, his tone methodical and professional. The healthy man, who turned out to be the Duke's Alguo officer, Sinker Cloche, listened attentively to the report, his posture expressing concentration. The speaker mentioned the creation of a new potion by the daughter of the Everlast Company and its release into production. His voice sounded with notes of interest. The servant confirmed the information, clarifying the name of the Everlast potion and its appearance on sale. Her tone was informative and helpful. The man inquired about the presence of the sample, to which the servant quickly confirmed its presence. Her answer was quick and confident. She handed him a small flask of red liquid, noting the potential interest in the potion's creator once it was released, her voice laced with slight admiration. The man, pouring the potion into his mouth, thought about the need for immediate contact with the creator and the possible interest in her from others. His actions were decisive. After taking the potion, the man carefully examined and clenched his fist, his face expressing concentration and curiosity. The servant, leaning over and squinting her eyes, asked with interest about his impressions, her posture expressing expectation and curiosity. The man noted the amazing effect of the potion, its superiority over analogs and the absence of side effects. His voice sounded impressed and analytical. He talked about the potion's potential to take over the market if distributed well, but also made an important point as his tone became more serious. The man paid attention to the news about several creators of the potion, his voice expressing slight surprise and interest in the details. The creator turned out to be Andreas, and the red-nosed man studied the article on this unexpected discovery with interest, thinking about the possible consequences of such a turn of events. Is this really the offspring of that same Cain? The man wondered, remembering that from a young age he showed extraordinary talent in the art of potions, surprising even the most experienced masters with his unusual recipes. The worker, adjusting her apron, noted that this was unlikely, adding in a whisper that there were rumors about how Andreas allegedly used someone else's name to promote his creation. The man rubbed his chin thoughtfully, reasoning that it was unlikely that his name would be listed as the creator if it were true, especially given the tense relationship between their families. Standing up decisively, he said that everything must be carefully checked, and if it turns out that Andreas really awakened his talent, then he should be immediately included in the list of candidates. Bending over the papers, the servant quickly wrote down the instructions, and the source of information nodded, confirming that everything would be done exactly as ordered. The man, adjusting his expensive suit, asked how preparations were going for the annual awards ceremony, which was to take place at the end of the year. The servant, bowing his head respectfully, reported that everything was going according to plan, adding in a whisper that the Cromwell family would disappear, to which the bearded man burst out with an ominous laugh. Filling a glass with dark red wine, the man said the name of Andreas Cromwell with a grin, as if tasting it and enjoying every sound. His lips stretched into a wide, malicious smile, revealing a row of snow-white teeth, and sparkles of anticipation of future events danced in his eyes. The man's eyes lit up with an evil fire, and his teeth began to involuntarily clench, revealing his growing impatience and thirst for action. Squinting his eyes, he whispered that it would soon become clear how different Andreas was from his father, and this thought seemed to give him special pleasure. Andreas, clutching a worn wooden stick in his hands, continued his grueling training, silently counting the blows and reaching the mark of 9,999 repetitions. His body, noticeably stronger and more muscular, became covered with beads of sweat, but the young man, gritting his teeth, stubbornly continued his exercises, not allowing himself a moment of rest. Having made the last swing of the stick, Andreas exhaled the number 10,000, feeling every muscle in his body trembling from tension and fatigue. Exhausted, he collapsed to the floor, breathing heavily and trying to regain control of his exhausted body. Gathering his last strength, Andreas reached for the table, where there was a small bottle with his own invention of a bright red potion. Having drained the bottle in one gulp, the young man felt the life-giving force spreading throughout his body, restoring energy and relieving fatigue. This unique combination of a fatigue-relieving regeneration potion and a strengthening potion essentially allowed Andreas to create a way to train almost indefinitely. Although experimenting with potions was risky, Andreas knew that it was the only sure way to achieve his goals. He was hesitant at first, but eventually decided to develop his talent, realizing the high likelihood of success and potential benefits. The results exceeded all expectations, and Andreas even reproached himself for not starting to experiment earlier. But now his potion-making abilities have increased significantly. Continuing in the same spirit, the young man was confident that he could become much stronger and reach new heights in his skill. Dreaming of a good corpse and rare ingredients, Andreas knew that he could significantly increase his fighting strength, and the absence of Karen gave him time to prepare for selling the Page of Laziness. The teacher's mood was so lousy that he left to travel without saying a word, leaving his student standing in front of the closed door in complete bewilderment. Returning to the dormitory, Andreas thought about the impossibility of contacting the teacher, but decided to put aside disturbing thoughts and go to bed, because tomorrow there was a herbalist lesson. Upon entering the office, the young man was surprised to find a note stating that today's lesson would be held outside, which was supposedly notified to everyone via tablets. The shocked Andreas could not contain his indignation, mentally calling the teacher a complete freak for such an outburst. The young man suspected that the teacher had somehow found out about his lack of a tablet, and was now using it against him, deliberately making life more difficult. Andreas wondered why the teacher was so cruel to his students, creating additional difficulties for them. Going out into the street, the young man saw his classmates sitting at desks in the middle of the academy's garden, which looked very unusual. Watching the rush of his classmates, Andreas wondered if the teacher was planning to conduct some kind of clever experiment. The teacher, noticing Andreas, who was late, reprimanded him without hiding his displeasure. The teacher quipped that the young man was apparently too busy with his own research and did not notice the message, to which Andreas mentally cursed. Suddenly, someone grabbed Andreas by the robe, pulling him away from the group and the teacher. Turning around, the young man saw Lucia, who, without letting go of his robe, whispered that she would explain everything. Showing her tablet, the girl advised Andreas to simply buy the same one for himself, because now he had money for such purchases. Andreas, having read the message, realized that the teacher, having opened the awakening potion, decided to conduct an exam on its analysis, clearly wanting to show off his achievement. The young man thought that apparently the teacher's vanity knew no bounds, since he was so eager to demonstrate his discovery. Turning to Andreas, the teacher sarcastically remarked that it should be easy for someone of his level to figure out the composition and proportions of the potion. Looking at the teacher's smug face, Andreas mentally called him a stubborn idiot while maintaining a straight face. The teacher, without hiding his gloating, said that today he would show everyone how worthless Andreas is, thinking to himself about the upcoming triumph. The teacher was confident that he would reveal the deception of the one who allegedly took advantage of the kindness of Miss Everlast, a rising star in the world of potions. Andreas sat tensely, with his eyes downcast and trying not to betray his excitement before the upcoming test. 4 hours later, the teacher was completely shocked when he saw the test results. Andreas and Lucia passed the test 100%, differing only in the completion time. The observer confirmed that no violations of the rules were noticed during the exam, which further surprised and puzzled the teacher. Andreas's classmates were also amazed, beginning to wonder if this inconspicuous guy really had a talent for creating potions. Lucia, turning to Andreas, praised him for his good work, calling him a teenhead, to which the young man indignantly reminded her of his real name. Suddenly, someone shouted the professor's name, drawing everyone's attention to the speaker. A plump boy with tears in his eyes turned to the teacher, asking why he did this to him. The teacher, turning pale, stared at the young man in fear, barely squeezing out the word "you." The overweight boy, with a trembling voice, asked why the teacher took credit for the potion he had made himself, leaving everyone present in shock. The plump young man, visibly nervous, tried to explain his position, emphasizing the enormous effort put into creating the potion, which, in his opinion, everyone should have known about. The shocked participants froze in mute amazement, unable to believe that a respected teacher could commit such an unseemly act. Andreas, turning to the girl, asked her opinion about the need for a report, to which she hesitantly replied that if the professor thought so, then it was probably true. The guy, suddenly deciding on something, headed somewhere, causing a frightened reaction from the girl, who anxiously asked where he was going. Looking after the departing guy, the girl thought with annoyance that she had saved him yesterday in vain, and decided not to help him anymore. Approaching the group, the guy turned to the professor with a question about the ingredient of the potion, to which he irritably replied that now was not the right time. The persistent young man continued, claiming that his question was related to the current situation, and if the professor really created the potion, he could easily prove it. The teacher, internally seething with anger, cursed the annoying student, considering him a real freak. The fat boy, having grasped the essence of the conversation, clarified whether the guy meant evidence similar to the evaluation of the magic tower. The guy, without reducing his pressure, said that if the professor really created this potion, he could easily explain the use of each ingredient. The professor, trying to save face, recalled his status as a teacher at a prestigious academy, but his words sounded unconvincing. He was suddenly interrupted by a direct question about the reason for replacing the resin with petals, which finally drove the professor into a corner. The teacher, starting to become noticeably nervous and sweating, tried to concentrate, but it was obvious that he had completely forgotten about this important part of the potion. The plump boy, looking intently at the confused professor, defiantly asked why he was silent and did not answer a simple question. The guy continued his thought, explaining that using the petals reduces the cost of the potion, which the creator should have known about, and suggested continuing the discussion. The professor, losing his composure, shouted, accusing the students of creating a circus and insisting that only the magic tower had the right to evaluate potions. Ignoring the teacher's indignation, the guy asked the last question about the reason for using a more expensive beetle instead of powder. The students, in complete shock, did not take their eyes off the professor, eagerly awaiting his answer. Those present were perplexed why the professor was silent, like a fish in water instead of giving a convincing answer and resolving the doubts that arose. A terrible thought flashed through the students' heads. Did the professor really steal the potion, appropriating his own students' research? The teacher, clenching his fists from tension, began to answer stammeringly, repeating because several times, trying to collect his thoughts. Finally, he squeezed out an explanation that the powder had a hallucinogenic effect, so it was replaced with beetles, despite their higher cost. The overweight guy looked at the professor with a pompous look, while the rest of the students looked disappointed and upset about what was happening. The plump young man, without hiding his superiority, told the professor that the replacement of the powder was made for a completely different reason. The real reason for the change, as the guy explained, was that when creating the potion, the powder gets very hot, which can cause pain in the stomach. The teacher, losing control of himself, began to scream, insisting that he was right, and claiming that the replacement was made solely because of the hallucinogenic effect. The plump guy, without losing his composure, reminded the professor that he had indeed mentioned the side effects of the powder, but did not specify their nature. The young man continued his thought, emphasizing that they were not talking about hallucinations as a side effect, and asked the professor to explain how he came to this conclusion. The students, unable to hold back their emotions, began to shout indignantly, questioning the professor's scientific degree and accusing him of stealing the merits of his own student. The audience was filled with angry cries of the thief and fraudster, while the confused teacher did not know how to react to the accusations. In a fit of rage, the professor began to shout, accusing the students of deception and trying to discredit him. Pointing to two students, he demanded that they admit to deception, threatening serious consequences. Continuing to threaten the disciplinary committee, the professor finally lost control, and the students noted that in such a situation, adults should intervene. In a desperate attempt to regain control, the professor suggested turning to Sir Alvin to resolve the conflict. The guy, demonstrating confidence, took out a card and stated that Sir Alvin was his sponsor, hinting at his influence. Lucia, watching what was happening, thought that the threat of the card might actually have an effect on the professor. Andreas, puzzled by the situation, asked if they didn't want to get justice, feeling that something was wrong. Suddenly, the image of the Tower Master appeared behind them, radiating displeasure and anger. He, watching what was happening from the side, said sternly, as if cursing that the professor was bothering him. The master continued, declaring that the professor would have to bear responsibility for the chaos caused. Turning his gaze to Andreas, the Tower Master noticed that this boy was really not stupid. He noted that the young man knew well the theory and composition of the awakening potion. The master thought that perhaps Andreas would actually be able to create a new potion before the end of the year. With undisguised interest, the master of the magic tower added that he would look forward to this miracle. The action moves to the academy cafeteria, where there is a lively atmosphere. Andreas, Lucia, and Vivian are sitting at one of the tables enjoying their meal. Lucia, with slight bewilderment, noted the choice of place for the treat, to which Andreas responded enthusiastically about the taste of the food. The girl, unable to contain her curiosity and her hunger, decisively grabbed the offered dish. Suddenly she pulled her hand away, realizing that the food was too hot, and began to blow on her burnt fingers. Andreas, with a slight mockery, advised her to eat like a lady, since she came from a rich family. He continued, explaining how to properly hold the meat by the bone and dip it into the sauce. Andreas does not serve meat, and the girl, with slight irritation, reminds her of her rich origin. Looking at the delicious piece, she reflects on the unexpected turn of fate that happened in her life. Lucia is surprised that she's now enjoying a simple meal in the company of new friends. Vivian, as if reading Lucia's thoughts, agrees that she also could not imagine such a development of events. Andreas, intrigued by Vivian's reaction, wonders what exactly surprises her. Vivian, pointing towards the pink-haired girl, begins to explain her thought. The guy, looking at Vivian in surprise, understands what she is talking about, and his face lights up with a smile. With a smile on his face, Andreas hands Vivian something, telling the girl to take a piece, handing it to her. Already walking down the corridor, the green-haired girl asks Andreas about his plans to buy a tablet, emphasizing its importance for obtaining information. The guy replies that he is now saving money, to which the girl notices that tablets are already quite inexpensive. Andreas agrees that the girl will have access to everything, but his answer angers her. Vivian, remembering the generosity of Andreas, whom she calls Mr. Fairy, offers him something in return. The guy politely refuses and curiously asks why she constantly calls him Mr. Fairy. Suddenly Andreas, pointing to the side, says that it is time for him to go and says goodbye to the girls. The pink-haired girl notes in surprise that they only ate, but still says goodbye to him, wishing him a good day. Andreas walks down a hallway filled with bright sunlight, creating a warm glow around him, He closes his eyes for a moment, lost in his thoughts and reflections. Suddenly, a mysterious cloaked figure appears in front of him, attracting his attention. It turns out that this is Karen, and his appearance betrays obvious concern and anxiety in his exhausted eyes. Andreas, seeing his mentor, is relieved that he has finally returned. The busy Alvin Martin Street in Rodlin Academy was filled with the sounds of hammer blows coming from the local blacksmith shop, renowned for its skilled craftsmen. Andreas, preparing for a possible clash with those who consider someone else's property to be theirs, decided to prepare to defend the page of laziness, realizing that a violent conflict is inevitable. In the forge, Andreas carefully examined the various swords, trying to choose the right weapon for his purpose, his gaze settling on one particularly attractive specimen. Unexpectedly for himself, among the visitors to the forge, Andreas noticed a familiar face. It was Diana, his old friend, whose presence here surprised him a lot. Diana, noticing the surprise on Andreas's face, curiously inquired about the reason for his visit to the forge, clearly not expecting to meet him in such a place. Andreas, without hiding his intentions, honestly answered that he had come for the sword, which caused even greater surprise in Diana, because he had always been known as a magician, not a warrior. Hastening to explain his choice, Andreas emphasized the importance of the sword for self-defense, believing that additional protection would never hurt in the unpredictable world of magic. Diana, holding an oblong box in her hands, shared that it was a gift for her brother, unwittingly causing a flood of memories of the past in Andreas. Andreas's thoughts immediately went to the image of Carl, Diana's brother, with whom he had warm memories from childhood and youth. Carl, being the eldest son in the family, always followed the path of a warrior, and Andreas remembered how well they got along in those distant times full of carefree adventures. With sadness, Andreas realized that Carl was already dead at the beginning of the events of the game, and very little information about him survived, which made these memories even more valuable. Straining his memory, Andreas remembered that Charles had died at the end of a year of events at the academy, shortly after Khazar had fled the Duke's territory and joined a mysterious cult. Andreas asked Diana if Carl was participating in the upcoming event at the end of the year, to which the girl nodded affirmatively, confirming his guess. With undisguised enthusiasm, Andreas proposed the idea of a threesome meeting, hoping to rekindle old friendships and remember the good old days. Diana, clearly embarrassed by this proposal, answered hesitantly that she did not know if this was possible, her voice betraying some concern. She shared her observations, saying that after asking others and meeting Carl in person, she noticed that he had changed somehow, which made her anxious. Diana, deep in thought, tried to find the right way to ask Andreas a question that worried her, not knowing how best to start the conversation. Overcoming her embarrassment, she decided to simply ask him directly, convincing herself that this would be the best way out of the current situation. Andreas, noticing her hesitation, gently asked if she wanted to ask him something, giving her the opportunity to speak. Without waiting for an answer, Andreas decided to say goodbye, saying that it was time for them to leave and that they would see each other later. They turned in different directions, preparing to leave the forge and continue their business, each immersed in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Diana, overcoming her indecision, turned and shouted loudly that she wanted to know something important, attracting the attention of those around her. The forge workers, surprised by the sudden exclamation, turned towards the girl, watching with curiosity the development of the situation. However, Andreas had already left Martin Street and did not hear her scream, continuing to think about Carlos and the times before the fall of the cult. Later, sitting in Karen's office, Andreas listened carefully to his mentor, who talked about the unsuccessful search for material comparable in quality to that mysterious vampire. Karen, without losing his resolve, informed Andreas of his intention to continue the search, despite all the difficulties and failures that he had to face. Andreas, thinking about the upcoming weekend meeting, realized that this could be his chance, although he did not have high hopes for it. In his thoughts, the guy was already thinking through the strategy of the game, realizing that if he could awaken greed in Karen and force him to ask for an artifact, victory would be his. Karen, slamming the book in his hands, reminded Andreas of the many tasks they had to do and advised them to be prepared for anything. Andreas, plucking up courage, turned to his mentor, saying that he wanted to tell him something important, which immediately attracted Karen's attention. Without further ado, the guy announced that he had managed to obtain the legendary code of the apocalypse, which caused Karen to be clearly surprised. Sharon, maintaining a serious expression on his face, carefully looked straight into the eyes of his student, trying to understand how true his words were. Andreas, without looking away, answered his master with the same determination, demonstrating confidence in his words and a willingness to confirm them. Despite his outward confidence, the guy began to get slightly nervous and sweat, realizing the importance of the moment and the possible consequences of his statement. Karen, trying to hide his surprise, sharply replied that this could not be true, calling Andreas a weakling, unable to obtain such a valuable artifact. In response to the master's distrust, Andreas began to cast a spell, creating a portal from which his hand appeared, holding something that was clearly not intended for the possession of an ordinary student. Sharon, without hiding his amazement, watched the actions of the student, his pupils narrowed from tension and disbelief in what was happening. From the created portal, Andreas slowly and solemnly extracted a valuable artifact, confirming the veracity of his words and demonstrating his achievement. Karen, shocked by what he saw, could not believe his eyes, realizing that his student really possessed the legendary code of the apocalypse. Andreas, full of determination, handed the item to Karen, wanting to transfer it into the capable hands of his mentor. Karen seemed to be gripped by an internal struggle, his lips pressed into a thin line, betraying the tension and doubt that tormented his soul. Looking away as if unable to meet his student's eyes, Karen uttered words that caught Andreas by surprise, offering to keep the object for himself. Explaining his decision, Karen compared the item to a hot potato, warning that its presence could only bring trouble, and advised them to save it for the upcoming meeting. Andreas, trying to hide his disappointment, noted that he expected such a response, emphasizing Karen's tendency to put his own safety above all else. Sharon, turning the conversation into a practical direction, reminded them of the upcoming weekend meeting, insisting on careful preparation and clearing the schedule. On the eastern outskirts of the city, where the forbidden forest meets civilization, a carriage raced as if fleeing from an invisible danger lurking in the dark shadows of the trees. Sitting in the carriage, Andreas thought about the upcoming meeting, which he had attended thanks to Karen, realizing that the real tests were just beginning. Karen sat opposite Andreas. His piercing gaze, fixed straight into the student's eyes, seemed to be trying to penetrate the most hidden corners of his soul. Karen, without looking away, talked about the possibility of exchanging the page for artifacts that could increase their power, emphasizing the need for a good deal. Andreas, internally tense, reflected that Karen undoubtedly considered the page his property, but in the event of a conflict he would not fail to use the student as a human shield. Suddenly, something attracted the attention of both, forcing them to look at each other anxiously and peer warily into the surrounding darkness, sensing the approach of an unknown danger. Suddenly, the horses became alarmed, their anxiety growing by the second, forcing the coachman to stop the cart and try to calm the agitated animals. The reason for the excitement soon became obvious from the darkness. The silhouettes of unknown people appeared, clearly intending to attack the travelers, disrupting their already tense journey. A muscular blond man approached the carriage window, his imposing figure blocking the light as he addressed those inside, catching their attention. The stranger, breaking into a smile, asked if they were heading to a meeting and asked permission to join their company on the trip. Andreas, peering into the face of the muscular blonde, felt a vague memory associated with this man begin to emerge in the depths of his memory. Without waiting for an answer, the man who had just arrived climbed into the carriage, lounging on the seat with visible pleasure and expressing relief at having found fellow travelers. The realization flashed through Andreas's mind that in front of him was Salem Adidia, one of the continent's magnificent 10, a man willing to do anything for the sake of his research. Anxious thoughts overwhelmed Andreas. If information about the page was leaked, the consequences could be catastrophic, jeopardizing not only their mission, but also their lives. Karen, who had maintained a tense expression on his face all this time, attracted the attention of Salem, who did not fail to inquire about the reason for his obvious anxiety. Salem, noticing Karen's discomfort, asked with slight mockery whether he was displeased by the fact that he too was heading to the meeting. Sharon, taken by surprise by the directness of the question, hastily began to justify himself, claiming that his reaction had been misinterpreted. Salem laughed and tried to defuse the situation, advising Karen not to worry and mentioning that this was not the first such meeting for him. Andreas, amazed by Salem's behavior, mentally noted that although he knew about his eccentricity, the reality exceeded all expectations. Salem, showing unexpected interest, leaned towards Andreas, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he inquired about the young man's name. Karen, wanting to comply with protocol, reminded Andreas to introduce himself, emphasizing his status as a senior and mentor. Hearing the name Andreas Cromwell, Salem perked up, his reaction hinting at some hidden information about the young man's family, which he seemed unaware of. Andreas, puzzled by Salem's words, was lost in thought, trying to understand what secret Karen might be hiding about his family. Salem, not hiding his surprise, noticed Andreas's obvious ignorance of his own past, casting a significant glance at Karen. Placing his hand on Andreas's shoulder in a gesture that could seem either friendly or patronizing, Salem offered to give the young man advice. Leaning towards Andreas's ear, Salem whispered a cryptic phrase about fighting with all his might, leaving the young man even more confused. After this conversation, Andreas could not resist sneaking glances at Karen, trying to read something in his expression. Karen's face seemed to silently command Andreas to remain silent, which only increased his suspicions and curiosity. Andreas's thoughts raced feverishly, trying to figure out what other secrets Karen, the man he trusted, might be hiding from him. Suddenly, Andreas noticed that the coachman's place was occupied not by a man, but by a creepy skeleton, whose presence gave the trip an even more sinister hue. A ghostly silhouette materialized next to the skeleton coachman, in which Andreas recognized with horror the spirit of Karen himself, which completely turned his idea of reality upside down. The horses, as if sensing the approaching danger, suddenly braked, forcing the passengers inside the carriage to tense up in anticipation of the unknown. Karen, maintaining external calm, but with notes of wariness in his voice, turned to the invisible presence, asking about its intentions. Calling the invisible guest for a personal meeting, Karen watched as an ominous black liquid began to ooze the horses, foreshadowing the appearance of something extraordinary. The black substance, obeying an unknown force, began to form into a human figure, crowned with a hat from under which red eyes flickered ominously. Having completed its eerie transformation, the creature appeared completely black, with the exception of a single glowing red eye, giving it a demonic appearance. The stranger, adjusting his hat with a gesture full of sinister elegance, turned to Karen, hinting at their long acquaintance and the events that separated their meeting. Dragon, who appeared before the travelers, turned out to be an imposing African-American man in a hat and with a monocle. His appearance introduced a new level of tension into the already tense atmosphere. Suddenly, something in the surrounding environment caused Dragon to become clearly embarrassed, followed by a flash of anger reflected in his piercing gaze. The three men, Karen, Dragon, and Salem, found themselves face to face, their meeting seemingly filled with unspoken accusations and old grudges. Andreas, watching the scene unfold, mentally noted that the appearance of the deep-sea dragon was clearly connected with the artifact, although Salem's presence seemed to be an unpleasant surprise for him. Sharon, without losing his composure, attracted the attention of the company, pointing somewhere into the distance, as if he had discovered something important in the darkness surrounding them. The mysterious Sir Morsh, noticing the arrivals, marked the path to the meeting place, causing Salem to question the reasons for choosing such a high and inaccessible place for the meeting. Salem's gaze darted into the distance, his eyes squinted with tension, trying to make out something in the twilight surrounding them, as if looking for an invisible threat. Salem's face was distorted by a malicious smile, and his words, spoken with notes of self-satisfaction, hinted that the situation was developing according to a predictable scenario for him. Suddenly, everyone present turned their gaze to Salem, their faces expressing extreme amazement, as if he had done something unimaginable. Salem, without wasting a second, drew his sword. His voice full of contempt sounded in the silence of the night, accusing unknown opponents of stupidity. Dragon, watching what was happening, was mentally perplexed, considering the actions of the attackers to be the height of recklessness and stupidity. Trying to steal the codex in the presence of Salem seemed crazy, especially considering that there were magicians lurking in the trees, ready to attack at any moment. Suddenly, magical vines began to sprout from the ground, rapidly entwining the hands of those present, creating a trap from which it seemed impossible to escape. Salem, holding the sword above his head, said defiantly that now it would become clear how many fools were left alive. His voice sounded like a sentence for the attackers. With a sharp movement, Salem lowered his sword, striking the ground, releasing a powerful stream of energy that seemed to be able to tear the very fabric of reality. The released force created a violent hurricane, lifting everything around into the air and creating chaos in which it was difficult to discern anything. A violet-blue glow, generated by a single blow from Salem's sword, spread across the forest, demonstrating his incredible power and skill. A small blue ball of energy materialized next to Dragon and Charon, pulsating with a mysterious light and seemingly living a life of its own. Similar balls appeared near the bandits, causing them confusion and fear of an unknown phenomenon, the nature of which they could not comprehend. Salem's keen gaze, enhanced by a magic ball, searched the surroundings, penetrating the darkness and revealing all the secrets hidden in the forest thicket. With a hint of satisfaction in his voice, Salem announced the result of his observation, accurately determining the number of opponents lying in ambush. Deciding to put an end to this game of hide-and-seek, Salem prepared for decisive action, his eyes sparkling with anticipation of the inevitable fight. Salem's body flared up with a bright blue flame, enveloping his figure in a mystical glow, indicating his readiness for the upcoming battle. Panic arose among the bandits. They realized that their plan had been discovered, and the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control, threatening their mission. Looking around, the bandits noticed with horror the approaching opponents, realizing that the routes to retreat were rapidly shrinking. The girl from the gang, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, desperately called on her comrades to immediately retreat, hoping to save at least part of the group. Suddenly, her expression changed, her pupils contracting to the extreme, reflecting her shock at the unexpected turn of events. Salem's smile grew wider, acquiring an ominous character, foreshadowing the inevitable reprisal against the unlucky attackers. Directing a stream of green aura at the girl, Salem said with triumph that the victim had fallen into his trap, leaving her no chance of salvation. The entire forest lit up with a dazzling green glow emanating from Salem, demonstrating his incredible magical power. At this time, somewhere nearby, a woman with short purple hair was calmly sipping tea, as if what was happening did not concern her at all. The little girl slept peacefully on the back of a huge troll, unaware of the battle unfolding nearby, her sleep remaining serene amidst the chaos. A man in a hat and suit, whose face was hidden in the shadows, watched what was happening, his piercing blue eyes carefully studying the two interlocutors. The four gathered sat around a round table, patiently awaiting the arrival of the rest of the meeting participants, the atmosphere of tension growing every minute. Dragon, Salem, Karen, and Andreas arrived at the meeting. Salem, opening the door, greeted Morsha, hinting at their long acquaintance. Charon, showing respect, bowed, expressing his joy at meeting Morsha Jester, his voice sounding with notes of respect. Salem, turning to Andreas, noted his composure, praising him for the safety of the artifact and offering to open the bag. Salem attracted the attention of everyone present, announcing something important. The eyes of the meeting participants focused on him with undisguised interest. Even the little girl who had been dozing on the troll awoke, intrigued by what was happening, her curiosity obvious. A man in black, hidden behind a hat and suit, with only blue eyes visible, commented on the situation, reproaching Salem for unnecessary bloodshed. Andreas, assessing the assembled magicians, mentally noted that the black magicians they had to face were very strong opponents. Reflecting on Salem, Andreas recognized its undeniable importance, while Salem himself boastfully declared his indispensability in obtaining the codex. The mysterious man in black interrupted the argument, urging those present to focus on the main thing and hurry up with the demonstration of the artifact. Andreas cast a displeased glance towards Karen, his face expressing a mixture of disappointment and wariness. Having begun to create the portal, Andreas attracted the attention of those present. His actions aroused the interest of a mysterious observer. Andreas's composure in the face of such powerful mages did not go unnoticed, highlighting his unique qualities. Andreas, calm and cool, did not even twitch an eyebrow when they threatened to blow his head off, demonstrating amazing fortitude in such a tense moment. Notable was the presence of a double core in the young man, identical to that of his interlocutor, which indicated his extraordinary magical abilities and potential. Salem, a mysterious and powerful magician, suddenly fixed a gaze on Andreas, full of genuine interest and hidden intent, causing those around him to tense up in anticipation. Andreas, focused and determined, opened the shimmering portal, intending to move the mysterious artifact while everyone present watched with bated breath. Unexpectedly, Salem, who was standing behind the young man, committed the unthinkable act of planting a kiss on his back, causing shock and confusion among those around him. Andreas, amazed and confused, turned around sharply, asking about the reasons for such strange behavior, to which Salem, grinning, replied about his sympathy for the young man, causing him to think. A woman with short hair, outraged by what was happening, turned sharply to Salem, expressing her indignation at his inappropriate behavior at such a crucial moment. A mysterious figure in a black hat, whose eyes only flickered in the darkness, called to stop inappropriate jokes and focus on the important task ahead. Salem, suddenly becoming serious, informed Andreas about his acquaintance with his family, promising to provide him with one, but very significant service in the future. Andreas, struck by the unexpected revelation, realized the importance of this promise, knowing about the strict observance of oaths by the Magnificent Ten of the continent. In the back of his mind, the young man began to ponder how best to use Salem's promised help to make the necessary changes to his plans. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared from the portal created by the guy, attracting the attention of everyone present and creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. This creature turned out to be a personal skeleton named Nicole, summoned by Andreas, who carefully held in his bony hands a mysterious artifact emitting a subtle glow. The man in the hat, whose piercing eyes were the only thing visible from under the brim, confidently declared that there was no doubt about the authenticity of the artifact presented. Karen, looking intently at Andreas, asked with undisguised surprise when he managed to summon the skeleton, while Salem wondered about the possibility of trusting the code of the undead. Kyan, carefully studying the skeleton, noted its undoubted strength and endurance, which could play an important role in upcoming events. Andreas, realizing the seriousness of the situation, mentally reminded himself of the need to remain cool and calm, because this was the key to success. The magicians surrounding the young man eagerly looked at the artifact with eyes burning with anticipation, making Andreas realize his helplessness in the face of these powerful creatures. Realizing that there was no time to think, the young man decided to act immediately, because any delay could cost him his life. All those present, without taking their eyes off the skeleton with the artifact, expressed genuine surprise at the fact that Andreas was really able to deliver such a valuable item. Andreas, decisively and loudly, gave the order to his faithful skeleton Nicholas to return, preparing. The next moment, the young man, with a lightning-quick movement, pulled out his sword, which flashed in the dim light of the dungeon. The powerful magicians, stunned by the unexpected turn of events, stared at Andreas in shock, not believing their eyes. The skeleton, obeying the will of its owner, quickly rushed forward along with Andreas, ready to protect him at the cost of its own existence. Salem, in complete shock from what was happening, could not hide his amazement, his gaze noticeably distorted, expressing an extreme degree of surprise and confusion. The rest of the black magicians, no less stunned, froze in mute bewilderment, their faces expressing a mixture of misunderstanding and anxiety, trying to comprehend what was happening. Andreas, without hesitation, took his sharp knife and decisively plunged it into the area next to the heart, causing a wave of horror among those present. One of the magicians, not believing his eyes, with alarm in his voice, asked the young man about the reasons for his such a desperate act, calling him a student of Karen. Andreas, overcoming the pain, began to explain that he was the one who discovered this mysterious and powerful artifact. The young man, bleeding, demanded that those present appreciate his efforts and sacrifices made to obtain the artifact. The short-haired woman's eyes flashed brightly from tension and anger, and wriggling roots began to rapidly sprout from the ground around her. These ominous roots slowly but inexorably approached Andreas, while the magicians reproached him for excessive greed and arrogance. The short-haired woman, despite her magical attack, was in a state of deep shock from the events unfolding in front of her. Andreas, gathering his last strength, announced that the artifact was in his secret vault along with the skeleton, and if he died, no one would be able to obtain the codex. The young man, still holding the knife to his heart, turned to Salem, reminding him of the earlier promise of help. Andreas, looking straight into Salem's eyes, reminded him of his words and declared that the time had come to fulfill his promise and help him. Feeling his strength leaving him, the guy hastily added that he had very little time left and needed help immediately. Salem, keeping his cool, answered Andreas that his actions seemed excessively reckless and asked what the young man would do if his words turned out to be a deception. Andreas did not hesitate to declare his willingness to do whatever it took, even if it cost him his life, demonstrating unwavering determination. The young man added that in order to survive in this crazy world, you need to become the craziest yourself, showing your readiness to go to the end. Salem, impressed by Andreas's courage, noted with a slight grin that the young man turned out to be very funny and extraordinary. Continuing his thought, Salem admitted that although he encouraged the young man to fight, he did not expect him to go so far in his actions. Suddenly, Salem pulled out his sword and began to imbue it with green magic, causing shock and amazement to everyone present with his unexpected actions. Snakes appeared from Salem's blade, looking around warily, and the ominous spear and the dread serpent materialized in the air, increasing the tension. Holding a sword with snakes crawling out of it, Salem turned to the other magicians, making it clear that the situation was out of control. Salem, seeing Andreas's inflexibility, gloomily concluded that he had no choice but to destroy everyone present. Salem, emitting an aura of menace, firmly stated that anyone who dared harm this youth would be killed immediately, demonstrating his determination to protect Andreas. The joyful girl, standing next to her faithful troll, quickly assured that they would not harm the young man, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Salem, intensifying his threat, added that he would find and destroy anyone who dared to seek trouble with Andreas, leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. The mysterious man in the hat, whose eyes sparkled from under the brim, asked Salem in disbelief about his willingness to fight everyone because of this young man, to which he confidently confirmed his position. A black magician with short hair, the woman, without hiding her indignation, accused Salem of mocking them, not believing what was happening. Salem, without losing his composure, responded harshly, asking if they wanted him to repeat his words, emphasizing the seriousness of his intentions. The man in the hat and the woman with short hair, stunned by what was happening, silently watched the development of events, not daring to intervene. Dragon and Karen, amazed by what they heard, froze in horror, realizing the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences. Only the girl next to her troll, without hiding her admiration, loudly exclaimed "Wow," breaking the oppressive silence that reigned in the room. The mysterious man, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, turned to Andreas, asking about his desires, recognizing his new status. Everyone present waited with bated breath for Andreas's answer, realizing that his words could change the balance of power in the magical world. Suddenly, an empty flask fell to the floor from under Andreas's feet, attracting the attention of everyone present and adding a new element of mystery to what was happening. Andreas, gathering his thoughts, thanked everyone for waiting patiently, preparing to voice his demands. Those present, holding their breath, again turned to the young man, persistently asking him to express their desires. Andreas, demonstrating unexpected acumen, asked what the magicians were willing to offer for such a valuable artifact, turning the situation into negotiations. One of the magicians, without hiding his irritation, reproached the young man for the absurdity of his behavior, pointing out the lack of clear requirements. Another magician, trying to speed up the process, invited Andreas to choose 5 items from a special list, advising him to approach the choice with special care. Demonstrating the list, the magicians noted the presence of even powerful corpses in it, emphasizing the value of the items offered. Andreas, mentally grinning, noted that the presence of corpses was not surprising for a meeting of black magicians, assessing the situation with cold calculation. Studying the list, the young man noticed the remains of the former Fairy Queen Milena and the Tiger King Timur, realizing their incredible value as first-class materials. Suddenly, the troll turned to Jester, the man in the hat, reminding him that these corpses had already been sold to Morna, warning of the possible consequences of handing them over. Andreas, hearing Morna's name, shuddered internally, realizing the complexity of the situation. The young man, realizing that the corpses belonged to one of the strongest necromancers, decided to abandon them in order to avoid serious problems. Suddenly, someone suggested that Andreas take the corpses just like that, which put the young man into a state of complete shock. All those present turned towards the speaker, who turned out to be a fly, respectfully calling her master. Master Fly loudly stated that her student did not have the skills to use such powerful corpses, causing a new wave of surprise. The Master Fly, insisting on her decision, repeated that she had no objection to transferring the corpse from her spatial bag to Karen, demonstrating unexpected generosity. Salem, looking at Andreas, mentally noted that the young man really deserved such an attitude, recognizing his perseverance and resourcefulness. Andreas, surprised by the master's generosity, decided not to miss such a rare opportunity, although he did not understand the true motives for such generosity. The young man, bowing deeply, expressed sincere gratitude for the generosity and announced his decision to accept the offered items, including valuable corpses. Karen, without hiding his disappointment and anger, cursed himself for not bringing the artifact personally, realizing the lost profit. Andreas was presented with a list of available items, which included a lunar blessing, tears, flowers, a blue root, an ebon ball, and the corpses of the fairy queen Milena and King Timur. Salam, trying to influence the young man's choice, shouted about the presence of more valuable things, but Andreas, confident in his decision, insisted on the selected items. The young man explained that from the resulting components he could create a potion worth hundreds of millions, as well as find a cure for Lucia's illness. Jester, losing patience, demanded that the artifact be handed over to them immediately, reminding them of the terms of the deal. Andreas, remaining calm, agreed to fulfill the demand and promised to give up the artifact immediately. Jester, using his magic, began to pull the artifact into his hands, preparing to take possession of the long-awaited item. Salem, leaning towards Andreas, quietly warned him to prepare for a quick escape. Suddenly, Salem grabbed the young man by the hand and quickly pulled him in the opposite direction, saving him from possible danger. The black magicians, realizing the deception, burst into angry shouts, calling to immediately catch up with the fugitives. Salem, without hiding his amusement, laughed loudly, while Andreas was in a state of slight horror at what was happening. The young man, trying to comprehend the situation, asked again about the magician's intentions to get rid of him after handing over the artifact, to which Salem confirmed his guess. Salem, recalling this promise, assured Andreas that he would take him to a safe place, demonstrating his loyalty to his word. Andreas, having collected his thoughts, asked to be sent back to the academy, offering to leave him at the nearest station. Salem, having clarified the name of the Rodlin Academy, asked if Bart knew that Andreas was a black magician. The young man, without hiding his fears, replied that if Bart had known, he would hardly still be alive, emphasizing the danger of his situation. Salem philosophically noted that fate can sometimes be a real villain, hinting at the complexity of Andreas's life path. Continuing his thought, Salem mysteriously added that the young man would understand everything when the time comes, causing Andreas bewilderment and new questions. Salem, repeating his earlier advice, encouraged Andreas to fight as hard as he could to survive, emphasizing the importance of this admonition. He assured the young man that over time he would find answers to all his questions, calling for patience and perseverance. Returning to the academy, Andreas laid out the items received in exchange for the artifact on the table, assessing his unexpected wealth. Seeing the huge body of the Tiger King lying on the floor, the young man exclaimed in surprise, amazed at the capacity of the magic bag. Andreas, studying the corpse, reflected on the need to improve his necromancy skill to more effectively use such valuable remains, realizing the limitations of his current capabilities. The young man decided to hold on to his trophies for now, recognizing their potential value and the need for careful preparation before using them. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the fall of a book, which attracted his attention by its unusual appearance. Picking up a book with a gold edge, Andreas looked at the unexpected find in surprise, trying to understand its origin. Realizing that in front of him was a high-level book of black magic by Morn, written personally by the master, the young man felt awe at the possibilities that had opened up. Opening the book, Andreas was in complete shock, wondering if it was a gift from a mysterious benefactor. The young man understood that the knowledge contained in this book was not available in the Corona Library, and mastering it would allow him to effectively use the resulting corpses. Suddenly, something caught Andreas's attention, causing him to turn sharply and peer intensely at the other side of the room. A game window appeared in front of him, informing him of the possibility of his skeleton soldier evolving, which caused the young man a mixture of surprise and anticipation. Andreas noted that the status window appeared after the artifact was handed over, suggesting that the Codex has some influence on the evolution process. Deciding not to give in to worry, the young man focused on the 100% probability of success of the evolution and decided to agree to the proposed improvement. While observing the skeleton, Andreas noted the lack of visible signs of pain, suggesting that this may be due to its undead nature. An unexpected knock on the door took the young man by surprise, causing him great surprise and wariness. Andreas, overcome with curiosity and anxiety, hurried to the door, wondering who could come to him at such a late hour. Behind the door was Lucia, who, looking at the young man with some concern, asked if he had a minute to talk. The narrative suddenly changes, taking us to an office where Salem sits opposite the mysterious master, preparing for a serious conversation. Salem, showing respect, asks permission to ask a question, to which the master silently gives his consent. Starting the conversation, Salem suggests that the true reason for revealing information about the artifact was to protect Andreas. After these words, deathly silence reigns in the office. The tension noticeably increases. Salem continues, noting the master's care for Cain and his son, trying to understand the motives behind his actions. He recalls that Cain's training was imposed by the Empire and was complicated by his lack of obvious talent. Salem asks an unexpected question about the origin of necromancers, to which the master reacts with some surprise. The image of a beautiful girl with green hair appears before the master's eyes, evoking deep emotions in him. The image of a young man with wide eyebrows and long brown hair appears, completing the picture of the past. The master begins to talk about the essence of necromancy, mentioning its connection with the search for immortality, but suddenly breaks off his thought. To conclude the scene, the man's hand gently rests on the girl's hand, symbolizing deep connection and unspoken feelings. The scene changes to show the dead girl lying on the pentagram, while a grief-stricken man holds her lifeless hands. The master continues his thought by explaining that the true purpose of necromancy is to achieve immortality for those you love, revealing the deep emotional aspect of this art. Salem, listening to this story, remains silent, experiencing mixed feelings and some discomfort from what he heard. The master continues by talking about creating necromancy out of an obsession with an eternal union with loved ones, to which Salem skeptically remarks that it sounds like a fairy tale. Salem, hinting at the wisdom of his interlocutor, tries to get a direct answer, but the master evasively invites him to figure out the meaning of what was said. Astute Salem suggests that the master's connection to the situation is deeper than just an interest in Cain, trying to unravel his true motives. Recognizing the futility of trying to find out the truth by force, Salem gives up, and the master turns the conversation to the topic of Andreas, asking Salem's opinion about the young man. Salem, realizing the master's omniscience, mentions using a zombie fly to observe what is happening. Giving his opinion, Salem predicts that Andreas will become the craziest man in the world, surpassing even himself. Concluding the conversation, Salem expresses his impatience for developments, intriguing with his prediction about the future of Andreas. The mustachioed stranger with a mysterious smile introduced himself as William Everlast, his eyes sparkling mysteriously in the twilight of the room. The young man, gathering his courage, called himself Andreas Cromwell, to which the man cordially invited him to sit down, radiating hospitality. Lucia's father smiled apologetically and apologized for the inconvenience, explaining his desire to talk with the guest alone. William, straightening his mustache, mentioned plans for fruitful cooperation, emphasizing Andreas's close friendship with his daughter. Andreas, feeling excited, expressed his gratitude for the meeting and thanked William's daughter for her help. William, clearly pleased, noted the young man's enormous contribution, and Lucia, smiling proudly, recalled her role in obtaining favorable conditions. Andreas, holding out his hands with trepidation, accepted the documents from the hands of Lucia's father. The moment. Studying the papers, Andreas mentally calculated a profit of 60% of the cost of the potion of 3 million. The final amount was impressive. The young man, amazed by the numbers, realized that over 1,000 potions had been sold in the last month, which significantly exceeded his expectations. Lucia's father, rubbing his hands contentedly, compared potion sales to hotcakes, promising even greater profits next month. William, deciding to change the subject, suggested moving on to dinner, noting that this was the first time his daughter had brought home a friend. Andreas, hearing these words, felt the color of embarrassment flood his face, not knowing where to put his eyes. A month later, thanks to rumors that had spread, the potion gained incredible popularity not only among warriors, but also in ordinary circles. The company, in an effort to meet growing demand, expanded its raw material base and production capacity, selling more than 2,000 potions per month. Andreas sighed and thought that if he had known about such success in advance, he would have immediately bought himself a tablet for convenience. The young man, still not believing his success, reflected on the incredible profit received from just one potion. Thanks to the potion's popularity, Andreas gained the support of many influential nobles, strengthening his position in society. Andreas, having calculated his assets, was surprised to realize that his fortune exceeded 6 billion, opening up new opportunities. The family estate he so dreamed of was valued at 3.5 billion, including all taxes and fees. Andreas, smiling at his thoughts, realized that even after buying out the estate, he would have a significant amount left for further development. Andreas, remembering the important matter, stood up and took his bag, heading to the next stop, the National Cemetery, where an important matter awaited him. Getting off the train, the young man resolutely headed towards the cemetery, intending to return the family ring, a symbol of his heritage. Having crossed the gates of the cemetery, Andreas slowly climbed the path to a small house surrounded by peace and quiet. Near the house, Andreas noticed the familiar figure of Paimon, and next to him a mysterious man in a white mask, whose presence caused vague concern in the young man. Trying to unravel the identity of the stranger, Andreas mentally wondered who this mysterious companion of Paimon was. Paimon, noticing Andreas approaching, cordially invited him to come in and drink tea, as if not noticing the tension in the air. Andreas, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired about the identity of the stranger, but Paimon did not seem to understand the question, only asking again in a puzzled manner. The cemetery worker, breaking the awkward silence, explained the presence of the stranger as the role of a guarantor, supposedly to avoid possible problems. Not wanting to continue the conversation on the street, the cemetery worker suggested that everyone go inside, where they could discuss matters in a more comfortable environment. Once in the house, Andreas sat down opposite the cemetery worker, and between them, like a silent guard, stood a mysterious man in a white mask. Andreas, watching the stranger, mentally noted the obvious discrepancy. The sword and the hidden face did not fit in with the image of an ordinary guarantor. Remembering the necromantic practices of the cemetery worker, Andreas realized that he was only a small fry compared to Karen in the game world. Mentally assessing his skills, Andreas came to the conclusion that the cemetery worker did not pose a serious threat to him in the event of a conflict. The young man remembered his evolved skeleton nickel, which was capable of using aura, which gave him an advantage over ordinary opponents. The only unknown factor remained the mysterious masked man, causing Andreas to wonder about the possibility of releasing energy. Paimon, interrupting Andreas's thoughts, served tea, praising its taste and mentioning a familiar meeting where this exquisite drink had been ordered. Andreas, wanting to get down to business, politely reminded him that the purpose of his visit was to discuss the family ring and not to taste tea. The cemetery worker, smiling slightly, noted the young man's impatience, as if enjoying the protracted prelude to an important conversation. Andreas, showing generosity, offered 5 million for the ring, despite its initial disadvantage, appreciating the kindness of the cemetery worker. Hearing the offer, the cemetery worker froze in complete shock, not expecting such a generous offer from the young visitor. After recovering from his surprise, the cemetery worker noted how quickly Andreas had become a great and generous man in such a short time. In response to the compliment, Andreas only bowed politely, hiding his true thoughts and feelings behind a smile. The cemetery worker, slyly narrowing his eyes, hinted at the insufficiency of the proposed amount, implying that the price for silence should be higher. Andreas, instantly realizing his interlocutor's plan, contemptuously called him a typical villain, not hiding his disappointment in such methods. Paimon, trying to smooth the situation over, quickly clarified that this was not about money, but about the things Andreas received at the meeting. The cemetery worker grinned and offered to give away some of the valuable items Andreas had allegedly taken from the meeting. Concluding his proposal, the cemetery worker smugly called it a good deal, confident in his cunning. Andreas, maintaining external calm, continued to slowly sip his tea, pondering the current situation. Unexpectedly for everyone present, Andreas politely thanked for the offer, causing everyone's surprise. Looking firmly into the eyes of the cemetery worker, Andreas clearly repeated his original offer of 5 million, no more and no less. Angry at such insolence, the cemetery worker sharply reminded Andreas of his words, without hiding his irritation. Andreas, keeping his cool, calmly confirmed that he had heard every word of his opponent perfectly. The young man, revealing his cards, admitted that from the very beginning he understood the reluctance of the cemetery worker to make an honest deal. Hearing these words, the cemetery worker visibly sank, realizing that his plan had been exposed. The masked man, who had been silent until this moment, suddenly drew his sword, inviting Paimon to finish off Andreas. Agreeing with the proposal, Paimon expressed fatigue from this farce, but Andreas, ahead of them, began to conjure the portal. The evolved skeleton of Andreas appeared from the portal, shocking everyone, but the young man, without losing his composure, decided to ask a question. The skeleton that had reached the 5th grade possessed the traits of self-awareness, sword prowess, a ghostly form, and a sloth artifact, looking even more impressive. Andreas, addressing his opponents, defiantly asked if they really thought they could defeat him, causing horror in the cemetery worker. Paimon, succumbing to panic, ordered his guarantor to act, promising additional payment beyond what was agreed upon. With a nervous smile, the cemetery worker demanded to deal with the little freak, losing the remnants of his composure. The masked man, whose eyes were the only visible part of his face, glared at the cemetery worker. Before he could finish the order to seize Andreas's things, the cemetery worker froze, feeling the skeleton approaching from behind. The skeleton, ready to deal a crushing blow to the cemetery worker, was unexpectedly stopped by the sword of the guarantor, whose skill was at its best. Andreas, maintaining external calm, watched the unfolding scene, analyzing every movement of his opponents. The young man's gaze suddenly became sharp and focused as he said, "To be continued," anticipating the next act of this dangerous game. Andreas, assessing the enemy's tactics, noted the effective use of sticky bombs, with which he not only blocked the skeleton's attacks, but also restrained the magician himself. Fascinated by the spectacle, the young man carefully watched the fierce sword fight between his faithful skeleton and the mysterious mercenary. The masked man, showing lightning-fast reactions, sent a crushing blow towards the skeleton, intending to end the fight in one motion. The skeleton, showing incredible dexterity, managed to dodge the deadly blow at the last moment, showing the results of its evolution. Flashing his scarlet eyes, the bone warrior grabbed his opponent by the leg with lightning speed, catching him off guard with his unexpected tactics. The masked man's eyes widened in shock as he realized that he had underestimated the capabilities of his unusual opponent. The skeleton, taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, knocked him over with a sharp movement, causing him to lose his balance and fall. The moment the mercenary fell, the skeleton, without wasting a second, began to activate the magic on his sword, preparing for the decisive blow. Andreas, watching the battle, mentally noted that his skeleton covered the sword with an aura, demonstrating new abilities after evolution. The young man remembered that after evolution, the skeleton had a dantian, which explained its ability to use aura in battle. Andreas wondered if the enemy was really so strong that he forced the skeleton to resort to using an aura. Reflecting on the identity of the man in the mask, Andreas tried to figure out who was hiding behind this mysterious image. The young man continued to mysteriously watch the unfolding battle, analyzing every movement of the opponents. The skeleton and the masked man continued their furious sword fight, skillfully fending off each other's attacks with incredible speed. The mercenary managed to land a small blow, leaving a gash in the bone structure of the skeleton, but it did not stop the fight. The skeleton, without losing the initiative, made a powerful leap, raising his sword for another crushing blow. The masked man, ahead of his opponent, struck a lightning-fast blow with his sword directly at the skeleton's skull, seemingly piercing it right through. However, something went wrong, and the mercenary froze in complete shock, not understanding what had happened. The skeleton became transparent for a moment, allowing the blow to pass through it without causing any harm. While the masked man was trying to comprehend what he had seen, The skeleton took advantage of the moment and quickly approached him. Without allowing the enemy to come to his senses, the bone warrior delivered a powerful kick right into the mercenary's face. The force of the blow sent the masked man flying backwards, breaking out the window and flying out along with shards of glass. The skeleton of Andreas, emitting a terrifying aura, closely watched the masked man who flew through the window. Suddenly, mysterious hands appeared from the portal, dragging the masked man back, and the cemetery worker Paimon called out to him in confusion, asking what Dan was doing. The cemetery worker, losing his temper, shouted at Dan to stop holding back for the sake of money, and began casting an unknown spell. Andreas, watching what was happening, mentally cursed, realizing that the enemy had summoned the undead while he was distracted. The masked man who returned through the portal looked at everyone with a determined and unpleasant look, preparing for the next step. The cemetery worker, blazing with anger, exclaimed to the phantom that this was necessary, understanding the nature of Andreas's abilities. He continued, mockingly noting that Andreas seemed to have made a good catch at the meeting. Defying the challenge, the necromancer summoned a huge number of armored skeletons through the portals, showing off his best creations. Reiterating his advantage, the cemetery worker pointed to the countless corpses around, and zombie arms began to appear from the ground. The cemetery came alive with zombies and skeletons rose from their graves, creating an army of the undead. Andreas, assessing the situation, realized that they were completely surrounded, and ordered his skeleton to split up. The young man, giving commands, began to make his way through the crowd, dodging attacks and throwing back opponents. Cutting his way through hordes of undead, Andreas demonstrated incredible skill with the sword. Despite his efforts, countless enemies continued to pursue him, giving him no respite. Andreas created an earthen shield, trying to hide and simultaneously knocking down several skeletons. Turning around, he saw that the skeletons were attacking from behind, surrounding him on all sides. Concentrating his magic, the young man created stone projectiles in his hands, realizing the infinity of the enemy army. Launching stone spears, Andreas struck many skeletons, destroying their bony bodies. The spears pierced the enemies, breaking them into fragments, but new ones took the place of the fallen. Noticing the skeleton archers aiming at him, Andreas realized that the situation was becoming even more dangerous. His look, full of determination, betrayed the intense work of his thoughts in search of an effective plan of action. Without stopping, Andreas rushed towards the skeletons, cutting his way and destroying the enemies one by one. Stopping for a moment to catch his breath, the young man looked around the battlefield, assessing the number of defeated enemies. Cemetery worker Paimon, watching the incredible battle, said in amazement, turning to the heavens, that he was still only one. The cemetery worker's gaze expressed extreme fear, realizing the unexpected turn of events. The skeleton of Andreas, not giving up, attacked again, shrouding his sword in an aura, but the mercenary successfully deflected the blow. The masked man, barely restraining his anger, muttered the devil's skeleton through his teeth. The skeleton of Andreas, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, decided to use his last trump card. A built-in bomb was discovered in the bone warrior's chest, ready to be activated. Suddenly the bomb exploded, releasing enormous destructive force. The blast wave scattered the surrounding skeletons, creating chaos on the battlefield. Andreas, continuing to break through the ranks of enemies, noted with annoyance that he did not even have time to drink the potion. The young man understood that at this rate his strength would soon dry up, jeopardizing the entire plan. Despite his fatigue, Andreas continued to fight, not giving his enemies a second of respite. Stopping for a moment, the guy breathed heavily, feeling the strength leaving his body. Continuing the fight with the skeletons, Andreas mentally wondered about the whereabouts of his faithful Nikol. The young man felt his body begin to go numb, and his strength gradually left him. Every muscle of Andreas responded with unbearable pain, testing the limits of human capabilities. Suddenly, a huge skeleton approached Andreas, towering over him like a menacing figure. The guy, doubting his strength, wondered whether he could continue to fight until Nikol arrived. Gathering his last strength, Andreas deftly jumped over the head of a huge skeleton, demonstrating incredible dexterity. Suddenly the young man's gaze changed, expressing extreme surprise, as if he had felt or realized something. Another giant skeleton appeared behind Andreas, wielding a huge axe and swinging at his head. The guy, showing a lightning-fast reaction, managed to put his sword in front of him, blocking the deadly blow. The confrontation began. The skeleton pressed with all its weight and strength on Andreas's sword, trying to break his defense. Gathering his last bits of strength, Andreas threw away the skeleton's axe with a powerful blow, but he himself collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Andreas, having fallen to the ground after a powerful blow, rolled to the side, feeling the gaze of the skeleton on him, who seemed to enjoy his helplessness. With incredible effort, the guy tried to rise to his feet. His eyes were half closed from exhaustion, and every movement was felt by acute pain throughout his body. Suddenly, the skeleton delivered a crushing blow to Andreas's face with its forehead, causing the young man to lose his balance again and fall to the cold ground. Once on the ground, Andreas did not have time to defend himself from the continuous blows of the skeleton, each of which was given off by a new wave of pain, clouding his already clouded consciousness. Receiving blow after blow, the guy bitterly reflected on the possibility of his death here, in this God-forsaken cemetery, without achieving his goals and not fulfilling his promises. Only a peaceful purple sky flashed before Andreas's eyes, contrasting with the cruelty of what was happening, and the bony fist of the skeleton again and again fell on his exhausted body. Thoughts about his sister Ami pierced Andreas's consciousness, forcing him to think about her fate in the event of his death, and about who could protect her from the dangers of this cruel world. Memories of Lucy's illness and Vivian caused Andreas an acute feeling of guilt because he could not let them down, leaving them without support and protection in this unpredictable world. The realization that he finally had a real reason to live gave Andreas new strength, because he could not just die without fulfilling his promises and achieving his goals. Suddenly, a bright red glow flashed around Andreas, marking the awakening of his aura thanks to hard training and innate talent, opening up new possibilities for him. Activating the Dantian gave Andreas access to the power of the aura, filling his exhausted body with new energy and giving him hope for victory in a seemingly hopeless situation. Squeezing the hilt of his sword with unprecedented strength, Andreas prepared for a decisive attack, feeling how the aura that enveloped the blade gave the weapon incredible power. In one lightning-fast movement, Andreas pierced the skeleton's body with his sword filled with the power of aura, causing the bone warrior to crumble, unable to withstand the power of the blow. In the moment of defeating the skeleton, Andreas felt that he had finally found his place in this world, feeling how his newfound strength filled him with confidence and determination to continue his path. Andreas, barely able to stand after a grueling battle, was slowly moving forward when a desperate cry for help reached his ears, forcing him to quicken his pace. Nikol, Andreas's faithful skeleton, although battle-worn, was still on his feet, holding his sword to the graveyard worker's throat, not giving him a chance to escape. Approaching the prisoner, Andreas demanded information about the location of the ring, his voice sounding hoarse with fatigue, but determined. The cemetery worker, trying to gain time, suggested first lowering the weapon and calmly discussing the situation, his voice trembling with fear of the angry magician. Andreas, grinning, recalled the death of his skeleton, hinting at the impossibility of compromise and the seriousness of his intentions. Andreas's gaze fell on the severed head of a man in a white guarantor mask. This eerie picture reminded him of the cruelty of the battle that had just ended. Thinking about his further actions, Andreas understood that the situation required drastic measures. He could not afford to show weakness at such a moment. Raising the sword of the defeated guarantor, Andreas felt its weight and balance. This weapon could be the key to obtaining the necessary information. Clutching the captured sword in his hands, Andreas again demanded an answer about the whereabouts of the ring. At that moment, Paimon's alarmed exclamation was heard. The cemetery worker, with growing fear on his face, begged Andreas to be gentler, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous for him. Suddenly, the cemetery worker's eyes filled with an expression of hellish pain, and he began to scream, unable to contain the excruciating sensations. Andreas did not hesitate to cut off the cemetery worker's hand, demonstrating his determination to obtain the information he needed at any cost. Rejecting any attempts at negotiations, Andreas firmly stated his reluctance to discuss anything, after which the cemetery worker, falling to his knees, squeezed out that the ring was in the closet on the bottom shelf. Andreas, maintaining a menacing appearance, carefully studied the face of the cemetery worker, trying to determine whether to believe his words or not. At this moment, despite his attention to the cemetery worker, Andreas noticed that he began to cough strangely. Something was clearly wrong. The cemetery worker suddenly began to choke. Blood began to flow from his mouth, and the veins in his neck and face became severely tense, indicating serious health problems. After a few agonizing moments, the cemetery worker breathed his last and died, leaving Andreas completely bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Andreas, stunned by what was happening, looked at the lifeless body with a severed hand, trying to comprehend what had happened. Looking at the sword in his hand, Andreas thought that perhaps the cemetery worker himself wanted to get rid of himself in order to avoid further torment. Having carefully examined the blade, Andreas noticed traces of purple poison on the blade, and immediately realized that it was this substance that caused the sudden death of the cemetery worker. Andreas, remembering the guarantor, thought about the unusual sword, wondering about the identity of its owner. Suddenly, the cemetery worker's address to the guarantor Dan came to mind, making Andreas think about a possible connection with a famous person. Deciding to test his guess, Andreas approached the body of the guarantor, intending to remove the mask from his face. Having removed the mask, Andreas noticed a change in the guarantor's hairstyle, which confirmed his assumptions about the mask's ability to change appearance. Taking the white mask in his hands, Andreas decided to try it on himself to test its effect. Putting on the mask, Andreas felt his appearance change, enveloped in blue energy, turning him into an exact copy of Dan. Having removed the mask, Andreas became convinced that it was indeed an artifact for changing appearance, opening up new possibilities. Realizing the identity of the guarantor as Bloody Dan, the famous instigator of the war in the game, made Andreas think about the possible consequences. Andreas remembered the plot of the game, where Dan was hired to kidnap the child of the head of the secret barbarians, which led to a terrible war between the North and the Empire. Reflecting on his unintentional intervention in the course of history, Andreas realized that the war that had engulfed the entire continent in the game could now develop differently. Andreas philosophically noted that Dan was not the type to live to old age anyway, given his dangerous profession and lifestyle. Entering the cemetery worker's house, Andreas mentally thanked fate for acquiring the mask, planning to put it to good use, and ordered his skeleton to find the ring. Andreas, while studying the news on his tablet, came across a message about recent events involving a cemetery worker and a mysterious guarantor. The news item described a horrific incident at a national cemetery where the supposed necromancer Paimon and his hired swordsman had fought over money, leaving Andreas hoping that he would not be linked to the incident. Deciding to move on to more important matters, Andreas focused on other tasks, using the tablet for further actions. Andreas fulfilled a long-time dream by purchasing his family's villa for $2.5 billion, including all fees and taxes, feeling satisfied with the completion of this important matter. Suddenly, someone crept up behind Andreas, covering his eyes with his hands and playfully asking him to guess who came. Andreas froze in silence, not knowing how to react to the unexpected appearance of a guest. Lucia, turning to Andreas, jokingly noted his boring reaction, to which the guy only briefly agreed. Lucia expressed bewilderment at Andreas's reaction, recalling that she came to visit him as a friend and brought a beautiful basket of fruit. Andreas, smiling, sincerely thanked Lucia for her care and attention. The girl, expecting a more emotional reaction, wondered what else Andreas should have said in such a situation. Leaving aside the jokes, Lucia seriously inquired about Andreas's well-being, showing sincere concern. Andreas replied that he felt fine, blaming everything on excessive training, mentally noting that the reality was completely different. Lucia warned Andreas against overexerting himself, but their conversation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Vivian, who burst into the room. Vivian came in with a very sad expression on her face, clearly worried about something. Andreas, surprised by her appearance, exclaimed Vivian's name, causing her to turn sharply towards him. There was a tense silence. Vivian simply looked at Andreas, without saying a word. Lucia, watching what was happening, said Mr. Ferry with pity in her voice, understanding Vivian's emotional state. Suddenly, Vivian rushed towards Andreas, covering the distance separating them in a matter of seconds. Lucia watched silently as Vivian quickly approached Andreas. Vivian, clinging to Andreas's chest, sent him into a state of shock with her unexpected manifestation of feelings. The girl, without hiding her emotions, admitted to Andreas that she was very worried about him all this time. Andreas looked at Vivian with a serious but at the same time slightly smiling look, trying to hide his embarrassment. Calming Vivian, Andreas assured her that he was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Lucia, watching this scene, could not hide her disappointment and grief. A week later, a snow-white carriage, decorated with exquisite ornaments, smoothly moved along the sun-drenched grass, describing a circle. Inside the carriage sat Andreas and his sister Ami, who curiously asked her brother about the purpose of their journey, trying to guess what he wanted to show her. Ami reflected on the fact that she had agreed to go with her brother after he returned the ring, but now felt a little cheated, being locked in the carriage with no way to see where they were going. The girl was perplexed where Andreas suddenly got the funds for such a luxurious carriage, which further fueled her curiosity. Andreas, closing the book he was reading, announced his arrival at his destination. Ami curiously asked her brother about their whereabouts and the purpose of the trip, to which Andreas mysteriously replied that she would soon understand everything. A sudden unfamiliar voice confirming Andreas's words confused Ami. The older woman greeted Ami, calling her lady, causing the girl to gasp in surprise at the recognition of Lupina. Ami, stunned by Lupina's presence, demanded an explanation, and Andreas revealed that he had rehired her as head maid. The girl, concerned about the family's financial situation, reminded her brother that they could not afford such luxury. Ami thought with regret about her brother's naivety, believing that he still did not understand how the world worked. Suddenly something caught the girl's attention, causing her great surprise. Ami carefully stepped out of the carriage, trying to comprehend what was happening. Lupina gallantly offered her hand to Ami, helping her down while the girl was in a state of shock. Their former home, once taken away for debts, appeared before Ami, and she slowly walked towards it along a familiar path. The girl, admiring the grandeur of the family estate, recognized the apple orchard surrounding the house. Ami, saying out loud that this was their home, plunged into memories of a happy childhood spent here. After asking her brother about the reason for their visit, Ami received an envelope from him asking her to read the contents. Lupina, an elderly maid with white hair, smiled sweetly as she watched Ami's reaction. After reading the contents of the envelope, Ami asked her brother in disbelief about the veracity of the information. The girl, amazed by the news about the purchase of their house, could not understand how Andreas managed to do it. Ami, concerned about the source of the funds, expressed hope that her brother was not doing something illegal. Andreas, calming his sister, showed her information on the tablet about the potion he had created. He explained that it was the invention of this potion that allowed him to buy back the family estate. Andreas assured his sister that she would no longer have to work, promising to send her money every month for expenses. Ami, realizing the entire situation, expressed regret for her behavior, acknowledging her brother's hard work and her cruelty because of the ring. The girl remembered how she told her brother not to come again and not to return the money, feeling guilty for his words. Ami, unable to contain her emotions, burst into tears, confessing her cruel treatment of her brother and her unwillingness to return. Andreas, calming his sister down, called her stupid, assuring her that he understood everything and was ready to take full responsibility as an older brother. Ami admitted that she always believed in her brother, but then she became very angry, to which Andreas responded with understanding. Lupina wiped away her tears, smiling, as she watched the touching reunion between brother and sister. The corpse of the great tiger, received by Andreas as a trophy, lay in his room on a carefully drawn pentagram. Andreas intently studied the book he received from the master, preparing for an important ritual. He remembered the recently achieved achievement of the Second Awakening, which opened up new possibilities in necromancy. Thanks to the talent received as a reward for his achievement, Andreas could learn the intricacies of necromancy much faster. The Enlightenment talent, an epic level, allowed Andreas to better understand the material he was studying, accelerating the development of new skills. Andreas pondered the possibility of summoning a ghost, deciding that it was time to use the corpse of Timur the tiger. Confident in his preparation, Andreas repeatedly studied the possible consequences of failing the ritual. Determined, Andreas announced the beginning of the summoning ritual. Starting to use basic necromancy, Andreas began summoning a revenant after finding a suitable corpse. Using his dual mana core, Andreas focused as much as possible, channeling magical energy through his hands. Andreas noted that his nickel skeleton had already evolved, and adding Timur would make their strength equal to that of an entire squad. Casting a spell, Andreas summoned the monarch of the tiger tribe, who once made the entire continent tremble. The system warned that the necromancy target's abilities exceeded those of the summoner, which reduced the stability of the ritual. Additional effects were applied to the ritual to increase the chances of success. Suddenly, the eyes of the tiger corpse glowed with a bright red light, slowly opening, signaling the beginning of the awakening of the ancient power. Basic necromancy successfully applied, resulting in the summoning of a legendary level corpse. Due to the high level of the corpse, additional effects were added to stabilize the ritual. The rising corpse made Andreas tense slightly, realizing the power of the summoned creature. The legendary tiger Timur, who became a C-class undead, had self-awareness, mastery of fist-fighting, and the ability of a berserker. Andreas mentally noted that even Timur's roar inspires fear, and rejoiced at the use of soundproofing magic. Having declared himself the new master of Timur, Andreas watched with satisfaction as the mighty beast bowed before him. A few months later, in winter, a large number of students gathered on the snowy mountains of the Marquise's territory to take the exam. The teacher announced the beginning of an explanation of the essence of the upcoming test. The exam was a test of survival and collecting points over 72 hours in the mountains. Students had to collect glasses that were hidden throughout the snow-covered Rocky Mountain. Wristbands given out counted points that could also be taken away from other students. Damage to the wristband, or failure to continue the test, would result in immediate expulsion. These strict rules caused great concern among the students. They were actually surprised by what they heard. The teacher, having finished the instructions, asked to put on blindfolds, after which the observers escorted the participants to the starting points. Some of the participants began to carefully move along the snowy slope of the mountain. On Mount Vilboar, there were about 46 hours left before the end of the test, which would decide their fate. It turned out that Andreas was climbing the mountain and had almost reached the top. Andreas noted the convenience of the flat, cliff-top terrain for attack, defense, and setting up camp. Up ahead, he noticed a strange red glow that caught his attention. Andreas recognized his old friend Diana, using search magic across a huge area and maintaining the barrier at the same time. The young man was surprised at Diana's ability to protect herself from the storm and not go astray, realizing the enormous energy required for this. As he approached, Andreas saw that the girl was at the limit of her capabilities. He watched as Diana, completely exhausted, fell to her knees, unable to maintain her magic any longer. Andreas, observing Diana, noted that she had completely depleted her mana. As he approached, he contemplated the possibility of taking her bracelet, thereby eliminating a powerful opponent. However, Andreas also realized that with Diana's help, he could easily take the top spot in the rankings. Diana, noticing the stranger's approach, tried to stand up and use magic, warning him not to move. Andreas, calling Diana by name, surprised the girl, who finally recognized him. He noted the benefits of magic, but warned against overusing it, pointing out Diana's exhaustion. Diana, suspecting the worst, accused Andreas of intending to take her bracelet under the pretext of good advice. She declared her readiness to resist even in her exhausted state. Suddenly, Diana realized that her mana was indeed completely depleted, unable to even create the simplest spell. Andreas, approaching, offered Diana some kind of deal, but the girl sharply demanded that he not come closer. She repeated her demand, insisting that Andreas speak from where he stood. Andreas, surprised by this reaction, wondered about the reasons for her hostility, while Diana again asked about his intentions. Unexpectedly for Diana, Andreas suggested joining forces, which greatly surprised the girl. Andreas knelt down next to Diana, and she inquired about the reasons for such a proposal. He explained that alone he was vulnerable to unforeseen circumstances, and it was better to have a reliable comrade. Diana, still wary, considered Andreas's proposal, recognizing its reasonableness. However, she expressed distrust of Andreas, doubting his sincerity. Diana mentally weighed the pros and cons, considering issues of pride, reputation, and self-interest. Suddenly, Andreas pretended to find something in his hand, attracting Diana's attention. He took out a delicious chocolate bar, deliberately showing it to Diana. At the sight of the delicacy, the exhausted and hungry girl involuntarily began to salivate. Andreas, smiling, watched the reaction of Diana, who finally agreed to cooperate, justifying herself by saying that she simply considered his proposal reasonable. The massive hand of an unknown creature was squeezing someone's head, and its owner stated with disappointment that this was again not the one they were looking for, throwing the next victim aside. The small green gnome, holding some comparison paper in his hands, irritably chastised his large companion for an obvious mistake, emphasizing the complete inconsistency of the victim's appearance with their target. The huge orc tried to justify his poor eyesight, but the dwarf, losing patience, once again reminded them of the key detail of their target's appearance: green hair, which was impossible not to notice. The dwarf, grumbling about the terrible weather and cursing their current task, expressed his dissatisfaction with the situation, to which the orc philosophically remarked about the lack of choice, given the payment received. Continuing to complain, the dwarf accused a certain freak of giving them such an unpleasant and difficult task, clearly dissatisfied with the conditions of their work. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice spoke from behind them, suggesting a more efficient approach to finding their target, causing both mercenaries to turn around sharply. The owner of the voice turned out to be a tall man with a mysterious eye hovering next to him, and he bluntly expressed his disappointment in the abilities of the idiots he hired. The stranger reported on his research into their target, hinting at his knowledge and preparation for the upcoming operation. The orc, without hiding his irritation, inquired about the reason for sending them on a mission to eliminate an ordinary student, especially considering that the employer himself, it seemed, was also going to arrive on the scene. The floating eye abruptly interrupted the orc, reminding him of the chain of command and the need to follow Master Jester's orders without asking questions. The mysterious employer once again emphasized the main task of the mercenaries to find and kill the target, without being distracted by extraneous questions and doubts. The orc and the dwarf, clearly dissatisfied with this treatment, mentally cursed their employer, considering him a real freak for such an attitude. The dwarf, noticing the orc's worsening mood, suggested taking a break, but his companion insisted on continuing the search, even if only for a short time. The orc reasoned that only students and observers could smell human in this area, so systematically killing everyone they encountered would sooner or later lead them to their goal. Developing his thought, the orc noted that this approach would allow them not only to find a target, but also to get rid of potential threats in the future. The dwarf, supporting the orc's idea, added that the students would in any case become their enemies in the future, so now they had a chance to eliminate these threats in advance. Floating Eye, after listening to the mercenaries' reasoning, called them idiots with contempt, confirming his low expectations of their intellectual abilities. However, he quickly added that their role in the plan would be limited to that of a decoy, hinting at a more complex strategy for the operation. At this time, at the top of the mountain, a group of magicians created a powerful explosive formation. Their joint efforts generated an intense red glow, forming an ominous magic circle. While Andreas and Diana, unsuspectingly, sat peacefully by the fire in the cave and ate, the man with the floating eye ominously said that they would soon bury the goal of their master, anticipating the success of their insidious plan. Andreas, now holding the sixth flower in his hands, mentally noted the success of his strategy for collecting points, demonstrating his growing skill in passing the test. A group of trapped students begged Andreas to free them, complaining of a rush of blood to their heads due to their suspended state, to which the young man coolly noted that they belonged to the first group of participants. Continuing on her way, Diana, with growing curiosity, asked Andreas where he learned to track and catch people so skillfully, marveling at his unexpected skills. The girl, observing the ease of movement of Andreas across rough terrain, noted to herself that he was completely different from the typical wizard that she had always considered him to be. The thought was spinning in Diana's head that it was like a completely different person in front of her. The changes in Andreas were so striking. Making her way through the heavy snow, Diana looked embarrassed, clearly wanting to ask Andreas some question but not daring to do so. Plucking up courage, the girl called out to Andreas, causing him to turn around and look at her carefully, waiting for the conversation to continue. Diana, having made up her mind, directly asked Andreas about the reasons for his changes, noting that before he seemed like a complete idiot to her, without hiding her surprise at the transformation of his personality. Andreas, not offended by Diana's frankness, answered honestly that if he had not changed, he risked losing everything that was really important to him. Agreeing with Diana's previous assessment, Andreas admitted that he really was that kind of trash, not hesitating to call a spade a spade. The young man noted with regret that he had never cared about his sister, his only relative before, recognizing his past callousness and selfishness. Andreas said that realizing the importance of family pushed him to work on himself, during which he discovered his hidden talent and potential. Concluding his confession, Andreas sincerely apologized to Diana for all the terrible things he had done in the past, bowing deeply to the girl, who, touched by his words, assured that everything was fine. Diana, encouraged by Andreas's sincerity, strongly proposed to join forces to achieve first place in the challenge, demonstrating her trust and willingness to cooperate. Observer Ivy, watching the couple from above, mentally noted the naivety of their union, reminding herself that only one participant could take first place, and resolutely declaring her intention to be the winner. Ivy, thinking about Andreas, remembered his composure during the incident with the Baron's family, where the young man did not show the slightest hesitation in committing murder. The observer was skeptical of Andreas's sudden change, wondering how a man who had been trash all his life could change so dramatically for the better, suspecting some kind of catch. Suddenly, Andreas and Diana took off, quickly running away somewhere, as if sensing approaching danger, or discovering an important target, leaving the observer in bewilderment. Diana asked Andreas about the time required to reach the object, to which the young man confidently replied that they would need about 3 minutes of travel. Andreas mentally recalled the rules of the challenge, according to which participants could receive points by taking them away from other students or by capturing objects marked on the map. Suddenly, Andreas warned Diana to prepare for an enemy attack, his intuition telling her that danger was approaching. As if to confirm his words, a huge orc appeared out of nowhere, swinging his massive axe at Andreas. Diana watched in horror what was happening, but Andreas managed to react, dodging the deadly blow. The green gnome, who accompanied the orc, mockingly commented on the appearance of new fools, clearly underestimating the abilities of Andreas and Diana. The orc, surprised by his mistake, cursed, to which the dwarf sarcastically reminded him of his poor eyesight, emphasizing the clumsiness of his partner. Andreas, assessing the situation, carefully studied the attackers. His gaze became extremely focused and decisive. Diana, concerned for Andreas's safety, ran up to him, asking about his well-being after the unexpected attack. Despite Diana's excitement, Andreas, without taking his eyes off his opponents, assured her of his normal condition, but noted that he was confused by some detail of what was happening. Noticing a group of beaten students behind the monsters, Andreas gloomily stated that the situation looked extremely bad and dangerous. Diana, seeing the injured students, was shocked and scared, trying to comprehend what was happening and understand what happened here. Suddenly, the green dwarf shouted the name Mantos, which caused confusion among Andreas and Diana, who did not understand who he was talking about. The dwarf, consulting some portrait in his hand, affirmatively stated that green hair confirmed the identity of their target. Diana looked at Andreas in confusion, not understanding what was happening, while the young man himself seemed to begin to guess about something. His gaze became hard and angry. The green gnome, pleased with his discovery, began to say something, but Andreas abruptly interrupted him, asking how they knew him. The attackers bluntly declared their intention to kill Andreas, openly admitting that they had come specifically for him. Andreas, in an attempt to protect the others, offered to let the other students go and talk elsewhere, to which Diana countered, urging him to fight together. The young man, noticing that some of the victims were still alive, asked Diana to take care of them until help arrived. Resolutely heading towards the two monsters, Andreas confidently declared his ability to defeat them in an attempt to calm Diana. The orc and the dwarf, having heard Andreas's self-confident statement, called him an idiot, clearly underestimating his abilities and preparing for a fierce fight. The two monsters, delighted to have discovered their target, agreed to Andreas's proposal to leave together, anticipating the successful completion of the task. Diana watched with alarm as Andreas walked away with the two ugly creatures, quietly calling out his name as if trying to keep him from making a dangerous decision. Along the way, the monsters asked Andreas with dark humor whether he liked the chosen place for his future grave, clearly enjoying their supposed superiority. They confidently declared that the chosen location was ideal for their purposes, since no one would be able to detect them, even if they made noise. Discussing their plan of action, the monsters decided that it was enough for them to cut off Andreas's head as proof of his death, unaware of his true abilities. Impatiently urging each other on, they urged them to quickly finish the task and cut off the head of their victim, clearly underestimating the situation. The huge orc, swinging his massive axe, addressed Andreas defiantly, declaring his intention to test his fighting skills. Andreas, maintaining amazing calm, easily dodged the powerful blow of the orc, demonstrating agility that was unexpected for his opponents. The green gnome, not wanting to remain on the sidelines, attacked Andreas from the flank, reminding him of his presence and readiness for battle. The dwarf, armed with 2 knives, began to attack Andreas furiously, trying to catch him off guard with a series of rapid blows. However, Andreas easily dodged the attacks. His gaze was full of determination and confidence, as if he already knew the outcome of this confrontation. The orc, enraged by the failure of the first attack, swung at Andreas again, putting all his enormous strength into the blow. Suddenly, the space was illuminated with a bright blue glow, plunging the monsters into confusion and bewilderment. To the orc's surprise, Andreas not only avoided the blow, but also broke his mighty axe, forcing the enemy to doubt his assumptions about the nature of the young man's abilities. Andreas, addressing the monsters by the names Mantis and Glau, advised them to discard the prejudice that wizards do not use swords, demonstrating their knowledge. The stunned monsters screamed in panic, demanding to know how Andreas knew their names, clearly not understanding who they had contacted. Andreas, starting to cast blue magic, gloomily proposed an exchange of information. He would tell how he learned their names if they revealed who from the assembly sent them. The green gnome, realizing the gravity of the situation, exchanged worried glances with the orc, both realizing that things were taking an extremely unfavorable turn. Suddenly, a mighty skeleton and a huge tiger appeared from the portals, summoned by Andreas, who menacingly declared his intention to force the monsters to speak, even if they did not want to. The monsters, realizing their hopeless situation, bitterly admitted that they had been deceived by a certain Kidwell, calling him a freak for setting him up. Andreas, noticing something unusual, looked thoughtfully at the monsters' gloves, trying to solve some mystery in their equipment. The young man motioned to stop his skeleton, who was ready to attack, deciding that the situation required further study before taking final action. Andreas, speaking to his summoned beings, gave strict orders to kill anyone who tried to escape, demonstrating his determination to obtain the information he needed. These words both scared and angered the monsters, who, despite their fear, continued to consider Andreas an idiot, not realizing the seriousness of the situation. Deciding that they were not so easy to break, the monsters made another attempt to attack. The orc, confident in its strength, rushed at Andreas, shouting that they were not finished yet. Andreas, mentally preparing for battle, decided to combine techniques from his past life as Makoto with local fighting skills, creating a unique and unpredictable style. Using his fighting skills, Andreas began to defend himself from the orc's attack, demonstrating unexpected skill in hand-to-hand combat. With a precise blow, Andreas hit the huge orc in the face, causing him severe pain and making him doubt his superiority. The green gnome, not wanting to stand aside, also rushed to the attack, waving his sword and threatening Andreas with imminent death. However, Andreas easily knocked the sword out of the dwarf's hand, demonstrating his superiority in battle. Having caught the dwarf's dagger in the air, Andreas ironically offered to show how to use it correctly, hinting at his mastery of weapons. The green gnome, overcome with horror, but still unaware of the full danger of the situation due to his narrow-mindedness, continued to resist. Andreas began a series of attacks with his sword, demonstrating high skill with the weapon, while the dwarf barely had time to dodge the blows. The opponents engaged in a fierce one-on-one duel, their swords flashing in the air, creating an impressive spectacle. The orc, seriously wounded, knelt on the side, hearing only the clanking of swords and not having the strength to intervene in the battle. The green gnome gradually began to lose ground, clearly inferior to Andreas in skill and endurance. Andreas's eyes sparkled with a violet light, reflecting his utmost concentration and determination in this fight. In a split second, Andreas delivered many lightning-fast strikes in different directions with the sword that he had taken from the green gnome. With a final kick, Andreas threw his opponent several meters away, demonstrating not only his skill with a sword, but also his physical strength. The green gnome landed on a pile of snow a couple of meters from Andreas, clearly shocked by the force of the blow and the skill of his opponent. Having dealt with the dwarf, Andreas decisively turned towards the orc, ready to continue the fight. The orc, with blood flowing from his nose and holding his head, looked pitiful and helpless in the face of an unexpectedly strong enemy. Andreas ironically reminded the orc that he was not finished yet, mentally noting the effectiveness of his combat skills. With slight regret, Andreas thought that the strength of his summoned tiger Timur could not be tested in this battle, despite his impressive appearance. Diana approached the injured students, victims of the mercenaries who were looking for Andreas, and expressed her willingness to leave them in the care of others. One of the observers tending to the wounded student noted Diana's abilities, but suggested sticking together for greater safety. The girl remembered Andreas's order to take care of the survivors until help arrived, realizing the importance of this task. Diana was emphatic about her unwillingness to stand by when innocent people needed help. The observer, approving Diana's decision, promised to follow her as soon as possible, warning her to be careful. Encouraged by the support, Diana agreed to the plan and prepared to take action. Andreas, standing over the defeated orc lying in the snow, coldly declared his readiness to talk. When asked about the customer, the orc in panic refused to answer, begging Andreas to simply kill him. The young man looked at the orc with an icy gaze, demonstrating his determination to get answers. Turning to his skeleton, Nikel, Andreas ordered him to hand over the sword. The skeleton unquestioningly carried out the order, and Andreas, turning to the orc, gloomily agreed to fulfill his wish. Andreas hinted at the existence of other ways to obtain information, making it clear that he saw no point in wasting time on useless conversations. Suddenly, the green dwarf, unable to bear the tension, shouted out the name of Jester as their sender, causing the orc's anger. The dwarf, justifying his betrayal, declared the pointlessness of remaining faithful to someone who treats them like dogs. As the dwarf continued talking, he mentioned that they were not the only ones Jester had sent. Andreas, analyzing the information received, confirmed his suspicions about the involvement of someone from the assembly, but was surprised that this person turned out to be Jester. The young man remembered Salem's promise to punish anyone who dared to seek trouble with Andreas. Reflecting on the situation, Andreas suggested that Jester, having decided to take such a step despite the threat from Salem, must be confident in his ability to cover his tracks, which is what these two losers were sent to do. Turning to the green gnome, Andreas inquired about the others sent by Jester, awaiting further information about the extent of the threat. The green gnome, answering Andreas's question, suggested that even other envoys do not want to make Rodland Avalanche their enemy, hinting at the possibility of preparing something larger and more dangerous. Andreas, analyzing the information received, came to the conclusion that Jester was probably trying to stage his death as an accident, providing himself with an alibi and avoiding prosecution. The green gnome, turning to his orc friend, proposed to immediately leave this place, clearly tired of the incomprehensible and dangerous situation in which they found themselves through the fault of their employer. Andreas, upon hearing the mercenaries' attempt to escape, coldly reminded them of the impossibility of simply leaving after the crimes they had committed, demonstrating his determination to see the matter through. The young man, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation, stated his intention not to leave them alive after killing so many innocent students, making it clear that retribution for their actions was inevitable. At this time, Diana, in her protective dome, had almost reached the top of the mountain, but noted Andreas's absence with concern, unaware of his current location and condition. Suddenly, something caught the girl's attention, causing her to look down in fear, where she discovered something unusual and potentially dangerous. Diana noticed with horror beneath her strange red marks, reminiscent of magical hieroglyphs, which clearly did not bode well. The energy of the four elements of earth, fire, water, and air began to circulate around the girl, creating a powerful magical field of unknown purpose. Diana was alarmed to find a group of unknown people standing around her in a circle, clearly participating in. Realizing that these people were not the two monsters who took Andreas away, Diana loudly demanded an explanation, trying to understand who they were and what they wanted. An angry man with a beard, clearly the leader of the group, spoke with contempt of Diana's unexpected appearance, calling her a mouse and a petty brat who interrupted their ritual. Diana, undeterred by the threats, boldly accused the attackers of cowardice for attacking on the sly and refusing to answer questions, warning of the possible consequences of their actions. Ignoring the girl's words, the magicians attacked Diana again, clearly intending to eliminate the unexpected obstacle to their plans. Diana, having gathered all her strength, held her magic doll tightly, trying to protect herself from the powerful attack of her opponents. The bearded man, watching Diana's actions, noted with surprise her ability to perform a double cast, combining a snowstorm with ice magic, which spoke of the girl's extraordinary talent. Not about to give up, Diana launched a counterattack, demanding her attackers get out of her way, demonstrating determination and fighting spirit. Thanks to her skill, the girl managed to defeat several magicians from the group of attackers, showing that she was not such an easy prey as they thought. The bearded leader, seeing the effectiveness of Diana's attacks, shouted to his subordinates to dodge, reproaching them for their inability to see the direction of her attacks, and hastily created a magical shield in front of him. Diana, despite her obvious exhaustion and heavy breathing, maintained a determined look, not intending to give up even in the face of a superior enemy. The bearded man, observing Diana with grudging admiration, noted her terrifying control over magic at such a young age, realizing that he had underestimated his opponent. However, despite the girl's impressive abilities, the man noticed some flaw in her technique, which made him wonder about a possible weakness in her magic. The bearded man, holding the floating eye in his hand, contemptuously told Diana that despite her impressive abilities, she was still just a petty and stupid girl, clearly underestimating her determination and strength. Inserting a floating eye onto his forehead, the man, with a sadistic grin, announced his intention to play with Diana, demonstrating confidence in his superiority and readiness for a more serious confrontation. Suddenly, creepy tentacles began to emanate from the man's body, causing Diana shock and horror. She had never encountered such a manifestation of magic. Realizing with horror that she was facing black magic, Diana was shocked to the core, realizing how dangerous her opponent had become. The man's eyes began to emit an ominous red light, and numerous blood-red tentacles grew from them, creating a truly terrifying sight. Meanwhile, observer Ivy discovered the bodies of the children who were victims of the dwarf and the orc, viewing in horror the consequences of their cruelty. Suddenly, something caught Ivy's attention, causing her to whirl around as her eyes narrowed, trying to discern the source of the strange buzzing sound. Ivy's gaze rushed to the top of the mountain, where unusual sounds were coming from and a strange, frightening aura was emanating, forcing her to be wary and prepare for possible danger. Diana, using her protective dome, tried to repel the attacks of the tentacles emanating from the bearded man, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The girl realized that at this pace of battle, her mana would soon run out, putting her in an extremely vulnerable position in the face of a powerful opponent. Despite her exhaustion, Diana continued to stubbornly hold her shield, deflecting blows, while the magicians persistently tried to wear her down, hoping for a quick victory. Demonstrating incredible skill, Diana managed to simultaneously maintain several spells, trying to withstand superior enemy forces. Suddenly, Diana's shield began to give in under the pressure of fire magic, forcing the girl to cover herself with her hands in despair, awaiting the inevitable blow. Unable to withstand the powerful attack, Diana fell out of her protective dome, to the obvious delight of the enemies around her, who were anticipating a quick victory. Finding herself in the cold snow, Diana was breathing heavily. Her strength was running out, but the determination still burned in her eyes not to give up to the last. The bearded man, now completely covered in creepy tentacles and extra flesh, took sadistic pleasure in highlighting the difference in their strength and experience, enjoying his superiority. Diana, not wanting to show fear, boldly replied that the difference in experience does not mean anything when the enemy simply stuck some kind of rubbish on his head, trying to hurt the man's pride. The girl's words extremely angered the bearded magician. He could not believe that even in this position she dared to be insolent to him, which only increased his thirst for revenge. Threatening to tear Diana to pieces, the magician met only with a contemptuous response from the girl, who called his threats cheap and himself even more stupid, which only intensified his rage. Suddenly, something caught Diana's attention, causing her to look away with an extremely frightened expression on her face, as if she had seen something even more terrible than her current opponent. The black magician, noticing Diana's reaction, announced the end of the games with maximum anger, preparing to deal the final crushing blow to the defenseless girl. Diana, completely exhausted and deprived of the last drops of mana, watched in horror as the countless tentacles approaching her, realizing her helplessness in the face of imminent death. Suddenly, someone unknown appeared in front of the girl, cutting off the approaching tentacles with lightning speed and protecting Diana from the mortal threat. Stunned by the unexpected rescue, Diana could not understand who this mysterious protector was, who had appeared at such a critical moment. The black magician with a beard was no less surprised by the appearance of the stranger. His rage reached such a limit that 3 eyes now sparkled on his face instead of one, demonstrating the growing power of his dark magic. Diana, peering intently into the face of the man in the white mask, tried to unravel the identity of her unexpected savior, unaware of his true essence. Andreas, hidden behind an appearance-changing artifact, introduced himself to the girl as a hired, insisting that she immediately leave the dangerous place while he sorted out the situation. Diana, not believing the stranger's words, expressed doubt about his ability to cope alone with numerous enemies, considering such a plan to be madness. Andreas, answering the girl, hinted at the enemy's true goal, mentally noting the impossibility of summoning Nickel or Timur so as not to reveal his identity. Warning Diana about the enemy's intention to cause an avalanche, Andreas persistently urged her to run as fast as she could, leaving the girl perplexed as to what was happening. The black magician, amazed at the stranger's knowledge, angrily demanded an explanation, not understanding how he knew their plans. Andreas, keeping his cool, answered the magician that there was no point in revealing information to someone who would soon become dead, further inciting the enemy's anger. The enraged magician, having lost control, began to attack Andreas with his many tentacles, calling him an arrogant fool and intending to destroy him. Andreas, without wasting a second, entered the fight, ready to strike back and demonstrate his skills. With incredible dexterity and precision, Andreas used his sword, cutting off the limbs of the tentacles, demonstrating superior skill with the weapon. Andreas's actions only increased the rage of the black magician, who was now determined to destroy the daring enemy at any cost. All of the magician's assistants who had previously stood in the circle now focused their attacks on Andreas, trying to overwhelm him with their numbers. Andreas, demonstrating incredible skill, easily deflected all magical blows with his sword, as if dancing among enemy spells. Surprising everyone present, including the magicians and their leader, Andreas not only defended himself, but also went on the offensive, beginning to rapidly attack and defeat the enemy magicians. Diana, observing the actions of what she thought was a stranger, was amazed at his speed and skill, unaware of the true identity of her savior. The black magician, despite the losses, was not going to give up. His rage reached its climax, and he promised Andreas that he would now pay severely for his interference. Diana, noticing the magician's preparation for something terrible, shouted to Andreas, warning him of the danger and urging him to be careful. Suddenly, the space was illuminated by a bright red explosion of incredible power, forcing Diana to turn away to protect her eyes from the blinding light. A huge crater gapes in the ground, left by a powerful blow, and the air is filled with clouds of dust, slowly settling on the ruins of a once peaceful place. Enemy magicians, gripped by horror, shout to their leader with frightened glances, addressing him as Mr. Kidwell, their voices trembling with fear of the unknown. Diana, frozen in a daze, tries to protect herself from the shockwave, her eyes wide with shock, and her hands instinctively covering her face from the flying debris. The masked man hiding Andreas's true identity impales the black magician Kidwell with his sharp sword, the blade glinting in the dusty air. Colored blood streams from the mouth of the defeated Kidwell. His face is distorted by a grimace of shock and pain. He cannot believe what is happening, feeling how the life is leaving his body. The third eye, an eerie creation of dark magic attached to Kidwell's head, looks at what is happening with genuine horror, its pupil dilated with fear of imminent death. The guy in the white mask, whose eyes are only visible as 2 dots through slits, exudes unwavering determination, ready to continue the fight until his last breath. Kidwell, showing incredible vitality, gathers his last strength and attacks the guy with his magical tentacles, trying to throw the enemy back and gain time. The mysterious masked warrior deftly jumps back, landing on strong legs, ready to continue the mortal battle with the dangerous black magician. The girl, concerned about the condition of the mysterious fighter, inquires about his well-being, to which she receives a short and decisive answer to stay behind. Thoughts flash through the guy's head that the host should have already died, but continues to fight with incredible tenacity, causing mixed feelings of surprise and anxiety. A sudden guess pierces the fighter's consciousness. Is it possible that a monstrous monster, a product of dark magic, has taken control of Kidwell's body, continuing the battle even after the death of its carrier? The third eye, a source of unimaginable horror, began to spew out tentacles that wriggled into Kidwell's mouth like a parasite capturing its host. The monster, a creature of darkness and chaos, began to completely absorb Kidwell's body, turning the once powerful magician into a weak-willed puppet of his evil will. The monster, scarlet and covered with writhing tentacles, grew to incredible size, leaving only Kidwell's legs visible, the last reminder of his humanity. The guy in the white mask, frozen in silent horror, watched this terrible transformation, his mind trying to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, giant tentacles rushed towards Diana, but the guy, showing an incredible reaction, managed to save her, pushing her away from mortal danger at the last moment. The monster, surprised by the agility and speed of its opponent, froze for a moment as if overestimating the enemy's strength. From the powerful blow of the tentacles, an avalanche of snow arose, covering the enemy magicians, burying them under a cold white cover. The guy, realizing the danger of the situation, persistently convinces the girl to leave while he distracts the monster's attention. He shouts to her to hurry up, his voice is full of determination and anxiety, but the girl, overwhelmed by conflicting feelings, hesitates, not wanting to leave her savior. She watches as the guy charges again, his sword flashing, cutting through the air and the monster's tentacles in a deadly dance. The girl, looking at this desperate battle, reflects on her unknown savior, feeling deep gratitude and admiration for his courage. A sense of duty and fear are fighting in her heart. She cannot just leave him here, realizing that this could cost him his life. Having decided to act, she begins to concentrate magical energy in her hands, preparing to provide assistance in this unequal battle. Watching the guy's skill in fighting the monster, the girl understands that the most important thing now is not to rush, to act thoughtfully and accurately. Continuing to concentrate the energy in her hands, the girl mentally repeats that she needs to condense this power, turn it into a powerful weapon against the monster. She focuses on making the energy thinner and sharper, as if forming an invisible blade of pure magic. Finally, the girl holds a sharp bundle of energy in her hands. Her eyes shine with the realization of success. She feels that she managed to create something truly powerful. The guy, continuing to fight, reflects on how easily he would cope with the situation if he could call on Nickel or Timur for help. Suddenly he turns back, and his gaze catches something amazing, making him forget about the battle for a moment. He sees how a girl with incredible skill begins to weave a complex spell. Her movements are precise and confident. The thought of her stubbornness flashes through his mind. He wonders why she has not yet run away, as he asked, risking her life. The girl, feeling that the moment has come, understands now is the right time to use her magic and strike the decisive blow. Gathering all her strength and determination, she throws a ball of energy at the monster, putting all her hopes of victory into this throw. Bright blue energy rushes towards the monster at great speed, cutting through the air and leaving behind a trail of magical radiance. The spell hits the monster, leaving it in shock and confusion, its body shaking from the powerful magical blow. The guy calmly watches what is happening. Without betraying his emotions, his mask hides any manifestations of surprise or approval. The energy penetrates inside the monster, causing him confusion and disorientation. The monster cannot understand what is happening to his body. A crimson bump forms at the sight of the impact, and the guy instantly realizes that this is the mana core, the source of the monster's power. With determination in his voice, he declares that he will now definitely destroy this core, realizing that this is the key to defeating the terrible creature. The guy rushes into battle again, his sword sparkling in the air, delivering blow after blow to the monster's weak spot. He realizes that he was close to victory, but in his haste he made a mistake, allowing the monster to regroup. The monster's huge tentacles suddenly begin to move, preparing for a new attack, and the air is filled with the roar of their movement. Something strange attracts the guy's attention. He watches the unusual behavior of the tentacles with redoubled vigilance. To everyone's amazement, the tentacles attack the magicians of Kidwell's supporters, those who have been fighting on the side of the monster all this time. The realization of the terrible truth hits everyone present. The monster used its allies as pawns in this cruel game. The monster changes its strategy. Its tentacles pierce the eyes of the magicians with lightning speed, turning them into weak-willed puppets. 5 magicians find themselves impaled on the monster's tentacles, their bodies hanging lifelessly in the air, becoming part of a terrifying spectacle. A girl and a guy watching this nightmare come to a terrible guess. The monster does not just kill its own, but absorbs their mana, becoming stronger with each victim. The monster's tentacles suck the energy out of the magicians to the last drop, turning their bodies into withered skeletons, devoid of all vitality. The monster, completely maddened by the energy it has absorbed, lets out a deafening roar, its body shaking in uncontrollable rage. The monster, having absorbed all this energy, becomes truly huge. The guy standing in front of him now seems like a tiny ant. The guy becomes aware of the criticality of the situation. He understands that things have taken a very bad turn. Suddenly, blue energy envelops his huge fist, giving it a glowing, ethereal appearance. A magical aura spreads throughout the guy's body. He doesn't understand what's happening, but he feels a surge of incredible power. A guess flashes through his head. This is a coating of ice magic that enhances the sharpness and power of his attacks. He feels the magic speed up his movements, making his legs incredibly fast and light. Turning around, the guy sees Diana, clearly exhausted, and wonders where she spent her energy. A sudden understanding dawns on him. The girl used the last grains of her mana to strengthen him. He turns to her, urging her not to force herself and to run, realizing that she is risking her life for him. The guy rushes into battle again, feeling how, thanks to Diana's magic, his body has become incredibly light and fast, ready for the decisive battle. The monster's body is covered with terrifying sharp spikes, making it even more deadly and impregnable. The guy watches this transformation with surprise, and a question arises in his head about the nature of these terrible changes. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurs. The guy instinctively shields himself from the shockwave, trying to stay on his feet. Continuing to fight, he cuts the monster's tentacles, but is sadly aware that there is no end to them. They continue to appear. The guy understands that he needs to find the core of the monster again. This is the only chance of victory in this grueling battle. He begins to walk around the monster in a circle, carefully looking for a vulnerable spot where the core may be hiding. The monster goes berserk from the guy's actions. His movements become chaotic and unpredictable. Finally, the guy discovers the cannonball and exclaims joyfully, but immediately realizes that it is too strong for a simple blow. Continuing to cut off the tentacles, the guy acts according to a certain plan. Each movement brings him closer to his goal. The guy's gaze is focused on the huge core of the monster, which he managed to open, and he is preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The monster's blood scatters in different directions. The guy watches this spectacle without taking his eyes off his target. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn is heard from the side, attracting the attention of the combatants. This is the observer Ivy, who, holding her sword at the ready, demandingly asks the guy about his identity. Her voice is full of suspicion and wariness. The guy is alarmed to realize that the appearance of the observer Ivy significantly complicates the situation. Hidden by a mask, he remains a stranger to Ivy, their gazes meeting in silent opposition. Ivy issues an ultimatum to the stranger, threatening violence and forceful removal of his mask if he refuses to cooperate. Suddenly, the attention of everyone present is attracted by the beginning of the collapse of stones on the top of the mountain. The guy's thoughts turn to the danger of a magic circle established by black magicians, threatening disaster for many students. The observer, not believing the stranger's words, accuses him of trying to bluff. Ivy's gaze turns back to the trembling stones when the guy warns of an imminent explosion. The stranger quickly leaves the place of comfort, leaving the observer at a loss. Ivy, watching the guy's quick retreat, expresses her outrage at his behavior. The watcher's rage grows and she vows to find the fugitive, while the stone on top takes on a menacing red hue. The guy makes his way to the top of the mountain with incredible speed, realizing that there is critically little time left. Having reached the peak, he removes the magical artifact mask, relieved that he managed at the last moment. Hiding behind a rock, the guy watches the explosion, confident in the observer's ability to cope with the situation. Nearby, you can see a black Gothic estate, shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere and secrets. In the center of the magic circle lies a mermaid, surrounded by 4 candles and the dead body of a raven, creating an eerie picture of the ritual. Jester begins to cast a spell, his aura fluctuating slightly, reminiscent of the movement of blood, increasing the ominous atmosphere of what is happening. The magician carefully examines the results of his actions, slightly tilting his head back and forth, assessing the situation. Jester claims his rights to the territory, turning to Salem, who suddenly appears. Salem, who entered through the window, displeases Jester, who reproaches the guest for the lack of warning about the visit. The guest hints at the unusual nature of his business. His words are accompanied by a mysterious smile. Returning to the ground, Salem expresses his dissatisfaction with Jester's underestimation. He hints at something stupid Jester has done, increasing the tension between them. Jester demonstrates incomprehension by denying any involvement in said actions. Salem becomes menacing and his hands begin to emit green mana, accusing Jester of being a sham. Salem's threats become more explicit. He hints at the possibility of holding a funeral for Jester. Jester, maintaining an outward calm, wonders about Salem's true intentions, his voice trembling slightly with tension. Salem's displeasure is reflected on his face, his lips pressed into a thin line, expressing extreme irritation. Salem takes the bottle standing by the window, his actions hinting at the seriousness of his intentions and the importance of the upcoming conversation. By pouring an alcoholic drink, Salem hints at possible troubles for Jester related to recent events. Salem makes a demand to lend him the diligent laziness artifact for a week. His tone leaves no doubt about the seriousness of the request. While drinking the drink, Salem promises to turn a blind eye to Jester's actions, his smile full of hidden hints. Andreas walks down the corridor, completely immersed in reading information on his tablet, his face expressing extreme concentration. The article that caught his attention talks about the victory of Professor Ivy's assistant over the black magician Kidwell and the rescue of Diana by an unknown swordsman. The guy realizes the tension of the situation, understanding the need to remain invisible. At this moment, he notices Ivy watching him. Noticing Ivy in his peripheral vision, Andrea speculates about her interest in the knight's training ground. Ivy seems unhappy with her presence here. Her thoughts are busy searching for the mysterious wizard. She turns to Andreas, ordering him to follow her, calling him green-headed with obvious disdain. They enter a sword training area equipped with targets and dummies to practice their fighting skills. Vivian, greatly embarrassed by the situation, realized that her suspicions about Andreas's identity as Mr. Fairy were completely confirmed, opening a new chapter in their relationship. Ivy Clare turned to Andreas and pierced him with a searching gaze, silently demanding an answer to the unspoken question about the reason for their meeting on the training ground. Andreas, taken by surprise by the straightforwardness of the observer, feverishly turned over possible answer options in his mind, trying to find the safest and most convincing one. Having collected his thoughts, the young man cautiously admitted that he partly understood the reason for their meeting, which caused surprise on Ivy's face, who did not expect such frankness. The observer seemed ready to forgive Andreas for his past misdeeds, while the young man himself mentally noted the excessive straightforwardness of his interlocutor. Andreas, trying to defuse the situation, awkwardly joked about his unpreparedness for a relationship, which provoked an angry reaction from Ivy, who threatened physical harm for such insolence. Ivy, barely containing her anger, reported Diana's story regarding the two student killers, demanding an explanation from Andreas about their fate and his involvement in what happened. The young man, sticking to his legend, replied that he did not know about the fate of the killers, since he escaped from the investigation bureau while everyone was distracted, hoping that his lie sounded convincing. Andreas mentally thanked Diana for not revealing the true purpose of his own attackers, realizing how dangerous this information could be. Ivy, not believing a single word Andreas said, called his explanations bullshit, clearly not intending to accept this version of events and demanding the truth. Andreas, trying to convince Ivy of his sincerity, began to make excuses, but was rudely interrupted before he could finish his thought and ask for forgiveness. The observer, losing patience, did not give Andreas the opportunity to continue his excuses, and deciding to act, quickly drew her sword, preparing to attack. Ivy, without wasting a second, began to attack Andreas with a series of quick and accurate blows, but the young man, demonstrating unexpected dexterity, successfully dodged each attack. Andreas, forced to defend himself, quickly drew his sword and, to Ivy's surprise, managed to deflect her powerful blow, showing unexpected skill with the weapon. The young man, continuing to maneuver, jumped back, maintaining a stable position and readiness for further attacks. His movements were precise and confident. Ivy, amazed by Andreas's abilities, noted in disbelief that the skinny mage was able to block the attack of the assistant professor of the night faculty, clearly underestimating the enemy. Andreas, noticing a crack in his sword after blocking Ivy's blow, was shocked by the power of her attack, realizing that a simple defense could have cost him the weapon. The observer, narrowing her eyes, expressed extreme suspicion about Andreas's unusual skills, her gaze becoming even more piercing and wary. Andreas, trying to defend himself against accusations, unwittingly suggested to Ivy about his possible connection with black magicians, unaware that Vivian was eavesdropping on their conversation. Vivian, having heard the accusations against Andreas, was shocked by the thought of his possible connection with black magic. Her hand involuntarily reached out to her heart from shock and disbelief. Ivy, developing her theory, recalled Andreas's suspicious behavior and his unexpected victory over the magician in the case of the Baron's family, when he saved her from a trap. The observer remembered the mysterious masked swordsman fighting the monster, noting the similarity of his physique to Andreas despite the difference in his voice. Andreas, understanding Ivy's distrust of his story, tried to find a way to convince her of his innocence, but the observer, having confirmed her suspicions, hinted at additional questions. Ivy, continuing her accusations, mentioned strange changes in Vivian's behavior after the exam, suspecting Andreas of manipulating the girl and demanding an explanation. Vivian, who had overheard the entire conversation, froze in complete shock, unable to utter a word, her mind feverishly trying to comprehend what she had heard and understand the true nature of Andreas. Andreas, stunned by Ivy's accusations, carefully considered his answer, realizing that not only his fate, but also his relationship with Vivian and his reputation at the academy depended on his words. The young man, deciding to stick to the truth, admitted that he really saved Vivian, unaware that his words caused a physical reaction in the eavesdropping girl in the form of constriction of the pupils. Ivy, having listened skeptically to Andreas's explanation of how he penetrated the barrier and saved Vivian, was clearly not convinced by such a simple answer. Her suspicions only grew stronger. Vivian, bowing her head and immersed in thought, realized that her guesses were confirmed. Andreas really was the same mysterious Mr. Fairy that she had been thinking about for so long. The observer, losing patience with what Andreas seemed to be lying to her, sharply raised her voice, demanding to stop fooling around with her and finally tell the truth about what happened. Ivy, pointing the tip of her sword at Andreas, asked in disbelief how a loser like him could freely enter and exit the black magician's barrier, clearly doubting his abilities. Suddenly, Vivian, unable to bear the tension, came out of her hiding place and confirmed the truthfulness of Andreas's words, attracting the attention of both participants in the confrontation. The girl, approaching them, confirmed that Andreas had indeed saved her life, while the young man himself asked in surprise about the reason for her presence here. Ivy, hearing Vivian's confirmation, cast an angry look at both of them, clearly perplexed by the unexpected turn of events and not knowing who to believe now. The tension grew while Ivy's sword was still pointed at Andreas, and both young men anxiously awaited the outcome of this tense situation. Finally, with a heavy sigh, Ivy lowered her head and sheathed her sword, admitting defeat in this verbal duel, although not completely convinced of Andreas's innocence. Before leaving, the observer warned Andreas that she would closely monitor his every move, leaving the young man tense and uncertain about his future at the academy. Andreas, after thanking Vivian for her unexpected help, was surprised by her response, in which she called him Mr. Fairy, which caused him a mixture of surprise and concern. Vivian, greatly embarrassed by the situation, realized that her intuition was correct, and all her assumptions about Andreas's secret identity were confirmed, opening a new chapter in their relationship. Ami, Andreas's sister, was sitting in the estate her brother had recently purchased, filling out some important papers, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the maid, who announced the end of cleaning the estate, drawing Ami's attention to the current affairs. The girl thanked her for the work, noting the difficulty of the task due to the long-term neglect of the estate, but the maid assured her that it was not difficult. However, The maid mentioned that they felt it would be inappropriate to enter the previous lord's study, suggesting that Ami visit the premises first. Ami, rising from her chair, agreed to immediately inspect the office, feeling a mixture of curiosity and slight excitement. The girl walked along the corridor to the lord's office, carrying some kind of envelope behind her back, possibly containing important documents or personal items. Approaching the luxurious doors of her father's office, Ami froze for a moment, remembering the past and collecting her thoughts. Memories came flooding back to her of how often she and her brother were scolded for hiding in this very office, playing their childhood games. Making up her mind, Ami grabbed the doorknob, realizing how much time had passed since she was last here. Entering the dark office, the girl at first could not see anything, trying to get used to the lack of light. Gradually, her eyes adjusted, and she saw the chaos in the room. Cracked glass, overturned furniture, scattered books. All this caused her to cry out in surprise and slight disappointment. As she made her way through the rubble, Amy reflected that it was not surprising to see such desolation, considering how long no one had cared for this place. Suddenly her gaze caught on something, causing the girl confusion and interest at the same time. Ami saw a cracked frame, which she reached out with her hand, feeling strangely excited. Lifting the frame and carefully examining it, sitting on her knees, Ami plunged into the memories associated with this object. At this time, a train was rushing through Welton, taking passengers in an unknown direction. Andreas, while on this train, turned to his companion, commenting on someone's insolence towards Master Salem. Salem, sitting opposite Andreas, with tattooed arms and wearing a robe, responded sharply, emphasizing his status as the greatest on the continent and expressing his displeasure at appearing openly in a crowded place. Continuing his speech, Salem reproached Andreas for his weakness, noting that he was being hunted by everyone, and this was the result of his lack of strength. Salem, wanting to get down to business, tried to change the topic of conversation, but Andreas did not seem to hear him, lost in his thoughts, or deliberately ignoring the words of his mentor. Salem began to explain to Andreas that the aura in the dantian and the mana in the heart are essentially the same thing, to which the young man confirmed his understanding of this fact. Continuing, Salem spoke about the theoretical possibility of converting aura into mana and vice versa, noting that this would not be possible without a dual core, which they fortunately possess. Concluding his explanation, the great magician announced a method he had developed for the practical conversion of aura and mana, called transfer. After 10 minutes, Andreas reflected on the simplicity of the technique and its activation, marveling at the effectiveness of the method. The young man was amazed at the speed with which mana could be converted into aura, considering it an incredible achievement. Addressing Salem, Andreas expressed admiration for the invented technique, recognizing its incredible effectiveness. Salem, satisfied with the student's mastery of the material, suggested continuing the practice and stood up, apparently preparing to leave the train compartment. Andreas, wanting to ask a question, asked the master to wait, to which Salem casually waved his hand, agreeing to listen. The young man, plucking up courage, asked about his father and the Cromwell family, clearly seeking answers to questions that had long tormented him. Salem turned around and looked carefully at Andreas, understanding the importance of the topic for the young man. The magician reported that Cain was a student of Morn's grandfather, which greatly surprised Andreas, again in disbelief. However, Salem, not wanting to go into details, reminded Andreas of the need to find out the details on his own, considering explanations an unnecessary hassle. Suddenly, the master jumped out of the train window to escape, leaving Andreas screaming after him, demanding more explanations. Left alone, Andreas reflected on the unexpected discovery that his father, Cain Cromwell, was a black magician, which the young man never suspected and did not remember mentioning in the game. Comforting himself with the thought of returning home, Andreas hoped to find some clues or information about his family's past there. Upon arriving home, Andreas was greeted by his sister, praising the work of housekeeper Lupina in furnishing the house. Entering his father's office, Andreas was shocked, not recognizing the room due to the changes made. Ami explained that due to the chaos, she replaced all the furniture in an effort to create a more comfortable work environment. Andreas thanked his sister for her concern, and she assured him that she had saved everything important, showing him the photo frame she had found. Turning to her brother, Ami showed a family photo in which they were captured as children with their parents. The girl asked Andreas if the photo brought back memories, hoping for an emotional response from her brother to this piece of their common past. Andreas, looking at an old family photograph, felt a strange mixture of feelings. His face lit up with a slight smile, hiding the deep emotions evoked by this image. A wave of nostalgia washed over the young man, but with it came something else, an elusive and mysterious feeling that he couldn't pinpoint, but which made his heart beat faster. When Andreas's fingers touched the cold surface of the photo frame, something incredible happened. A barely noticeable ripple ran across the glass, and then a bright flash of light blinded the young man. The photo frame, as if coming to life, began to emit a mysterious glow which gradually intensified, causing amazement not only in Andreas, but also in his sister Ami, who was watching what was happening. The bright light emanating from the photo frame quickly filled the entire room, enveloping objects in a soft glow and creating a feeling of unreality. Suddenly, a strange sound reached Andreas's ears, causing him to turn around sharply, his eyes searchingly peering into the space behind him, trying to detect the source of the noise. The young man was amazed to see how a secret passage opened right behind him, as if by magic, accompanied by the creaking of ancient mechanisms, from which Andreas froze in complete shock. Andreas and Ami, overcoming fear and curiosity, carefully approached the mysterious passage, their thoughts feverishly trying to explain what was happening. The realization came suddenly. Touching the photo frame activated an ancient magic circle, hidden from prying eyes for many years. This magic circle, which turned out to be a complex defense mechanism, opened the entrance to a secret room, the existence of which until that moment remained unknown. Andreas, analyzing the situation, came to the conclusion that if activation required the touch of two of their family, then the legacy of their father, Cain, was probably stored inside. Intuition told the young man that something incredible was hidden behind this door, because such a carefully hidden treasure could not be ordinary. Andreas, realizing the danger of the situation, decisively told his sister about his intention to explore the cache alone, but Ami, driven by concern for her brother, opposed this idea. The young man, understanding the risks associated with magic, persistently convinced his sister to stay outside, arguing that he was concerned about her safety. After some hesitation, Ami nevertheless gave in to her brother's arguments, agreeing with his decision, although concern for his safety did not leave her. Andreas, sensing his sister's anxiety, tried to calm her down, promising to be extremely careful and return as soon as possible. The young man began to descend along a dark, wide passage, illuminated only by the dim light of candles. Each step under his feet seemed to hold age-old secrets. Suddenly, Andreas felt a strange uneasiness. His hair seemed to become electrified, and a chill ran through his skin, foreshadowing a meeting with something unusual and potentially dangerous. The feeling of the presence of black magic, familiar to him from his experience with the artifact of laziness, again captured Andreas, making him wary and prepared for possible surprises. Moving further and further along the gloomy corridors, the young man felt a mysterious force beckoning him forward, as if calling him to reveal the ancient secrets hidden in the depths of this labyrinth. At the end of the winding path, Andreas saw something amazing, a majestic tree surrounded by beautiful flowers, which seemed to grow straight from the stone. Approaching the tree, the young man felt powerful red energy emanating from it, and around the wide but low trunk there was a carpet of emerald grass and exotic flowers. Andreas, examining the amazing garden, realized that in front of him were the rarest fairy flowers, and the tree itself was probably part of the legendary code of the apocalypse. The young man, amazed by his discovery, tried to comprehend that in front of him, perhaps, was the main part of the very codex about which there were so many legends and which was considered lost. Bewilderment gripped Andreas as he wondered why there was something here that he had not seen even in the game, which, as he believed, reflected all aspects of this world. Suddenly the young man's attention was attracted by a small detail on one of the tree branches. Swaying slightly in the light wind, there was a note tied with a rope. With caution, as if afraid to frighten the moment, Andreas extended his hand to the note, feeling his heart begin to beat faster in anticipation of a possible discovery. The thought that the note could have been left by Cain himself, Andreas's father, flashed through the young man's head, causing his hand to tremble slightly with excitement. As soon as Andreas unfolded the note, A mysterious magic circle suddenly activated behind him, emitting a powerful orange-red energy that enveloped everything around him. To Andreas's horror, the note began to dissolve right in his hands, and he, stunned by what was happening, frantically looked around, trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, the young man felt someone's presence behind him, but from shock he could not even turn around, frozen in anticipation of the unknown and not knowing what to expect in the next moment. The stranger, who appeared as if out of nowhere, simply put his hand on Andreas's head, causing the young man a mixture of fear and strange calm. Andreas, daring to raise his eyes, saw before him an incredibly tall figure, shrouded in a mysterious aura that seemed to deserve the deepest respect. Andreas's pupils dilated to their maximum in shock as strange visions began to unfold before his mind's eye. In his memories, he saw someone holding out a hand with a tree bone, as if offering it to someone. A picture appeared before Andreas of the greatest master handing a bone to his father, who, having accepted it, bows deeply. The next vision showed how this bone was carefully placed in a gray clay pot, as if the beginning of an important ritual. Andreas watched as over time the seed began to sprout, slowly but surely turning into a young tree. The vision accelerated, and now Andreas's father demonstrates a quickly grown tree emitting red energy to a group of people. The two observers stood in shock at the tree's incredibly rapid growth, clearly aware of its unusual nature. Suddenly, the memories were replaced by a darker scene of Andreas's father holding his mother, who was bleeding from the dagger wound from her stomach, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. The last thing Andreas saw in this stream of visions was his father looking at his hand, watching drops of blood envelop it, symbolizing the tragedy and mystery surrounding his family. In a flashback, Andreas saw the bearded man who had previously threatened him, who was now heading towards little Andreas and Ami when they were still children. Andreas's father tried to resist this threat, but at that moment their family photo cracked, symbolizing the destruction of family well-being. Andreas, seeing these strange memories, was so shocked that he could not find words to express his feelings. Looking down, full of anger and sadness, the young man realized the bitter truth about his family's past. Andreas realized that the Empire and the Black Magicians were in cahoots, revealing the depth of the betrayal. Remembering Salem's words, Andreas realized that the Emperor had handed over his father, Cain, to Master Morna to study black magic and cultivate original sin. Once Cain had completed his task, they decided to get rid of him, considering that he had lost his value to their plans. The death of Cain's wife and his mysterious illness, which led to the downfall of the family, were part of the Emperor's plot, which Cain eventually realized. Wanting revenge, Cain hid the original sin tree in a place accessible only to Andreas and his sister, hoping for their future intervention. Suddenly, a figure resembling his father appeared behind Andreas, asking if he had seen enough of the memories. Recognizing the voice, Andreas turned around in shock, not believing his ears and eyes. In front of him stood the image of his father with blood-stained eyes, who suddenly called him Makoto Kaneshiro. Acting on instinct, Andreas drew his sword, preparing for the possible threat. The young man pointed his sword at a mysterious figure, identical in appearance to his father, demanding an explanation. The stranger noted with surprise that Andreas, being an avid gambler, should have already guessed his identity. The phrase, "Thank you for playing our games," suddenly popped into Andreas's memory, making him realize the incredible truth. Shocked, Andreas asked if this person was the developer who brought it into the game. The stranger confirmed Andreas's guess, asking about his impressions of the world of deadly sins. Despite the creator's enthusiastic words about the amazing world, Andreas was very angry at this revelation. The young man demanded an explanation of why he was transferred to this world, feeling deceived and used. The developer casually replied that there was nothing special about it. He just wanted Andreas to beat the game, leaving the young man even more confused and angry. Andreas asked about the need to beat the game, to which the developer confirmed that everything is really as simple as it sounds. The creator reminded Andreas of the many endings of this world that the young man had seen, including the fates of Lucy, Diana, and other characters. The developer emphasized that all of these endings ultimately ended in the same way, with the world destroyed by the explosion of original sin, awakening the deadly sins and their owners. Andreas, surprised, asked about his understanding of the game, where the collection of all the deadly and original sins was supposed to prevent the end of the world. The creator explained that as long as the consciousness of original sin exists, the world will sooner or later collapse, and in order to prevent this, Andreas needs to completely control it. When asked about control over original sin, the developer replied that only the flesh and blood of Cain are capable of this. A game window appeared in front of Andreas, offering to enter into a contract with the immature original sin, demanding the blood of the contractor. Andreas realized that original sin had probably sensed his presence and was ready to interact. The father figure in the form of Cain noticed that even as an untalented scum, Andreas had a unique opportunity. He emphasized that only a few can enter this place before original sin rises, and Andreas is one of these chosen ones. Andreas, remaining silent, listened carefully, trying to understand what this strange dialogue. The developer warned that in 6 months, when the tree grows, it will go outside the room in search of its owner. Andreas, reflecting, realized the reason for his rebirth into a trash character. Given that Cain hid the original sin, only he and Ami could obtain it. Andreas, trying to comprehend the situation, directly asked the developer what he wanted from him. The developer explained his plan. Andreas must make a contract with original sin, become his master, and then feed him mortal sins and nature. Aware of the danger, Andreas expressed doubt in his abilities, to which the developer replied that this was the only way out, despite the risk. The image of Cain, flickering like a hologram, addressed Andreas, apologizing for involving him in this matter and expressing hope for success that would save the life of both Andreas and the world. Andreas, looking at the brightly glowing tree of original sin, plunged into deep thoughts. Suddenly, Cain addressed Andreas as a son, causing the young man to be shocked by this unexpected manifestation of paternal feelings. Cain expressed his faith in Andreas, urging him to always remember that trust. With a fatherly smile, Cain asked Andreas to look after his sister, showing concern for his children. When Andreas turned around, the image of Cain had already disappeared, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts and decisions. Andreas focused his gaze on the original sin tree, which was emitting a powerful aura. Resolutely taking off his glove and throwing it on the green grass, Andreas prepared for the next step. The young man gripped the sword tightly in his hand, running the blade across his palm, preparing for the ritual. Andreas realized that his story was not just another story about rebirth in another world. Despite his reluctance to follow someone else's orders, Andreas realized that he had no choice but to act according to the plan. Stretching his bloody hand towards the tree, Andreas noted that, in a sense, everything remained the same. As soon as Andreas touched the tree, it began to react violently, and red energy completely enveloped the young man. The system confirmed the fusion of the Apocalypse Codex, Chapter 0 of the purest original sin with the user's body, recognizing Andreas as its master. The system notified Andreas about the increase in mana recovery and the gradual increase in its density in his body. Andreas's element of mana began to lean towards darkness, and his abilities promised to increase depending on the number of deadly sins collected. Andreas remembered the image of his father, Cain Cromwell, radiating sunlight, recognizing it as the other half of his soul. Cain assured his son that he would take care of Ami and the Cromwell family, taking some of the burden off Andreas. A huge clot of yellow energy appeared in front of Andreas, enveloping him in its radiance. Addressing his father's soul, Andreas promised to take revenge for all the injustices that he experienced and give his soul peace. The young man vowed to fulfill this promise 100%, feeling the weight of responsibility. Meanwhile, the bearded man who bought their family, standing at the window and wiping his sword, asked his subordinates about the search for original sin. Viscount Lamar Welton, head of the Intelligence Bureau, looked at his master with fear, preparing to report disappointing news. Bowing, the Viscount said that they had searched all of Cain's property before his death, but to no avail. The bearded man, turning with his sword, contemptuously called the Viscount trash, unworthy of the title of head of intelligence. He suggested that Cain must have entrusted the original sin to one of his relatives, who would sooner or later want revenge. The Viscount proposed to carefully study the entire Cromwell family, but his master interrupted him, hinting at the urgency of the matter. The bearded man, who turned out to be His Majesty, graciously gave the Viscount a little more time, earning the gratitude of his subordinate. The Emperor ordered the search to continue, suggesting that they begin with the mortal sins as a possible clue. While discussing the Zephyr cult, the Viscount reported suspicious activities and possible preparations for a Zephyr summoning ceremony involving a large number of people. The emperor, pleased with the information, ordered the cult to be carefully monitored, preparing to use the situation for his own purposes. A mysterious voice, imbued with power and significance, reminded of the importance of the upcoming festival, causing everyone present to tense up in anticipation. One of those gathered, addressing Master Payat, confidently confirmed his readiness for all aspects of the upcoming event. His voice sounded with notes of pride for the work done. The speaker described in detail the security measures, including the placement of guards, plans for entrances and exits, as well as a thorough examination of the underground chambers of the arena without leaving out a single detail. Master Payat, extravagantly dressed in a purple hat and feathered robe, with light makeup on his face, mentioned the need for many sacrifices to summon Lord Zepar, promising a reward for success. The young man, hearing Payat's words, only smiled sweetly, hiding his true thoughts and feelings behind this smile. Payat, deciding to joke, offered to introduce the young man to himself, to which he politely but firmly refused, maintaining a distance in their relationship. The young man humbly noted that he only asked for help from his brothers and sisters at the academy, praising them for doing a good job and showing respect for their efforts. Payat, changing the topic, inquired about the previously mentioned worthy candidate, his voice betraying sincere interest in this issue. The master directly asked about the results of Vivian's recruitment, clearly attaching great importance to bringing this girl into their ranks. The young man remembered his conversation with Vivian, her completely disinterested look, which clearly spoke of her lack of desire to join their cause. He honestly reported the failure, conveying Vivian's words that she had already found her spiritual support, to which Payat expressed regret, but did not seem to be very upset by this news. Payat, concluding the conversation, expressed hope for the young man's ability to independently cope with all the tasks, explaining his busyness with important matters and the need for absence. Andreas, standing alone, carefully studied the game window that appeared in front of him, rereading the list of his talents and reflecting on the events of the past week after visiting the family estate. The young man noted with relief that his fears about possible problems associated with original sin had not yet come true, which allowed him to relax a little. Despite revealing his father's secrets, Andreas continued to worry about his sister's safety, feeling responsible for her well-being. Considering the impending events at the academy, Andreas would have preferred to stay with his sister, but he understood the need for his presence at the epicenter of what was happening. The young man's thoughts turned to the last day of the festival in the arena, realizing that it was then that the culmination of all events would occur. Andreas knew about the Zepra cult's plans to carry out a terrorist attack, which made his heart beat faster with anxiety and responsibility. Thinking about the possible victims of his reckless attempt to summon an evil god, the young man was determined to get rid of all the cult members before anyone got hurt. Andreas recognized the need to protect the player characters in order to successfully complete the game, which added additional complexity to his mission. Concluding his thoughts, the young man admitted that he did not expect an easy solution to the problem, preparing for difficult trials ahead. Andreas, analyzing the situation, suggested the possibility of the cult owning the head of the codex, deciding to check this information to complete the picture. The young man noted that since receiving original sin, the number of his affairs and responsibilities has increased noticeably, complicating his mission. Summoning his trusty skeleton through the portal, Andreas suggested continuing his training in preparation for the challenges ahead. Suddenly, Andreas's body was engulfed by a strange purple glow, especially intense in the abdominal area, which caused confusion and anxiety in the young man. The system notified Andreas that the Code of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0 of the Purest Original Sin, had discovered an artifact of zealous laziness. Looking at his skeleton, Andreas tried to comprehend the unexpected connection between the purest original sin and the artifact of zealous laziness. The young man watched the creation of additional effects, abilities, and strengthening of basic skills, reflecting on the nature and capabilities of the artifact. Feeling the growth of the purest original sin within himself, Andreas tried to understand the nature of the strange feeling enveloping his consciousness. The realization that original sin had summoned an artifact of laziness in Nickel made Andreas think about the hidden possibilities of his power. The young man wondered whether this was due to the long-term wearing of the artifact, or whether there were other factors unknown to him. Continuing to observe his skeleton, Andreas waited for the completion of the growth of the pure original sin, trying to predict the consequences. The game window reported that pure original sin and diligent laziness were no longer linked, leaving Andreas slightly perplexed. Analyzing the changes in his skeleton, Andreas noted an increase in mana, improved recovery and sensitivity, realizing the power of reaching the 5th class of undead. The young man was surprised to notice that the appearance of the skeleton had not changed, despite the significant increase in its characteristics. Inviting the skeleton to celebrate the gain by canceling the training, Andreas met the silent disagreement of his faithful companion. Going out into the street in a robe, Andreas began to carefully examine the territory, his gaze sliding over the surrounding space in search of something unusual. The young man remembered the cultists who were supposed to recruit new members and began to look for signs of their presence. Not finding what he expected, Andreas wondered if he had been mistaken in his assumptions or calculations. Continuing to look around, the young man noted with alarm the absence of familiar faces, which increased his anxiety. Suddenly, Andreas's gaze caught a familiar figure from the crowd, making his heart beat faster with sudden recognition. Recognizing Khazar, Andreas instantly connected his appearance with the approaching terrorist attack. Realizing that events were beginning to unfold according to his assumptions, Andreas, having made his decision, began pursuing Khazar, following him into the sewer, ready to reveal the secrets of the cult. The hatch cover slammed shut behind the young man, cutting him off from the outside world and plunging him into a dark dungeon where the conspirators were hiding. Carefully descending the stairs, Andreas carefully examined the surrounding space, ready for any surprises. Suddenly, something caught the young man's attention, causing him to become wary and concentrate his gaze on a certain point. Not far from the stairs, Andreas noticed a green troll with bright red hair who seemed to be tracking someone, unaware of his presence. Hearing an extraneous sound, the troll looked up, but it was too late to react. Andreas, without wasting a second, attacked the creature with his sword, acting with lightning speed and determination. Having neutralized the troll, the young man carefully laid it down next to him, trying not to attract unnecessary attention and not create obstacles for further pursuit. Convinced that the creature would not interfere with his plans, Andreas continued to follow Khazar, delving into the labyrinths of the dungeon. The young man mentally noted that his assumptions were confirmed. The cult was indeed preparing for a large-scale attack. Having created 2 portals, Andreas called upon his faithful assistants, the skeleton and the tiger, instructing the skeleton to follow him and Timur to remain on guard. Together with the skeleton, Andreas rushed deep into the dungeon, moving quickly and silently, ready for any surprises. Tiger Timur, remaining at his post, carefully observed his surroundings, ready at any moment to come to the aid of his master. Penetrating deeper, Andreas discovered a room where prisoners were hanging and other people were putting things in boxes, creating an eerie picture of preparation for something terrible. Khazar, having entered the room, watched with satisfaction the work of his subordinates, unaware of the presence of Andreas. The cultist boastfully noted the difficulty of delivering the explosives and confidence that there would be no problems with tomorrow's ceremony, revealing details of his plan. The Khazar, without hiding his ambitions, expressed hope for promotion in rank for his merits, unaware of the impending threat. Andreas's sudden appearance caused panic among the cultists, their cries of attack echoing throughout the room. The Khazar, recognizing Andreas, shouted in rage about the need to immediately kill the spy, calling his followers to action. The cult fanatics, hiding their faces behind masks and with madness in their eyes, rushed at Andreas, ready to destroy the intruder. Despite the enemy's numerical superiority, Andreas remained calm, confident in his victory, and ready to confront the looming threat. Andreas, demonstrating incredible skill, cut down the attacking cultists with one blow, his movements precise and deadly. The Khazar, seeing the uselessness of his subordinates, drew his sword in rage, preparing to personally engage in battle with the intruder. The cultist, confident in his superiority, did not notice the approaching danger, his gaze suddenly filled with surprise and horror. The skeleton of Andreas, appearing as if from nowhere, cut off Khazar's head with a lightning-quick movement, demonstrating merciless efficiency. The skeleton's eyes glowed with crimson fire, reflecting the rage and determination with which he defended his master. Andreas, turning to his faithful assistant, mentally noted the impressive fencing skills of the skeleton. Once again convinced of his strength, the young man, pleased with the outcome of the battle, offered to collect all the explosives, trying to prevent further plans of the cult. Andreas, recognizing the need for additional assistance, mentioned the importance of Timur's presence to complete the mission. As if in response to his words, Timur suddenly appeared, falling through the ceiling, his sudden appearance taking everyone by surprise. Andreas, surprised by the unusual appearance of his tiger, tried to understand how he ended up here and what could have caused such strange behavior. The young man, concerned about Timur's condition after the fall, watched as the mighty beast rose, demonstrating its endurance. Payat suddenly appeared, holding Khazar's severed head, and commented with feigned regret on his early arrival and the scene he saw. The cultist, feigning grief, wailed over Khazar's head, calling him a boy and demonstrating strange affection. Andreas, taken by surprise by Payat's appearance, mentally tried to understand when and how he managed to get to the scene of the incident. Payat, slowly turning to Andreas, pierced him with a dark gaze. A threat sounded in his voice when he asked about the young man's involvement in the death of Khazar. Andreas, looking at the man in rhinestones, realized with horror that the situation was much more serious than he had originally imagined. Payat Kobon, approaching menacingly, hinted at brutal reprisals, while Andreas tried to comprehend the unexpected appearance of such a dangerous enemy. Taking off his purple hat, Payat accused Andreas of being overconfident, his voice sounding cold and threatening. Andreas mentally assessed the situation, realizing that in front of him was one of the highest members of the cult, whose strength was comparable to an aura master, which made the young man's position extremely dangerous. Comparing the strength of Payat with the observer Ivy and assessing the capabilities of his assistants Timur and Nikol, Andreas doubted the success of the upcoming battle. The young man realized that Payat posed an even greater threat due to his ability to enhance muscular and physical strength, which made him virtually invulnerable. Andreas understood that ordinary cuts and blunt blows would be ineffective against such an opponent, which significantly limited his tactical options. Payat, having completely removed his jewelry, declared his intention to fight at full strength without holding back, making the situation even more difficult for Andreas. Deciding to take action, Andreas prepared for the attack, realizing that there was nowhere to retreat and he would have to fight to the end. After Andreas's swift dash, only thick smoke remained in the air, indicating the speed of his movement. Timur, baring his teeth, growled menacingly, preparing for battle, while Andreas, keeping his cool, considered a plan of action. Tiger Timur was the first to engage Payat. Their fight began with an exchange of powerful fists, demonstrating the incredible strength of both opponents. Skeleton Nikol wasted no time in joining the fight, drawing his sword and preparing to strike his opponent. While Timur held Payat back, Nikol attacked him with a series of quick and accurate sword strikes, trying to find a weak spot in the enemy's defense. However, Payat, demonstrating his incredible endurance, only mockingly noted that the skeleton's blows were nothing more than tickling for him. Despite the continued sword attacks, Payat did not seem to be in any serious pain, forcing Andreas to look for a new strategy. The young man, watching the fruitless attempts of his assistants, experienced shock, not knowing how to confront the enemy if his main weapon turned out to be ineffective. Deciding to take a desperate step, Andreas suddenly joined the attack, jumping from the side and trying to pierce Payat with his sword. Payat, noticing Andreas's actions, began a phrase that seemed to foreshadow a new turn in their confrontation. Suddenly, Payat concentrated his attack on Timur, beginning to put powerful pressure on him, trying to disable one of Andreas's main defenders. The tiger, unable to withstand Payat's powerful pressure, flew to the side, and the cultist mocked down for a while. The hypertrophied man from the cult wasted no time and quickly rushed towards Andreas, demonstrating incredible speed. Andreas, preparing to attack, drew his sword, shrouding it in an aura that changed from purple to blue, his gaze radiating determination. The young man took a fighting stance, tightly gripping his sword and preparing to repel the oncoming blow of the enemy. At the last moment, the skeleton Nikol intervened, deflecting the cultist's powerful blow aimed at Andreas into the ground with his sword. Payat's blow left a small crater in the ground, but Andreas maintained his position, unwavering in the face of danger. Realizing that the decisive moment had arrived, Andreas prepared to strike back. The young man, taking advantage of the moment, attacked the cultist from behind, stabbing him in the throat from the back with his sword. After the attack, Andreas jumped back, trying to maintain a safe distance from the dangerous enemy. However, his maneuver was unsuccessful. Payat, as if not feeling pain, turned around and again rushed towards Andreas. The young man managed to react, creating an earthen shield in front of him in an attempt to protect himself from the oncoming attack. The cultist's face was distorted by an eerie smile, his eyes glowed blood red, betraying his madness and bloodlust. With one powerful kick, Payat destroyed Andreas's earthen shield, demonstrating his incredible strength. The force of the blow threw Andreas back. The young man could barely stay on his feet from the powerful push. Without allowing Andreas to come to his senses, the cultist grabbed him by the long hair, completely controlling the young man's position. Payat began methodically beating Andreas, punching him and continuing to hold him by the hair. Andreas felt acute pain, blood flowed down his face, but he continued to resist without losing his fortitude. The cultist's smile grew wider and crazier as he seemed to enjoy the suffering of his victim. Payat noted with perverse pleasure that Andreas was his ideal type, which only added to the horror of the situation. At that moment, Timur and Nikol, having gathered their last strength, attacked the cultist from behind, trying to save their master. However, Payat, demonstrating an incredible reaction, simultaneously repelled the attacks of both the tiger and the skeleton without releasing Andreas. Turning to face the skeleton, the cultist prepared to strike a crushing blow, his gaze filled with uncontrollable rage and cruelty. The cultist's blow was so powerful that even the inanimate skeleton of Nikol felt the strong shock that threw him to the side. Despite the skeleton's attack, Payat continued to hold Andreas tightly by the hair, not loosening his grip for a second. With a malicious smile, the cultist suddenly began to hug Andreas, but his hug was more like a lethal grab. Payat lifted the boy off the ground, continuing to squeeze him in his bear hug, his smile becoming more and more sinister. Andreas, sensing the approach of death, mentally appealed to the purest original sin, who suggested using the special skill of sloth. Barely breathing, the young man remembered this skill, feverishly thinking about the possible consequences of its use. Realizing the lack of choice, Andreas decided to activate laziness, not knowing what price he would have to pay for this decision. Suddenly, the reality around began to distort. The ground seemed to float under his feet, forcing the cultist to look up in bewilderment. The changes in the surrounding space surprised not only Payat, but also the skeleton with the tiger, as well as Andreas himself. A strange vibration began to spread around Khazar's body, filling the air with ominous energy. Everyone present looked around in confusion, trying to understand the source of this unusual sound and sensation. Blood began flowing towards Andreas from all the corpses in the room, as if obeying his unspoken order. The cultist, watching what was happening, experienced real shock, feeling a growing ominous presence. Payat, overcome with fear, jumped back, not believing his eyes when he saw Andreas levitating in the air. Andreas began to absorb all the surrounding blood, becoming stronger and more powerful every second. The system recorded an increase in Andreas's magical abilities. Sensitivity to mana, spell-casting speed, and mana recovery increased by 666%. The young man, feeling incredibly lazy, created an earthen shield, but even opening his eyes and breathing seemed like an impossible task to him. The cultist looked at what was happening with complete incomprehension, unable to comprehend the sudden transformation of his opponent. Suddenly, Payat discovered that his arm had been cut off without him even noticing the moment of the attack. Andreas, without holding a sword in his hands, in some incredible way deprived the cultist of a limb, causing him to question the nature of his power. The young man, feeling incredibly lazy, admitted that even maintaining a heartbeat seemed to him an extremely difficult and tedious task. The tiger and the skeleton, Andreas's faithful assistants, watched in amazement at the transformation of their master, not recognizing him as the former young man. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion that shook everything around. The cultist tried to stay on his feet, protecting himself from the shock wave. Despite his efforts, Payat was unable to fully resist the force of the explosion and was thrown back, causing him to lose his balance. The cultist, recovering from the explosion, raised his head with a sinister smile, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Payat, laughing at Andreas, mockingly asked if this is all the young man is capable of, clearly underestimating the situation. Andreas, barely moving his lips from incredible laziness, said that Payat had become unbearably annoying. The cultist, having heard the young man's words, asked again with growing anger, not believing his ears. Andreas, having gathered his last strength, resolutely declared the need to quickly kill the enemy in order to finally rest. Suddenly, Payat's gaze rushed upward, his face distorted with horror and surprise at what he saw. At the same time, at the festival, the master of the magic tower felt a strange uneasiness, as if something had touched his soul. The master turned around, trying to understand the source of this strange sensation, his gaze wandering around the festival area in search of an answer. A breathtaking spectacle unfolded in the festival arena. An unknown fighter skillfully fought off enemy attacks. Inside the stands, a knight was fighting with some guy, attracting the attention of everyone present. The school students and Bart, the master of the magic tower, watched the duel with interest. The master, realizing the nature of his anxiety, whispered that he definitely felt the aura of black magic, suggesting that the barriers against it had worked in an unexpected way. Returning to the battlefield, Andreas continued to fight the cultist, demonstrating incredible strength and endurance. The young man began to conjure a stone spear, concentrating his magical energy. The cultist pondered Andreas's choice in bewilderment, considering the stone spear to be too simple and basic magic. Suddenly, a huge number of stone spears began to fly out of the walls, aimed at the enemy. Payat, smiling self-confidently, mocked Andreas's show-off, confident that basic magic could not even scratch his body. At that moment, Nickel's skeleton suddenly attacked the cultist, catching him by surprise. An enraged Payat began to insult the skeleton, calling him ugly and preparing to deal a crushing blow. The cultist swung his powerful fists, intending to destroy the bone opponent. With a powerful blow, Payat broke a bone in the skeleton's arm, throwing him aside and seemingly gaining the upper hand. Grinning gloatingly, the cultist asked the defeated skeleton what he could now do to him. Andreas continued to attack, throwing spears and creating a bloody circle around himself, strengthening his magic. The young man's actions increasingly puzzled the cultist, who did not understand the enemy's strategy. Payat, still confident of his superiority, mockingly suggested that Andreas was thinking of killing him with a pair of spears. Suddenly, the tiger Timur ran up to the cultist from behind, breaking him and making him unable to move. Payat turned and met the tiger's gaze. Realizing the seriousness of his situation, Andreas, continuing to cast his spell, announced to the cultist about his imminent death. His voice sounded cold and decisive. Payat's face changed. Gaiety gave way to fear when he realized the hopelessness of his situation. The tiger held the cultist tightly, ensuring that the spears hit their targets as much as possible. A stream of stone spears rained down on Payat, piercing his body in numerous places. At this moment, the effect of Andreas's special skill laziness ended, and the young man began to feel a strong recoil. Andreas had lost the ability to move and use aura and mana, and his body was suffering severe damage due to the enormous strain it had been placed under. Andreas, completely devoid of the ability to move or use aura or mana, felt his body suffering severe damage due to the excessive strain caused by using the special skill sloth. The young man, falling from exhaustion, felt as if his body was torn into the smallest pieces, but stubbornly thought about the need to get up and finish off the enemy, despite the unbearable pain. Andreas realized that the undead creatures he summoned, due to their nature, would remain conscious even if his mana was completely depleted, which gave him a slight advantage. The young man lay motionless, unable to even move, while the cultist, impaled by spears, also remained seated, clearly unable to continue the fight. The system unexpectedly notified Andreas that certain conditions had been met and a new pattern of evolution had been discovered, which made the young man think about what was happening, despite his serious condition. Andreas was offered the possibility of evolution with a probability of 33% and a warning about a possible deviation. The system awaited his decision to use this chance. The young man, on the verge of life and death, mentally wondered at the system's proposal, thinking about what it might want from a dying person. Deciding that this might be his last chance, Andreas agreed to evolution, ironically calling it a parting gift to his grave, ready to accept any outcome. At this moment, a man approached the battle site, looking with disgust at the traces of the Zephyra cult, his face expressing a mixture of contempt and alarm. It turned out that the newcomer was the master of the magic tower. He was thinking about the connection between what was happening in the city's sewers and the surge of strange energy he had recently felt. The master, deciding not to waste time on long thoughts, focused on the need to check the surroundings, feeling faint but distinct traces of black magic. Suddenly, something caught the master's attention. forcing him to stop and look around carefully, his experienced gaze searching for the slightest sign of danger. Entering the room where the duel began, the master of the magic tower saw a terrifying picture. The floor was strewn with a large number of corpses, indicating a fierce battle. Among the dead, the master noticed the body of a cultist, pierced by numerous spears, realizing the scale and cruelty of the battle that took place here. The master's attention was drawn to the strong smell of gunpowder that filled the room, his experienced nose instantly picking up a potential threat. The master quickly assessed the situation. If such a quantity of gunpowder exploded under the arena, it would lead to catastrophic consequences and numerous casualties. With horror, he realized that his own children, who were currently at the festival, might be among the dead. A feeling of fear and responsibility gripped him. The master of the magic tower feverishly pondered what action to take in this critical situation, realizing that the lives of many innocent people depended on his decision. Suddenly, near one of the craters formed as a result of the battle, he noticed a green-haired guy lying motionless, whose presence here seemed out of place. With surprise and alarm, the master recognized Andreas in him, wondering what could have brought the student to this dangerous place and what role he played in the events that took place. Coming closer to Andreas, the master saw that the young man was barely breathing. His body was covered with wounds and signs of a grueling battle, causing a mixture of sympathy and suspicion. The master noticed a strange circle of blood around Andreas, suddenly realizing that this was where the trace of the black magic he had sensed earlier ended. This discovery shocked him. The master's pupils shrank as much as possible from shock and realization. His thoughts feverishly tried to deny the obvious, not wanting to believe in what he saw. A sudden guess struck the master. Did Andreas inherit the original sin from his father? This thought seemed incredible but explained a lot. While the master of the magic tower was trying to comprehend what he had seen, the process of Andreas's evolution had already completed. While the master of the magic tower was comprehending what he had seen, the process of Andreas's evolution was completed. His ability, the double core, disappeared, giving way to a new vessel feature, marking the end of the transformation. Andreas, slowly opening his eyes, realized with surprise that he had agreed to evolution without fully understanding the consequences of his decision. The young man found himself lying in a hospital bed, disoriented and trying to remember the details of what happened. Someone's voice addressed Andreas, informing him of the severity of his wounds, which, according to all forecasts, should have led to inevitable death. It turned out that the speaker was Alvin, who was surprised to note the young man's incredibly fast recovery in just 2 weeks. Andreas, recognizing the master, stood up and asked in surprise about the reason for his presence, trying to hide his anxiety. Alvin, wasting no time, demanded from Andreas an honest answer about his actions, to which the young man tried to evade, declaring a lack of understanding of the question. The master, not satisfied with the answer, directly asked about what happened in the sewer, his voice sounding persistent and demanding. Sitting opposite Andreas's bunk, Alvin carefully watched the young man's reaction as he feverishly considered his answer. Andreas mentally decided that it was necessary to keep everything a secret, realizing the danger of revealing the truth about his abilities and actions. The young man came up with a story about how, while walking, he accidentally saw a battle between suspicious people, tried to escape, but was caught. Alvin, surprised by the story, asked how this could happen to Andreas, clearly doubting the veracity of the story. The master recalled that when he arrived at the place, Andreas was there alone, which contradicted the many participants. Andreas mentally decided to answer all further questions with ignorance, hoping that this would help avoid further questioning. The young man's answer extremely surprised Master Alvin, who was clearly expecting a more detailed explanation of what had happened. Rising from his chair, Alvin directly told Andreas that he did not understand what he was hiding from him. His voice sounded with notes of irritation. Andreas, remaining calm, repeated once again that he was not hiding anything, trying to convince the master of his sincerity. Alvin remembered a request to take care of the children, possibly given to him by Andreas's father, which made him reflect on his actions. The master, changing tactics, suggested that instead of asking questions, they should focus on capturing ordinary cult members moving freely around the city. Alvin expressed doubt that the survivor of the skirmish in the sewers might have any useful information, indirectly hinting at Andreas. The young man was completely shocked by the master's sudden retreat, not understanding the reasons for such a sudden change in his position and wondering about the possible consequences. Alvin, having decided to stop the interrogation, turned to the exit, declaring his intention to leave, leaving Andreas slightly bewildered by the sudden change in mood. Before leaving, the master reminded Andreas of their bet and the remaining week to prepare the potion, his voice sounding with notes of anticipation and curiosity. To Andreas's surprise, the master of the magic tower literally disappeared before his eyes, demonstrating his extraordinary magical abilities. The young man, left alone, reflected on the strange behavior of the master. Despite clear knowledge of his identity, Alvin decided to let him go, which raised many questions. Andreas remembered Salem, who didn't seem to care if Bart knew what was happening, which added even more mystery to the situation. The young man remembered his vision at the family estate, where he saw Bart, which made him think about the depth of the master's knowledge. Andreas was sure that Bart knew everything about him, and even about his father, which made the situation even more complex and confusing. Suddenly, the door to the office opened, surprising Andreas with the unexpected appearance of visitors at such a late hour. Diana entered the room accompanied by Bart, their appearance causing Andreas a mixture of surprise and wariness, leaving him to wonder about the reason for their visit. Andreas curiously asked about the reason for their visit, to which Diana explained that her father told her about everything that happened, prompting them to visit their friend. The young man sincerely thanked them for their visit, and Diana smiled and remarked how nice it was to see them all together, which reminded her of the good old days of their friendship. Andreas, deep in thought, remembered his past life, where all his attempts to save someone invariably ended in failure, causing bitter memories. A smile lit up the young man's face when he realized how different his current life was, full of new opportunities and successes. Aloud, Andreas expressed his joy at their meeting together, but to himself, he thought with confidence that he now had the power sufficient to protect those who were dear to him, feeling newfound determination and responsibility. Andreas stood in the park, intently studying the information on his tablet, his attentive gaze sliding across the screen, analyzing the latest news. The youth noted Bach's effective work in controlling the media, finding not a single mention of the cult's terrorist attack, indicating a massive cover-up. While pondering the cult's infiltration into the heart of the academy, Andreas also took notice of the unusual silence of Original Sin, deciding not to worry about this aspect of his power for now. Suddenly, someone called out to Andreas, noting his early arrival, to which the young man calmly agreed, ready for the upcoming meeting. The worker said that Master Bart was waiting for Andreas and offered to follow him, heading to the magic tower. Andreas walked up the tower, following the worker, his thoughts focused on the upcoming conversation with the foreman. Having reached the desired floor, the worker announced the arrival of the tower master and invited Andreas to enter. The tower master greeted Andreas, noting his timely arrival, a hint of impatience in his voice. With a malicious smile, the master asked Andreas to show the potion, clearly intrigued by the results of the young man's work. Andreas mentally noted that the master was pretending that the events in the sewers did not happen, wondering about his true loyalty to the emperor or Andreas's father. The young man handed the master a bottle of red raspberry liquid, carefully observing the reaction of the older magician. The master, taking a majestic pose, drank the contents of the bottle, demonstrating complete confidence in Andreas's work. Noting the absence of side effects like last time, the master expressed approval of Andreas's work on the potion. Andreas confirmed that he expected such a reaction from an experienced magician, to which the master noted the young man's audacity in trying to test him. To the surprise of those present, Andreas pulled out another potion, also devoid of side effects, demonstrating his skill. The tower master and his assistant were clearly shocked by the appearance of the second potion, not expecting such a result from the young alchemist. The master expressed surprise at Andreas's ability to create 2 potions in such a short time, his voice sounding with a hint of admiration. Andreas modestly noted that he achieved this result thanks to the materials provided and the moral support of the master. The master, recognizing Andreas's victory in their bet, noted that the young man kept him waiting, but coped with the task perfectly. Promising to reward Andreas at the warehouse as agreed, the master began to prepare to fulfill his part of the deal. As the tower master began to cast the spell, Andreas watched carefully, mentally noting the visible aspects of the magical process. The room was filled with a bright yellow light, and Andreas and the Tower Master began to teleport to an unknown location. Once in the warehouse, Andreas saw shelves filled with expensive stones, diamonds, and various trophy items that amazed the imagination. The Tower Master generously invited Andreas to choose any item, to which the young man mentally thanked him, realizing the enormous value of the opportunity provided. Andreas was amazed at the size of the warehouse, which was much larger than he expected, his gaze wandering over the countless treasures. Among the objects, the young man noticed a cursed box filled with magical power, capable of weakening the listener over time. Andreas realized that any item here was worth more than 10 million, which further emphasized the Tower Master's generosity. Suddenly, Andreas's attention was drawn to a weapon, making his heart beat faster with anticipation. The young man was surprised to recognize the legendary sword. His hand involuntarily reached for the hilt. Andreas mentally identified the weapon as Galaxur, a sealed sword with a mana conductivity of, making it an incredibly valuable artifact. The young man remembered that he never expected to see this named item from the game in reality, especially stored here. Taking the sword in his hands, Andreas confidently declared that it was this item that he wanted to choose as a reward. Holding Galaxur, the young man confirmed his choice, which slightly surprised the Tower Master. The Master noted the strangeness of Andreas's choice, clearly not expecting the young man to be interested in this particular subject. Explaining the origin of the sword, the Master said that he found it in one of the dungeons, but after several assessments, he did not consider it particularly valuable. Andreas did not hesitate to confirm his decision to take the sword as a reward, confident in the correctness of his choice. The Master, calling Andreas stubborn like his father, tried to convince the young man, pointing out the presence of much more valuable items. The young man firmly stood his ground, declaring his confidence in the choice, to which the Master warned that he would not accept requests for a replacement in the future. Suddenly, the Master handed Andreas a beautiful envelope, offering to take it in addition to the chosen reward. Andreas, surprised by the additional gift, inquired about the contents of the envelope. The Master explained that the envelope contained a letter from the Imperial Majesty regarding the rank list of Andreas's family, which he kept during the young man's coma. The second letter turned out to be a recommendation, which surprised Andreas even more, who did not expect such attention. The Master, noticing Andreas's interest in fencing, recommended a place that could be useful for the young man in his development. Later, Andreas, sitting in his dorm, carefully studied the papers he received while his faithful skeleton continued his training. Andreas, reading the letter, realized that behind the mask of recognition of merit, there was a clear threat from the Emperor, and decided to warn his sister so that she would contact him if anything happened. The young man, barely restraining his anger, squeezed the piece of paper in his hands. His irritation with the situation was obvious. Despite the apparent friendliness of the Tower Master, who even provided a letter of recommendation, Andreas remained wary. The Master mentioned an old man living in the marked place, who could teach Andreas a few things if he knew that the recommendation was from him. Studying the map attached to the letter, Andreas noted the familiarity of the area and wondered about the identity of the old man mentioned. A sudden realization made Andreas's gaze change. He remembered Dershan. The young man realized that the indicated place was the abode of Dershan Forn, one of the 10 great masters of the continent, and without a letter of recommendation, he would have no chance of studying. Andreas remembered that there was something else interesting near this place that could be useful to him. Resolutely rising from his chair, the young man decided to immediately go check out this place, taking advantage of the holidays. Arriving at the place, Andreas discovered a strange scene. A huge beetle, larger than the dried skeleton, was trying to eat it. Wasting no time, the young man created a stone dagger, preparing to attack. Taking aim, Andreas threw a dagger at the huge beetle, intending to interrupt its feast. The blow landed, hitting the beetle and demonstrating Andreas's increased skill. The young man noted that the reward from the battle with Payat significantly enhanced his abilities. Andreas's aura and mana, as well as his basic skills, have become much stronger, opening up new possibilities. The vessel skill turned out to be an ideal version of the Salem transfer technique, significantly expanding Andreas's magical potential. The total amount of aura and mana became so great that the young man no longer needed to switch between them, providing an almost inexhaustible supply of strength. Deciding to make the most of the opportunity, Andreas began to cut up the defeated monster, collecting all the valuable parts. The young man realized that he was on Mount Claton, the highest point of the monster-inhabited Kratos Ridge. Andreas was sure that it was here that he could find the greatest Dershan, who was mentioned in the letter of recommendation. However, before setting off in search of the master, the young man decided to complete a few more tasks in this area. Andreas remembered a secret location, the Giant's Lair, where he could obtain the corpse of a giant warrior, which could significantly enhance his abilities. Andreas Cromwell's deft hands carefully closed the jar filled with the insides of a giant beetle, his eyes sparkling with anticipation of future experiments. With extreme care, the young man carefully placed his precious spoils in a voluminous brown bag, anticipating the possibilities that these rare ingredients would open up. Having summoned a faithful skeleton assistant from the other world, Andreas handed over a heavy burden to him, mentally summing up the results of his successful foray. Suddenly, the young magician's gaze became wary and dissatisfied. His heightened senses caught something unusual in the surrounding environment. Puzzled by the strange sound, Andreas hastily put on his magical artifact mask, which instantly changed his appearance beyond recognition. Cromwell saw a huge leopard sprawled on the sand. Its exhausted appearance aroused mixed feelings of curiosity and anxiety in the young man. Andreas's thoughts raced feverishly, trying to understand how one of the legendary leopard people he had heard so much about ended up here. Overcoming doubts, the young man approached the strange creature and carefully poured a healing potion from his reserves into its slightly open mouth. Cromwell turned to the mysterious creature, trying to find out the circumstances that led him to such a deplorable state. Despite obvious difficulties with speech, the leopard man tried to say something, and Andreas reflected on the injustice and expulsion by the emperor. The young man admired the skill of the leopard people in close combat, realizing that each of them was a skilled warrior, created for battle. Andreas's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden sound, causing him to instantly become alert and prepare for possible danger. Turning around, Cromwell saw a giant beetle, reminiscent of a huge, bloodthirsty mosquito, ready to attack at any moment. With a lightning-quick movement, the young magician grabbed his trusty sword from its sheath, preparing to the enemy. With incredible dexterity, Andreas delivered several masterful blows, dispatching the terrifying insect in literally a matter of seconds. The defeated enemy fell to the ground, cut in two, and Cromwell watched with satisfaction the result of his lightning attack. The young man thought about the incredible abilities of this flying monster, trying to understand the nature of its origin and possible weaknesses. The thought of the mysterious Rannox, known for his ability to manipulate insects and create terrifying armies of beetles, flashed through Andreas's mind. Cromwell shuddered, imagining the destructive power of hordes of such creatures, capable of destroying an entire village in a matter of hours. The young man's thoughts were interrupted when the leopard man, gathering his last strength, tried to warn him of the impending danger associated with the giant beetles. The exhausted leopard man hardly told Andreas about the sudden attack of huge beetles on their peaceful village, his voice trembling from the horror he had experienced. Cromwell listened attentively, realizing that the mysterious Lunapult, the only treasure of the leopard, was key to unraveling what was happening. Imbued with sympathy, the young magician offered help to his new acquaintance, asking him to take him and his faithful skeleton servant to the damaged village. The leopard man hesitated, weighing the risks of trusting a stranger against the need to save his relatives from the threat looming over them. Sensing his interlocutor's doubts, Andreas gently reminded him of his noble deed, urging him to trust and accept the much-needed help. Finally agreeing, the exhausted leopard led Cromwell and his unusual companion towards his native village, hoping for the salvation of his people. As they moved quickly through unfamiliar terrain, Andreas reflected on the strange coincidence of their path with his own secret goal. Climbing the steep rocks, the young man felt that the solution to the mystery was already close, and soon everything would fall into place. In the distance, ominous clouds of smoke and reflections of flame appeared, eloquently indicating the tragedy that befell the village of the leopard people. Having reached the top, the travelers saw a terrifying picture of burning tents and countless hordes of beetles mercilessly attacking the defenseless settlement. Andreas, watching what was happening, mentally confirmed his guesses about the importance of this place for his own mission. Remembering the legend about the corpse of an ancient giant buried here, Cromwell began to understand the true reason for the attack on the village. The location of the leopard people's settlement, right in front of the entrance to the mysterious cave, only strengthened his confidence in the correctness of his conclusions. Memory helpfully suggested to the young man a scene from the game associated with the insidious Rannox and his sinister plans. Decisively turning to his companion, Andreas promised to rid the village of the scourge in the form of giant beetles, preparing to use his magical skills. Using a basic necromancy spell, Cromwell summoned 24 ghouls from the 63 corpses found, regretting his lack of skill. Under the influence of dark magic, the insects began to die, spreading like black oil and filling the air with a stench. The surviving beetles, gripped by horror, watched in panic at the death of their relatives, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly coming to their senses, the surviving creatures rushed in search of the source of the threat, ready to attack the invisible enemy. Andreas, keeping his cool, summoned several more corpses, preparing for the final battle with the hordes of insects. A blinding flash of green light illuminated the area, followed by a powerful explosion that destroyed the remaining bugs. The leopard man froze in mute amazement, unable to comprehend the scale and nature of the miracle that had just. The surviving villagers, shocked by what they saw, instinctively retreated away from the epicenter of the mysterious explosion, not knowing what to expect next. The surviving beetles, overcome with rage, attacked the leopard people with furious speed, leaving them no chance of escape. The mother leopard, distraught with fear, clutching her child to her chest, desperately tried to shelter him from mortal danger. Feeling the approach of the merciless creatures, the leopard woman hugged the child even tighter, ready to protect him until her last breath. Suddenly a huge tiger, appearing as if from nowhere, covered them with its body, taking the blow of the angry insects. The mighty beast furiously dealt with the attacking beetles, tearing them apart and saving the mother and child from certain death. Despite the constant flow of insects, the tiger continued to selflessly protect the defenseless leopards, not allowing the enemy to break through. From the other side of the battlefield, a ghostly silhouette flashed by, cutting the beetles in two with lightning speed with incredible skill and accuracy. This tireless protector turned out to be a skeleton summoned by Andreas and controlled by his necromantic power. The entire huge village turned into a brutal battlefield, where every corner was saturated with fear and despair. Unnoticed by others, a strange man hid behind a huge boulder, carefully observing what was happening around him. His thoughts raced feverishly, trying to figure out who this mysterious stranger was who had managed to resist his army of beetles. Realizing that his mission to find the deadly sins for Master Jester had failed, the man decided to quietly leave the scene of the battle. Watching with bitterness the death of his faithful beetles, he could not help but regret the loss of such a powerful weapon. Suddenly, the cold blade of the sword touched the stranger's neck, catching him by surprise as he tried to escape. Andreas, holding a blade at the throat of a captured enemy, said with a cold grin that he expected to meet Rannox himself here. The stunned man, without hiding his rage, demanded an explanation, not understanding how the stranger could know his name. Continuing his threats, Rannox tried to appeal to the commonality of their dark magic, but Andreas cut him off harshly, asserting his superiority. Cromwell, surprising the captive with his knowledge, mentioned the search for the deadly sins on Jester's orders. Andreas, threatening to cut off Rannox's hand, demanded answers to his questions, mentally noting the suspiciousness of the situation. The young man suggested that Rannox's true goal was the lunapult crystal, which he mistakenly took for one of the deadly sins. Presenting the captive with a choice between death and cooperation, Andreas demanded that all known information be revealed. Rannox, seething with rage and powerlessness, found himself trapped, unable to escape or confront his unexpected adversary. Andreas, increasing the pressure, coldly said that Rannox's silence would be interpreted as a wish to die, forcing the captive to surrender. With trembling hands, Rannox handed Cromwell a paper with a list of possible sins, hoping for mercy from his unexpected enemy. Having received the desired information, Andreas waved his sword in the face of the defeated magician, enjoying his fear and helplessness. The young man carefully studied the list he received, trying to unravel the mystery of a previously unknown mysterious object. Cromwell's particular attention was drawn to the mention of mysterious treasures from the depths of the sea, which were soon to be auctioned in Muriel. Andreas mentally noted that this particular artifact could most likely turn out to be the sought-after mortal sin. The decision was made instantly. The young magician's next goal will be the port city of Muriel, where a mysterious auction is to take place. Rannox, trembling with fear, begged Andreas for mercy, hoping for the mercy of his conqueror. Cromwell, grateful for the information, coolly decided to preserve the magician's body for future experiments, mercilessly cutting his throat. Realizing the lack of time before the auction began, Andreas began to contemplate a plan to immediately depart for the port city. Plumes of thick smoke rose above the exhausted village of the leopard people, indicating a battle that had recently died down. Traces of a brutal battle with hordes of insects were visible everywhere, recalling the horror experienced and miraculous salvation. The leader of the leopard people, filled with gratitude, turned to Andreas, offering a precious crystal as a reward. Cromwell, to the surprise of those gathered, refused the generous gift, declaring his indifference to material values. Instead of a reward, the young man asked permission to enter the mysterious cave, which he indicated with a gesture, causing confusion among the villagers. The leopard people were startled by their savior's unexpected request, not understanding the true motives of his interest. Doubts and suspicions arose in their heads that the stranger, like many before him, was eager to get the treasures of their sacred mine. The tribal leader bowed his head and plunged into deep thought, trying to make the right decision. With a heavy heart and bitterness in his voice, the elder finally agreed to Andreas's request. The villagers, without hiding their indignation, tried to appeal to the leader's prudence, recalling the importance of the secret they kept. The elder, turning to her fellow tribesmen, recalled Andreas's invaluable help in saving their village, emphasizing that without him the mine would have become meaningless. Cromwell, trying to calm the worried leopard people, assured them of his lack of interest in the mine, which caused even more bewilderment. The young man, remaining mysterious, promised to explain everything inside, hinting at a different purpose for his visit. A muted greenish glow emanated from the depths of the mine, giving the place a mysterious atmosphere. Andreas, accompanied by his unusual retinue and several villagers, entered the mysterious dungeon. Carefully examining the walls, Cromwell confidently declared the proximity of the desired object. The elder, without hiding her surprise, noticed that in front of them was only an ordinary stone wall. Andreas, turning to his faithful tiger Timur, ordered the barrier to be destroyed. The mighty beast easily broke through the stone wall, demonstrating its incredible strength. The tiger warrior, watching what was happening, was mentally horrified by the power of the unusual animal. The concerned servants called on the elder to immediately leave the dangerous place. Something so amazing was revealed to the eyes of those present that everyone froze in mute amazement. Before them appeared a room filled with countless green crystals, amazing in their beauty and value. The elder, turning to Andreas, suggested that these treasures were the purpose of his search. Cromwell, again surprising everyone, confirmed his awareness of the value of the crystals, but repeated his indifference to them. The puzzled elder again inquired about the true purpose of the mysterious guest's visit. Andreas pointed to something that made the leopard people even more surprised. The young man explained that he was looking for precisely this mysterious petrified body, interrupting the elder's question. The head of the tribe, amazed by what he saw, could not contain her amazement. She asked Andreas about the origin of the huge statue hidden in their mine. Cromwell offered to leave all the crystals to the villagers in exchange for the opportunity to be alone with the find. The elder, being vigilant, demanded an explanation, citing her status as the head of the tribe. Andreas, turning around, reassured the elder, arguing that he had no evil intentions through his previous actions. The leopard woman, realizing that her suspicions were misplaced, gently reproached herself for not trusting the savior of the village. Suddenly changing her tone, she expressed her willingness to trust Andreas, but asked for a favor in return. The elder emphasized the uniqueness of the situation, asking the young man to evaluate the trust placed in him. Left alone with the giant statue, Cromwell noted with satisfaction that he had finally achieved his goal. Andreas decided to use necromancy to transform the ancient creature into a ghoul, despite how long ago his death was. The young man began the ritual, using basic necromancy magic to summon a ghoul. Despite the discovery of the corpse, Andreas's skill level was insufficient for a successful summoning. After removing his disguise, Cromwell admitted that he expected difficulties in completing the task. Without losing determination, the young man vowed to achieve his goal, despite the time costs. Andreas continued to try to use necromancy, failing over and over again due to his insufficient skill level. Numerous failures in summoning a ghoul did not break the young magician's tenacity. Cromwell felt growing fatigue and depletion of magical energy from endless attempts. After a week of unsuccessful efforts, the young man began to doubt whether he should continue trying. Realizing the risk of losing a unique opportunity, Andreas decided not to give up, realizing that the place was no longer a secret. Cromwell decided to take a desperate step, intending to invest maximum magical energy in the next attempt. Concentrating, the young man began to accumulate a huge amount of mana for the decisive spell. Despite the apparent immobility of the statue, Andreas felt that time was working against him. Much to Cromwell's surprise, the last attempt was successful and basic necromancy worked. The result was the summoning of a mythical-level Titan ghoul, exceeding all the magician's expectations. The giant statue began to come to life, and the level of the corpse increased to an exorbitant class. In front of the shocked Andreas stood a colossal ghoul, tens of times larger than himself. The summoned undead of the mythical level inherited the outstanding traits during life: monstrous strength, indomitable fighting spirit, and the beginnings of self-awareness. The giant ghoul stuck his huge greatsword into the ground in front of Andreas in a show of submission. Dropping to one knee, the colossus bowed before the young man, recognizing him as his master. Cromwell realized that now, having a member of the tribe of giants under his command, he was not afraid of any enemy hordes. With relief, Andreas noted that his efforts had not been in vain while the darkness of the night reigned in Jester's estate. Jester, sitting at the table in his Gothic office, carefully studied some ancient book. On his desk there was a jar with a small fly that seemed completely ordinary. Suddenly the insect disintegrated into tiny particles as if crumbling to dust. Surprised, Jester anxiously watched the inexplicable phenomenon, trying to understand its cause. The magician quickly realized that the fly's disappearance likely meant Rannox's death. However, Jester did not attach much importance to this, confident in the presence of other pawns in his game. A raven arrived and announced the desire of the Imperial Highness to meet with Jester. The magician calmly replied that he agreed to this meeting, so that he would soon arrive for an audience without any problems. Jester noted to himself that he had some interesting information that could be reported to the Emperor. On the edge of the cliff, one could see a cozy house with a small plantation, picturesquely blending into the surrounding landscape. A muscular, gray-haired man sat on the porch, radiating an aura of strength and experience. Without turning around, he turned to the approaching Andreas, asking about his connection with the Empire. Cromwell, before he even had time to approach, was surprised by the insight of the owner of the house. The bearded man turned slightly, looking at the young man with an attentive gaze. Andreas, showing a letter of recommendation, explained that he had arrived on behalf of Duke Alphen. The owner of the house, mentally calling the Duke the boy Bart, thought about the reasons for the young magician's visit. The training began, and Andreas immediately felt the incredible power of his new mentor. The young man thought that this man was truly devilishly strong. Cromwell could not believe that in front of him was an ordinary person, and not some kind of supernatural creature. The power emanating from the master seemed truly inhuman and awe-inspiring. The man turned to Andreas with a slight mockery, reminding him that he had given him the right to attack first. Impatience and slight disappointment in the student's slowness could be heard in his voice. The young man was surprised to notice that the master decided to fight with an ordinary stick, clearly not taking him seriously, which hurt Cromwell's pride, forcing him to gather himself internally. Determined to prove his strength, Andreas rushed forward, intending to defeat his mentor. He put all his speed and skill into the attack, hoping to catch the enemy by surprise. However, the master with incredible ease walked around him on the other side, as if anticipating every movement, and calmly noted that he had gained an idea of the young man's abilities. Grabbing Andreas by the arm, the mentor harshly criticized his fighting style, calling it poor and based only on tricks, emphasizing that the guy needed something more than simple fencing. Continuing to hold the young man with one hand, the master easily turned him over, pointing out the obviousness of his movements and excessive dependence on speed. His words hit the target, exposing Cromwell's weaknesses. The mentor emphasized Andreas's main problem, the inability to see the true intentions of the enemy. These words made the young man think about his shortcomings. The master explained that all these problems were the result of a lack of experience, and, to reinforce his words, he sharply knocked the guy to the ground. demonstrating his helplessness. Looking at the defeated student lying on the grass, the mentor tried to calm him down, assuring him that under his leadership, Andreas would be able to overcome all his shortcomings. Thus began the first day of training on Mount Clotan, which promises to be the beginning of a long and difficult path to perfection for the young magician. By the 7th day of training, Andreas and his mentor were already eating potatoes together, discussing the successes and failures of the past week, and mutual understanding began to emerge between them. On the 15th day of training, Cromwell was already demonstrating impressive results, easily cutting through many barrels flying at him with his sword. The 22nd day was marked by a particularly tough training. The master grabbed the guy by the throat and brought him to the limit, forcing him to beg for mercy. By the 27th day, Andreas's physique had changed noticeably. He began to look much stronger and more muscular than at the beginning of his training. On the 31st day of training, Cromwell was already able to carry out a serious attack against his mentor, demonstrating significant progress in skill. The master noted that the student's movements had become much better, but there were still some shortcomings in his technique that required adjustment. To demonstrate this, the mentor repeated the same technique as at the very beginning of the training. On the other side. Concluding the demonstration, the master delivered a powerful elbow strike to Cromwell's stomach, showing that he was still vulnerable to surprise attacks. The mentor emphasized that Andreas's main problem is the tendency to get distracted during battle, which can be a fatal mistake in a real battle. With a final kick, the master knocked Andreas out, demonstrating his absolute superiority in the fight. The mentor, however, recognized the young man's desire for improvement, noting that he never complained about the difficulty of training. Suddenly, the situation changed. A powerful wave of energy hit the master, taking him by surprise and disrupting the usual course of training. The source of this unexpected attack turned out to be Andreas, who miraculously rose to his feet after a crushing knockout. Cromwell, barely able to stand, declared that even a great swordsman could let his guard down, hinting at his future progress. The mentor, amazed by what he saw, admitted that the young man, although ineptly, managed to collect and release the aura, demonstrating unexpected skill in the art of the sword. The master wondered if Andreas really used this technique instinctively, and his talent exceeded all his mentor's expectations. Remembering the talents, the man thought about Louis, who was soon to enter Rodlin, imagining how interesting it would be to watch the duel between two young talents. Suddenly, something extremely surprised Andreas, his pupils sharply constricted, revealing a strong emotional shock. The master, noticing this change, asked with interest whether the student had finally awakened to a true understanding of the art of the sword. The mentor asked if Andreas could repeat the sword art that he unknowingly used before losing consciousness. Cromwell, still not fully understanding what had happened, asked if the master was talking about the thing he did before he was beaten half to death. The young man admitted that he acted out of desperation, to which the master decided to take advantage of the moment and teach him some aspects of sword art. The mentor explained that when using sword art, you need to imagine how the aura envelops the blade, like many sharp knives. Continuing his explanation, the master suddenly unsheathed his blade, preparing to demonstrate the technique in practice. Concluding the instructions, the mentor added that you need to send these imaginary knives into flight and easily cut a thick tree, confirming his words with action. Andreas, watching the demonstration, was in complete shock, and the master explained that although this was a basic form of a regular strike, it had great potential. The mentor emphasized the variety of uses of the technique. It can be used to create explosions or waves. It all depends on the imagination and skill of the owner. The master continued his explanation, saying that if you channeled the aura into your body instead of the sword, you could achieve even more impressive results. Demonstrating what was said, the mentor moved with lightning speed behind Andreas, showing incredible speed of movement. Astonished, Cromwell could not believe his eyes, and the master explained that this is the mystical aura technique, the pinnacle of using vital energy, based on the same theory as the sword technique just shown. The master explained to Andreas that covering the body or sword with an aura significantly enhances the capabilities, but the young man is still very far from reaching this level. The mentor suggested that Cromwell try to use the art of the sword he had just learned in order to consolidate the acquired knowledge and practice. Andreas began to complete the task, and the master encouraged him, advising him not to stop and gradually put more effort into the technique. Suddenly, a red game window appeared before the young man's eyes, causing him extreme surprise and confusion. Cromwell realized that his diligent training had led to an unexpected result. His genius-level talent had reached the conditions for evolution. Andreas took this as extremely good news, realizing that now the training process would become even more effective and productive. Using the new technique, the young man easily, like a master, cut through the tree with his aura, demonstrating impressive progress. The mentor, watching the student's success, was in complete shock, realizing that Andreas turned out to be an even greater monster of talent than he had imagined. The master reflected that the existence of such incredible talent in this world seemed almost impossible. Recalling other outstanding students such as Volg and Louis, the mentor noted that even they had never demonstrated such rapid progress. The master understood that with the right direction, Andreas's talent could shine brighter than anyone else in the history of martial arts. Having decided to complete the training for the day, the mentor sent Cromwell home to dig and cook potatoes for dinner. Andreas mentally complained about the monotony of his diet, feeling as if the potatoes had already sprouted inside him from constant consumption. Suddenly, the young man heard something that surprised him extremely and made him wary. Cromwell realized that the master had called him his student for the first time and asked again if he had heard correctly, to which the mentor calmly confirmed his words. Andreas hastened to assure the master that he was not at all against such treatment. On the contrary, he was very happy about it. In the evening, they sat on the porch, enjoying the boiled potatoes Andreas dug up and discussing the past day of training. Cromwell reflected on Decran's decision to make him his student, trying to understand the reasons for such a choice, despite the relatively short time they had known each other. Unexpectedly, the master handed Andreas some old book, causing bewilderment and curiosity in the young man. The mentor explained that this was a book written by himself during his life on this mountain, containing valuable. Surprised, Cromwell asked about the reasons for such a generous gift, not understanding how he had earned such trust. The book, called The Soulless Sword, turned out to be a unique work containing extensive knowledge about fencing, collected and systematized by Master Deshran himself. Andreas understood that this book was comparable in value to the legendary notes on black magic of Morna himself, realizing the uniqueness of the knowledge gained. Cromwell realized that he would now be able to use Deshran's soulless sword technique, opening up new horizons for himself in the art of fencing. The young man was so amazed by the master's generosity that he could not find words of gratitude, which surprised Deshran quite a bit. The mentor asked with a smile whether Andreas really disliked his personal instructions so much that he was so happy about the book. Cromwell, realizing the ambiguity of the situation, hastened to assure the master that he had no right to even think about such disrespect. Deshran, turning serious, explained that while he enjoys teaching students personally, sometimes being overprotective can ruin true talent. The master emphasized the uniqueness of Andreas's gift, noting his body, full of aura, and explained that he gave the book so that the young man could find his own path in the art of the sword. Holding the book in his hands, Cromwell realized the significance of the moment. The great master of the sword personally accepted him as a student and entrusted him with his knowledge. Deshran, having risen, announced his decision to go down the mountain, fearing that further stay here might weaken his skills. Andreas asked the master with interest about his plans for the future, trying to understand where he would go after such a long solitude. Having learned that Deshran was going to the Alliance of the Southern Kingdoms, Cromwell noted that their paths diverged, since he himself was heading in the opposite direction, and said goodbye to his mentor. In the darkness of the night, a lonely traveler wandered between two rocks, tormented by hunger and fatigue, his steps echoing from the stone walls. The young man, with bloody hands and a huge sword on his back, seemed to have been walking for an eternity, his exhausted body begging for rest. Memories of the lost village and grandfather tormented the soul of the young man, who was the only survivor of that terrible tragedy. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, painfully trying to understand his essence and purpose in this cruel world. The sky erupted in a furious thunderstorm. As if mourning the fate of the young man, cold streams of rain mercilessly whipped his exhausted body. Suddenly, someone's hand touched the guy lying on the ground, making him flinch from the unexpected touch. Andreas, bending over the stranger, could not believe his eyes, recognizing in him a legendary character from his past. Before him lay Benjamin Anankius himself, the famous swordmaster, now beaten and unconscious, like a mere mortal. Cromwell, stunned by this incredible encounter, tried to comprehend how the game character could end up in the real world. The image of a great swordmaster, owner of the legendary Lord of Swords trait, whose name was covered in glory and secrets, came to mind. Andreas's gaze fell on the demonic sword Reuben resting behind Benjamin's back, evidence of his extraordinary fate. This legendary blade, kept sealed for many years in Benjamin's home village, has now been released, foreshadowing the trials to come. The presence of the sword in this world could only mean the complete destruction of the village and the release of the ancient curse. Andreas remembered how in the game, Benjamin miraculously escaped thanks to the power of the demonic sword, realizing that their current meeting could not be a mere coincidence. Cromwell understood the importance of the moment because enlisting the support of a legendary character could be the key to future victories. Soon they were sitting by the fire, sheltered behind a rock from the weather, and Benjamin slowly came to his senses, trying to comprehend what was happening. Anankius looked around, his gaze, full of confusion and anxiety, wandering around the unfamiliar surroundings. Andreas, watching the legend awaken, gently inquired about Benjamin's well-being, noting the long. Confused, Anankius, not understanding the situation, asked quite expected questions about his identity and whereabouts, to which Cromwell responded by holding out food. Andreas tried to calm Benjamin down, offering to eat and not be afraid, but he still remained tense and wary. Benjamin, still wary, tried to understand the intentions of his savior, while Andreas silently watched him, maintaining a mysterious expression on his face. Cromwell, trying to calm Anankius, assured him of the absence of hostile intentions, emphasizing that if he wanted to do harm, Benjamin would not have breathed long ago. Andreas strongly advised Benjamin to refresh himself and regain his strength, hinting at the importance of the sword and the need to be in shape to use it. Memories of receiving the sword as a child, and of the wise grandfather who gave him this legendary weapon, floated into Anankius's memory. Benjamin's eyes filled with embarrassment and confusion, reflecting the complexity of the situation in which he found himself. Anankius plunged into memories of his childhood, when he looked at the sword with admiration, dreaming of one day becoming its worthy owner. The surging emotions made Benjamin cry, remembering his grandfather and the happy moments of his childhood. Andreas, observing Anankius's emotional reaction, noted his similarity to Shohei, a character from the game, the same sensitivity and sincerity. Cromwell, slightly losing patience, jokingly asked how long he would have to hold the food, hinting at his numb hand. Andreas, carefully watching Benjamin's meal, suggested that he drink a potion to quickly restore his strength. Anankius, continuing to eat through tears, sincerely thanked Andreas for his generosity and care. Cromwell, looking at this touching scene, could not help but smile kindly, feeling how a connection was being established between them. Suddenly, Andreas's smile disappeared, replaced by wariness. His sensitive hearing caught something suspicious. Cromwell, addressing the invisible observers, ironically noted the rudeness of their behavior, which shocked Benjamin a lot. Masked people appeared on a nearby rock, reacting to Andreas's words with a threat, and Benjamin, recognizing them, called them freaks. Strangers in robes approached. Their masks differed in the number of points. Some had 2, some had 3 or 4, creating an ominous image. Anankius, recognizing the killers of his grandfather and the aliens, was seized with rage and a thirst for revenge, his body tensed, ready for battle. Andreas, noticing Benjamin's reaction, instantly understood the reason for his anger, mentally confirming his guesses about the attack on the village. Cromwell's gaze became extremely serious. He realized that the situation could escalate at any moment. Andreas explained that the Acolytes were an elite squad of assassins created by Jester as his personal army. Cromwell noted the similarity of the Acolytes to his past life. Universal soldiers trained to the level of special forces and mastering basic magic. Andreas mentally noted the Acolyte ranking system. Receiving the dotted mask from Jester symbolized recognition of their ability to manipulate aura. Cromwell, assessing the situation, decided to intervene, but Benjamin unexpectedly interrupted him, insisting on solving the problem on his own. Anankius, like a volcano ready to erupt, demanded that Andreas not interfere, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. Benjamin, baring his teeth like a real wolf, declared that he was the target of the Acolytes, preparing for an inevitable fight. A squad of killers rushed into the attack, demanding that the boy stop resisting and give them the sword. underestimating his opponent. Anankius, without hesitating for a second, rushed towards the enemies, his eyes burning with determination and thirst for revenge. The air around Benjamin filled with dust and flares of aura as he began to unleash powerful blows on his opponents. The acolytes watched in amazement at the young man's incredible abilities, clearly underestimating his combat potential. A yellow dome reminiscent of a honeycomb appeared around Anankius, serving as additional protection from enemy attacks. Benjamin continued to fight fiercely against the assassination squad, his movements swift and precise. The demonic sword in Anankius's hands cut through the air, striking numerous blows at opponents with incredible speed. Despite the enormous size of the sword, Benjamin deftly maneuvered, using the blade both to attack and to defend against enemy blows. The squad members continued to watch the battle with undisguised surprise, unable to believe their eyes as the young man stood up to the elite killers. In the heat of battle, Anankius cut one of his attackers in two with one powerful blow, demonstrating the deadly effectiveness of his weapon. Suddenly, several acolytes snuck up behind Benjamin, causing him to turn around and face a new threat. Andreas, true to his promise, continued to observe the fight from the side, without interfering in the course of the battle. Cromwell mentally noted that Benjamin lived up to expectations as the game's youngest and most talented character. However, Andreas was perplexed how, in the original story, the acolytes managed to seriously wound such a powerful enemy. Sensing that something terrible might soon happen, Cromwell continued to closely monitor developments. The battle continued with renewed vigor. The acolytes tried to immobilize Benjamin with chains, and he continued to fight back furiously. Suddenly, the rope wrapped around Anankius was cut, causing the young man to turn around in surprise, looking for an unexpected helper. This assistant turned out to be Andreas, who decided that the time had come to end the protracted battle and put an end to the dangerous situation. The acolytes, who had not expected the appearance of a second enemy, were extremely surprised and disoriented by Cromwell's sudden intervention. The acolytes, assessing the situation, decided to neutralize Andreas first, considering him the main threat, their eyes focused on the unexpected enemy. However, Benjamin did not allow them to carry out this plan, quickly rushing into battle and continuing to mercilessly cut through the enemies with his sword. Anankius demonstrated incredible skill, striking several opponents with one movement, which caused extreme amazement in the watching Andreas. Cromwell, impressed by the young man's power, mentally noted his incredible strength and the ease with which he dealt with experienced killers. Benjamin, without hiding his satisfaction, destroyed those who destroyed his village. His movements were full of rage and thirst for revenge. Anankius cast glances at Andreas full of respect and gratitude for his help in dealing with his hated enemies. Gradually, the rage left Benjamin, his wolfish pupil disappeared, and his eyes again acquired a normal human appearance. The last surviving acolyte, realizing the inevitability of his death, awaited with horror the end of the bloody massacre. Andreas dealt with the last enemy without hesitation, ending the battle and looking around the battlefield littered with the bodies of defeated enemies. Benjamin, amazed by Cromwell's strength and skill, could not take his eyes off him, trying to understand who this mysterious warrior was. Andreas, sheathing his sword, looked around the battlefield, mentally summing up the results of the swift and brutal battle. Cromwell wondered if he could have protected Benjamin's village if he had been as strong then as he was now. Turning to Anankius, Andreas inquired about his well-being, to which he, still disheveled after the battle, hesitantly answered in the affirmative. Benjamin, clearly impressed and a little frightened by what he saw, was afraid to even move, not taking his eyes off Andreas. Cromwell, noticing the change in the young man's behavior, realized that his fencing skills had made a strong impression on Benjamin. Deciding to defuse the situation, Andreas introduced himself, saying his full name Andreas Cromwell. Anankius, after a short pause, also named himself. His voice sounded uncertain, as if he doubted the correctness of his actions. Cromwell asked Benjamin about his future plans, trying to understand if the young man had a place where he could go. Thinking about Luis and the others soon to enroll in the academy, Andreas decided that now was the time to visit them, inviting Benjamin to join. Unexpectedly for Anankius, Cromwell offered to teach him the art of fencing if the young man really had nowhere to go. Andreas, appreciating Benjamin's potential, invited him to enter the academy, promising to provide a letter of recommendation and emphasizing that it would be a crime to ignore such talent. Anankius, stunned by the unexpected offer, hesitated, mentally noting that there was something holding him back from accepting such a generous offer. Cromwell, as if reading the young man's thoughts, assured him that the letter of recommendation also implied financial support, dispelling Benjamin's doubts. Andreas emphasized that the only thing that is required of Anankius is to decide whether he is ready to go this way, which caused even greater surprise in the young man. Cromwell, with slight irony and undisguised pride, noted that he was not short of money, hinting at his extensive financial capabilities. Benjamin, overwhelmed with emotion, could not hold back tears of gratitude and began to tell some story from his past, his voice trembling with emotion. Kneeling down, Anankius vowed to repay all the kindness, but Andreas gently stopped him, assuring him that this was not necessary. Some time later, Andreas was sitting at home, intently studying the information on his tablet, his face expressing deep thoughtfulness. Suddenly, a message arrived from Benjamin, thanking him for the letter of recommendation and support. And Cromwell noted with satisfaction that the young man had finally entered Mona's academy. Andreas mentally noted that with Benjamin's skills, he would not have problems studying, and promised himself to provide the young man with an unlimited supply of funds for successful studies. Turning his attention to preparing for the upcoming auction in Morel, Cromwell continued searching for the necessary information on his tablet. Andreas wrote to Carlson, informing him of his desire to take part in the auction, to which he asked if Cromwell had a specific goal. Carlson offered his help in obtaining an entrance ticket through his father's connections, which made Andreas incredibly happy, who mentally noted the benefits of influential contacts. Satisfied with the progress of the preparations, Cromwell put the tablet aside, noting that everything was going according to plan, and it was time to set out in search of the mortal sin. Andreas headed to the most lawless entertainment district, preparing for the upcoming adventure and possible dangers. Meanwhile, at Jester's estate, the owner was interested in the fate of the demonic sword Reuben, to which he was informed that the boy had escaped with a weapon, and people had been sent to search for it. One of the squad members reported that the people sent did not return, which caused Jester obvious dissatisfaction. An irritated Jester asked if this meant they had missed the boy, but was met with only silence in response. Jester explained the importance of the demonic sword, which enhances the wielder's magical and physical abilities, to his plans to research and mass-produce such weapons. He emphasized the vital necessity of the sword for the implementation of the plan to strengthen the army, his voice trembling with barely restrained anger. Jester expressed his disappointment that the sword, which seemed already in his hands, slipped so easily from his grip. Suddenly he shouted Hosang's name loudly and furiously, clearly intending to give him some important assignment. Jester ordered Hosan to join Alabu's squad for the upcoming auction in Murin, his voice leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. Jester mentally noted that the crown must be obtained at any cost. His determination knew no bounds. He was confident that Hosan's presence at the auction would ensure that the much-coveted artifact would return to his hands. The onboard city of Mural appeared in all its splendor, its port filled with countless ships arriving from all over the world. The largest auction in the entertainment district, the Night of Flowing Gold, attracted the attention of the rich and adventurers from all over the world. Andreas, who arrived with Carlos, focused on his main goal, mortal sin, but did not lose sight of the opportunity to acquire other valuable lots. While studying the tablet, Cromwell turned his attention to the White Nightmare famous sword with high mana conductivity. His eyes lit up with interest. Andreas decided that if he won the bet, he would send this unique sword to Benjamin, imagining how happy the young man would be with such a gift. Carlos, leaning towards Andreas, inquired about the veracity of the rumors about his passion for fencing. Curiosity sounded in his voice. Cromwell, slightly embarrassed, replied that he simply wanted to give a gift to someone, without going into detail about his true intentions. Discussing the starting bid of 20 million, Andreas suggested increasing it to 50, but Carlos reminded him of the benefits of saving. Carlos explained that the bidding had just begun and the price would gradually increase, advising him not to rush into large bids. The auction host announced the sale of the White Nightmare for 23 million, ending the auction for this lot. Carlos noted the successful transaction, and Andreas noted with satisfaction that his bid was close to the final price. Continuing to study the tablet, Cromwell drew attention to the next lot, a mysterious map that many scientists had unsuccessfully tried to decipher. Andreas was surprised to see this map among the lots, not expecting to see such a rare artifact at the auction. It turned out that this was a secret map leading to the tomb of the Red Dragon Krav Maga, which many considered only a legend or an Easter egg in the game. Cromwell realized the importance of this map for his plans, deciding that he must obtain it at any cost. Andreas placed an opening bid of 2 million, and the auction host began bidding at 5 million, encouraging bidders to raise their bids. Cromwell thought about the incredible power that he could gain by taking possession of the dragon, comparable to the power of an entire country. When the host announced the sale of the encrypted card for 5 million, Andreas could not contain his joy, exclaiming, "Excellent." An unknown person from the crowd turned around, looking closely at Andreas, his gaze expressing a mixture of surprise and suspicion. The stranger carefully studied Carlos and Andreas, mentally noting their obvious financial well-being, his gaze expressing a mixture of envy and prudence. He muttered that their present joy was of no consequence, hinting at the transience of their success and anticipating his own triumph. The stranger said that the main prize was a crown, and the more money they spent now, the less chance they would have against him at the decisive moment. The presenter presented the next lot, a rechargeable teleportation scroll that allows you to instantly move to any place, but with a limit of 2 uses per day. Andreas, appreciating the usefulness of the item, made a bet without hesitation, hoping to get such a valuable artifact. The next lot was an ancient alchemical device that combined practicality and style, which Cromwell also decided to bid on. Carlos, observing Andreas's actions, began to wonder about his friend's strategy, trying to understand the logic of his purchases. Finally, the host announced the long-awaited final lot, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement among the auction participants. The Lord of the Seas appeared before the astonished audience with a golden crown emitting a bright magical purple glow. Its appearance mesmerized those present. Andreas instantly realized that in front of him was exactly the artifact he was looking for, the purest original sin, the embodiment of the power of generous greed. The announced starting price of 1 billion with a minimum bid of 10 million shocked Cromwell. He could not believe what he heard. Andreas exclaimed that this absurd price exceeded his income for a whole month. His indignation was obvious. Carlos silently watched his friend's violent reaction, trying to understand the true reason for his excitement. Turning to Andreas, Carlos asked whether he really wanted to purchase the crown, to which Cromwell began to mumble uncertainly. Andreas admitted that he had placed several bets, but was ready to give up if he did not win the lot, his voice sounding disappointed. Unexpectedly, Carlos announced that he would buy the crown for Andreas if he failed to win the auction, which greatly surprised his friend. Carlos explained that his father talked about Andreas's heroic act in the sewers when he tried to save everyone while risking his own life. Cromwell, caught off guard, tried to make sense of the situation, wondering how much information Carlos's family actually knew. Carlos proudly declared that it was time to demonstrate the true wealth of the Alvin family, while Andreas silently watched. The plump man who had been watching them earlier was amazed to learn about the new bet made by Carlos. He wondered if these young people really had any money left over from their previous purchases. His face expressed a mixture of surprise and concern. The plump man, confident in his superiority, declared that he would easily outshine these boys, relying on the wealth of his master, and made a bet of 1.5 billion. The trades rapidly gained momentum. Rates soared to 2, then 3, 7 and 8.7 billion, heating up the atmosphere in the room to the limit. The presenter ecstatically announced that the 10 billion mark had been reached, his voice trembling with excitement and disbelief at what was happening. Carlos, overcome with excitement, declared that the situation was becoming more and more interesting, his eyes burning with the fire of competition. Andreas mentally noted Carlos's unwavering love of competition, a small smile of understanding tugging at his lips. Cromwell, realizing the scale of what was happening, said that if things had gone that far, Carlos had better win, promising not to remain in debt. The presenter, unable to believe his eyes, announced an incredible bet of 50 billion, urging participants to further increase. Carlos did not hesitate to raise the bet to 70 billion, making Andreas nervous at such astronomical amounts. When the figure of 90 billion was announced, the entire auction room held its breath, unable to comprehend the reality of what was happening. Carlos, without blinking an eye, bet 100 billion, while the plump man began to sweat heavily, doubting the advisability of continuing the fight. Remembering Jester's instructions to win the bet at any cost, the man blamed himself for not specifying the maximum amount he could spend. The presenter announced the sale of the Overlord for 100 billion, causing hysterics in the overweight man, who realized his failure. The unlucky participant was approached by someone who called him Alib and reproached him for his failure, introducing himself as Sir Hosan. Hosan said that the master foresaw Alib's failure and therefore sent him to the auction as a safety net. He added that even if Alib had won, given the price, the master would have destroyed him and advised him to return and wait for further instructions. Alib wondered who this pair of young people were and how they could have such huge funds, his face expressing a mixture of fear and misunderstanding. Hosan coldly remarked that it was worth letting them enjoy the taste of victory before dying, his voice sounding ominous and threatening. Carlos, despite his triumph, admitted that he expected a scolding upon returning home and invited Andreas to go grab a bite to eat, whereby his friend personally demonstrated to him the true wealth of his family. Andreas put on the Lord of the Seas, feeling awkward under the laughter of those around him. The crown seemed heavy and unusual on his head. Carlos jokingly turned to his friend, Your Highness, to which Andreas replied that treating an artifact like a toy is the privilege of the one who bought it. At the celebratory table, Carlos proposed a toast to their successful purchase, raising a glass in honor of their triumph at the auction. The friends clinked glasses, and Andreas sincerely thanked Carlos for his invaluable help in acquiring the crown. Cromwell noted that thanks to Carlos, he was able to obtain the embodiment of greed, and expressed surprise that the assembly had not yet taken any action against them. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by loud shouts. Someone was indignant at the presence of strangers in the closed area, attracting the attention of their friends. The doors swung open and uninvited guests entered the room, violating the atmosphere of celebration and privacy. Hosan, accompanied by his squad, sarcastically apologized for the interruption of the meal, while Carlos jumped up and demanded an explanation. Andreas mentally noted the irony of the situation. As soon as they remembered possible problems, they immediately materialized in front of them. Hosan, with a mad gleam in his eyes, demanded to give up the crown, threatening to kill them if they refused, his voice sounding cold and decisive. Assessing the situation, Andreas realized that they were in an extremely disadvantageous and possibly... Cromwell recognized Hosan as one of Jester's men, the wielder of the Devil's Sword, a renowned aura master despite his inability to use mystical techniques. I remembered the story of Hosan, whose outstanding talent became the cause of constant conflicts with his mentor, which led to a breakdown in relations. After leaving his teacher, Hosan plunged into the underground world, his skills and ambitions not being put to good use. Fate brought him together with Jester, who appreciated Hosan's unique abilities and offered him a place in his organization. Andreas realized with bitterness that his hopes for a trouble-free exit from the auction were in vain. Turning to Carlos, Cromwell suggested fleeing immediately, realizing that the situation was becoming critical. Hosan, anticipating their intentions, ordered the detachment to capture the fugitives, his voice ringing with anticipation of the chase. Men in black masks like hunting dogs rushed at the two friends, ready to carry out the order of their leader. Showing incredible dexterity, Andreas and Carlos broke the glass and jumped out of the room, eluding their pursuers. The friends rushed into the dark forest, hoping to hide from pursuit in the darkness of the night, their hearts pounding wildly with adrenaline. Hosan, watching them flee, said with a sadistic smile that the hunt had begun, calling on his people not to let him get bored. Out of breath, Andreas and Carlos ran to the riverbank, where they saw a boat rocking rhythmically on the waves. Cromwell, assessing the situation, suggested that if they managed to cross the river, their pursuers would not be able to catch up with them, and there was hope for salvation in his voice. Climbing into the small boat, Andreas explained that the city was a lawless zone where the Emperor's power was limited, but as soon as they left this place, he would be the first to call for help. Carlos, not understanding his friend's intentions, asked what he was talking about. Andreas explained that they would not be able to escape together. It was too dangerous to move as a pair. Cromwell added that it would be easier for him to reveal himself alone, to which Carlos sighed and called his plan crazy as usual. Agreeing with the plan, Carlos promised to send help as soon as possible. Andreas thanked his friend, assuring that they would definitely meet again. Watching Carlos sail away, Andreas thought with relief that his friend was now safe. When a group of pursuers caught up with Andreas, shouting for his capture, he decided there was no need to hold back any longer. The attackers, noticing the absence of the second fugitive, assumed that the remaining guy should have the crown. Demanding to throw the bag on the ground, they confidently approached, intending to take the desired trophy. Andreas, with a malicious smile, invited them to try to take the crown if they could, decisively drawing his sword. People from the detachment, outraged by Andreas's insolence, shouted that he had no right to mock them. Threatening to tear him to pieces, they rushed to the attack, confident in their numerical advantage. Andreas, remaining calm, began to methodically cut off the attackers, his movements precise and deadly. Some tried to come from behind, shouting that his hour of death was approaching, but Cromwell remained unperturbed. Suddenly, Andreas's eyes lit up with a purple light, and he uttered the mysterious word, "Become." Hosan, watching what was happening, mentally noted the use of the undead summoning spell, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Andreas continued to fight, creating stone walls for protection and attacking his opponents with incredible skill. People from the detachment were amazed at the young man's abilities, not believing their eyes how one person could resist an entire detachment. A huge hand appeared from the portal created by Andreas, causing shock and horror among the attackers, who did not expect such powerful reinforcements. Cromwell, continuing to fight, sneaked up behind some opponents, jokingly commenting on their clumsiness. The battle continued. The attackers tried various tactics, but nothing could break Andreas's defenses. Hosan, silently watching the battle, noted to himself that the young man not only mastered the art of black magic, but also excellently wielded a sword. Hosan, intrigued, noted that this boy not only had magical abilities, but also excellent swordsmanship. Watching Andreas's continuous battle, Hosan could not take his eyes off the young man, admiring his skill and endurance. Suddenly, something behind Andreas's back attracted his attention, causing surprise and even fear on the young man's face. A powerful explosion occurred unexpectedly, throwing Andreas a considerable distance and disrupting the course of the battle. Hosan, turning to the defeated guy, inquired about his identity, to which Andreas boldly invited him to guess. Enraged by the youth's impudence, Hosan rushed into battle, calling Andreas a brat and intending to teach him a lesson. Cromwell, showing excellent reflexes, jumped back, dodging the furious attacks of his powerful opponent. Hosan, recognizing Andreas's sword, declared his intention to take possession of it, considering such a weapon unworthy of the hands of a young man. Andreas, assessing the strength of his opponent, thought about the possibility of using laziness, despite the possible consequences. With his eyes sparkling with excitement, Hosan announced his decision to add Andreas's sword to his collection. Cromwell, without losing his composure, sarcastically called Hosan an ostentatious thief, trying to provoke him into making a mistake. Andreas's words struck a chord with Hosan, causing him even greater irritation and a desire to destroy the impudent youth. Not giving up, Andreas summoned additional skeleton and tiger allies through the portals, preparing for the final showdown. Cromwell figured that if Hosan relied on the power of objects, he would be bitterly disappointed. Andreas hoped to defeat the enemy due to his numerical advantage, relying on his abilities as a necromancer. Hosan, watching the young man's actions, laughed, admitting that Andreas really turned out to be an extremely interesting opponent. The mercenary expressed surprise at meeting such a skilled necromancer, his voice sounding with notes of respect and curiosity. Suddenly, Hosan pulled out an unusual round sword from his pocket, preparing to use it against the summoned creatures. The mercenary explained that it was a special sword designed to destroy the undead, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Andreas, realizing the threat, began to panic, realizing that his main advantage could be neutralized by this weapon. Hosan continued to say that if Andreas summoned more corpses, Master Jester would be very pleased, mentally noting the number of hidden swords in his dimensional storage. Andreas, preparing for a protracted confrontation, sent his undead against Hosan, declaring the beginning of a war of attrition. By issuing the front command, Cromwell forced the previously neutral corpses to attack Hosan, creating a numerical advantage. Hosan, grinning contemptuously, thought that such empty-headed creatures would not be able to break through his defense. Calling the attackers trash, the mercenary rushed into battle, ready to destroy all opponents. With ease, Hosan began to cut his way through the crowd of attacking corpses, demonstrating his superiority. Andreas, amazed at his opponent's efficiency, felt his pupils constrict with tension, feverishly contemplating his next move. Without giving up, Cromwell sent his faithful skeleton to attack, also rushing towards Hosan. The tiger, with glowing red eyes, rushed forward as fast as he could, his growl echoing across the battlefield. Hosan disdainfully noted that the undead are the easiest opponents due to their predictability and lack of intelligence. The skeleton, trying to take the enemy by surprise, went behind Hosan, preparing to strike. At the same time, a tiger attacked from the other side, but Hosan seemed to disappear in a split second. Moving instantly, the mercenary found himself on the other side, preparing for a counterattack and noting the good mobility of the pile of bones. Andreas, seeing the ineffectiveness of direct attacks, began to concentrate magic in his hands, preparing to use new tactics. Suddenly, a huge troll recently summoned by Andreas appeared above Hosan. His appearance made the mercenary tense. Hosan, seeing the huge troll, only grinned sarcastically, without showing the slightest sign of fear. The mercenary took his sword and began to transform it, preparing for a new stage of the battle. Hosan's weapon transformed into the legendary sword Farang, shrouded in magical dust and changing its shape. Andreas, amazed, realized that in front of him was a Farang sword, capable of increasing the power of the owner, absorbing it from opponents. Hosan took a defensive stance, preparing to meet the blow of the huge troll summoned by Andreas. The troll, without hesitation, unleashed all his power on the mercenary, intending to crush him with one blow. However, Hosan only continued to laugh maliciously, clearly unimpressed by the giant creature's attack. Andreas realized with alarm that the situation was not going in his favor. Hosan intended to absorb a significant portion of the power of his powerful summoning. Cromwell mentally cursed the inconvenient enemy, realizing how difficult this confrontation turned out to be. A strange blue glow appeared in front of Andreas, in which an incomprehensible monster materialized. Hosan, turning to Andreas, thanked him for his strength, explaining that he had just absorbed the power of a corpse from a tribe of giants. On the other hand, Hosan was attacked by the undead summoned by Andreas, trying to take the mercenary by surprise. However, Hosan, undeterred, easily dealt with the attackers, slitting their throats in one swift motion. The mercenary sarcastically thanked Andreas for the opportunity to get rid of the garbage, admitting that he had long wanted to kill these subordinates of his clients. Andreas, realizing the danger of the situation, realized that a blow from Timur or Gynos could be fatal. Hosan suggested moving on to the fun part of the battle. The skeleton of Andreas, trying to protect its owner, rushed to attack Hosan. The mercenary easily dodged and ended up behind the skeleton, declaring his intention to start with the most interesting thing. Hosan began transforming his sword again, which now glowed with red pollen, changing its properties. The mercenary announced that he had not used the swordbreaker for a long time, clearly enjoying the upcoming battle. Andreas, observing the rapid change of enemy swords, shouted to his skeleton not to let Hosan's weapon touch him, realizing the mortal danger of each blow. Andreas did not have time to react as Hosan found himself between him and the attacking skeleton. On the other hand, Andreas's tiger was already rushing towards the mercenary, ready to grab the enemy. Hosan seemed scared, his eyes darting between the approaching opponents. Suddenly, a powerful blow shook the ground, causing it to tremble and changing the course of the battle. Andreas, his skeleton, and the tiger froze, trying to assess the situation and determine the next step. Hosan suddenly burst into loud laughter, showing all his teeth in a sinister smile. The mercenary turned to his opponents with feigned regret, enjoying their confusion. Andreas feverishly considered his next plan, realizing how close he was to defeat. Cromwell understood that if Timur or Nicol were here, he would have already been cut in half without hesitation. Looking at his skeleton, Andreas noticed with horror the absence of his left arm and a broken sword. Hosan, preparing to end the fight, praised the unusual undead that could use aura. Andreas, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, decided to use laziness and ordered the skeleton to retreat. To Cromwell's surprise, the skeleton disobeyed the order and remained in place. Andreas repeated the order, but the skeleton still did not react, which shocked the guy. Hosan mockingly noted that even the skeleton had more courage than his owner. A game window appeared in front of Andreas with a proposal to use laziness, warning about the division of the total cooldown. Suddenly, Cromwell remembered that Nicol was also capable of using laziness to open up new possibilities. Andreas imagined how the artifact of laziness enveloped the skeleton in a purple glow, enhancing his abilities. After weighing the pros and cons, Cromwell decided that it was better to let Nicol, insensitive to pain, use laziness. Hosan, confident of his victory, declared his intention to finish off the enemy, unaware of the impending turn of events. Suddenly the ground shook again, causing shock on the face of the mercenary, who did not expect such a development of the situation. The skeleton, filled with new strength, rushed into battle, intending to finally defeat Hosan. Hosan, without losing his composure, curiously inquired about the enemy's new tactics, preparing for unexpected turns in the battle. Andreas, moving with lightning speed, attacked the mercenary from the other side, resolutely declaring his intention to protect even the skeleton from Hosan's interference. A fast-paced sword fight ensued between the opponents, their blades sparkling in the air, creating the impression of a deadly dance. The mercenary, assessing Andreas's skill, noted impressive fencing for a magician, but emphasized that the young man still lacked the experience to win. Hosan, confident in his superiority, declared the weakness of Andreas's attacks, demonstrating his disdain for his opponent's abilities. With an ominous smile on his face, the mercenary announced to Andreas that it was time for him to say goodbye to life, preparing to strike the decisive blow. Suddenly, Andreas's tiger intervened in the fight, shaking the asphalt with a powerful blow and disrupting Hosan's plans. The irritated mercenary, calling the tiger an annoying cat, promised to kill him first, changing the focus of his attack. Suddenly, Hosan's attention was attracted by a strange blue light emanating from somewhere behind his back. Turning around, the mercenary saw the skeleton of Andreas surrounded by a bright blue aura, which made him wary. The skeleton was transforming before our eyes, becoming more meaningful and aggressive. Its appearance was changing under the influence of an unknown force. Hosan, amazed by what he saw, could not understand the nature of this aura. Terrifying for the undead, his confidence began to melt. The mercenary was perplexed how the skeleton could make such a powerful swing, because it seemed that all of his aura had already been spent earlier. Andreas watched what was happening with undisguised admiration, feeling that the situation was finally working out in his favor. Nickel, transformed by the power of laziness, rushed towards Hosan, intending to finally destroy the dangerous enemy. The mercenary, realizing the nature of what was happening, exclaimed in horror, recognizing the mystical aura technique which he had only heard about before. A powerful explosion shook the surroundings, forcing Andreas to cover his face and struggle to stay on his feet under the pressure of the blast wave. When the dust settled, Cromwell stared in complete shock at the result of the transformation, unable to believe his eyes. Before him stood no longer the skeleton of Nickel, but the man he had been before his death, completely restored by the power of laziness. Andreas's pupils shrank in amazement, his mind refusing to accept the incredible metamorphosis that had happened to his faithful servant. The former skeleton was now transformed into a muscular man with thick hair, his appearance different from the previous appearance of the pectoral bones. Nickel, filled with gratitude, thanked Andreas for his trust and the opportunity to use his full potential. Hosan, despite the powerful blow, still remained alive, although noticeably battered. His vitality aroused involuntary respect even from his opponents. The guy thinks to himself that he really survived after such a technique from Nickel. His surprise borders on admiration for the survivability of the enemy. The mercenary, coming to his senses, realizes with horror that it is impossible that the sword destroyer was broken, and even the legendary Farang could not withstand the onslaught. And then, while he is still in a state of shock, a tiger attacks him, taking him by surprise and forcing him to react instantly. The tiger delivers a crushing blow to the asphalt with his huge blow, but Hosan, demonstrating incredible reflexes, manages to dodge at the last moment. Hosan thinks to continue fighting this tiger. Despite the fatigue and injuries received, his will to win remains unbroken. He thinks about the tiger. What a freak he is, he's just a damn corpse, trying to cheer himself up and find the strength to continue the fight. And so he waves his swords further and further, and then a guy runs up and strikes him, taking the mercenary by surprise. And a tiger runs up behind the guy and strikes the mercenary's stomach with his huge fist, causing a new wave of pain. Blood is already flowing from some wounds. Scarlet streams are oozing from the eyes and mouth, indicating the seriousness of the injuries received. And so he begins to dodge a little, jumping back, but the guy and the tiger are not embarrassed by this. They continue to attack him with inexorable determination. Andreas thinks to himself that it is time to finish him off, using a soulless sword, preparing to strike the decisive blow. Hosan looks at all this in complete shock, looking around at his opponents and feverishly wondering what he needs. Despite the guy's threatening appearance, he thinks, laughs, and says that you decided to join the fight only now, trying to hide your fear behind bravado. He smiles and says, "Well, you freak, it's okay. For me, this is only a plus," continuing to demonstrate ostentatious fearlessness in the face of danger. Hosan had already rested a little, ready to continue this fight, gathering his last strength for the decisive battle. Andreas quickly rushes towards Hosan, intending to finish him off before the mercenary has time to fully recover his strength. Hosan, despite numerous wounds and fatigue, also rushes towards the guy, ready to continue the battle until his last breath. The moment their swords collide, a powerful explosion occurs, blinding everyone present and shaking the surrounding area. In the silence of the night, illuminated by the light of 3 moons, a mysterious voice is heard, saying that the interlocutor is partly right. Young Hosan, absorbed in eating potatoes, looks at his master in bewilderment, trying to comprehend his words. The master explains to the student that the sword is just a tool that should be the last thing you think about when fencing. Hosan expresses incomprehension why the sword is not important in fencing, considering the obvious superiority of a better-equipped warrior with equal skills. The master only partially agrees with the student, explaining that this is only true for the battle of ordinary people, but not for those who have achieved the state of an aura master. He continues that the winner among aura masters is determined by their enlightenment in the path of the sword, not by their weapons. The master warns students against excessive dependence on objects, which can ruin their talent to become true masters of the aura. Hosan, being in the midst of a duel with Andreas, remembers these words of the teacher, spitting blood from his mouth. The mercenary is surprised to realize that he is facing an undead creature capable of using mystical aura techniques, even with a broken sword. Hosan, despite his difficult situation, finds the strength to grin, admitting that he really should have listened to the words of the old master. The mercenary, realizing the connection between Andreas and his former teacher, wonders whether the guy is a student of that same old man. Andreas proudly and confidently confirms his belonging to the students of the mentioned master. Hosan, already sitting on his knees, continues to laugh, noting that the guy's sword emanates a characteristic smell of potatoes. Meanwhile, the people brought by Carlos for rescue quickly head to the boat at his direction. Carlos persistently orders those rescued to climb aboard the boat, realizing the criticality of the situation. He hurries everyone, realizing that delay could cost them their lives. Suddenly, Andreas emerges from the water, breathing heavily and trying to get to land. Carlos, startled by his friend's unexpected appearance, exclaims in surprise. Andreas, barely staying afloat, begs for help, asking to quickly get him onto the boat. After Andreas is pulled aboard, he talks about his escape from his pursuers and his long swim. Carlos, outraged by the actions of his pursuers, begins to speak out angrily, but Andreas asks him to calm down. Cromwell points to his bag, assuring that all valuables are completely safe. Andreas ironically notes that such incidents are quite normal for this city. Carlos notes that among the pursuers there was a rather strong aura owner. Turning to Andreas, Carlos declares a sudden insight which puzzles his friend. Laughing, Carlos explains that he finally understands the reason for Andreas's nickname, Thughead. The scene shifts to a certain cave from which the glow of a yellow sword emanates. Someone puts a strange glove on someone's body, the details of which are still unclear. It is revealed to be a repair to Nickel's skeleton arm, using part of Hosan's body for a perfect match. After completing work on Nickel's skeleton arm, a game window with new information appears in front of Andreas. Andreas is shocked by the information in the game window. The Phantom of Sloth has a 32% chance of evolution, and the surviving fighter has 88, with the ability to use 1 deviation. Cromwell reflects on the significant increase in the chances of evolution after the battle with Hosan, believing that it would be a good idea to evolve Timur. The tiger's evolutionary process begins, enveloping it in a purple glow, causing slight bewilderment in the animal itself. Andreas notes the need to work on magic upon his return, but mentions something else he wants to explore. The scene shifts to Jester's palace, where he addresses an unexpected guest, inquiring about the reason for his visit. It turns out that Karen came, who heard about his expulsion from the meeting. Jester confirms that it was he who proposed that Sharon be expelled from the meeting. He explains that the congregation does not tolerate unworthy people, especially those who cannot control their own disciple. Karen, overcome with rage, tries to explain that Jester misunderstood the situation. Jester chides Charon for not having useful research or artifacts for the collection. He emphasizes that in terms of merit, Charon is already behind his troubled student, recalling the importance of the code. Jester addresses Charon by name, his voice sounding as stern as possible. He asks Charon if he really wants to stay in the congregation. Charon, ready for anything, assures Jester of his loyalty and readiness to carry out any order. Jester reports the discovery of the ancient magical beast Kushane near the city of Rodlin. Charon mentally notes the uniqueness of the situation, a creature from the era of myths discovered in the modern world. He recalls the beast's ability to dominate intelligent life forms and drain their powers through lower evil spirits. Jester promises to tell about the location of the beast, how to unseal it and control it, demanding in return to bring a daring student. Charon reflects on Jester's dissatisfaction with Andreas's behavior at the meeting, considering it to be beneficial for himself. He sees an opportunity to get rid of Andreas, who is bothering him, and at the same time gain control of the magical beast. Jester suddenly changes his mind, telling Charon to forget everything previously said, which Charon associates with the deal with Salem. Charon, smiling, assures Jester of his devotion, emphasizing his duty as a teacher to punish disobedient students. The action moves to the Rodlin Academy, impressive with its beauty, wealth, and splendor. Andreas, looking exhausted and tired, reflects on the day, coming to a certain conclusion. He recognizes the need to conduct research in a more suitable location, noting good progress, but realizing that the results will have to wait. Cromwell decides that now is the time to return to the dorm and relax after a busy day. Suddenly he hears the girl's address and immediately recognizes her, feeling slightly irritated. Lucia and Vivian approach Andreas, with the pink-haired girl loudly reproaching him for ignoring her calls. Andreas apologizes, explaining his absence as a walk with a friend, and mentally notes that the girls seem to get along well. The pink-haired girl shows Andreas something on her tablet, excitedly reporting the appearance of a spirit in the dorm. She expresses relief at being able to forget about the terrible dorm, but Vivian suddenly declares her desire to live in the same dorm as Mr. Fairy Andreas. Andreas reads a message on his tablet about the temporary closure of the dorm due to the discovery of an unknown spirit threatening the safety of the students. He realizes that the incident with the spirit attacking the students in the dormitory foreshadows the imminent appearance of an ancient magical beast. Cromwell reflects in surprise on the discrepancy between current events and the game scenario, where this should have happened only 6 months after the start of the game. The pink-haired girl, noticing Andreas's thoughtfulness, persistently asks which dormitory he was assigned to. The guy replies that he was sent to a hostel which is located in the city of Daojian. The girl with pink hair happily celebrates Andreas's luck, as he will live in the same place with a beauty like her. Cromwell, ignoring her remark, announces his intention to go to the dormitory to pack his things and check the situation. Vivian expresses her desire to go with Andreas, to which he agrees, considering it a great idea. Vivian's reaction to Andreas's agreement is an embarrassed smile, while Lucia is clearly unhappy with their leaving together. On the way to the dorm, Andreas questions Vivian about her knowledge of the incident, to which the girl replies that she only knows rumors and is unsure about the magic department. Vivian reveals that Professor Charon has taken over the investigation, which makes Andreas wonder about the impact of his intervention on the course of history. Approaching the dorm, Andreas and Vivian notice something extremely surprising in the corridor. Their attention is attracted by a strangely behaving figure leaning on the door, causing both wariness and curiosity. The strange figure is drooling from his mouth and muttering about some mistake, repeating the words over and over again. Andreas approaches the girl, takes her by the shoulder and calls her by the name Diana, but she responds sharply, demanding not to touch or talk to her. Cromwell understands that even Diana was somehow affected by the events taking place. He recalls that there are 2 levels of bosses in Rodlin, including the Crown, but in the game, only one of them could attack Kushane. Andreas thinks that if the other boss hasn't made his move yet, then the culprits are certain, but he doesn't have time to finish the thought. Turning to Diana, he advises her to leave, claiming that she definitely cannot handle this situation. Diana turns to Andreas with a crazy look, not understanding his words. Cromwell decides to try to name the master spirit. Saying the name Kushane, Andreas watches as Diana begins to go more crazy, her teeth bared in an uncontrollable impulse. The guy deliberately pushes the girl to disarm her, and she begins to fall. Vivian, reacting quickly, catches the falling Diana, preventing her from hitting the ground. Andreas silently watches what is happening. His gaze is serious and focused. When Diana comes to, she sits holding her head. Andreas asks if she has come to her senses. Diana is clearly disoriented and does not understand what is happening, asking where she is. Andreas asks Diana if she recognizes him, to which the girl responds irritably, calling the question stupid and obvious. Cromwell explains that Diana was possessed by a spirit, but he came to her aid and saved her. Diana vaguely remembers what happened, and Andreas insists on the need to urgently leave the building. The girl apologizes for the trouble caused, but Andreas assures that he doesn't mind helping. Leaving the room, Andreas asks Diana about her participation in the investigation, to which she replies that she volunteered out of curiosity and at the request of the professor. Cromwell grimly notes that this explains a lot about the situation. He understands that the offer of help to Diana was just a bait so that the spirit could take possession of the girl. Andreas theorizes that Diana's focus on magic has lowered her guard, allowing Karen to summon the spirit. Reflecting on his increased fortitude, Andreas asks Diana about Karen's whereabouts. Diana remembers that Karen mentioned the search for the main body, which would take place a little further from the dorm. Andreas, realizing that we are talking about the place of the seal, realizes the need to hurry. The scene shifts to the site of the seal, where Karen stands near a huge statue surrounded by 4 corpses, emitting a purple glow. Karen notes with a smile that he has done everything necessary for the further successful development of events. A strange monster with hair that resembles a purple alien begins to emerge from the statue. Karen, holding a red stone in his hands, declares that all that remains to get rid of is Andreas. Andreas and Vivian quickly rushed along the corridors of the academy. Their steps echoed in the deserted halls. The guy turned to the girl, sincerely thanking her for her invaluable support at this critical moment. Andreas's inner voice insistently insisted that Vivian's presence could be a fatal mistake. But now was not the time for doubts. All that was left was to hope for a successful outcome. Anxious thoughts swarmed in the young man's head. He understood that using the call could reveal his connection with Karen, and fatigue after a sleepless night only aggravated the situation. Andreas was feverishly wondering whether he should send Vivian back, but suddenly they both froze in place, amazed by the picture that opened before them. The unexpected sight amazed them so much that they stopped abruptly, unable to believe their eyes. Horror and bewilderment were reflected on their faces. Before them appeared an eerie picture of dozens of students, like limp puppets, wandering along the corridor, their empty glances causing numbness among observers. Vivian realized in horror that all these students were attending Professor Karen's classes. Andreas nodded silently, confirming her guess and trying to comprehend what was happening. Bewilderment and fear were reflected on the girl's face when she wondered about the professor's motives, while Andreas maintained a gloomy silence, unable to explain to her the full depth of what was happening. The guy asked Vivian to neutralize the students without harming them, while he himself was going to stop the professor, realizing that this was his personal battle. Vivian tried to object, but Andreas was adamant, knowing that every second counts and delay could cost the lives of innocent people. Rushing towards his destiny, Andreas left Vivian behind, hoping that she would cope with the task assigned to her and be able to protect the remaining students. Suddenly, one of the possessed students attacked Andreas, his hands glowing with an ominous magical light, preparing to release a deadly spell. Vivian, without wasting a second, instantly assessed the situation. Her gaze filled with determination, and her mind feverishly searched for a way to save Andreas from imminent danger. With lightning speed, the girl rushed to the rescue. Her sword flashed in the air, repelling the attack and saving Andreas from certain death. Vivian's grateful gaze met Andreas's. At that moment, a silent understanding and deep gratitude for the rescue flashed between them. Andreas, aware of the inevitability of separation from Vivian, still could not help but worry about her safety, hoping that she would not suffer in the fight with the possessed students. Realizing that he had no choice, Andreas decided to trust Vivian, believing in her strength and others in this dangerous situation. Suddenly, a monstrous creature summoned by Karen appeared before Andreas's eyes. Its roar shook the walls of the academy, striking terror into the hearts of all those present. Karen, triumphant, proclaimed his control over the monster, his eyes glowing with mad fire, and a maniacal smile of anticipation of the impending victory frozen on his face. Suddenly, Karen's gaze fell on something that made him freeze in amazement, his face distorted in shock and disbelief at what he saw. Andreas, clutching a red stone in his hands, cast a spell, and a huge wall of bones and corpses instantly grew in front of him, blocking the enemy's path. Fatigue was reflected on the young man's face, his gaze dimmed, and his teeth were clenched tightly from the tension that he was experiencing at that moment. Karen, noticing the appearance of Andreas, could not hide his surprise. His eyebrows shot up, and something similar to fear flashed in his eyes. The professor, trying to hide his confusion, moved menacingly towards the student, his voice sounding cold and mocking when he inquired about the purpose of Andreas's visit. Anger and disappointment overwhelmed Andreas when he realized that he was late. His gaze filled with anger, and his fists involuntarily clenched. Strange magic began to swirl around Andreas's body. Time seemed to speed up, and his movements became unnaturally fast and precise. Andreas's gaze fell on the crystal in Karen's hand, and he was surprised to recognize the artifact that Jester possessed in the game, thoughts rushing feverishly in his head. Karen, without hiding his irritation, attacked Andreas with accusations, but immediately changed his tone, declaring his plans to find the young man. Karen's surprise was genuine. He clearly did not expect such a development of events. His face expressed a mixture of shock and curiosity. The professor, trying to hide his confusion, made a sarcastic comment about Andreas's abilities as a necromancer, his words laced with sarcasm and contempt. Andreas's words clearly touched a nerve with Karen. The smile instantly disappeared from his face, replaced by a grimace of dissatisfaction and irritation. Suddenly, Karen burst into mad laughter, reminiscent of the laughter of a mad scientist, which caused Andreas only bewilderment and alarm. Karen, having calmed down, began to talk about how long ago he overheard a conversation between Andreas's father and Master Morn, his eyes glowing with an unhealthy gleam. Karen's words that Andreas could change the basis of black magic, or even the whole world, sounded ominous, making the young man shudder in horror. The professor suggested that all the changes in Andreas were connected with a certain subject that his father and Morn were talking about. This guess made the young man tense internally. Karen demanded that Andreas demonstrate his skill in using the family's legacy, his voice trembling with impatience and greedy curiosity. Andreas, holding back his anger, mentally noted that even such a mob as Karen knew about his secret. This discovery made him rethink a lot. Andreas's words that Karen simply wanted to rob the child infuriated the professor. His eyebrows knitted together, and his gaze became even more threatening. Deciding that the time for talking was over, Andreas summoned his skeleton and tiger, simultaneously starting to cast magic, preparing for the inevitable fight. Sharon was amazed to recognize the summoned creature as the Tiger Lord Timur, whose corpse he had seen at the meeting, his eyes widening in amazement and fear. The professor could not believe that Andreas was already able to control such a high-level undead. Questions swirled in his head about when and how the student managed to achieve such mastery. Karen, clutching the crystal, felt superior, his voice sounding authoritative and mocking as he reminded Andreas of his status as a teacher. Andreas, without hiding his contempt, retorted that he had learned nothing from Karen, but surpassed him, his eyes burning with determination and challenge. Enraged by the student's insolence, Karen began to cast red magic, his hands enveloped in an ominous glow, foreshadowing a powerful spell. From the portals created by Karen, a stream of various undead poured out, from simple skeletons to monstrous monsters. Recently resurrected corpses and ominous statues towered behind him. The army of undead, obeying the will of Karen, moved towards Andreas, their lifeless eyes glowing with a thirst for destruction. Karen used a strengthening spell, giving his creatures additional power, which clearly did not please Andreas. His face darkened. Without missing a beat, Andreas reached for his sword, drawing it from its sheath, preparing for the inevitable fight. Andreas's voice was firm and decisive as he announced the severance of all ties with Karen, his words laced with anger and disgust. Karen, without hiding his true intentions, threatened to kill Andreas and take over his father's inheritance, his eyes burning with greed and madness. Karen's words that he would resurrect Andreas and make him his slave sounded like an ominous prophecy, making the young man shudder with horror. Meanwhile, Vivian, left behind, tried to neutralize the enchanted students. Her movements were fast and precise. Throwing one of the students aside, The girl was feverishly thinking about how to quickly get to Andreas and help him. Fatigue began to take its toll. Vivian was breathing heavily. Her movements became less confident, but she continued to fight. With horror, Vivian realized that the students continued to advance. Despite the damage they had received, their numbers did not seem to be decreasing. Blood oozed from the eyes and heads of the enchanted students, but this did not stop them. They continued to move like limp puppets. Vivian pulled her sword out of its sheath, the plain gray blade flashing in her gloved hands, ready for battle. The thought of killing students flashed through Vivian's head, but she immediately pushed it away, realizing that this was not a way out of the situation. Remembering Andreas's request not to harm the students, Vivian felt an internal conflict, not knowing what to do. Determination filled the girl's heart. She swore to herself to restrain herself and find a way to neutralize the students without harming them. Suddenly, one of the enchanted students fired a powerful blast of electric mana at Vivian's back, catching her by surprise. But thanks to her reaction and skill, Vivian turned around with lightning speed, repelling the attack with her sword. Her movements were precise and confident. Suddenly, another zombie student approached Vivian from behind, preparing to attack, his movements mechanical and lifeless. Vivian frantically tried to remember Andreas's words, but they seemed to disintegrate in her memory, turning into unreadable pixels, causing her despair. Thinking hard, the girl tried to recall the spell that Andreas had told Diana about, her eyebrows knitted together from tension. Suddenly, insight descended on Vivian. Her face brightened, and her eyes shone with joy when she finally remembered the right words. Without wasting a second, Vivian punched the nearest student in the shoulder blades while shouting Kushin, her voice ringing through the air. Vivian carefully watched the reaction of the zombie student who fell after her blow, her gaze focused and intense. Doubts gripped the girl when she saw how the student simply crashed into the ground without regaining consciousness. Her heart sank with anxiety. Another zombie student attacked Vivian with electrical force as she continued to painfully remember Andreas's exact words, her thoughts confused. Casting Kushin again, Vivian kicked the other student in the face, hoping the spell would work this time. Disappointment overwhelmed the girl when nothing happened. She tried Pushane, but this too turned out to be wrong. Her voice trembled with despair. Not giving up, Vivian continued to experiment with different variations of the spell Kuchain, Kuchine, Kugin, her voice becoming more confident with each attempt. Despite the fact that Vivian had already neutralized many students, their flow did not stop. They approached her like an inexorable wave. With bitterness, Vivian realized that if this continued, the students could die. She decided to try Kuchain, hoping for a miracle. To the girl's surprise, the students who heard this phrase began to slowly come to their senses, their movements becoming less mechanical. The students' pupils dilated, returning to normal. They stopped and began to look around, as if awakening from a nightmare. Vivian watched with relief and joy, realizing that the spell had finally worked, her heart filled with hope. A smile lit up the girl's face when she realized that all that was left was to neutralize the remaining students. Her movements became more confident and decisive. Strange worm-like spirits began to emerge from the students' bodies, their bodies convulsing, creating an eerie sight. Vivian, realizing the danger of the situation, decided to act quickly to prevent further harm from the possessed students. Suddenly, the worm-like spirits rushed towards the girl. Their intentions were clearly hostile, and the air was filled with an ominous hum. Thin tentacles of spirits reached out to Vivian's head, trying to penetrate her consciousness, their touches causing a chill of horror. Fear gripped the girl as she realized the seriousness of the situation, her gaze filled with shock and despair. Vivian tried to run away, to go back, but her movements were constrained by invisible fetters. Each step was given with great difficulty. The huge spirit, growing in size, addressed Vivian in an ominous whisper, his words penetrating directly into the girl's soul. The spirit's words that everyone would eventually leave Vivian hurt the girl, making her heart clench with pain and despair. The cruel prophecy of being destined to be abandoned echoed in Vivian's mind, eroding her self-confidence. The spirit continued to attack the girl's consciousness, calling her attempts to cling to life vile. These words brought Vivian to tears. Memories of her mother turning away from her, and her desperate trust in a stranger came flooding back to Vivian, taking her back to her painful past. The spirit, using memories from Vivian's childhood, continued to torment her with the words of her mother, who wanted a son instead of a daughter. These words drove the girl crazy. The cruel words that Vivian's very existence brings troubles deeply wounded the girl's soul, forcing her to doubt her right to life. The spirit continued its psychological attack, instilling in Vivian the idea that she would cause the death of her loved ones, pushing her to commit suicide. In desperation, Vivian thought about Mr. Fairy, hoping that if she left, he would be okay, her hand holding the knife trembling as it moved closer to her head. The spirit, feeling victorious, promised Vivian that Mr. Fairy would be fine if she left, his voice sounding deceptively soothing. Suddenly, Vivian remembered the moment when she and Andreas made a pinky promise to each other. This memory was like a ray of light breaking through the darkness. Andreas's words about the importance of keeping one's word echoed in Vivian's mind, giving her the strength to resist the dark influence of the spirit. The memory of how, thanks to Andreas, the dome that held her captive was destroyed, and her own oath, filled Vivian with determination. These memories and feelings seemed to awaken Vivian, breaking the spell of the spirit. Her consciousness began to clear, regaining control over herself. Andreas continued to fight against the army of skeletons and other undead summoned by his master, his movements fast and precise. The young man dodged the attacks as quickly as possible, jumping from place to place. His agility and reaction were at the limit of their capabilities. Karen, holding the red crystal, mockingly challenged Andreas, his voice full of confidence in his superiority. The teacher used a summoned undead statue with a crimson light shining from its mouth, preparing to deal a crushing blow to his former student. Andreas reacted instantly, bending to the ground to avoid the stunning attack, his body moving at incredible speed. Rising, the young man began to cast necromantic magic, while simultaneously calling on Rudolph for help, his hands glowing with dark energy. A huge hand of Rudolph appeared from the opened portal, which fell on top of the monster Karen, shaking the earth with its power. Karen froze in shock, not believing his eyes, his thoughts feverishly trying to understand where Andreas got such a powerful ally. The teacher watched in amazement as a giant hand, the size of 20 people, appeared, which seemed to tear apart the sky itself. Andreas, without wasting any time, turned to his tiger Timur, his voice full of determination and confidence in his faithful companion. The young man instructed Timur to deal with the convalescent, a monster summoned by Karen, trusting the strength and dexterity of his magical beast. Timur responded with a menacing growl, his bared mouth expressing his readiness to carry out his master's orders and engage in battle with the monster. Andreas, speaking to his skeleton Nikel, ordered him to destroy small opponents and then hide, his voice sounding confident and authoritative. The young man understood the need to quickly get rid of many small enemies in order to focus on the main threat. Andreas exhaled heavily from the tension, realizing that using Rudolph required a huge expenditure of mana. A plan matured in the young man's head to directly attack Charon and take possession of the Peldaran crystal. His eyes lit up with determination. Andreas was determined to end this battle with one decisive blow, his body tense, preparing for a decisive throw. The young man began to rapidly move towards Karen, who did not expect such a straightforward attack from his former student. Andreas, using his incredible speed, was behind the teacher before he could react. The element of surprise was on his side. Andreas's sword flashed in the air several times, striking at Karen. The young man's gaze was full of determination and concentration. Andreas's blows were so powerful and unexpected that Karen froze in shock, not having time to defend himself from this lightning attack. Andreas turned his gaze to the monstrous creature resurrected by his teacher, assessing the strength of the enemy and planning his further actions. Karen mockingly challenged Andreas, but the young man, keeping his cool, mentally noted that using sin could simplify the situation, although this is now impossible. Andreas, without losing his composure, retorted that he also had an ancient magical beast, his voice sounding confident and with a slight mockery. Karen, remembering the huge hand that appeared out of nowhere, wondered feverishly about the origins of this powerful ally of Andreas. The young man threateningly promised that next time the giant's hand would crush Karen's head, mentally noting the need to piss off the teacher. Karen, maintaining a confident smile, challenged Andreas, his voice sounding mocking and provocative. Suddenly, Andreas's gaze fell downward, his eyes widening in shock and his pupils constricting, expressing extreme surprise and alarm. A strange pentagram began to appear around the young man, as if drawn in blood. Andreas, in confusion, tried to understand the origin of this phenomenon. A powerful explosion shook the forest. The bloody substance seemed to turn inside out, creating an eerie sight among the trees. Charon, watching what was happening, burst into mad laughter, his laughter echoing through the forest, increasing the atmosphere of horror. The bloody substance began to glow and float, lifting Andreas up. The young man found himself trapped in this terrible magic. Suddenly, the blood left Andreas. Everyone present watched what was happening with tension, waiting for further developments. Andrea, trying to comprehend what was happening, realized that he had encountered vampire blood magic. His thoughts were feverishly searching for an explanation. The young man connected this phenomenon with a recent case of a vampire bite, realizing that Karen must have been studying the blood of this creature. Karen, surprised by Andreas's resilience, asked how he managed to survive high-level blood magic, his voice expressing a mixture of surprise and irritation. Andreas answered cryptically, hinting at possible gratitude to Angela Lucifer for this gift, his voice sounding with slight irony. Karen was in complete shock, his pupils constricted from the sudden realization that Andreas could have helped the vampire escape. The young man, realizing that he had been discovered, boldly remarked to the teacher that he should treat his students better. A challenge was heard in his voice. Karen, overcome with rage, shouted Andreas's name with such force that the veins on his forehead bulged, expressing extreme anger. A shockwave arose from Karen's powerful scream, but Andreas looked at it with determination, ready for any turn of events. Karen rushed to attack, but Andreas, demonstrating incredible dexterity, easily jumped up, dodging the teacher's blow. The teacher continued to shout, accusing Andreas of being insolent and helping the vampire, his voice trembling with rage and disappointment. Karen, without hiding his despair, accused Andreas of destroying his life's work. His words were full of bitterness and anger. Andreas, assessing the situation, noted with satisfaction that his skeleton Nickel managed to successfully hide, as ordered. The young man began to rapidly attack. His sword flashed in the air with incredible speed, and he himself deftly moved, avoiding retaliatory strikes. Andreas, watching his teacher, realized that the perfect moment had arrived for the decisive blow, his body tense in anticipation. With a lightning-fast movement, Andreas directed the powerful magical aura of his sword towards Karen, putting all his strength into the blow. The attack turned out to be so powerful that Karen and his monster could hardly stay on their feet. The ground beneath them trembled from the force of the blow. Karen, amazed at Andreas's skill, was forced to admit that the young man wielded a sword much better than he had imagined. Involuntary respect was heard in his voice. Andreas suddenly found himself behind Karen, catching him off guard with his incredible speed and agility. However, the situation became more complicated when Karen's monster intervened, pushing Andreas away from his master with a powerful movement. Andreas, having received the blow, mentally noted that his plan did not go quite as he had hoped, but was not going to give up. The young man was thrown to the side, rolling on the uneven surface, but quickly regained his balance, preparing for the next maneuver. Suddenly, Nickel's skeletal hand appeared in front of Karen, aiming for the magical red stone he was holding tightly. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton deftly snatched the stone from Karen's hand, using the element of surprise and his supernatural speed. Karen froze in amazement, unable to believe what was happening, his face expressing a mixture of shock and bewilderment. Andreas, watching his teacher's reaction, could not help but smile triumphantly, feeling that the advantage was now on his side. Karen let out a blood-curdling scream as his arm was mercilessly cut off, the unexpected turn of events taking him by surprise, leaving him in shock and agony. Andreas hovered in the air, observing his trusty skeleton Nickel, mentally noting his excellent work and agility in this tense situation. The professor writhed in unbearable pain, looking in horror at his severed hand, which still held the precious and powerful red crystal. Karen, stunned by what was happening, did not immediately realize the gravity of the situation until he saw the priceless crystal fall from his severed hand onto the cold floor. Suddenly, Karen turned around, and horror seized him as he saw the ancient mythical monster behind him begin to go on a rampage due to the loss of control over the crystal. Andreas, watching the scene unfold, realized how dangerous the situation had become, as Kushain, without the restraining power of the crystal, was completely out of control. Desperately trying to rectify the situation, Karen reached out with his remaining hand to the crystal, realizing that without it, he would not be able to pacify the enraged ancient beast. The professor realized that only with the help of a magical crystal could he hope to curb the indomitable power of the ancient creature, which now threatened everyone present. Suddenly there was a deafening impact, followed by a massive explosion, causing Andreas to watch in horror as the chaos unfolded. With growing horror, the young man saw how the enraged monster began to devour his former master Karen, like a hungry beast that had seized upon its prey. The scene became increasingly creepy when the monster, not satisfied, chewed off half of the unfortunate professor's body, leaving a bloody trail behind it. Having fed on Karen's flesh, the monster turned its furious, glowing red gaze on Andreas, making the young man go cold with fear. Andreas, realizing the criticality of the situation, whispered to his faithful skeleton that they needed to take possession of the crystal at any cost to prevent further disaster. However, the monster, hearing these words, immediately grabbed the crystal with its huge paws, not giving Andreas the slightest chance to take possession of it. Looking at this, Andreas realized in horror how dire the situation had become as an ominous aura began to pulsate around the monster's hand clutching the crystal. Andreas's tiger, undaunted and ferocious, continued his furious battle with the monsters, his roar echoing through the air, filling the atmosphere with primal fear and determination to destroy his enemies. Suddenly the beast turned, noticing how a huge monster, ready to destroy everyone, emitted an ominous red glow from its terrifying mouth, foreshadowing imminent death. The ancient creature let out a deafening roar, so powerful that the air around it began to tremble, creating shock waves that threatened to sweep away everything in its path. Andreas, assessing the criticality of the situation, mentally ordered his faithful undead to evade the oncoming attack, realizing that a direct collision could be fatal. Suddenly the space was illuminated by a blinding flash, accompanied by a deafening blow and clouds of smoke, coloring everything around in bright yellow tones. The young man, trying to stay on his feet, plunged his sword into the ground, using it as a support to avoid the crushing force of the blow that threatened to knock him off his feet. With horror, Andreas realized that the monster's gigantic hand, which seemed incredibly huge compared to human proportions, was rapidly approaching him. The monster, grabbing the guy, lifted him high into the air while emitting a deafening roar from which the earth itself seemed to shake. The tiger and the skeleton of Andreas, watching what was happening with their glowing red eyes, froze in horror, not knowing how to help their master in such a desperate situation. The huge monster, holding Andreas in its powerful paws, ran rapidly, with such force that the tiger was thrown back, unable to catch up with the monster. Just when all hope seemed lost, Vivian appeared out of nowhere, determined to save Andreas, her eyes blazing with courage and unwavering will. Andreas, seeing the girl, mentally exclaimed her name, wondering how she ended up here, in the very epicenter of danger. With incredible dexterity and strength, Vivian cut the monster's arm with one precise blow, freeing Andreas, who began to rapidly fall to the ground. The young man was approaching the ground with great speed, but Vivian, without wasting a second, rushed to him, hoping to soften his fall and save him from the inevitable blow. Extending her hand to Andreas, Vivian tried to help him escape, not noticing how the enraged monster, thirsty for revenge, was preparing to attack her from behind. Suddenly, Andreas, overcome with anxiety and apprehension of danger, shouted loudly to Vivian, warning her of the invisible threat lurking behind her. He became even more aware of the impending danger, his cry of warning echoing through the air, urging Vivian to be careful and pay attention to the threat lurking behind her. The enraged monster, thirsting for revenge for the insult, rushed towards the girl, intending to grab her with its huge paws and punish her for her daring intervention. A fierce fight broke out between Vivian and the monster, from which the ground shook and fragments of stones were thrown into the air, creating a chaotic and dangerous situation around. Andreas, overcome by panic and fear for Vivian's life, loudly shouted her name, his voice trembling from overwhelming emotions and concern for the girl's fate. Suddenly, as if the answer to his desperate pleas, Andreas's faithful tiger rushed to the rescue, wrapping his powerful paws around Vivian and shielding her with his massive back from the monster's attack. With relief, Andreas noted that the girl had likely passed out from the stress she had endured, which may have saved her from further injury in this dangerous situation. Knowing that Vivian was fine and nothing serious had happened brought instant relief to Andreas, allowing him to focus on the battle ahead. The duel between Andreas and the ancient beast continued with renewed vigor. The air around them filled with the sounds of blows and growls, creating the atmosphere of an epic confrontation. Covering one eye from the blow he had received earlier, Andreas realized that he had no time for hesitation and indecision. Every second could be decisive in this battle. Suddenly, his artifact, the mysterious crown, appeared from the portal, which Andreas had previously planned to carefully study before using, but circumstances left him no choice. Putting on the crown, the young man understood that there was no more time for reflection, and the original sin of greed, hidden in the artifact, could become his only chance of salvation. Mentally agreeing that using the crown was still better than senseless death, Andreas decided to activate its power, preparing for unpredictable consequences. Vivian, slowly coming to her senses, opened her eyes slightly, her consciousness gradually returning, allowing her to assess the situation happening around her. The girl's gaze was filled with horror, her pupils constricted in shock when she saw Andreas standing in the ominous crown, while a huge monster prepared to attack him. With pain and compassion in her eyes, Vivian watched Andreas. Her heart sank with concern for the fate of the young man, who was about to face the unknown power of the artifact. Andreas's appearance was transformed. His eyes became blood red, and a crazy smile played on his lips, testifying to the profound changes taking place inside him under the influence of the ominous crown. The ancient monster, without hesitating for a second, fired a blinding red beam from its huge mouth, aimed directly at Andreas, intending to destroy him with one crushing blow. Showing incredible agility, Andreas leaped upward to avoid the deadly beam, his voice distorted by madness echoing through the air, calling his opponent a vile ancient beast. Seized by a thirst for power, the young man proclaimed his intention to turn the monster into undead and make him his obedient slave, his words sounding like an undeniable verdict, leaving no room for alternatives. Andreas's eyes, devoid of pupils and completely filled with red, glowed with an unnatural fire, and his face was distorted by a furious smile, giving him the appearance of a possessed madman. Without wasting a second, Andreas struck the first blow at the huge, ominous monster, his movements filled with unprecedented strength and determination to destroy the enemy. The air around was filled with a bright yellow glow from the clash of forces, forcing Andreas to slightly close his eyes so as not to be blinded by this supernatural glow. Showing incredible agility, the young man jumped back powerfully, landing on his strong legs to avoid the monster's possible retaliatory strike. Analyzing the situation, Andreas came to the conclusion that the monster had absolute defense, reacting only to predictable attacks, which greatly complicated the task of destroying it. Realizing the need for a non-standard approach, Andreas decided that the key to victory would be unexpected and unpredictable attacks that could break through the monster's defenses. Turning to his trusty skeleton, Andreas entrusted Nickel with the critical task of diverting the monster's attention, creating the opportunity for the decisive blow. The battle between Andreas and the giant purple monster continued with renewed vigor, the monster seeming to become even more enraged and dangerous than before. Vivian, watching what was happening, feverishly wondered how she could help Andreas in this desperate situation. Her heart sank with concern for the fate of the young man. The girl's gaze fell on the skeleton fighting on the side of Andreas, and questions arose in her mind about the origin of this undead and how the guy gained power over it. Vivian, still in the protective embrace of the tiger, watched the scene unfolding before her in amazement as her mind tried to comprehend what was happening. Raising her head, the girl met the tiger's gaze. Surprise and gratitude sounded in her voice as she addressed him, calling him Mr. Cat. Skeleton Nickel, following Andreas's instructions, began to distract the monster with a series of deft blows that did not cause serious damage, but effectively scattered the monster's attention. Andreas, taking advantage of the moment, took an advantageous position behind the monster, his eyes burning with determination to deliver the decisive blow at the most opportune moment. Suddenly, the young man attacked, his knife plunging deep into the monster's vulnerable belly, cutting through the thick hide and causing a furious roar of pain. The monster began to squirm from the painful blow, while Andreas, overcome by a lust for power, proclaimed his intention to transform the creature into something else. Suddenly, Andreas's sealed sword came into contact with the blood of an ancient magical beast, causing a strange reaction that no one could have foreseen. Andreas watched in surprise as his weapon began to absorb the monster's blood, not understanding the nature of the process taking place and its possible consequences. The sword, shrouded in a purple aura, continued to absorb the monster's blood, causing Andreas to have mixed feelings of surprise and anxiety at the incomprehensible phenomenon. Suddenly, the young man began to bleed from his mouth, signaling the serious impact of using an unknown force, his mind filled with the awareness of impending danger. Vivian, overcome with panic and fear for Andreas's life, screamed, begging him to be saved, her voice trembling with emotion overwhelming her. Andreas, leaving a sword pulsating with red light in the monster's body, began to fall down. His strength was running out after using unknown magic. The young man hit the ground with force, and Vivian, without wasting a second, rushed to him, driven by the desire to help and protect. As the monster continued to scream in unbearable pain, Vivian rushed towards Andreas, her heart pounding with fear and worry for his life. The monster's body began to crumble and melt, its dying screams echoing through the air, signaling the end of the terrifying creature. Vivian gently lifted Andreas into her arms, and together they watched as the blood of an ancient magical beast unlocked the first seal of the mysterious Galaxur. Andreas, stunned by what had happened, admitted that he could never have imagined that the blood of an ancient creature would be the key to breaking the seal, while Vivian thought hopefully about the possible end of this nightmare. Holding Andreas in her arms, Vivian heard his words of apology for putting him in danger, her heart filled with mixed feelings of relief and forgiveness. Vivian, with tenderness in her voice, reassured Andreas, saying that the main thing was his safety, and the young man, in turn, apologized for hiding his true abilities. The girl, without hesitation, assured Andreas that his personality and abilities do not matter. For her he will always remain Mr. Fairy, her faithful friend and protector. Andreas, touched by Vivian's words, wondered with a warm smile if there was anyone else who trusted him as much as this amazing girl. The scene changed to Andreas and Vivian sitting in the huge Colosseum where the 111th opening ceremony of the Academy officially began. The atmosphere was filled with solemnity and anticipation. A man with a brown beard announced the entrance of Louis Artman to the stage, and Andreas, watching what was happening, realized that the real game was just beginning. Louis Artman was presented as a student who demonstrated excellent academic ability and exemplary behavior, earning the admiration and respect of those present. Andreas, reflecting on his journey, noted that he somehow managed to survive despite the terrible lack of knowledge and information at the beginning of his journey. The young man realized that the number of people he needed to protect had increased, but at the same time he had become much stronger, ready to face new challenges. Andreas knew that from now on he would face many different events, each of which would test his strength and determination. The words about the upcoming war for mortal sins echoed in his thoughts, reminding him of the seriousness of the situation and the trials ahead. Suddenly, a vision of Vivian's future flashed before Andreas's eyes, covered in blood, sitting and looking at the sky while he walked off somewhere to the side, leaving her behind. The ceremony continued as usual. And then the moment came when it was announced that Louis Artman, the best student in the class, would pronounce the words of the oath on behalf of the new students. Louis, a modest young man with brown hair, stood up and began to solemnly recite an oath on behalf of himself and all the new students of Class 111, promising to stand shoulder to shoulder with the senior students of Rodlin Academy. As Louis spoke, all the other students also stood up, and he continued, promising to do his best to become the spear and shield of the Empire and its people. The students listened carefully to every word of the oath, their faces expressing seriousness and determination, realizing the importance of the moment and the obligations they had assumed. Concluding his speech, Louis said that they would become heroes who would bring glory to their empire, his voice ringing with confidence and pride. After the end of the speech, it was announced that it was Louis Artman, the representative of the first year, causing a wave of approving glances and quiet applause. Louis, looking around the audience with his young but determined gaze, radiated confidence and readiness for the upcoming challenges and achievements. Looking around the stands filled with students, Louis reflected on how strong and experienced his senior comrades looked, feeling a mixture of admiration and slight excitement. Suddenly, Andreas caught Louis's attention, and the young man began to think about the unusual combination of the faculty of magic robe and the sword, which seemed atypical and intriguing. Louis began to smile, thinking about how entertaining and full of surprises life at Rodlin Academy could be, looking forward to meeting interesting personalities. Louis's thoughts turned to the upcoming spring tournament of Rodlin Academy, where students would compete without division into houses, which seemed incredibly exciting to him. One of the students next to Louis remarked that they shouldn't be too happy about the absence of classes today, because next year it will be their turn to shine at the tournament. Louis listened intently as he thought about how watching battles could be useful in enhancing his own skills and techniques, especially given the magic department's participation in the tournament. Suddenly, a muscular guy with purple hair turned to Louis rudely, accusing him of spilling coffee on him. He apologized, explaining his inattention. Louis saw a huge fist rapidly approaching his face, threatening to deliver a serious blow. Unexpectedly for the attacker, Louis easily blocked, causing surprise and confusion in the large guy with purple hair. However, the next blow still reached its target, and Louis, unable to keep his balance, fell, crashing into the table at which the girls were sitting. This incident demonstrated the strength of one of the Night House's top students, confirming rumors about the outstanding abilities of the first-year students. Louis, clearly irritated by what was happening, tried to restrain his anger, his face expressing dissatisfaction with the current situation. Mentally analyzing what had happened, Louis noted that the enemy's blow was not fast, but was so heavy that he was unable to completely block it. The pumped-up guy with purple hair, continuing the conflict, demanded 100,000 from Louis for allegedly ruining an expensive uniform, threatening further troubles. Lucia, who was sitting at the table, intervened in the situation, calling the guy's actions outright extortion and questioning his dignity. Diana, also present at the table, supported Lucia, hinting at the possible disqualification of senior student Todlin for causing chaos. Continuing her thought, Diana ironically noted that according to Todlin's logic, now he himself must pay her for the inconvenience caused. Todlin, looking at the angry Diana, suddenly realized that his actions could lead to serious problems, and his confidence began to fade. Diana showed Todlin the sleeve of her uniform, stained with blood. She angrily noted that these were the consequences of his actions. Her voice was full of indignation and irritation from the current situation. The purple-haired guy, trying to justify himself, stated that Louis, as a freshman, was just lucky. He hinted that without the girl's intervention, the situation could have ended much worse for the newcomer. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Todlin turned sharply and left. Everyone present silently watched his retreating figure. The air was filled with tension from the conflict that had occurred. Showing sincere gratitude, Louis bowed deeply to the girls. His voice trembled with emotion as he expressed his gratitude for their timely help and support. The girls, smiling, recognized Louis as a freshman who spoke at the opening ceremony of the academy. Their faces shone with friendliness and interest in their new acquaintance, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Louis confirmed their guess, introducing himself by his full name. In his voice there were notes of pride for his performance, mixed with slight embarrassment from the attention of the older students. Diana and Lucia introduced themselves in turn, naming their courses of study. They expressed sympathy for Louis for getting into trouble so quickly. Their tone was full of understanding and support. Louis admitted his confusion at the situation. Diana tried to calm him down, explaining that Todlin was known as one of the best students in the night faculty, which partly explained his behavior. Vivian, who had previously been sitting silently at the table, suddenly stood up, attracting everyone's attention. Her sudden movement disrupted the established atmosphere, causing surprised glances from those present. Explaining her departure, Vivian announced the imminent start of Andreas's match, her voice ringing with excitement and anticipation as she spoke of her desire to be sure to watch the match. Louis, turning his attention to Vivian, politely addressed her, assuming that she was a senior student from the night faculty. His words were full of respect and sincere joy from the new meeting. Extending his hand in greeting, Louis was faced with an unexpected reaction from Vivian, The girl simply remained silent, not responding to his gesture, which created an awkward pause in their interaction. Despite the awkwardness, Louis kept his hand outstretched, the air filled with tension as everyone waited for Vivian's reaction to this simple but important gesture of greeting. Vivian, looking at Louis's outstretched hand, seemed puzzled, her face expressing a mixture of incomprehension and slight confusion, as if she did not know how to react to this common gesture. Lucia, unable to restrain herself, laughed at the situation, explaining the strangeness of Vivian's behavior. She also expressed a desire to watch the fight, which surprised Diana, who did not expect such interest. Lucia, defending her sudden interest in duels, replied with a slight note of justification that sometimes she did find it interesting to watch such events, her tone expressing sincerity. Diana was surprised to ask Lucia about her plans to participate, to which she unexpectedly confidently declared her intention to take part in the tournament, which caused even greater surprise to those around her. Announcing her imminent departure, Diana invited Louis to join them, to which the guy enthusiastically agreed, noting that he was just heading there, his eyes lit up with anticipation. Hearing Diana's offer to go together, Louis agreed with undisguised joy and gratitude, his voice ringing with enthusiasm and the opportunity to spend time with the older students. Arriving at the battlefield, they found that many students had already gathered in anticipation of the imminent start of the fights. The air was filled with excitement and anticipation of exciting battles. After the end of one of the matches, Louis admiringly noted the incredible level of Rodlin's fighters, to which Diana briefly agreed, her tone betraying her habit of the high level of fights at the academy. When the start of the next match was announced, Louis could not contain his excitement. His words were cut off mid-sentence by overwhelming emotions and impatience to see the upcoming fight. The presenter introduced the participant in the blue corner, Todlin Terry, the best from the night faculty, noting that high hopes were placed on him in this tournament, which caused a roar of approval among the audience. Then the participant from the red side, a representative of the Faculty of Magic, was introduced. This announcement caused a wave of whispers and interest among the spectators, expecting an unusual confrontation. The presenter asked to welcome Andreas Cromwell, a fourth-year student, which caused a strong reaction from the crowd, creating an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation of an interesting fight. It was noted that Andreas was receiving a lot of attention following his recent invention of a new potion. This information sparked further interest and discussion among viewers. As Louis watched, he remembered seeing Andreas at the entrance ceremony, and now wondered with amazement how the magician was going to fight with swords against an experienced knight. Todlin, turning to Andreas, called him with challenge and mockery a magician pretending to be a swordsman. His words were full of disdain for his unusual opponent. Andreas calmly responded to Todlin's provocation, neither denying nor confirming the accusations of pretense. His mysterious tone only fueled the public's interest in the upcoming fight. The senior knight student, clearly dissatisfied with Andreas's response, reacted sharply to his words, calling him an insolent brat, and from that moment the match officially began, heating up the atmosphere in the arena. The purple-haired guy wasted no time and quickly rushed at Andreas, intending to demonstrate to him the true power of the sword and the superiority of knightly art over magic. Todlin, without hesitating for a second, immediately launched a powerful attack. His movements were polished and full of confidence in his own superiority over an unusual opponent. Lucia, watching the start of the duel, turned to Diana, asking her about some rumors that apparently circulated among the students, but went unnoticed by Lucia. Diana, answering Lucia's question, mentioned rumors regarding the upcoming friendly exchange with the Milko Academy after the tournament, which aroused the interest of her interlocutor. Continuing the conversation, Diana noted that the Academy encourages students with good academic performance to participate, adding that she herself has no choice and will go anyway. Lucia, inspired by Diana's words, warmly supported her participation, assuring her that this would demonstrate the enormous difference between their academies, and strongly advised her to definitely go. Continuing to share information, Lucia mentioned that performing well in the tournament could also lead to an invitation, but she didn't have time to finish her thought, interrupted by a sudden event. Diana, picking up the topic, suggested that Vivian could also participate in the exchange, emphasizing the importance and necessity of her participation for the Academy. Developing her idea, Diana noted that after yesterday's victory over the favorite Aaron, Vivian had a very high chance of participating in the exchange, which caused approval from Lucia. Returning to watch the duel, they saw the senior night student continue to attack Andreas, shouting insults and demanding that he stop dodging his blows. Todlin, clearly annoyed at not being able to hit his opponent, expressed his surprise at having to use his technique against someone like Andreas. Andreas, hearing Todlin's words, looked down on him, mentally noting the limited thinking of his opponent and his inability to adapt to an unusual situation. At some point, the purple-haired senior student suddenly disappeared from Andreas's field of vision, apparently using some kind of special technique for a surprise attack. Despite Todlin's attempt to catch Andreas by surprise with an attack from behind, the guy calmly and gracefully stepped aside, demonstrating excellent reaction and anticipation of the enemy's actions. Andreas watched Todlin's failed attempt at an attack with a calm expression, his calm contrasting with his opponent's growing irritation. The purple-haired guy, clearly tired of Andreas's constant evasions, looked at him with furious white eyes, in which one could read growing irritation and a desire to end the battle. Continuing the battle, Andreas moved with lightning speed from corner to corner of the arena. His movements were so fast that the spectators had difficulty following what was happening. The host commented on Todlin's menacing and strong onslaught, noting that Andreas was in great danger of losing this match, creating additional tension among the spectators. Vivian, watching the fight in amazement, recognized the familiar fighting style and confidently declared Mr. Ferry's victory, while Louis, sitting next to him, did not quite understand what was happening. Todlin, irritated by his inability to strike, demanded Andreas show the magic of which he was so proud, his voice challenging and mocking. The host noted that Andreas was too busy dodging, to which he calmly replied that he would not show his magic. But for Todlin, this would be the end of the fight. Suddenly, all the students present were in a state of maximum shock at what they saw in the arena, their eyes wide in surprise. In one swift movement, Andreas grabbed Todlin with his hand, and with incredible force pressed him to the ground, leaving a deep furrow in the asphalt of the arena. Now Andreas stood over the motionless body of Todlin, who could not move after such a powerful blow, demonstrating absolute superiority in physical strength. With undisguised contempt, Andreas stated that he had no need to use magic against an opponent like Todlin, emphasizing the difference in their levels. The students were in incredible shock, realizing that the favorite of today's match, Todlin Terry, lost to a student of the Faculty of Magic, which completely turned their expectations of the fight upside down. The host solemnly declared Andreas Cromwell the winner of the match, his voice echoing throughout the arena, causing a storm of emotions among the spectators. Andreas stood proudly over the prostrate body of Todlin, whom he had just slammed into the asphalt with incredible force, demonstrating his absolute superiority. Luis, watching the outcome of the fight, was amazed that Andreas defeated the best of the night faculty with his bare hands, and wondered who this mysterious magician really was. The girls sitting nearby were also in shock. Vivian called Andreas Mr. Ferry, and pink-haired Lucia could not believe her eyes, admiring the incredible outcome of the fight. Diana, analyzing what she saw, suggested that Andreas was able to use the aura of the knights to strengthen his body, which explained his extraordinary physical strength. Tower Master Bart, watching the duel from the porch, thoughtfully uttered a double core, realizing the uniqueness of Andreas's abilities. Bart noted that Andreas used this rare ability in such a situation, confirming his exceptional talent and potential. The Tower Master suggested that Andreas no longer intends to hide his powers, and this could mean the beginning of a real storm in the academy. The announcer announced that this was the last fight for the day, ending an eventful day of the tournament. It was announced that battles between the top 16 participants would take place tomorrow, and viewers were advised to monitor their tablets for up-to-date information about the fights. Andreas, walking down the corridor after the fight, met his friends Lucia, Vivian, and Diana, as well as Luis, who joined them, which attracted his attention. Andreas's friends warmly congratulated him, expressing their admiration for his incredible performance and victory over a strong opponent. Andreas, surprised by the meeting, asked what they were doing here and why they had gathered in such a strange company. His gaze expressed slight bewilderment. Diana, looking at Andreas with undisguised admiration, replied that it was just a coincidence, her eyes shining with interest and respect for his achievements. Andreas noticed that someone in the company was clearly out of place. His gaze, slightly irritated, focused on the stranger who had broken the usual circle of friends. Mentally, Andreas wondered what this guy Luis was doing here. His presence seemed unexpected and a little out of place in this situation. Luis, having decided to introduce himself, greeted Andreas, expressing his joy at the meeting, to which Andreas responded reservedly, saying his name, keeping his distance. Internally, Andreas felt a little excited to meet the first character that made him start playing live. This feeling of nostalgia touched him slightly. Diana noted with admiration Andreas's amazing mastery of aura. Her words were full of sincere admiration and interest in his unusual abilities. Continuing the conversation, Diana suggested that Andreas had not studied fencing before due to ignorance of his special situation, and only recently began to train with the sword. Andreas confirmed Diana's guess, mentally marveling at how carefully she studied his history. This made him think about her attention to his person. Freshman Lewis, impressed by Andreas's abilities, inquired about the secret of his skill, while Vivian watched with slight concern at the pink-haired girl's growing interest in Andreas. Luis, being persistent, asked about special training methods not taught at the academy, which made Andreas wonder about the young man's desire for strength and his potential. Answering the question, Andreas modestly explained that he was simply using the aura to strengthen the body, mentally noting that he was still far from achieving the instant movements of the master. Andreas remembered that after Hosan left, he remained the only pleasant student of the master and gave Luis only a couple of tips, becoming interested in his talent. The freshman, having heard about the aura control technique, became even more interested, trying to understand the essence of this method and its application in battle. Luis asked Andreas to show the technique, explaining that it was difficult to understand only in words, but Andreas, understanding the difficulty of learning, decided to postpone it for the future. Andreas politely declined, citing that he was busy preparing for matches, but left open the possibility of training in the future, to which Luis gratefully agreed. With a slight smile, Andreas praised Luis's dedication to his studies, noting his enthusiasm even though he had just entered the academy. Lucia reproached Andreas for hiding his abilities, reminding him about studying potions together, to which he apologized, explaining his reluctance to stand out among others. An indignant Lucia loudly questioned the reasons for Andreas's sudden decision to reveal his abilities now, her voice ringing with misunderstanding and slight resentment. Andreas explained his desire to participate in the Mika Academy meeting, emphasizing the difficulty of reaching the top by relying only on magic, hiding the true reason for the danger from other game characters. Lucia, understanding the limitations of Andreas's magical talent, expressed understanding, and he added about his work on fire magic, to which the girl wished him good luck. Andreas reflected on the pointlessness of participating in the exchange between academies in the game, but mentioned his desire to meet with another playable character, Keklung Violga. Vivian expressed her determination to participate with Andreas, which prompted Lucia's comment about the ambition of her older comrades. Diana suggested aiming for first place and learning the order of battle, showing a serious approach to the upcoming tournament. While studying the order of battles, Lucia noted the possibility of Vivian facing the top four and Andreas in the finals if they win. Diana expressed complete confidence in herself, declaring no fear of the upcoming tests. Vivian also stated her determination to win, not allowing the thought of defeat in the upcoming battles. Andreas promised to give it his all, confidently declaring that he was not going to lose in any of the upcoming fights. Diana, holding a tablet in her hands, called on everyone to try and give their best in the upcoming battles. Lucia noted that among them were two dark horses and the tournament favorite, highlighting the concentration of all the contenders for victory in their small group. After 5 days of intense fighting, the long-awaited final of the 58th Spring Rodlin Academy tournament arrived. The host called on the two contenders to enter the arena. The tournament was full of ups and downs, but the most interesting was the man who reached the final, attracting everyone's attention with his unexpected success. The presenter introduced the first participant in the finals, Andreas Cromwell, a fourth-year student at the Faculty of Magic, whose name has already become a legend within the walls of the academy. The second finalist was Vivian Belroken, another dark horse of the tournament, also representing the Faculty of Magic in her fourth year. ready to compete for the title of champion. Diana Alvin celebrated the historic occasion. For the first time in 12 years of the tournament, the champion of which was a student of the Faculty of Magic, which caused excitement among the spectators. Vivian, despite the tension of the moment, encouraged Andreas, and Lucia, watching her, noticed how much the girl changed during the battles, becoming a completely different person. The unexpected turn of events at the tournament aroused enormous public interest, and the host called on the contenders to prepare for the decisive battle, the tension in the air reaching its peak. Diana, turning to Andreas, firmly stated her reluctance to give up the champion title. Her voice sounded with unshakable determination and self-confidence. Andreas, accepting the challenge, replied that in this case, Diana would have to give her all from the very beginning of the fight. His words sounded like a warning, and at the same time as a recognition of her opponent's strength. With the announcement of the start of the fight, Diana immediately began casting fire magic. Her hands were enveloped in flames, and her voice sounded defiant, ready to respond to any actions of the enemy. The students watching were frozen in shock, their faces expressing extreme surprise and admiration at the epic confrontation unfolding before their eyes. Diana wasted no time in creating countless fireballs, declaring her intention to end the fight here and now, her determination evident to everyone present. Andreas, reacting to Diana's actions, reached for his sword, declaring his intention to attack first, preparing for a swift advance. The opponents rushed at each other. Diana began to throw fireballs while Andreas rushed towards her, creating a fascinating picture of the clash of magic and physical strength. Diana's gaze was extremely focused and decisive. She looked as if victory was already in her hands. Her every movement radiated confidence and skill. Diana's fireballs flew towards Andreas, but he dodged with amazing agility, jumping from side to side, demonstrating incredible speed and reaction. Diana, without giving up, put all her effort and concentration into striking Andreas, her magic becoming more powerful and accurate with every second of the confrontation. Andreas, demonstrating incredible agility, jumped up, grabbed his sword, and prepared to deliver the decisive blow, his movements swift and precise. Diana's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe that Andreas had managed to dodge all of her attacks. Her confidence began to waver in the face of such skill. Swinging his sword, Andreas created a mysterious purple pollen that seemed to appear out of nowhere, adding an element of surprise to his attack. Andreas's gaze filled with surprise when he realized that Diana was using spatial magic. This was an unexpected turn in their confrontation. Turning around, Andreas found that Diana had teleported to the other end of the arena, her ability to instantly change positions becoming a serious challenge for him. With a smile on his face, Andreas admitted that Diana had exceeded all his expectations, his voice sounding with sincere admiration and respect for her abilities. Diana, amazed at Andreas's speed, asked about the nature of his incredible abilities, while he, with his back to her, hinted at something else he wanted to tell her. Andreas asked Diana to entertain him with an even more interesting battle, his words sounding like a challenge and at the same time a compliment to her skill. Andreas's words made Diana confused and surprised. She couldn't believe that he was enjoying their battle. It made her heart beat faster. Irritated by Andreas's seeming self-confidence, Diana flared up, accusing him of underestimating her abilities, her anger fueling her determination to prove her strength. Shouting out that Andreas had no right to underestimate her, Diana began to form a huge ball of red magic in her hands, concentrating all her power into this spell. Lucia, watching what was happening, was amazed at the power of Diana's spell, noting that it surpassed the level of an ordinary student, while Vivian acknowledged her rival's power with some dissatisfaction. Diana, concentrating on the spell, remembered that she had failed before, but now she felt that she could perform it, her confidence growing by the second. Concentrating on the spell, Diana created bright red streaks of energy, which she held in her hands, preparing to release the full power of her magic. Andreas wasted no time in running towards Diana, commenting on her strategy of using a copy with an explosion effect as a good idea, but hinting at the possibility of dodging this attack. Suddenly, a bright red beam of fire appeared directly above Andreas, catching him by surprise and causing extreme surprise on his face. A powerful explosion lit up the arena, the asphalt crumbled under Diana's feet, and she herself could barely stay on her feet from the force of her own blow, tiny particles scattered around. Diana, trying to assess the result of her attack, turned towards Andreas's supposed location, her eyes frantically searching for his silhouette among the clouds of smoke. To her amazement, Diana discovered that Andreas simply jumped to the side, avoiding a direct hit from her powerful spell. He stood unharmed as if nothing had happened. Andreas mentally noted that without the protection of his body with mana, he would have a very difficult time. He was impressed by Diana's ability to combine spatial magic with an attack through a double cast. Diana, without hiding her irritation, was perplexed at how Andreas was able to withstand the blow of a spear with his body, and the thought flashed through her mind about whether he was really a man. Andreas was amazed at Diana's speed, which exceeded all his possible expectations. Her development as a magician aroused his sincere admiration. Watching the world's characters grow, Andreas felt excitement, realizing how exciting their confrontation was becoming. Suddenly, the arena was once again filled with a bright red explosion that seemed to engulf everything around it, demonstrating the incredible power of Diana's magic. Lucia, watching what was happening, thought with alarm that even Andreas would have an extremely difficult time if he fell under such a powerful spell. Vivian, extremely dissatisfied with Diana's behavior, expressed her outrage, calling it murderous intent. Her words made even Lucia afraid of the intensity of the battle taking place. Diana, looking at the clouds of dust that rose from her attack, laughed with joy and pride, believing that she had managed to deliver the decisive blow, her face glowing with a sense of her own triumph. Her facial expression was full of pride and satisfaction. Diana was sure that this was her first big victory. Her heart was filled with euphoria from apparent success. However, the situation changed dramatically when Andreas suddenly resumed his attack, attacking again and again, forcing Diana to hastily jump to the side, barely managing to dodge his blows. The force of Andreas's attacks was so great that the asphalt of the arena, personally strengthened by Diana's father just 5 days ago, began to crumble and cut, causing the girl shock and bewilderment. Andreas, continuing his attack, thanked Diana for showing her an interesting spell and offered a favor, his voice sounding with notes of excitement and anticipation. Diana, not quite understanding what Andreas was talking about, frowned, her gaze expressing a mixture of wariness and curiosity in front of the enemy's unknown technique. Andreas began to explain his technique by first covering the sword with aura, and then replacing the aura with mana and casting a spell. His words sounded like revealing the secret of his power. Continuing his explanation, Andreas revealed the essence of his technique of using aura instead of mana to cast spells, a unique technique that combines swordsmanship and magic. Black smoke enveloped the entire arena where the fight took place, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tension for spectators and participants. Diana, reacting to the threat, created a protective shield in the shape of a honeycomb, trying to protect herself from Andreas's powerful attack. Diana's face showed obvious distress from the current situation. It was very uncomfortable for her to resist the enemy's unexpected technique. Andreas's sword, shrouded in black energy, looked ominous as he stood in front of Diana, ready for his next attack. Diana, surprised by what was happening, asked Andreas about the meaning of his technique, to which he expressed surprise at her ability to block his blow. As she began to remove her robe, Diana wondered if Andreas's incredible skill was related to his special physique, her voice sounding with a mixture of admiration and apprehension. Andreas confirmed Diana's guess, mentally noting that his ability was indeed an advanced form of dual core, not wanting to reveal all his cards. He assumed that some of the observers had probably already realized that his feature was not just an ordinary double core, but something more complex and unique. Andreas was referring to Diana's father, the master of the magic tower, whose expert opinion could reveal the true nature of his abilities. The tower master, watching the fight, expressed outrage at how Andreas could harm Diana with the sword he himself had given him, and his assistant explained the use of aura to cast magic. The tower master was amazed, wondering how such a thing was even possible in this life, his surprise reflecting the uniqueness of Andreas's technique. He suggested that this was only possible if there were no contradictions between Andreas's aura and mana, which indicated the exceptional harmony of his abilities. The master also noted that if Andreas's body had become a huge vessel of mana, then this was indeed possible, while Diana thought that the enemy was almost out of mana. Diana analyzed the situation, understanding the need to be wary of the strange fire from Andreas's sword in close combat. She decided to dodge and wait for the opportunity to strike a decisive blow. Andreas, noticing Diana's thoughtfulness, asked what she was thinking so deeply about in the middle of the match, his voice sounding with slight irony and curiosity. Diana, gathering her thoughts, told Andreas that she was considering a way to defeat him, her voice sounding with determination and challenge, reflecting her unwavering desire for triumph. Andreas, smiling back, admitted that he also thought a lot about this. His words were saturated with excitement and anticipation of the continuation of their exciting duel. Suddenly, Andreas rushed forward, his sword shrouded in a black aura cutting through the air as he swiftly approached Diana, his movements full of determination and strength, leaving the audience holding their breath. Diana, showing incredible reaction, used spatial magic again, instantly moving and dodging Andreas's deadly blow. Her maneuver was so fast that it seemed almost imperceptible to the eye. Andreas was extremely surprised that Diana was able to use this complex technique again, his face expressing a mixture of admiration and slight disappointment at the failed attack. Suddenly, Andreas noticed that Diana had removed her robe to hide the magic on the ground. This observation made him mentally admire her cunning and tactical thinking, recognizing that she truly knew how to surprise. Diana, without wasting a second, launched a counterattack, her hands glowing with magical energy as she began to cast a new spell, the air around her filled with a sense of impending danger and power. Red cores of magic shot towards Andreas as he continued to try to get closer to Diana to strike with his sword, their movements creating a breathtaking dance of attack and defense in the arena. Diana continued to use her spatial magic, becoming enveloped in a purple glow each time she teleported, her ability to evade Andreas's attack seeming almost supernatural. Diana's determined and menacing appearance, surrounded by lightning, created an impressive picture. Her eyes, full of determination, were fixed on Andreas, preparing to release another powerful attack. Diana, summoning her thunder cobras, sent lightning strikes along the ground towards Andreas. Her voice rang with tension and confidence in the power of her attack. Electrical discharges illuminated the arena with a bright light. Andreas, confident in his specialization in the earth element, reminded Diana of the ineffectiveness of lightning elemental attacks against him. With a straight face, Andreas created an earthen shield between himself and Diana's lightning strikes, believing that this protection would be enough to withstand her attack. However, to his utter surprise, Andreas watched his earthen shield crumble under Diana's lightning magic, an unexpected development that forced him to rethink his strategy. The shock on Andreas's face reflected his inner turmoil. He couldn't believe that he had misjudged Diana's power, realizing that she had managed to maintain her body enhancement and magic at the same time. Andreas found that he could not fully use the earthen shield, and Diana's lightning began to approach him, creating a real threat to his position in the arena and forcing him to look for new ways of defense. Diana, observing Andreas's predicament, asked with pride and slight mockery if he had relaxed, her voice sounding with notes of triumph and confidence in her superiority. Andreas, aware of the criticality of the situation, mentally cursed his situation, determined not to give up and find a way to avoid defeat, his determination evident in every movement. Diana, confident of her victory, could not contain her emotions, and loudly announced her triumph, clenching her fist in a gesture of triumph, her face beaming with joy and pride. Suddenly, the entire arena shook, and the announcer's voice announcing the end of the match sounded like a bolt from the blue, ending this epic confrontation. Diana Alvin managed to push Andreas out of the arena, and he, reflecting on what had happened, realized that she had a chance to knock him out, but she preferred the safer option of winning. Andreas acknowledged the wisdom of Diana's decision, reflecting on how the events of the exam influenced her tactics, and noting her ability to learn from past experiences and adapt to the situation. Diana's triumph marked her victory in the 58th explanation of the Academy tournament, cementing her status as the strongest fighter among the students and earning everyone's admiration for her achievement. The awards ceremony concluded the tournament, with Diana at the top of the podium holding the winner's trophy, Andreas in second place, and Vivian in a respectable third place. The rewards were distributed. Andreas received a research scholarship, Diana added a valuable elixir to the scholarship to increase mana reserves, and Vivian was awarded payment for the last year of her studies. Andreas, upon entering his new laboratory, noted its compactness compared to Karen's laboratory, but appreciated the good level of security that would facilitate his research in the field of black magic. Thanks to the scholarship he won, Andreas was able to save significant funds on the purchase of a laboratory, which opened up new opportunities for him to develop his magical skills and experiments. Andreas reflected on the work ahead, planning to combine swordsmanship and defense with black magic, realizing that the reward freed him from worrying about paying for his studies. Andreas's financial situation, consisting of 9 billion even after deducting all expenses, including the purchase of a house, allowed him to feel absolutely confident. Despite having enough money, Andreas admitted to himself that he would have preferred to receive a mana potion instead of a scholarship, realizing the value of magical resources. Andreas reflected on his unique vessel trait and original sin, aware of the enormous amount of mana in his body, but understanding the need to further increase its reserves. Remembering a recent incident that significantly increased his mana reserves, Andreas calmed himself with the thought that the current state of affairs was quite satisfactory for his plans and further development. The discovery of generous greed led to a merger with the owner of pure original sin, which opened up new horizons of power and opportunity for Andreas that he had previously only dreamed of. The Code of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0, spoke of the temporary possession of generous greed by the purest original sin, which confirmed the uniqueness of Andreas's situation. Andreas recalled the moment of merging when he absolutely did not understand what was happening, now realizing that the purest original sin had become inextricably linked with generous greed. The result of this merger was a significant increase in Andreas's basic abilities, the appearance of additional skills and special abilities. Andreas noted that after that incident, the amount of mana he could use increased significantly. Now calling nickel required no more than 1% of Andreas's mana, which opened up new tactical opportunities for him and allowed him to more freely use his magical abilities in battle and experiments. Andreas realized that nickel was now not just a skeleton, but a powerful ally capable of summoning a huge army using magic and a sword, and most importantly, possessing the power of original sin. With such high stats and unique abilities, Andreas felt that he could not worry about future events, confident in his ability to cope with any challenges. The only thing that bothered Andreas was the knowledge that his intervention had changed the course of events. For example, the appearance of an exchange between academies, which was not in the game. Andreas understood that the main thing is not the fact of changing events, but who he became as a result of these changes. Lucia, noticing Andreas, playfully inquired about his presence in class, her tone full of curiosity and slight surprise. Andreas, responding to Lucia's teasing, noted her usual laziness, but acknowledged her constant presence in potions classes, to which the girl proudly declared the professor's desire to see a genius like her in class. Lucia, continuing the conversation, suddenly asked about Andreas's plans after class. Her question sounded with notes of interest and slight excitement, making him curious about her intentions. Lucia explained to Andreas that she was working on a new potion and needed his help, to which he assumed that it was a healing potion. His interest in the girl's project was obvious. Turning to Andreas, Lucia playfully asked what kind of help she needed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation of working together on the mysterious potion. Lucia described her experiment in which she mixed frog-tongue mucus with fairy pollen, then adding the solution and the mucus kernel, her voice tinged with excitement at the results. While asking Andreas to guess the result of the experiment, Lucia noticed how his pupils constricted in shock, his expression reflecting deep surprise and interest in her discovery. Lucia revealed that the solution removed all the special properties of the ingredients and simply disappeared, an unexpected result that clearly intrigued Andreas, causing him to wonder about the potential uses for such an effect. Andreas, amazed by Lucia's discovery, mentally noted that she had independently found the key to creating a healing potion without receiving any clues from him. Andreas's surprise grew as he realized how talented Lucia, the game character, was capable of such significant discoveries, making him wonder about the nature of the world he found himself in. Andreas, realizing the importance of Lucia's discovery, offered to help in the future, explaining his current employment but promising to visit her laboratory. Lucia, with a slight pout, playfully reproached Andreas for not being able to find time even for his cute little one, trying to make him feel guilty and get him to cooperate more quickly. Looking at Lucia, Andreas mentally noted that she still had time before the disease overtook her, and although he was sorry to refuse, he understood that now there were those who were in greater danger and required his attention. Andreas remembered Selena and Chris, new game characters who had just entered the academy and became classmates of Luis. Their fate caused him particular concern in light of upcoming events. Knowing that the first event was approaching, which was supposed to begin in the middle of the midterm exams, Andreas understood the need to somehow strengthen Selena and Chris. The first event in the game was not particularly difficult, but it was fraught with mortal danger for insufficiently strong participants. Andreas realized the seriousness of the situation. Fortunately, Lucia was not connected with the upcoming events. Her complete concentration on creating a new potion served as a kind of protection, distracting her from the impending threat. Diana, having exceeded Andreas's expectations, was also relatively safe, her growth as a mage and fighter instilling confidence in her ability to cope with any challenge. Luis, thanks to his outstanding talent, had every chance to become stronger, even without the direct intervention of Andreas. His natural abilities were the key to successful development. Andreas had a strong desire to skip classes and meet with Selena and Chris, but he understood the impossibility of such an act, duty, and the need to be careful held him back. Andreas's thoughts were interrupted by the teacher entering the office. The teacher, placing his blue books on the table, greeted the students, creating the atmosphere for the beginning of an important lesson. The teacher introduced himself as the one in charge of the potion mixing and making class, his voice sounding confident and professional, attracting the attention of all the students present. Kyler Schutzman, a serious man in a burgundy vest and black shirt with dark hair, came across as an experienced and knowledgeable specialist in his field. Smilingly greeting the class, Kyler expressed his joy at meeting him. Andreas, looking at him, mentally noted that the boss of the first event was standing in front of him, realizing the importance of this meeting. Professor Kyler, demonstrating the process of mixing Platra's potion with Kiel water, drew the students' attention to the formation of a red precipitate and black bubbles. Andreas, observing the experiment, mused about the possibility of meeting Chris and Celine at the Knights' training ground, assuming that they were training hard to catch up with Luis. Andreas's thoughts turned to Professor Kyler, remembering his role as a black magician after the events with Sloth, wondering at the teacher's lack of visible interest in what was happening. Kyler's strange behavior, showing no apparent interest in the events, seemed suspicious to Andreas, forcing him to observe the professor's actions more closely. Andreas's attention was drawn to the movement of the teacher, who stepped aside to take something. This action seemed ordinary, but in the context of suspicion, it acquired special significance. Professor Kyler, leaning over the table and holding an unidentified object in his hand, addressed the class, wanting to discuss something important. At that moment, Andreas's memories transported him to the scene with Master Jester, where Kyler stood in front of him, holding a mysterious object in his hands. This picture from the past was superimposed on current events. In the flashback, Jester, concerned about Kyler's condition, asked about his concerns and his wishes, creating an atmosphere of tense dialogue between the two conspirators. Kyler, expressing his concerns, informed Jester of Tower Master Bart's growing suspicions, suggesting the imminent need to leave the academy, his voice sounding with a hint of alarm. Jester, clarifying the cause of Kyler's problems, connected them with the death of Karen. His question was filled with an understanding of the seriousness of the situation and readiness for possible consequences. Kyler confirmed Jester's fears, suggesting that incriminating information about him might have been found in Karen's laboratory, worsening his position in the academy. Jester, analyzing the situation, mentally noted Kyler's growing fear, remembering the deaths of Rannox and Hosan, realizing how events were beginning to spin out of control. Reflecting on the current state of affairs, Jester realized the gravity of the situation. The lack of news from Crown, the failure of Karen, the huge losses among the acolytes, all this did not correspond to his plan. Jester asked Kyler about the planned timing of his departure, to which he replied that an exchange between the academies would soon begin, hinting at the connection of this event with his plans. Intrigued by Kyler's answer, Jester asked about the connection between the exchange and his departure, to which Kyler hinted at the possibility of getting rid of the young geniuses before his disappearance. Kyler explained his intention to get rid of the young geniuses, arguing that they could pose a huge problem to their plans in the future. Jester, appreciating Kyler's proposal, agreed that this was indeed a good idea, his tone expressing approval and readiness to consider this possibility in more detail. Kyler shared his plans to leave during the upcoming turmoil, promising to contact Jester later, his voice sounding determined and confident. Jester, taking note of Kyler's information, agreed and closed the mirror through which they communicated, ending their secret conversation. Realizing that all the people introduced into the academy were already dead, Jester thought about the imminent start of a new phase of their plan and the true reasons for what was happening. Jester walked down a dark corridor, illuminated only by the light from the windows, his dark clothes blending with the surrounding shadows, creating an ominous image. Approaching the window, Jester said that the main and root cause of everything that was happening was Andreas. His voice sounded with a mixture of irritation and admiration. Jester realized that he had no choice but to invite Andreas to the meeting, a decision that seemed inevitable to him in the current situation. Selena, a girl with short purple hair, was training hard at this moment, her determination to become stronger reflected in every movement. Taking a fighting stance and holding the sword tightly in her hands, Selena continued her exercises, striving to constantly improve her skills and become stronger. After an intense workout, Selena paused briefly to catch her breath, resting her hands on her knees, her heavy breathing evidence of the grueling exercise. Breathing heavily, Selena acknowledged the obvious need for rest, her body sending clear signals that she had reached her physical limits. Next to her, Chris continued to train, who did not seem to need rest as much as she did. Selena silently watched his persistence. Suddenly, Selena called out to Chris, telling him to take a break and warning him that too much exercise could harm his body, her voice sounding caring and worried. Chris, turning to Selena, menacingly replied that she had better worry about herself, his tone expressing irritation and reluctance to interrupt his training. Selena, approaching Chris, reproached him for being stubborn and asked if he had watched the final of the tournament, to which Chris responded in the negative, admitting that he had been training all the time. The girl spoke with admiration about the incredible participants in the finals, capable of using aura and magic at the same time, her voice ringing with excitement when describing this unique talent. Chris, skeptical of Selena's words, expressed doubt that an idiot who had not mastered anything could reach the finals, his tone full of disbelief and slight contempt. Admitting his mistake in deciding not to watch the finale, Chris still stood by his opinion, to which Selena objected, claiming that he was only saying that because he had not seen the battle with his own eyes. Selena continued by mentioning that even Lewis recognized the older guy's abilities, which caused Chris to laugh loudly, not believing that such an admission was possible. Chris ironically asked how Lewis could recognize the abilities of such a mediocrity, suggesting that he probably had vision problems. His words were full of sarcasm and disbelief. The sudden appearance of Andreas interrupted their conversation when he noticed that it was not proper for a freshman to throw mud at an elder whom he had never seen. His tone was calm, but with notes of reproach. Selena was shocked to recognize Andreas as the very participant in the finals they had just talked about. Her surprise was obvious and a little embarrassed. Chris, intrigued by the stranger's appearance, inquired who he was, while Selena tried to calm the situation, aware of the potential conflict. Andreas introduced himself as that same idiot, calmly using magic and fighting with a sword. His words were saturated with slight irony and challenge. Chris, realizing his mistake, bowed deeply to Andreas, apologizing and explaining his pride in matters concerning swords and his inability to restrain himself from harsh remarks. Andreas, unimpressed by Chris's apology, remarked that he did not see anything special in his fencing. His words were cold and critical. By comparing Chris to indecisive people who are unable to accuse their girlfriend of cheating, Andreas hit a sore spot. His insight amazed Chris. Chris, although irritated by Andreas's words, tried not to show it, wondering how he could so accurately determine his weaknesses from just one look. Turning to Andreas, Chris boldly asked what the magician might know about fencing, to which Selena immediately shouted, urging him to stop provoking. Andreas, leaning over and looking intently at Chris, confidently stated that his knowledge of fencing surpassed that of the young man. His tone was calm, but with notes of challenge. Chris, without hiding his irritation, demanded that Andreas demonstrate his skills, his voice ringing with anger and a desire to prove his superiority. Andreas, not succumbing to provocation, calmly agreed to demonstrate his skills, his confidence contrasting with Chris's aggressive attitude. Selena, concerned about the growing tension, stepped between them, urging them both to calm down and reminding them of the possible punishment for fighting at the academy. Chris, trying to soften the situation, suggested a friendly sparring session on the training ground, but Selena, not believing his words, expressed clear doubt about his intentions. Andreas, picking up a training sword, supported the idea of friendly sparring, assuring that this would not cause any problems. His calmness only increased the intrigue of the situation. Approaching Chris with a sword in his hands, Andreas once again guaranteed that there would be no problems. His confidence and calmness only fueled the excitement of the upcoming fight. Chris, still wound up, noted defiantly that for a magician, Andreas had unexpectedly a lot of courage. His words were laced with sarcasm and mistrust. Andreas, not reacting to the provocation, invited Chris to launch an attack, giving the newcomer the advantage of the first move, his calmness only increasing the tension of the moment. Chris, having accepted the challenge, expressed the hope that Andreas would not regret his decision, his voice sounding with a mixture of confidence and hidden excitement. Andreas silently waited for Chris's first step. His posture and facial expression expressed complete readiness for the upcoming fight. Selena, intrigued by the situation, expressed a desire to also train with Andreas, noting his unique ability to use both aura and mana. Having corrected herself, Selena explained her interest in the rare opportunity to fight with an upperclassman, which Andreas promised to give her a chance after the fight with Chris. Delighted by Andreas's promise, Selena expressed her impatience, her eyes lighting up with anticipation of testing her powers. Chris, turning to Selena, confidently stated that her turn would probably never come, his words full of confidence in his victory over Andreas. Chris suddenly rushed forward with such force that the ground shook, surprising Selena with the speed of events and the intensity of the attack. Despite the powerful onslaught of Chris, Andreas easily blocked, demonstrating superior technique and experience. Andreas, simply dodging Chris's attack, provoked the young man to attempt a second attack, his calmness contrasting with the pressure of the enemy. Chris's face was already sweating, his breathing was heavy, and his eyes were showing growing irritation at his inability to break through Andreas's defenses. Not giving up, Chris charged again, his determination to defeat the older student only growing stronger with each failed attempt. Trying to catch Andreas by surprise, Chris decided to strike from above and from behind, but the senior student, anticipating this maneuver, calmly blocked it. Andreas mentally noted Chris's speed, but realized that his style was far from the renowned swordsmanship of the continent of Ainor's style. Selena, watching the intense battle, was amazed at the speed of the movements of both participants. The blows of the swords left visible marks in the air. Andreas remembered that in Progress 3, understanding Ainor's technique was a key element, but here he saw no trace of this style. Ainor's style, known for its fast and unpredictable strikes, was completely absent from Chris's technique, which surprised and disappointed Andreas. Andreas suggested that Chris, trying to catch up with Luis, tried many different techniques and lost his way. Essence of Ainor's style. Chris, severely exhausted from the battle, dropped to one knee, wiping the sweat from his face, his breathing heavy, and fatigue visible in his eyes. Andreas, deciding to take the moment to set Chris on the right path, allowed his sword to become enveloped in Manga, demonstrate the true technique. Turning to Chris, Andreas urged him to stop fooling around and give it his all, his words filled with authority and a desire to help. Andreas's words clearly hurt Chris, causing him great irritation. He asked again, not believing his ears and feeling offended. Re-entering the fight, Chris vowed to make Andreas pay for those words, his voice shaking with anger and determination to prove his superiority. Chris, activating Einor's roar of the sword style, rushed to attack Andreas, his movements becoming sharper and more focused, filled with new energy and determination. Andreas, remaining completely calm, performed an unexpected maneuver that greatly surprised Chris, demonstrating the superiority of his technique and experience. There was suddenly a powerful explosion as Andreas swung his sword, his strike filled with power and precision, contrasting with Chris's attacks. Turning to Chris, Andreas doubtfully asked whether he really considered his technique to be fencing in the style of Master Einor. His words took the young man by surprise. Andreas asked Chris if he thought he could become strong by simply combining the best of different styles, his tone full of skepticism and teaching. Continuing his thought, Andreas advised Chris to follow his own path without hesitation, emphasizing the importance of individual development in fencing. Andreas concluded his instructions by urging Chris to remember that this was his path, words that left the young man confused and thoughtful. Having finished with Chris, Andreas turned to Selena, inviting her to become the next, but the girl no longer showed the same enthusiasm, realizing the strength of the senior student. Despite hesitation, Selena expressed her readiness to fight. Andreas noted that she is the complete opposite of Chris, and her family technique neutralizes her strengths. Andreas reflected that fencing in Celine's family was only suitable for those with innate physical strength, which made the technique unsuitable for her, who lacked natural strength. Andreas gave Selena permission to attack first, and she gathered her courage and rushed forward, announcing the start of her attack. With a smile, Andreas encouraged Selene, urging her not to be shy, as he intended to teach her a lot, his tone full of encouragement and willingness to share knowledge. Selena, thrown back by the force of Andreas's punch, flew through the air and landed on her back with a thud, demonstrating the vast difference in their skill. The girl flew back and landed a few meters from the scene of the fight, while Chris watched what was happening with undisguised surprise. Chris was in complete shock, realizing that Andreas had instantly discovered Selena's weakness. His thoughts were confused, trying to understand how this was possible. Selena, lying on the ground, could not believe what had happened, because she used all her strength, but this was not enough against the skill of Andreas. Andreas, turning to Selena, noticed that the heavy sword did not suit her. His words caused bewilderment and misunderstanding in the girl. With her hand on her heart, Selena admitted that she had always used this sword, to which Andreas firmly confirmed that he was right. Selena, turning to Chris, quietly whispered his name, seeking support and understanding in this difficult situation. Andreas, continuing the conversation with Selena, asked about the reasons that prompted her to pick up the sword. His question made the girl think. Developing his idea, Andreas asked what makes Selena continue training, while Chris was perplexed about the reasons for such questions. Andreas looked extremely serious. His questions made both students think. They did not know what to answer. Unexpectedly for the younger students, Andreas admitted that he took up the sword to survive. His frankness shocked Chris and Selena. Continuing, Andreas admitted with some shame his lack of talent for magic, his honesty and vulnerability surprising his listeners. He recounted the events that nearly cost him his life and how the sword became his savior, contrasting his experiences with their lives of fencing. Andreas asked a rhetorical question about the meaning of their defeat, his words causing Chris and Selena to think deeply. Selena suggested that the reason was due to the difference in talents, but Andreas strongly denied this assumption, preparing to reveal the true reason for their defeat. Andreas explained that their defeat only showed a lack of understanding of the true essence of the sword. His words made the students think about the deeper meaning of fencing. He suggested that their fencing practice was only aimed at harming others, hinting at the limitations of such an approach. Andreas raised the topic of responsibility, suggesting that they could take the sword not of their own free will, but under the pressure of circumstances. He emphasized his intention to continue using the sword to survive in this world, demonstrating the seriousness of his approach to swordsmanship. Addressing the younger students, Andreas asked a key question about their reasons for taking up the sword, causing them to think deeply. He invited them to think about this question and invited them to contact him when they found the answer, expressing his readiness to help at any time. As Andreas began to leave, he was called by name, causing him to turn around and show interest in the words of the younger students. Chris, determined, promised to challenge Andreas in the future, to which he replied with a smile that he would look forward to it. A week later, students gathered in the Academy's administration building, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement for the upcoming event. Vivian, concerned about Andreas's lateness, pondered the reasons for his delay, while students passing by recognized her as the tournament medalist. Suddenly, Vivian grabbed her sword, which greatly frightened the surrounding students, her action causing a wave of surprise and fear. It turned out that she only pulled out the sword to look at her reflection, wondering if she should smile like Lucia. Vivian tried to practice smiling, thinking about how she should do it to make the right impression on Andreas. While thinking about how to become nicer, Vivian was interrupted by the appearance of Andreas, who called her name, catching her off guard. The girl, embarrassed at being caught thinking like that, turned to Andreas, who reminded her that orientation would start soon. Vivian, shyly covering her cheeks, told Andreas that she was just waiting for him, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Andreas, indicating the direction, invited Vivian to go together, not suspecting that his words painted the girl's world in rosy tones. Vivian, gathering her courage, tugged at Andreas's robe sleeve and said his name, her heart pounding. Andreas, surprised by Vivian's actions, turned to her with a questioning look, not understanding what she wanted. Vivian, gathering all her resolve, wished Andreas good morning, smiling as sweetly as she had never seen before. Andreas was extremely surprised by Vivian's unexpected behavior. Her actions took him by surprise and stunned. Despite his surprise, Andreas couldn't help but smile back and also wished Vivian good morning, creating a moment of mutual understanding. They entered a large hall, decorated with purple carpets and majestic golden chandeliers, the atmosphere of which was striking in its luxury. Selena, standing with Chris and Louis, discussed the elders' victory over Chris, while Chris tried to interrupt the conversation, clearly embarrassed by the topic. Andreas and Vivian, walking through the corridors, noticed that everyone around them was an excellent student, including Lucia, and the newcomers were probably selected for their high entrance scores. Hearing the familiar name, the girl turned to see who had called them, her curiosity obvious. Diana, looking unusually beautiful, asked Andreas if he had come with Vivian. Her question sounded with a slight note of jealousy. Andreas confirmed that they met on the street and noted that the students from Milko Academy had not yet arrived, to which Diana explained that this was part of the agreement between the academies. At that moment, representatives from Milton Academy entered the hall, and the first of them loudly remarked on the abundance of beautiful girls in Rodlin, attracting everyone's attention. The plump guy, turning to Diana, recalled their long-standing acquaintance and jokingly asked when she would become his wife, introducing himself as a representative of the director of the academy. Diana snapped back at Grace, demanding that he stop being so familiar and calling him absolutely disgusting, her voice ringing with irritation. Grace, not embarrassed, warned Diana that with such behavior she would remain an old maid, to which the girl only snorted contemptuously. Vivian, surprised, asked Diana about marriage, but she explained that Grace was only the director's son, whom she had seen a couple of times with his father. Vivian mentally called Grace a strange pig, noting his arrogant look. Her dislike for him was obvious. Grace, approaching Vivian, tried to flirt, calling her cutie and asking her on a date. His self-confidence was unpleasant to the girl. When Grace suggested meeting in the evening, they were interrupted by the voice of the host welcoming students from both academies. Grace expressed disappointment at the interruption of the conversation, and Diana quietly whispered that he was on the verge of death, calling him a stupid pig. The presenter announced a series of friendly meetings for the coming week, aimed at improving the students' skills in a competitive environment. Students were asked to group themselves into faculties, knights on the left, magicians on the right, regardless of the academy, creating an atmosphere of unity and competition. Vivian, looking at Andreas, expressed a desire to stay with him alone, to which he agreed, noting that it would be nice. Andreas reflected on the exchange that had begun as an unprecedented event, recalling the possibility of creating something new by writing the spell back. During the class, the professor explained the principle of creating something new by writing a spell backwards, arousing the interest of the students. The bald professor invited students to draw a magic circle on their own, giving them the opportunity to put their acquired knowledge into practice. Andreas, bored in class, thought about the essence of the magic circle. his thoughts wandered far from the topic of the lecture. Looking at his neighbor, Andreas remembered Kelung Violga, the genius of support magic and magic circles, comparing his abilities with the current task. Andreas watched Violga closely until he, feeling his gaze on him, turned and asked if everything was all right. His voice sounded with notes of curiosity and slight concern. Deciding to take advantage of the moment, Andreas introduced himself and invited Violga to work together this week, hoping to establish contact with the talented magician and perhaps learn something new. Violga, in turn, also introduced himself, and they shook hands, after which he politely replied that he was also pleased to meet you, creating an atmosphere of friendly cooperation. Andreas mentally noted that the stage was set to watch the confrontation between Violga and Diana, two recognized geniuses capable of inspiring each other with their magic circles. A sudden thought occurred to Andreas: since the situation is this way, then perhaps he himself can become a muse for these talented magicians, inspiring them with his ideas and observations. Despite his lack of talent in magic, Andreas realized that this did not mean he lacked ideas in creating magic circles. His experience in the game could be unexpectedly useful in the real world. Remembering the countless hours spent playing the game and the billions of magic circles he drew, Andreas was sure that there was no one who understood them better than him, his confidence growing with every second. Excited about his idea, Andreas quickly began sketching out various magic circles on paper, commenting that he had some interesting ideas in mind, his enthusiasm evident. Realizing that the reverse rotation would hardly surprise anyone, Andreas decided to show both geniuses a special way of creating magic circles that they had never seen before. Reflecting on the complexity of the task, Andreas thought about the possibility of creating something related to life, but his thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of a strange yellow gas in the room. Andreas, looking up, mentally noted that everything that was happening was fully consistent with the expectations from Diana, confirming her status as an incredibly talented student and causing him a mixture of admiration and slight envy. The magic circle Diana created floated in the air, surrounded by constantly rotating water. Its brightness and complexity impressed everyone present. Watching Diana sit there with an arrogant expression, Andreas thought about the frightening nature of geniuses. Their ability to create something so impressive with seeming ease left him conflicted. Violga, having completed his work, noted with slight regret the limited size of the paper, dreaming of the opportunity to add even more details to his magic circle. His desire for perfection was obvious. Putting his hand on the sheet with the magic circle drawn, Violga activated it, causing a bright glow of purple and blue colors that filled the entire space around, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Andreas and the other students were frozen in utter surprise as they watched what was happening, their faces expressing a mixture of shock, admiration, and slight fear of the unknown. Everyone present watched in amazement as a bright magic circle began to appear around their heads, creating a surreal picture and causing many to feel unreal about what was happening. Andreas, looking at all this with his pupils narrowed from tension, mentally exclaimed, not believing his eyes and trying to comprehend what he saw. His mind refused to accept the reality of what was happening. The students were in utter amazement at the magic circle created by Keklung. The radiant purple smoke that filled the entire auditorium caused admiration and awe among everyone present. Even experienced professors were amazed by what they saw, and Keklung himself explained that this was the magic of illusion, his voice sounding calm, contrasting with the general excitement. Keklung explained that this illusion is created through spins and turns, and due to its short duration, it will soon return to its normal state, showing a deep understanding of its magic. Andreas was as surprised as he could be, watching as the entire audience began to spin, as if he was looking through a kaleidoscope. The effect was so realistic that it was breathtaking. Amazed by what he saw, Andreas admitted that Keklung turned out to be even more brilliant than he could have imagined, and his respect for his fellow students' talent increased significantly. The magic of the Keklung circle gradually ended, returning back to the paper from which it came, leaving behind a feeling of wonder and admiration for everyone present. Keklung chuckled slightly as he noted the need for further research to increase the duration of the magic. His desire for improvement was obvious. Diana turned to Kechlung and sincerely praised his work, calling it incredible, to which he returned the compliment to her own magic circle, creating an atmosphere of mutual respect. Andreas, thinking to himself, realized that even Diana could not compete with Kechlung in creating magic circles, noting how each character's unique talents made the game even more interesting. He remembered Lucia, cursed with a disease, but the best in battle magic. Her unique talent set her apart from other characters. Andreas admitted that no one could surpass Kechlung in support magic and the creation of magic circles. His skill in this area was unsurpassed. Reflecting on Diana, Andreas noted her unmatched ability in time and space magic, which made her known as a cheat character, adding intrigue to the game world. The professor, impressed by the work of Kechlung and Diana, offered to see what the other students had prepared, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and interest. Andreas modestly noted that he tried his best, but after such impressive demonstrations, his circle may not seem so impressive. Despite his doubts, Andreas added that he had nothing to be ashamed of, and at that moment, a purple magic circle aura began to emanate from his paper, attracting the attention of everyone present. One of the students, noticing Andreas's work, began to laugh and attract the attention of the others, his voice sounding with notes of mockery and disbelief. An overweight guy from another academy sarcastically inquired about the lack of rotation in Andreas's work, noting that his flower didn't even glow, trying to downplay the achievement. He expressed surprise at how Andreas even got to the meeting of exchange students. His tone was full of disdain and arrogance. Andreas mentally identified the taunter as Grace Malin, remembering how he constantly got into fights in the game when Andreas played as Kechlung, noting that everyone avoided him and no one followed him. Thinking further, Andreas decided that Grace was too annoying to leave the situation as it was, preparing to rebuff his ridicule. Kechlung, despite the ridicule, studied Andreas's magic circle with fascinating interest, his gaze expressing sincere admiration and curiosity. Grace, unhappy with the genius's attention to Andreas's work, expressed his dissatisfaction, while Kechlung stated that he had never seen such magic, his voice sounding with sincere admiration. Continuing his attack, Grace accused Kechlung of being blind, claiming that everyone only saw an ordinary flower coming from the circle, his tone becoming increasingly aggressive. Diana intervened in the conversation, turning to Grace and advising him to take a closer look, her voice sounding with slight irony and superiority. She added that Grace would still not understand the spell being used here, highlighting the complexity and sophistication of Andreas's magic. Andreas made a mental note that, as he had expected, one would have to be at the level of Diana or Kechlung to understand the essence of his work, an observation that filled him with pride and satisfaction. Diana, turning to Andreas, asked permission to explain his work, to which he agreed, intrigued by her interpretation. In her explanation, Diana revealed the complexity of Andreas's magic, pointing out the combination of the formulas of nature, life, time, and rotation, creating the cycle of a flower's life from freshness to withering. The professor and students, who listened carefully to Diana's explanation, were in maximum shock at the depth and complexity of Andreas's magic, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and admiration. Grace, having heard the explanation, looked extremely dissatisfied. His face frowned, and his eyes showed irritation and envy of Andreas's success. Diana continued her explanation, emphasizing that Andreas's flower is both alive and dead, creating a contradiction through rotation and the inverse formula. Andreas, impressed by Diana's explanation, noted her intelligence and ability to convey the essence of his work so clearly. His respect for her increased markedly. Mentally, Andreas acknowledged that his abilities as a necromancer made it easier to create such a spell, but noted the difficulty in avoiding the use of black magic while demonstrating his skill and self-control. Kechlung, carefully studying the flower emanating from the magic circle, expressed a growing desire to explore it further, to which Andreas modestly replied that he simply wanted to add a contradiction. Diana, turning to Grace Malin, asked with slight irony if he had something equally fascinating. Her tone was a challenge and provocation. Grace, confidently proclaiming the superiority of his work, began to demonstrate his magic, but the audience's reaction was one of silent bewilderment. A strange sphere resembling a nuclear formation appeared above Grace, surrounded by something yellow, causing alarm and concern among those present. The students, watching what was happening, intuitively sensed the approach of something bad. Their faces expressed growing anxiety and fear. Worried students began to ask if everything was okay and if the spell was supposed to look so strange, their voices trembling with increasing tension. Grace, hoping that no one would notice his mistakes, was shocked when Diana directly pointed out that he had simply repeated her work, but with errors. An enraged Grace demanded proof, to which Diana calmly noted the similarity of the formulas, with the exception of the elemental one, and pointed out the incorrect use of levitation. Diana continued her analysis, noting that Grace had likely not seen her formula due to the distance, leading to errors in his attempt to repeat the spell. Grace, unable to bear the criticism, jumped up from his seat and began shouting, calling Diana's words stupid nonsense and urging others not to listen to her. His behavior became increasingly inappropriate. He continued to shout at Diana, clearly losing control of himself and the situation. Despite Grace's hysterics, Diana remained calm and noted with slight mocking how hopeless he was, her words only increasing his anger and frustration. Grace continued to fussily manipulate the magic circle, while Diana, not hiding her irony, commented on its hopelessness and the many problems it created. Diana, using the magic of her finger, interfered with Grace's work, to which he accused her of deliberately distorting his formula, his voice trembling with indignation and powerlessness. The professor, finally deciding to stop their squabble, loudly demanded that both of them shut up, his voice sounding stern and authoritative. Grace, clearly unhappy with the situation, turned his anger on Andreas, blaming him for making him look like a fool, and began aggressively preparing the spell. A sudden fear gripped Grace. His surprise was so strong that snot even flew out of his nostril, creating a comical and pitiful picture. Grace's reaction shocked the rest of the students. Their eyes widened in surprise and their pupils constricted to the limit, creating an atmosphere of general amazement. Andreas, sitting in his place, was literally glowing with anger. Black smoke swirled around him, creating an ominous aura and attracting the attention of those around him. Turning to Grace, Andreas, with burning red eyes and genuine anger in his voice, demanded to let go of his hand, threatening to chop him up otherwise. Kechlung, who was sitting next to Andreas, was amazed at the sudden transformation in his behavior, wondering about the reasons for such anger. Grace, gripped by intense fear, mentally wondered if he could really be killed, realizing the seriousness of his situation. Andreas, speaking to Grace, sternly warned him not to cause problems at the exchange meeting and not to try to pretend to be cool even after returning to his academy. Continuing, Andreas advised Grace to behave normally, promising that in this case nothing bad would happen, which only increased the anger and frustration of the overweight guy. Grace, unable to bear the tension, swore, attracting the attention of all the students, who watched the situation unfold in bewilderment. Unable to cope with his emotions, Grace burst into tears and rushed to run to the exit. His behavior shocked everyone present. Running out of the classroom and slamming the door behind him, Grace left the professor screaming after him, creating chaos and confusion in the classroom. Andreas, observing the situation that had occurred, mentally noted that Grace was unlikely to begin to behave adequately after such an incident, and decided that later he would have to talk to him in the language of strength. One of the students volunteered to go after Grace, to which the professor gave his approval, hoping to resolve the situation peacefully. Andreas, looking at the student who volunteered, felt that he looked familiar, but could not remember who he was, which caused him slight concern. Grace, running out of the audience, shouted at the entire academy about his hatred of what was happening. His voice was full of despair and anger. Continuing his tirade, Grace accused the two students of making him look like an idiot, his anger and resentment obvious to everyone around him. In a fit of rage, Grace vowed to kill all those responsible, but his monologue was interrupted by the appearance of a stranger who addressed him by name. Grace, turning around with a face distorted with emotion, tried to justify himself. His speech was confused and inarticulate due to tears and snot. A stranger from the audience suggested with a slight grin that Grace must have confused him with someone else, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Intrigued, Grace asked the stranger's name, and he introduced himself as Antonio Holt, a final-year student interning with Professor Kyler. Antonio, showing sympathy for Grace's situation, offered him something to help him cope with his humiliation, his voice sounding friendly and conspiratorial. Grace, surprised by Antonio's proposal, asked him what he meant, his anger giving way to curiosity and wariness. Antonio spoke about a potion created by the professor, which temporarily enhances physical strength and mana, but has side effects, and invited Grace to become a participant in clinical trials. Handing the potion to Grace, Antonio explained that it was not put on sale only because of minor side effects, which intrigued the overweight guy even more. Antonio, clearly planning something evil, convinced Grace to try the potion, assuring that with its help he would easily defeat his offenders. Grace, not suspecting a catch, mentally rejoiced at the prospect of an easy victory. His naivety and thirst for revenge made him an easy prey. Unexpectedly for Antonio, Grace began to greedily swallow the potion in huge quantities, ignoring warnings that he should not drink so much. The overweight guy drank the entire potion in one gulp, almost choking from such a large volume of liquid. His impatience was obvious. Antonio, watching Grace, inquired about the effect of the potion, his voice sounding with notes of curiosity and hidden excitement. Grace began to noticeably increase in size. His eyes turned black and his pupils glowed with neon light. He felt a surge of a huge amount of mana. Showing his newfound strength, Grace created fire magic in his hands, marveling at his incredible power. Full of rage and a thirst for revenge, Grace began to growl, his emotions, enhanced by the potion, overwhelming him. Deciding to test his strength, Grace unleashed a fiery strike far beyond his normal abilities, demonstrating the frightening effect of the potion. Antonio, observing Grace's transformation, noted the amazing result, assuring that now it will be easy for him to defeat his opponents. Grace, not satisfied with what had been achieved, demanded from Antonio all the potions he had. His greed and thirst for power got out of control. The next day, Vivian approached Diana, interested in the magical artifact that Andreas had given her, and asked to give it back. Diana, surprised by the request, asked why the night student needed a magic item, her tone expressing slight bewilderment. Noticing Vivian's strange reaction, Diana raised her head, trying to better understand the girl's motives. Vivian, upon hearing Diana's refusal, expressed disappointment, which caused Diana to relent and agree to give up the artifact. Diana, explaining to Vivian, noted that she could draw a new magic circle and showed how to use mana to activate the flower, demonstrating the process step by step. The same piece of paper with the magic circle that Andreas created in class began to appear in front of the amazed Vivian, causing her genuine admiration. Vivian, recognizing the artifact, exclaimed that this was the same famous flower that everyone was talking about. Her voice sounded with notes of excitement and curiosity. Leaning over the magic circle, Vivian noted that this was the very contradiction created by the teen-headed Andreas. Her tone was a mixture of admiration and slight irony. Lucia, joining the conversation, explained that after the end of the classes, she decided to go to the laboratory. Her appearance was unexpected for both girls. Continuing to study the flower, Lucia shared her feeling that something was wrong in the magic circle. Her professional eye immediately noticed the discrepancy. Pointing to a specific symbol, Lucia noted that this part did not fit into the overall structure a little, which Diana immediately agreed with, confirming the observation. Lucia, taking out a piece of paper and a pen, decided to correct the spell. Assuming that there was something specially hidden in it, her actions were determined to reveal the secret. After telling Diana and Vivian not to move, Lucia began to make adjustments to the magic circle, her concentration evident. After announcing the addition of the flow spell, Lucia continued her work while Vivian and Diana watched the process with utmost surprise and interest. Mysterious pollen suddenly appeared around the magic circle, and then flowers grew, causing amazement among the girls, who could not believe their eyes. Realizing the presence of a double magic circle, Lucia wondered with surprise whether Andreas had really created something so complex and unusual. Suddenly, a white-haired guy appeared sitting on the grown flowers, who commented that this must be the work of the same guy who was rumored about. The blonde, who introduced himself as the Dean of the Faculty of Magic, Belial Costello, admired the innovative approach and contradiction created with the help of basic spells. Diana, embarrassedly apologizing for activating magic circles in an inappropriate place, answered the Dean's question about the creator of this amazing artifact. With some embarrassment, Diana named the name of Andreas Cromwell, a fourth-year student, as the author of this magic circle. The Dean noted that Andreas is the same student about whom there has been a lot of talk lately, and that his magic circle goes beyond the usual spell. Belial suggested that Andreas's work was on the verge of creating the stumbling block of immortality, the ultimate contradiction, which caused even more surprise among those present. The dean carefully studied the contradiction flower Andreas had created, deep in thought about the potential of this creation. Diana, breaking the prolonged silence, politely asked the dean if he wanted anything else, trying to diffuse the awkwardness. Belial, without answering Diana's question, silently turned around and left, leaving the girls perplexed by his strange behavior. Lucia, commenting on the dean's behavior, expressed surprise at his sudden departure, while Diana, panicking, urged her friends to speak more quietly, fearing that he might hear them. As he left, the dean muttered to himself about how amazing Andreas's work was, and how he never thought a student's work could inspire him so much, promising to keep an eye on this student. In the training arena, students actively participated in friendly battles and training, creating an atmosphere of energetic competition and mutual learning. Lewis, having finished sparring with Vivian, sincerely thanked her for the training, noting her impressive strength and skill. Vivian, drinking from a bottle of water after an intense workout, responded by praising Louis, recognizing him as a very strong opponent as well. Louis mentally noted that his conversation with Vivian, as usual, was very short, which caused him some embarrassment and a desire to continue communication. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the noise of a duel, and they heard a shout defiantly asking if this was all the best sophomore could do. It turned out that it was Chris who was fighting with the best student of the nightly faculty. Both looked menacing and determined, creating a tense atmosphere for the fight. Chris, waving his sword, fell silent with irritation and explained the reason for his attacks, his voice ringing with anger and disappointment. The purple-haired guy, without deigning to answer Chris, simply kicked him to the side, demonstrating his physical superiority. Chris, thrown back by the blow, felt a pain in his stomach and realized that his fencing was now significantly weakened, which made it more difficult to defeat his opponent. At that moment, Chris remembered Andreas's words about following his own path without doubt and decided to act on this advice, gaining new determination. Chris decided to once again resort to the master's style, which had already become part of his body and essence, feeling how the technique flowed naturally into his movements. As the purple-haired guy approached, Chris thought that, despite any actions of the enemy, the outcome of the battle would now be different. His confidence grew with every second. The two opponents once again engaged in an intense duel, jumping from place to place, dodging and exchanging sword blows, creating a thrilling spectacle for observers. The purple-haired guy immediately noticed a change in Chris's style, which he clearly didn't like and made him tense, realizing the increased threat. Suddenly, something somewhat surprised Chris to appear. The sword that has always baffled me emits blows, demonstrating Chris's skill and unpredictability. Chris skillfully parried his opponent's attacks and broke his stance, demonstrating significant progress in his fencing skills. The purple-haired guy turned to Chris and shouted an insult in frustration, matching his quick movements with the wriggling worm. Chris, taking advantage of the moment, ran up to the enemy and put his sword to his throat, remembering that the next step should be a decisive blow. Chris confidently declared his victory, considering the fight over, his voice filled with notes of triumph and relief. However, the purple-haired boy suddenly threw Chris's sword aside, refusing to admit defeat. Lowering his sword, he mentally fumed at losing to such scum, considering what was happening to be a damn clownery, and deciding that he'd had enough. Chris, outraged by his opponent's reaction, shouted that this was not clowning, acknowledging the strength of his opponent's fencing. Seeing that the purple-haired guy wasn't reacting at all, Chris tried to get his attention by shouting, "Hey!" The senior turned sharply to Chris, rudely ordering him to shut up, his voice full of contempt and anger. He viciously threw the sword at Chris's feet, creating a tense and dangerous atmosphere. Chris, surprised, realized that the thrown sword was real, which significantly increased the danger of the situation. The purple-haired guy, after drinking some potion, aggressively ordered Chris to take the sword, threatening to look like a fool. Lewis, who was watching the fight, shouted at Chris to apologize and leave, realizing that the situation was becoming dangerous, especially after the senior student drank an unknown potion. Suddenly, someone else appeared, addressing the duelists and asking if they were okay, trying to defuse the tense situation. Everyone present watched in horror as the high school student with purple hair began to change. His eyes turned red, veins bulged on his face, and a growl came from his throat. The arriving teacher, addressing the purple-haired guy named Todlin, sternly asked what a student like him was doing at the exchange meeting, also noticing a real sword in his hands. The teacher, to the surprise of everyone, ordered Todlin to immediately kill Chris right in front of him. His words shocked everyone present. Suddenly, something completely surprised Chris, causing all the students to turn around, some even covering their mouths in shock, creating an atmosphere of complete bewilderment and fear. Vivian and Lewis, who were watching, were also surprised, although Vivian, as usual, maintained an outward calm, contrasting with the shock of those around her. It suddenly became obvious that the purple-haired guy had gone completely mad. He cold-bloodedly and brazenly cut the teacher's throat, shocking everyone present. The crowd began to shout "Killer," but the distraught guy, ignoring them, turned to Chris, calling him the first year and preparing to continue the fight. Clearly losing his mind, he announced the start of the second round, his eyes blazing with madness and his voice sounding with inhuman cruelty. At that moment, someone ran into the academy, shouting Andreas's name, calling for his help in this critical situation. Keshlung, seeing Andreas, bowed respectfully, but he asked to address him more simply, without Mr., noting the slight difference in age. Keklung asked again whether Andreas would really be more comfortable communicating without formalities, to which he confidently confirmed his proposal. Curious about Andreas's magic circle, Ketchlung inquired about its dual nature and creation process, demonstrating genuine interest in his elder comrade's work. Andreas explained that adding hidden elements made the circle interesting, to which Ketchlung responded with understanding, realizing the genius of this approach. With slight disappointment, Andreas noted that he tried to hide his technique, but two player characters revealed it in just one day, which spoke of their insight. Keklung, remembering the Everlast potion, inquired about Andreas's plans for today's potions lesson, expecting new amazing demonstrations. Andreas, without turning around, replied that he planned to keep a low profile, wanting to keep some secrets from the entire class, his voice sounding with notes of caution. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a powerful explosion in the corridor ahead, causing some students to fall from the shockwave. Keklung and Andreas were as surprised as possible by what was happening, clearly not expecting such a dangerous incident in an ordinary academy corridor. Andreas, surprised by Diana's appearance in the protective dome, anxiously asked about the reasons for her presence and the need for such protection. Diana, screaming, warned of the appearance of a monster, and at the same moment a huge red hand appeared from around the corner, confirming her words. It turned out that it was an overweight guy from another academy who turned into a monster after consuming a large number of potions. He turned to Diana, accusing her of making him look like an idiot. Andreas and Keklung, watching this scene, were in maximum shock, trying to understand how Malin could change so much in such a short time, their faces expressing a mixture of horror and bewilderment. The body of the plump boy from the other academy continued to increase in size, his transformation becoming more frightening and obvious. The young man's eyes underwent terrible changes. The whites turned black, and the irises filled with a bright purple glow, giving him an inhuman appearance. He began shouting threats, promising to show what happens to those who cross his path. His voice sounded distorted and ominous. Andreas mentally determined that this was a side effect of Kyler's potion and shouted to the guy that he was crazy, trying to get through to his mind. As he reflected, Andreas realized that the expected incident during the midterms had now occurred, and he chided himself for relying too much on information from the game. At this point, someone in a robe with a suitcase appears to leave the academy, creating additional intrigue in the chaos that ensues. This stranger paused for a second with a blue suitcase on wheels, as if assessing the situation or making a final decision. It turned out to be the new potions teacher, who commented that his farewell party had already begun, adding to the mystery of the proceedings. The overweight guy, turning to Diana, threateningly promised to shut her mouth, beginning to form a huge, bright red ball of magical energy in his hands. This giant clot of flaming red magic rushed straight towards Diana, threatening to destroy everything in its path. Andreas, reacting with lightning speed, entered the battle and with one precise movement cut a huge clot of magic, demonstrating his skill and speed of reaction. The impudent, overweight boy who had just sent such a powerful charge of energy towards the girl froze in amazement, unable to believe his eyes that his attack was so easily neutralized. Andreas, addressing his opponent, attracted his attention by calling him a stupid person, while Diana, surprised by his appearance, asked what he was doing here. With determination in his voice, Andreas said that now it was no longer possible to simply take back what he had done, preparing for a serious confrontation. The fat boy, enraged by Andreas's interference, shouted an insult, and Andreas mentally noted that he had not yet completely lost his mind, which meant that the potion had been drunk recently. The distraught young man, seeing Andreas and Diana together, declared his intention to kill them both, while Keklung approached with concern and asked if everything was okay with them. Andreas confirmed that everything was fine, but asked to step back, and Diana reported the murder of student Milko, adding to the seriousness of the situation. Andreas suggested leaving the cleaning to the professors, and asked Diana to prepare a powerful spell that could defeat the enemy with one blow while he bought time. Diana agreed with Andreas's plan, but was mentally surprised at his calmness in such a dangerous situation. The fat boy, completely distraught, began to tear his clothes, and Andreas noted the incredible strength of his body, doubting that he could pierce him. Andreas turned to Keklung, assuring that with his support everything should work out, which shocked his younger comrade. Keklung, realizing the seriousness of the situation, expressed his readiness to help, and Diana called him to join in preparing the spell. Noticing that the two had moved back, leaving Andreas alone, the plump guy mockingly asked where they were running. The enemy, having become even larger and more powerful, began to cast magic, collecting a huge clot of energy in his hands, significantly surpassing Andreas in size. The ball of energy thrown at Andreas was easily cut by his sword, leaving the guy unharmed and surprising the attacker. Andreas, addressing his opponent, called him too loud a pig, which clearly shocked the distraught young man. Preparing to attack, Andreas grabbed his sword, his movements full of determination and concentration. Shouting that if the enemy cannot speak normally, then he can only remain silent, Andreas pierced the fat man with a sword, demonstrating his skill. In the background, Diana and Keklung began to create a powerful magic circle, combining their powers for the final blow. Andreas mentally noted that despite the spoiled nature of his opponent, he was still a magician, and the potion made him much stronger, realizing the seriousness of the threat. The overweight guy became more and more disgusting. He continued to grow, saliva dripped from his mouth, and his crazy laughter echoed around, creating an eerie atmosphere. Andreas began to concentrate magic around his sword. His eyes glowed red, and he confidently declared that he would kill his opponent without any extra effort, his voice sounding with cold determination. Andreas's sword collided with the shield created by the fat man. Diana watched this confrontation carefully, her gaze riveted on the point of contact between the weapon and the barrier. Diana was extremely surprised by the speed with which Andreas enveloped the sword in magic, even faster than in the tournament, and wondered if he had succumbed to it then. The tip of Andreas's sword lightly penetrated the barrier, transmitting the full force of the blow and creating a powerful shockwave that spread out in all directions. The enemy's shield, previously purple in color, now glowed bright yellow, indicating that it was about to shatter under the onslaught of Andreas's attack. Despite the force of the blow, both Andreas and the fat man remained in their positions, demonstrating incredible resilience and determination in this confrontation. The support team of Diana and Keklung continued to create magic circles, blue for Diana and red for the younger guy, which overlapped each other, increasing the overall power of the spell. Andreas was visibly struggling to hold his position, but Keklung turned to him and warned him to be careful and prepare for the next stage of the battle. The fat man didn't seem to feel the blow, and with a crazy smile and tongue hanging out, he reached out with his huge fingers towards Andreas, intending to grab him. Andreas reacted to this move with lightning speed, instantly activating earth magic to defend and counterattack. Fire spears were aimed at the monster and pierced its shield, demonstrating the power of Andreas's combined attack. Andreas watched as the spears were close to reaching the enemy's body, his gaze focused on the trajectory of the attack. Mentally, Andreas noted the madness of the enemy, who used attacking magic while the barrier was activated, which indicated a complete loss of control over his actions. The fat guy continued to grow in size, giving the impression that he was about to burst, his transformation becoming more frightening and unpredictable. Andreas, aware of the critical situation, declared the need to stop reaching the final stage of transformation. His voice sounded with insistence. Taking advantage of the moment the fat man's shield disappeared, Andreas tried to strike, jumping up to reach his opponent's head. However, Andreas's attack had no effect, and the fat man became even more terrible, starting to click his teeth, his madness reaching a new level. Andreas mentally noted the incredible hardness of his opponent's body, comparing him to a stone, and admitted that he did not yet know how to deal with him. Diana, seeing Andreas's predicament, shouted to him to step aside, and began to use the circle magic that the guy was counting on. Andreas hoped that this magic circle would help them finally defeat the maddened fat man. His gaze was full of expectation. The fat man managed to land the first blow on Andreas, knocking him down with his huge arm, showing off his incredible strength. While Diana continued to raise her magic circle, Andreas deftly dodged his opponent's attacks, demonstrating his agility and reflexes. While casting the iron-piercing spell, Diana's eyes lit up with lightning, and her face expressed extreme determination and concentration. Iron spears pierced the big man's body, passing through his stomach, chest, and even his mouth, creating an impressive and terrible picture. Andreas turned around in utter surprise, as he thought about how advanced Diana's magic had become, and when she had managed to reach such a level of mastery. He doubted that even with Ketchlung's help, Diana would be able to break through the monster's skin the first time, which made her achievement even more impressive. Andreas mentally noted that this was to be expected from a cheating character, capable of creating his own magic even before graduating from the academy. Watching the big man's body pierced by metal spikes, Andreas realized that it was the son of the academy's director, Milko, and that this incident would lead to serious problems. Diana expressed concern about possible troubles due to the murder of the monster, to which Ketchlung offered his help in testifying, demonstrating solidarity and support. Andreas mentally surmised that since Diana was involved in the incident, Bart would likely resolve the matter behind closed doors to minimize the fallout. Andreas, leaving, told the others to explain the situation if someone came, and he himself went in search of Professor Kyler, realizing the importance of finding him. There was also chaos on the street due to the effects of the potion. The senior students were shouting about the monster, and Chris was advised not to engage in battle and to urgently call the professors. Andreas, rushing to find Kyler, thought about the need to get to his hideout and stop him before the situation worsened further. Hearing noises from the training arena, Andreas was contemplating the potential problems the potions could bring in future storylines, when suddenly there was an explosion. Noticing a guy from his group running, Andreas remembered where he had seen him before, trying to connect what was happening together. Recognizing the runner as Antonio Holt, who was out of breath from running quickly, trying to leave the scene, Andreas realized the significance of this meeting. Andreas remembered that it was Antonio who followed the fat man when he ran out of the office, and he blamed himself for forgetting about this important fact. Assuming that Antonio could be distributing the potion, Andreas decided that by following him, he could reach Kyler and expose the whole scheme. Suddenly, Andreas heard Lucia screaming for someone to run and realized that his friend was in danger. He quickly turned to assess Lucia's situation, ready to help. Lucia created a strong blue magical barrier, protecting herself from yet another monster transformed by the potion, demonstrating her mastery of defensive magic. Turning to the younger students, Lucia, holding the barrier, persistently urged them to run away faster, realizing the danger of the situation. The students, showing nobility and loyalty, refused to abandon Lucia, expressing concern for her safety and unwillingness to leave her alone in the face of danger. The monster, transformed by the potion, attacked Lucia while she held the protective barrier with her last strength, creating a critical situation for the girl. The monster began to cast bright purple magic, which gradually seeped through the walls of Lucia's barrier, demonstrating the power of his transformed abilities. Lucia was forced to jump back to avoid the monster's powerful blow. Her movements were fast, but fatigue was beginning to take its toll. The creature spewed blazing purple fire straight from its mouth, creating a terrifying sight and a mortal threat to everyone around it. While holding the barrier, Lucia felt an intense heat and mentally wondered if she was destined to die here. Her resolve began to waver. At that moment, she thought that if she had known about such an outcome, she would not have fought so hard against her terminal illness. The bitter irony of the situation did not escape her. Lucia was thinking that the most important thing for her was to simply live carefree when Andrea suddenly intervened, delivering a powerful blow to the monster's legs. Seeing Andreas, Lucia was surprised to realize that her savior was the teen-headed high school student. Her feelings were a mixture of relief and slight embarrassment. Injured students screamed about their injuries while others rushed to call professors for help, creating an atmosphere of chaos and panic. The remaining students who had suffered from the monster attacks worriedly asked if everyone had made it out, their voices trembling with fear and worry. Lewis, turning to Vivian, asked her to take care of the wounded Chris, whose head was bleeding, demonstrating his determination to act. Explaining his intentions, Louis said he had to help Vivian, feeling great concern for her safety. Observer Ivy suddenly appeared, looking menacing, and loudly demanded an explanation for the noise, her presence adding to the tension of the situation. All this time, Vivian continued to fight with a high school student from the night faculty who drank a dangerous potion, demonstrating his courage and fighting skills. Vivian knew that if she didn't stop the transformed high school student now, he would probably go after Andreas, which made her determined to continue the fight. The high school student, suffering from the side effects of the potion, began to transform into a monster, his body distorting before Vivian's eyes. He rushed at the girl, intending to deliver a crushing blow, but Vivian managed to block, demonstrating her combat reflexes. However, the force of the blow was too great, and the block did not help. Vivian began to fall on her back, losing her balance. At the last moment, the girl managed to group herself and land on her feet, simultaneously striking back at the monster, showing her skill and flexibility. The high school student, despite the blood flowing from his mouth, began to laugh madly, his behavior becoming more and more unpredictable and frightening. Vivian, already wounded and bleeding from her forehead, silently watched the enemy, feverishly thinking about her further actions. At this point, the high school student continued his transformation, increasing in size and becoming even more monstrous, which made the situation more difficult for Vivian. The girl was extremely surprised by the scale of the transformation, realizing how dangerous her opponent had become. Despite the increased threat, Vivian became convinced that this was why she must defeat the monster, her resolve only strengthened. Ignoring her injuries, Vivian charged at the monster with renewed determination, ready to continue the fight no matter what. She attacked with her sword, but the monster managed to block, trying to defend against her blow. Vivian carefully observed the results of her attack. While the situation remained unclear, the tension of the moment increased. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion, and Vivian tried to block to avoid being thrown back by the blast wave, showing off her defensive skills at a critical moment. The monster launched a powerful attack, and Vivian, unable to fully defend herself, rolled on the ground, demonstrating the force of the monster's blow. Vivian, down on one knee on the asphalt, was bleeding and aware of her weakness in front of such a powerful opponent, but her spirit remained unshaken. Despite her injuries and the blood now flowing from her mouth, Vivian rose to her feet, her gaze turning from determined to fierce, reflecting her unwavering revolution towards victory. Vivian took a fighting stance, realizing the need for a new attack and preparing to make every effort to defeat the monster, her body tense in anticipation. The thought of protecting Andreas gave Vivian strength. She knew that she would never forgive herself if she could not protect him. This determination fueled her actions. At the moment of intense impact, Vivian's eyes glowed white, her pupils disappeared, and she felt a sudden surge of power, preparing for the final blow. The beast raised a light hand for impact as Vivian began to emit a purple aura, creating an impressive visual contrast of power. Suddenly, Observer Ivy appeared, who, approaching Vivian, sternly asked if she wanted to die. Her intervention was timely and decisive. Ivy deftly grabbed the monster's hand, preventing his blow and demonstrating her superior strength and speed. Speaking to the monster named Toddlin Terry, Ivy expressed regret at the necessity of her actions, her voice carrying notes of compassion and determination. Without any visible effort, Ivy cut the monster's head off in one motion, ending the fight quickly and efficiently, shocking everyone present. Vivian looked on with great surprise, realizing the power and skill of her professor and Observer Ivy. Ivy stated that it was already too late to save Toddlin, and Vivian mentally noted the incredible strength of the Observer. Vivian, still with fascinated eyes, looked carefully at the serious woman who was able to kill such a monster with one blow. Ivy, turning to Vivian, praised her for her perseverance. The girl at that moment firmly decided that she had to become stronger. Her determination was obvious. The battle between Lucia, Andreas, and the monster continued. The guy took the girl in his arms to protect her from another blow, showing his care and determination. Andreas held Lucia with one hand and created an earthen shield with the other, skillfully combining defense and attack in a critical situation. It's clear that if Kyler escapes, the storyline will become too problematic. This realization will give his actions additional urgency. In this situation, Andreas could not summon the undead, realizing that they would not be able to defeat such a strong opponent, which limited his tactical capabilities. The main task for Andreas was to get Lucia to safety, after which he planned to attend to other urgent matters. Looking at Lucia, talking unconscious in his arms, Andreas decided that his next step would be to find Kyler, his mind focused on the task ahead. On his way, Andreas met the dean of the academy, whom he recognized as Beliala. This unexpected encounter added a new element to the situation. Mentally, Andreas was outraged by the dean's inaction at the time of the attack on the students. His internal monologue was full of anger and disappointment. Running past the dean, Andreas announced that he was leaving the monster to him, mentally calling Belial a psychopath and urging him to do his job. Belial, turning, expressed the hope of seeing something interesting in Andreas's actions, his tone full of curiosity and slight disappointment. The monster, taking advantage of the moment when the dean was looking after the fleeing Andreas, decided to attack, demonstrating his indiscriminateness in choosing victims. Belial, practically without moving and without removing his hands from his pockets, with one glance and turned the monster into ashes, changed his incredible strength and control. The dean's blow was so powerful that the entire academy began to glow blue, creating an impressive and frightening sight. Andreas took Lucia to a nurse, who immediately began examining the girl lying unconscious on the bed. The nurse reassured Andreas, saying that Lucia was fine. She was just in shock due to mana depletion, which brought the guy some relief. The nurse assured that everything would be fine after resting, and at that moment Lucia opened her eyes, regaining consciousness. Andreas, clearly worried about his friend, immediately asked about her well-being, his voice full of concern and anxiety. Lucia, disoriented, admitted that she thought she was going to die, to which Andreas confirmed that she was on the verge and asked why she intervened. The girl explained that she did not want to interfere, but could not leave people in danger, demonstrating her nobility and sense of duty. Andreas, calling her action heroic, expressed regret that his plan had gone wrong and took the blame for her suffering. Lucia, a little annoyed, recalled her close acquaintance with death, to which Andreas noted with relief that her ability to be sarcastic indicated an improvement in her condition. Contemplating Lucia's possible injury, Andreas expressed understanding if she wanted to lock herself in the lab and announced his departure, prompting her to be accused of ridicule. Before leaving, Andreas offered to start working on Lucia's potions once the current situation was resolved, showing his interest and support. Andreas's words deeply touched Lucia, making her realize her importance to him, causing her embarrassment and warm feelings. Lucia remembered how Andreas rushed into the fight, kicking the monster away. The memory filled her with admiration and gratitude. A moment flashed back to her memory when, with her eyes closed, she saw only Andreas, which emphasized his importance in her perception. She remembered how she began to fall from exhaustion, her strength leaving her at a critical moment. The memory of Andreas rushing to her aid as she fainted filled her heart with warmth and gratitude. Left alone after Andreas left, Lucia sat embarrassed, but deep down she was glad about what had happened, realizing the strengthening of their bond. As night fell, Andreas approached the forest, thinking about the upcoming fight with Kyler, which, according to the plot, was supposed to take place in his hideout. Andreas mused about the prematureness of events, doubting whether Kyler would be at the hideout and remembering that the game required NPC companions to defeat him. Confident in his strength and his skeleton's abilities, Andreas believed that defeating Kyler would not be a problem for him. He ordered his skeleton to run forward, using it as a scout and first line of attack. Having reached the shelter, which was an old house, they witnessed a sudden explosion, which alerted Andreas. Observing what was happening, Andreas commented that it was not worth going that far, realizing the danger of the situation. He saw someone holding the student by the throat and growling threateningly, which added tension to an already dangerous situation. Andreas recognized the attacker as Antonio, which surprised him, since he assumed that they were all in cahoots. Antonio's presence convinced Andreas that Kyler should be here too, confirming his suspicions. Reflecting on his powers, Andreas remembered that his tiger Timur became much more powerful after evolution, easily defeating the monster at the peak of his strength. He noted that Timur is now a rank 6 legendary level dead berserker who specializes in close combat. Andreas also counted on Nickel, enhanced by deadly sins, believing that a medium difficulty boss would not be a problem for them. Approaching the dilapidated top of the house, Andreas carefully examined the surroundings, trying to localize the exact location of the shelter. Confident that the shelter must be somewhere nearby, he continued his thorough inspection, not missing a single detail. Using blue-black magic, Andreas tried to pinpoint the location of the secret entrance to the hideout. Having discovered the secret entrance, Andreas noticed the shock on the face of his tiger Timur, which emphasized the unusual nature of the situation. Looking at the long staircase leading down, Andreas decisively said that it was time to visit the terrorist, preparing for the upcoming confrontation. Andreas took the first step up the stairs. His attentive gaze noticed something, sensing danger. Suddenly, sharp spikes imbued with black magic began to protrude from the walls, creating a deadly trap. A voice spoke to Andreas, wondering how he knew about this place, and asking if this was all he had discovered. Andreas, his skeleton and the tiger were extremely surprised to recognize Professor Kyler in the speaker, not expecting to meet him so soon. Kyler, recognizing Andreas, called him Karen's assistant, demonstrating his awareness of the guy's connections. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared from a portal in the sky, trying to grab Professor Kyler, adding a new element of danger. A giant fist clenched as it belonged to a huge man who emerged from the portal, creating an impressive and frightening sight. Kyler was as surprised as possible by the appearance of the giant. Clearly not expecting such a turn of events, his shock was obvious. At some point, everyone noticed that the giant's hand was suddenly cut off, which radically changed the situation. Kyler looked in horror at the giant's missing hand, realizing the seriousness of what was happening. It turned out that it was the skeleton of Andreas who managed to cut off the giant's arm, demonstrating his incredible speed and efficiency. The giant began to scream in pain, the loss of his arm becoming an obvious cause of great distress. Andreas, turning to Kyler, apologized, noting that he was aiming for the head, not the arm. His tone was calm and confident. Kyler, realizing the situation, accused Andreas of killing Karen, his voice full of anger and realization. At that moment, Andreas's tiger ran up behind the professor, preparing to strike with his huge paws, creating an additional threat to Kyler. Andreas's tiger dealt a powerful blow, from which everything around shook, and the guy ordered Timur to finish off the enemy. Timur, with his eyes glowing red, began to growl furiously, preparing for the final attack. The tiger launched another vertical strike at the professor, demonstrating his incredible strength and speed. Andreas silently watched what was happening, thinking about further developments. The tiger's blow met unexpected resistance. Its paw found itself in a strange black mass, reminiscent of a mine in shape. The tiger continued to growl as the black mass began to spread across its body, creating a frightening sight. The professor transformed, taking on a black-green color and an inhuman form, saying something incomprehensible. Kyler reproached Andreas for killing the one who raised him, hinting at a connection with black magic. Andreas mentally noted that this was the final form of Professor Armor of Shadows. Realizing the armor's ability to restore lost body parts, Andreas voiced his knowledge of the Armor of Shadows. Someone, probably Kyler, was shocked by Andreas's knowledge, claiming that it was impossible. Before he could finish saying that this information was known only to Mr. Jester, Kyler was interrupted by Andreas drawing his sword. Professor Kyler managed to dodge Andreas's attack, demonstrating his agility even in his transformed state. Andreas's tiger continued to attack the professor, trying to destroy him, despite the resistance of the black mass. Andreas calmly explained his knowledge of shadow armor, calling it a rare and high-quality item for defense and offense. The professor doubted Andreas's chances of winning, but the guy confidently stated that the armor has a fire weakness, demonstrating his knowledge. Andreas began casting fire magic around his sword, preparing to exploit the weakness of the shadow armor. The professor, without losing confidence, stated that he could constantly attack Andreas without giving him time to cast the spell. He emphasized his intention to prevent Andreas from using fire magic, trying to predict his strategy. Andreas's tiger landed a powerful blow to the monster professor's side, causing him to writhe in pain. Not stopping there, the tiger continued the attack, delivering the next blow. The force of the blow sent the professor flying to the side, his protective shell noticeably damaged. Andreas ordered Timur and the skeleton Nikol to restrain the enemy. The tiger growled in agreement. The professor, underestimating the undead, expressed doubt about their ability to buy time for Andreas. He began to stretch his large hands towards the guy, calling his thoughts ridiculous. Nikol and Timur, full of determination, prepared for battle, their eyes burning with the fire of determination. A large explosion occurred in front of Andreas, the result of the efforts of his undead. Continuing to cast magic on the sword, Andreas noted that it took longer than he expected. The tiger found himself entangled in black and green rubber bands from the professor's suit, trying to get out of them. The skeleton, taking advantage of the moment, jumped towards the professor, preparing to strike. The professor, noticing the skeleton's attack, used his magic, lifting him up and enveloping him in the same black rubber bands. The professor, before he could finish his speech about the uselessness of the undead, was struck by an unexpected sight, his gaze expressing a mixture of surprise and disbelief when he saw something that contradicted all his ideas. Andreas's tiger, demonstrating incredible strength and agility, calmly chewed the black rubber bands of its body with its sharp teeth, its actions methodical and efficient. The skeleton, keeping up with the tiger, also easily coped with the magical fetters. The professor, watching this, could not believe his eyes. His confidence in superiority was noticeably shaken. The professor's thoughts were confused. He could not understand how a simple undead could cope with his powerful magic. This contradicted all his experience and knowledge, forcing him to rethink the situation. Despite the continued attacks of the tiger and the skeleton, the professor could not get rid of the feeling of the absurdity of what was happening. He wondered about the nature of these creatures. Trying to defend himself, the professor put out a block from his hands, but his thoughts were occupied with the question of the origin of such powerful undead. He could not understand where Andreas got such strong allies from. A sudden insight came to the professor. He assumed that these corpses were collected from special creatures. This thought forced him to retreat, rethinking his fight strategy. The professor's gaze expressed extreme surprise and confusion. He was feverishly trying to figure out how to get rid of these unusual opponents. Andreas wasted no time in using bone fusion magic to create a new weapon, the Bone Whip, an action that demonstrated his growing skill and inventive approach to combat. The professor, seeing Andreas's new weapon, could not hide his surprise. His exclamation about the whip betrayed his growing anxiety and awareness of the danger of the situation. The skeleton, taking advantage of the professor's moment of confusion, attacked him from the other side. His movements were fast and precise, demonstrating excellent coordination with Andreas's actions. While the professor was trying to defend himself from the skeleton's attack, Andreas did not miss the opportunity and also rushed to the attack, their coordinated actions creating a serious threat to the enemy. Andreas's bone whip moved like a living snake, rapidly approaching the professor. This weapon demonstrated amazing flexibility and accuracy, controlled by the will of its creator. With amazing ease, Andreas wrapped his bone whip around the professor, significantly limiting his movements. Andreas began to squeeze the professor tightly with the bone whip, causing him to writhe in pain. The grip was merciless, demonstrating the guy's determination to finish the fight. The professor, gasping in pain, shouted out a reminder of Andreas's promise to use fire. Continuing his speech, the professor accused Andreas of empty threats, declaring that he was incapable of using flame. Andreas, with fury in his eyes, replied that such a trick could cost the professor his life, his voice sounding ominous, foreshadowing the inevitable retribution for underestimating his abilities. The bone explosion phrase occurred. Andreas began to bleed from wearing it, which required intense stability and the strain of casting a powerful spell. The bones of the whip began to change directly on the body of the professor, who realized with horror that he had become a victim of a double spell. A powerful explosion engulfed everything around. Andreas watched what was happening, stepping back slightly to protect himself from the shockwave. Andreas mentally noted that the technique was more difficult than he expected and expressed admiration for Diana, who was able to easily use such a spell. Despite the success in using the new technique, Andreas praised the result. The professor's corpse turned to dust due to excessive use of mana. Andreas realized that after such a high-profile event as Kyler's death, the meeting of black magicians would inevitably hasten its departure. This understanding indicated his strategic thinking. Andreas, realizing the urgency of the situation, decided to immediately remove the item from the shelter, destroy any traces, and return to the academy. At this time, at the academy, the angry master of the magic tower, Bart, furiously pounded his fist on the table, demanding that his subordinate repeat the information about the number of victims. The person sent reported 15 victims, including a student from Milko. This figure only seemed to increase Bart's anger, his face darkening with tension. The subordinate continued his report by mentioning that, according to witnesses, the potion was distributed by student Antonio, Professor Kyler's assistant, who disappeared shortly after the incident. Bart, seated on his majestic white throne, coldly informed the servants that the information received was enough. He ordered all academy activities to be postponed until an investigation into the incident was completed. Barth added that further details will be announced after a meeting with Director Zeos. Bart's eyes began to glow with barely contained anger as he thought about what was happening in Rodlin.